Volume 3, Chapter 97, Evidence Part 1. Michael swung his sword down, cleaving through the ogre's head. With that, the last of the ogres was slain. Michael wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. Looking around, he saw that the orcs had also been mostly dealt with. The knights were chasing down the remaining orc stragglers. 1, 2, 3, 4, I got one more than you. So I win, right? Veronica spoke with a triumphant smile right next to him. Michael gave her a puzzled look. You stole 2 of my kills, this victory mine. What are you talking about? I still killed more. You have to consider the process. What are you complaining about when you're stealing someone else's prey? Michael and Veronica glared at each other and growled. Whatever, I'm going to go see Damien. No, brother Damien. You can have fun on your own. Michael finally managed to shake off Veronica, who was still grumbling in dissatisfaction, and headed towards Damien. He had been watching even while fighting the ogres, the way Damien fought the chimera. Brother is really amazing. Michael also knew a thing or two about chimeras, one of the most horrific monsters in this world, creatures that should never be taken lightly. The nicknames for the chimera were numerous. That's how dangerous a monster it was. Damien had chased down such a monster without any difficulty. Michael was always confident, but he didn't think he could do what Damien did. The technique he used to cut down the chimera at the end was especially amazing. Originally, the aura was strongest when it was on the sword of the aura. If it was released outside, it was bound to diminish in power. However, Damien had released the aura and still exerted tremendous power. Michael, who was far away, could feel it. Michael had no idea how to do that. Now that the subjugation is over, I need to learn a lot from brother. The teachings he had received from Damien that day had greatly raised his power very quickly. Without Damien's help, he would not have been able to become a middle class in such a short period of time. Maybe this time, if I learn from brother, I'll be able to get a clue on how to get to high class. It was while Michael was lost in thought. Ahoya, a sudden scream broke Michael's reverie. Michael was startled and quickened his steps, and he could clearly see the very cruel scene, a dark mage lying on the ground screaming in agony. Please stop, Kaya, the dark mage's eyes rolled back and her body trembled. Michael looked at the sight with a puzzled face. There was no trace of torture on the dark mage's body, but he couldn't understand why she was in so much pain. This shouldn't be this painful, I still have more to show you. Damien tapped the woman's back with his finger. The woman's eyes widened. Please just kill me, Michael, who was watching the dark mage, could not help but be horrified. As soon as Damien touched her back, her muscles began to squirm like snakes. It was so obvious that it could be seen with the naked eye. Every time the muscles squirmed, the woman's screams grew louder. It's not working well, was that not the way to do it before? As Damien tapped the dark mage's shoulder, a horrible sound of joints twisting could be heard. Now the dark mage couldn't even scream properly. Bone crushing and muscle separation. He had seen it before when the Marquis Knights used it on criminals. A torture method that artificially twists muscles and joints by injecting mana into the opponent's body. According to rumors, it was created by the Empire's greatest torturers and designed to interrogate heinous criminals like traitors and heretics. No, it's different from bone crushing and muscle separation. Bone crushing and muscle separation required constant physical contact with the target's body. But in Damien's case, he was inflicting pain just by jabbing them with his fingers. It was a technique far superior to it, though I couldn't be sure. Please stop it, please just kill me. If you want the pain to stop, just talk. How did you communicate with your partners in the capital? Through letters. I told you through letters. You haven't woken up yet, spouting such nonsense. Kayak, Damien jabbed the dark mage's body again with his finger. The sounds of tearing muscles and crunching bones echoed vividly. Michael trembled at the horrific sound, but the most terrifying thing here wasn't the technique itself. Talk, then I'll stop this pain. It was Damien smiling as he tortured the dark mage. Damien's smile was clearly imbued with pleasure, as if he were deliriously happy in this moment. That was what scared Michael more than anything. Brother, Damien, Michael cautiously called out to Damien. Damien paused mid-jab towards the dark mage's body. Have you dealt with the orcs and ogres? Why, yes, I'm done, but... Michael gulped. Staring intently at the dark mage who was still screaming, he asked, Do we need to continue? It seems like enough already. Having said that, Michael couldn't help but be startled by his own words. Defending a dark mage, it was something he wouldn't dare do openly in front of ally of the church. Enough. Enough? Fortunately, Damien didn't take offense to Michael's actions. He simply questioned him. Are you by any chance sympathizing with these motherfuckers? It's not that. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel a sliver of pity. After all, the sight of Damien using bone crushing and muscle separation was horrifying. You're wasting emotions needlessly. Since it's a good opportunity, let me enlighten you about what kind of scum these dark mages are. Damien jabbed his finger into the throat of the haggard woman. The muscles went limp then. With the pain gone, the screams ceased. The haggard woman lay face down on the floor, gasping for air. What sacrifice did you pay to use the dark magic that controls orcs? That's. Well, the haggard woman wheezed. She was still not fully conscious after being freed from the pain. Seeing how long it takes you to answer, it seems you haven't recovered yet. I offered sacrifices. I threw people to the orcs, and while they were being eaten, I cast a enslavement spell with dark magic. How many people did you kill? 300. I went around the villages to secure sacrifices. Michael felt as though he had been struck in the back of the head by the hag's words. 300 people were thrown to the orcs. And an enslavement spell was cast while they were being eaten. Your turn. What did you do to create the poison? Damien looked at the gaunt woman. The woman stammered. I hear no answer. I didn't kill many. I only kidnapped people to test new poisons. You kidnapped people and tested poisons? Yes, but I didn't waste test subjects. If they seemed like they were going to die, I somehow saved them and used them again. Really? Michael's face hardened. In other words, she forcibly saved people and kept using them for poison testing. Those who became test subjects must have suffered for a long time. Michael, do you get it now? All dark mages are like this. They deserve no sympathy. At Damien's words, Michael slowly nodded, then stepped back. There's still a lot of information we can squeeze out of these scum. As soon as Damien finished speaking, Michael retreated further away. He understood how terrible dark mages were, but Michael was worried. The smile that crept onto Damien's lips while torturing the dark mages wouldn't leave Michael's mind. Sir Damien, what on earth are you talking about? After returning to Walnut Castle, Damien told Oliver the truth. You mean my uncle joined hands with the dark mages and planned to drive us into a corner by making the expedition fail? That's not all. All the incidents that he has solved so far were actually self-directed plays by these dark mages. Oliver staggered at the sudden truth. Why on earth would he do that? Why don't you know the answer, Your Highness? At Damien's words, Oliver hardened his expression. It's for the throne, isn't it? Oliver took a deep breath. It seemed that he still couldn't accept the truth. Sir Damien, what should I do? There is only one thing you can do, Your Highness. Expose the truth and expose that traitor in front of the king. Oliver's eyes shook at those words. Oliver respected his uncle. He admired his charisma and outstanding abilities. He couldn't help but hesitate at the thought of having to deal with his family and expose his own uncles with his own hands. Your Highness, come to your senses. Now is not the time to be conflicted, Damien urged Oliver. Alexander Apple is a royal who has joined hands with the dark mages. Not only that, he deliberately caused chaos in the kingdom in order to grow his own power. On top of that, he tried to harm you. Damien was right. Alexander had crossed the line a long time ago. It was foolish to show mercy to such a man. Sir Damien is right. Alexander Apple is nothing but a traitor who caused chaos in the kingdom. Oliver looked back at the dark mages. The dark mages were out of their minds due to the long torture. I will take them and expose the whole truth. Damien smiled with satisfaction at the decisive answer. Thank you for making a wise decision. However, we cannot bring down Alexander just like this. What do you mean? Isn't it possible that Alexander will deny his relationship with the dark mages and claim that we framed him? Oliver could only nod at Damien's words. We need more solid evidence or witnesses. Cut off his breath. What should we do? I happen to have a good plan. Damien took something out of his pocket. It was a parchment paper that was old and stained. This is a magical tool that the dark mages use to communicate with each other. I figured out how to use it after interrogating them. Damien whispered something in Oliver's ear. Oliver laughed out loud after hearing the whole story. That sounds interesting. I'll do as Sir Damien says. Chapter 98, Evidence Part 2. Alexander Apple was in his room listening to the news about the expedition. A smile never left his lips as he only heard good news. Leona, is it true that the expedition is failing too badly? Yes, I received the news from my sisters this morning. Ha ha ha, that's good news. Leona had a communication tool that only worked with dark magic. Through that tool, he was able to constantly hear the news. According to the dark mages, the current situation of the expedition was truly a failure. They charged in thinking there were only orcs, but there were many casualties from the orc warriors. Thanks to the poison spread in the castle, the knights' stamina and morale were greatly reduced. They even recklessly rushed into the forest and were massacred by the ogres. When do you think that idiot Oliver will give up the expedition? According to my sisters, it won't be long. They say it will be within 3 days at the most. Good, very good. Leona's prediction was accurate. 3 days later, news came that a messenger had arrived at the capital. The crown prince apologizes. The resistance of the orc group is too strong, and the knights are suffering heavy casualties due to unknown factors. The letter contained a long and detailed explanation of his defense, but in short, it meant that the expedition had failed. Ha 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 ha, Alexander was overjoyed when he heard the news. It was the first time he had laughed this long in his life. That idiot, he was too greedy and ended up failing. Your Majesty, congratulations. You will finally achieve your wish. It's all thanks to you and your sisters. I will never forget this favor. Alexander Apple prepared to leave for the castle. He planned to go to the castle as soon as possible to criticize Oliver's failure and kick him out of the crown prince position. Are you going with me? My sisters are on their way back. I should go to them first. Then come to the castle after you meet up with your sisters. I'll be waiting. Leona left the room before Alexander. Leona headed to the place her sisters had mentioned in the communication tool. As she got closer to the place, Leona's heart swelled with happiness. Leona had spent a long time with Noctis and Marina. They were friends who shared both joy and sorrow. Since she had been separated from her sisters for a long time, she planned to spend time with them this time when they reunited. However, when she arrived at the meeting point, it was not her sisters who were waiting for her. You arrived just in time, Damien Haksen. Leona's mind was confused by the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. You've set a trap. You're smarter than I thought and quite composed as well. I thought it would take longer for you to come up with an answer. Leona took a deep breath. She was still shaken, but she couldn't show any weakness in front of the enemy. She pretended to be as calm as possible. Surely all the communications that have been sent to my sisters until now have been fake. You're clever. Leona felt a sense of dizziness at his words. It meant that they had been playing in the palm of the enemy's hand from the very beginning. When did you know about our existence? I've known for quite a while, Damien spoke curtly. He didn't seem like he was going to elaborate, so Leona didn't ask any further. Where are my sisters? Do you want them back? Then you'll have to answer my questions. She bit her lip quietly. She had always been the one doing the threatening. This was the first time she had been threatened herself. Ask me anything, but you have to guarantee the safety of my sisters. That's disgusting, Damien said out of nowhere. Leona tilted her head. Just seeing human scum like you dark mages worrying about your family makes me want to vomit. Leona didn't react at all to Damien's insults. In order to survive as a dark mage, she had to become indifferent to this level of humiliation. What was your reason for approaching Alexander Apple? It was to establish a foothold. So that my sisters and I could be safe. A foothold? You were planning to create a foothold for pandemonium in the Apple Kingdom. Leona sighed inwardly at Damien's words. She had thought that her sisters might have been interrogated, but she didn't know they would have told him that much. Yes, I joined hands with Alexander in order to create a foothold for pandemonium. That's a lie, Damien said curtly. Pandemonium was organized to overthrow the Empire. While there have been cases of pandemonium-affiliated dark mages appearing in other kingdoms, they have never created a foothold. Leona doubted her ears at his words. How do you? Furthermore, pandemonium-affiliated dark mages always carry a mark on them in a visible place, but I don't see any mark on you. Leona felt a sense of eeriness. Pandemonium was a very secretive organization. That's why, ironically, it was the most famous and yet the least known organization. But the man in front of her knew too much about Pandemonium. Shall I tell you my deduction? You're not a member of Pandemonium. You're just a candidate. That was also accurate. Leona's sense of eeriness grew even stronger. In order to become a member of Pandemonium, you have to commit a certain level of evil. You must have planned this whole thing in order to join Pandemonium. How do you know so much about Pandemonium? I'm the only one who asks questions here, Damien said firmly. Leona had no choice but to shut her mouth. When did you first join hands with Alexander Apple? It's been about 5 years. What methods did you use to help Alexander Apple? I didn't do anything great. It was just a matter of Alexander dealing with the incidents we caused. By repeating that, you raised Alexander's power and influence. Damien nodded as if he had expected this. Why did you interfere with Oliver's expedition? Alexander Apple wanted the throne. He planned to use Oliver Apple's failure in the expedition as an excuse to kick him out of the crown prince position. Leona answered obediently. She knew that her sisters would have already told him everything. There was no point in trying to hide it. I think I've answered enough questions. Now please release my sisters. Thank you for your cooperation. However, I cannot grant that request. Leona sighed deeply. She didn't believe Damien's words either. The reason she answered his questions was to gather information of her own. While answering, Leona secretly spread her dark magic to check if there was anyone else around. As a result, she found out that Damien was alone. With this much evidence, then I can definitely make Alexander Apple fall. Really? Do you think that's possible? Leona released her dark magic. Countless magic circles appeared at her feet. You don't care about your sisters' lives, do you? There's no guarantee that I can save them by following you. In that case, it's better for me to kill you here and use my own abilities to save them. Leona belonged to the Berserk sect, which possessed the greatest destructive power among dark magic. With a single gesture, she could turn the man in front of her into pulp. It's a shame to kill you so easily, but the situation is urgent, so I can't help it. Leona snapped her fingers. The magic circles on the floor began to glow. That's when it happened. A flash of light from the sky descended and a sword blade flew down, embedding itself in the magic circle. The ground shattered with a roar and the magic circle disappeared in the wind. "Ack!" Leona screamed involuntarily. Immediately after, someone landed on the spot where the sword was embedded. The moment she saw the man's face, Leona cried out in shock. Liam Bluegreen. After defeating all the orcs, Damien did not return immediately. He used the Dark Mage's communication tool to spread false information and buy himself time. His goal was to corner Alexander and the Dark Mage. "You must tell Sir Liam Bluegreen first. Trust me, I will surely persuade Lord Liam." And when the time came, he sent Oliver Apple to Liam Bluegreen. "Why are you here when you should be fighting the expedition?" At first, Liam did not welcome his visit. He was Alexander's man, even if he was a crown prince. Such a visit could lead to misunderstandings. However, his expression gradually changed as he listened to the truth that Oliver spoke. "Don't talk nonsense. Why would His Majesty Alexander do such a thing?" Of course, Liam Bluegreen didn't believe Oliver at first. Liam Bluegreen didn't think highly of Oliver in the first place. He thought he was a hopeless good-for-nothing and had given up all hope. He was only worried about the future of the Apple Kingdom, so he thought that it was okay to deviate from the procedures a little bit. That's why he had visited Alexander in the first place. He had judged that Alexander Apple would be a great king to succeed the king. He thought that he could contribute to the further development of the Apple Kingdom. So it was unbelievable to him that Alexander had joined hands with the Dark Mages and caused all sorts of incidents. "I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I brought evidence." Oliver brought the two Dark Mages he had captured this time. Liam's face hardened at the dark magic he felt from the two men. "Are you saying that these two were with the orcs? If you don't believe me, ask Sir Michael and the other knights." A conflict appeared on Liam Bluegreen's face. He couldn't decide what to judge. Oliver told him the last words he heard from Damien. "If you still haven't made a decision, please come here, then you will accept the truth." Oliver told Liam Bluegreen the location of Damien. When Liam arrived, Damien was in the middle of questioning Leona. "When did you start working with Alexander Apple?" "It's been about 5 years." "How did you help Alexander Apple all this time?" "I didn't do anything great. It was just a matter of Alexander Apple dealing with the incidents we caused." "By repeating that, you raised Alexander Apple's power and influence." Liam felt dizzy as he listened to the conversation between the two. "It's a pity to kill you so easily, but the situation is urgent, so I can't help it." But the situation was not good enough to just stand by and watch. Liam hurriedly threw his sword at the magic circle. The ground was shattered by the sword filled with mana. The magic circle was obliterated and the manifestation of dark magic was cancelled. Liam landed where the sword was stuck. He pulled out the sword and looked back at Damien. "Did you send the crown prince to show me this?" "Yes, it was quite interesting, wasn't it?" Liam made a complicated expression at Damien's words. "Let's catch the dark mage and talk first." Saying so, Liam looked back at the dark mage. The dark mage's face distorted. "You're going to catch me? Do you think it's going to be that easy?" She released a large amount of dark mana. At that moment, Liam's body disappeared and appeared in front of her. "Ayak," and he grabbed her chin. He dislocated his jaw so that he couldn't cast a spell. He completely crushed both hands so that she couldn't make any sealsel. "Ah, you hurya." He fell to the ground and writhed in pain. Liam grabbed the back of her neck and knocked her out immediately. "What's the next plan?" Liam turned to Damien and asked. Damien answered with a nod. "I plan to go to the royal palace and confront Alexander with his crimes." Chapter 99. Evidence Part 3. "Your Majesty, we cannot let this matter go unpunished." Alexander, upon arriving at the royal palace, headed to the audience chamber with nobles of the same faction. "How much money have we wasted due to the failure of the expedition, and how many knights have been sacrificed?" The king listened to Alexander's words without saying a word. His face was filled with sorrow. "Even if he is the crown prince, we cannot just let this go. I understand. Once that child returns, I will punish him severely." "That is not enough," Alexander said in a firm tone. "What do you mean? Isn't it time for your Majesty to admit it? Oliver, that child is not fit to be the crown prince." The king's eyes widened, however, Alexander did not stop talking. "You must think calmly. Think about whether he will be able to lead the country when he inherits the throne in the distant future." The king looked around at the nobles Alexander had brought with him. The nobles all kept their mouths shut. It was a sign that they tacitly agreed with Alexander's words. "Your Majesty, you must make a decision," Alexander shouted again. The king took a deep breath. After contemplating for a long time, the king opened his mouth. "You're right. Oliver is not qualified to inherit the throne." When those words came out of the king's mouth, joy rose in Alexander's eyes. "I will strip that child from the position of crown prince." That was when it happened. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment." The door of the audience chamber burst open and a group of people entered. Alexander, seeing them, frowned and shouted, "Oliver, how are you here?" "Uncle, it's been a long time." Alexander could not help but be taken aback by Oliver's greeting. The nephew, who had always been timid in front of him, had suddenly changed. His confident attitude was subtly irritating. You have the audacity to be so confident after failing the expedition. Alexander could not contain his displeasure. No, to be more precise, he did not need to contain it. You'd better be prepared this time. His Majesty has also promised to ask you about the responsibility for this failure. The expedition was a success, Oliver said in a calm tone. At those words, not only Alexander but also the king had a surprised expression. What, did you succeed? Is that true? Yes, that is correct. What are you talking about? Didn't you send a report saying that you had failed? There were extenuating circumstances. Just then, Damien, who had been watching the situation from behind, stepped forward and overturned a large bag in front of the king and Alexander. Thick fangs poured out. The king was shocked by the enormous size. What is this? These are the fangs of the orcs and ogres we killed in this expedition, Damien said, throwing the empty bag behind him. As you can see, they are all fangs, one pair for each one. Can you get a sense of how many orcs and ogres we killed? The king stared at the fangs with his eyes wide open. The other nobles were the same. Then, why did you report falsely that you had failed? The king asked with a face that said he did not understand. Oliver raised his voice and answered. It was to find evidence to accuse the one who has been causing chaos within the kingdom and the royal family. Causing chaos. Who on earth is he? Oliver pointed to Alexander. It's you, uncle. At that moment, Alexander's expression twisted, but he tried to suppress it and spoke in a calm tone. Oliver, what are you talking about? Why am I the criminal? You know how much I have dedicated myself to the country. Oliver gestured. The knights threw 3 women tied with ropes to the ground. The moment he saw their faces, Alexander's face turned pale. You conspired with the dark mages to cause various incidents in the kingdom. You used the pretext of subjugating them to increase your power and influence. Alexander's eyes darted around. He soon shouted as if he was wronged. Your Majesty, it's a frame-up. I don't know who they are. The king had a confused look on his face. He was already confused by the fact that the expedition, which he thought had failed, was actually a success. Now he was being told that Alexander had conspired with the dark mages. Alexander was a reliable brother. The king could hardly believe Oliver's words. Your Majesty. Oliver is making up ridiculous lies to avoid responsibility for the failed expedition. You must arrest him immediately and uphold the dignity of the royal family. Crown Prince's words are correct. Everyone's gaze turned to the back of Oliver. Alexander, who saw that, muttered with a blank face. Sir Liam Bluegreen spoke in a quiet tone. Before being captured, this dark mage confessed to having a relationship with Alexander. Liam said, pointing to one of the dark mages. Sir Liam, what are you talking about? I'm innocent. Your Grace, there's no point in hiding it any longer. I already heard everything with my own ears. It would be one thing if only Oliver had claimed it, but Liam had also joined in. Liam Bluegreen was one of the few high-class nobles in the Apple Kingdom and a knight who was dedicated to the royal family. When such a person supported Oliver, the balance of power tipped to one side. Soldiers, listen up. Arrest Alexander Apple immediately. The king gave the order to the soldiers. The soldiers around him began to surround Alexander. Your Majesty, no, brother, you're making a mistake. You're believing the words of those fools instead of me, Alexander desperately protested. However, no one listened to him. Alexander gnashed his teeth and looked around. Seeing him, Liam Bluegreen said, Your Grace, if you're thinking of calling the knights PLZ, don't. I'll personally subdue him, Liam said in a calm tone. Alexander shouted with a face of great shock. Sir Liam, why are you doing this? Didn't you say you would support me? Yes, I did. I sincerely thought that your Grace was the one who should be responsible for the future of the kingdom. Then why? However, I cannot support someone who has allied with the dark mages to become king. At that argument, Alexander had no choice but to shut his mouth. Your Grace, please accept your arrest. It is for your own honor. Alexander gnashed his teeth and looked around. No one was on his side. It's all over. Alexander sighed and said, Are you admitting your guilt? It doesn't seem like anything will change even if I don't admit it. Yes, it's all true. At those words, the king staggered. Why did you do such a thing? Brother, why are you pretending not to know? You're the one who started it all. Alexander curled one side of his lips. Think back to when we were young. His Majesty the previous king said that he would choose the better one of us to be the crown prince. So I worked hard, Alexander continued. Compared to me, who was already recognized as a knight, what were you doing, brother? You were just flipping through books in the royal palace. Anyone could see that I should have been the one to ascend to the throne, not you, but father appointed you as the crown prince. Alexander's voice grew louder and louder. Even so, I decided to accept father's decision. I endured it. But my patience ran out when that foolish child, Oliver, was born. Alexander's gaze turned to Oliver. You good-for-nothing who only got the crown prince position because you were the only child. You wasted your time doing nothing but fooling around. But you, brother, kept that fool in the position of crown prince. Oliver bit his lip. It was shocking to hear his uncle's true feelings for the first time. Can you imagine how I felt when I saw that brat? I felt like lava was boiling inside me. So you joined hands with the dark mages? Yes, I used their power to grow my forces. I gathered the forces that supported me. Everything was going smoothly. Alexander looked back at Damien. You ruined everything. You're the one to blame for everything. Then do it better, Damien said, sounding annoyed. Alexander's expression became blank at those words. What did you say? I mean, you should have planned more thoroughly. Why are you taking your anger out on me when you failed? I see why the previous king didn't make you the crown prince. As Damien continued to speak, Alexander's eyes turned red. Be careful with your words. Do you not know who you are facing right now? I'm facing a criminal who committed treason. You're the one who will soon be in prison waiting for the day of your execution. Don't talk too much. At that moment, Alexander's anger reached its peak. He stretched out his hand into the air and shouted, "Come, my friend, I need you." A sword pierced through the wall and landed in Alexander's hand. It was none other than the relic sword Thronwood. "Your Majesty, are you planning to resist?" Liam asked with a sharp gaze. "Liam, have you forgotten? I'm a high class now too. Not all high classes are the same. The higher the level, the greater the gap between them. The distance between the two ends of the middle class was longer than that between the two ends of the low class. Likewise, the distance between the two ends of the high class was much longer. Liam had ascended to high class a long time ago. Since then, he has devoted himself to training and becoming even stronger. He was on a different level from Alexander, who had raised his level by borrowing the power of the relic sword. Is that really so? Alexander was relaxed, even though he couldn't have known that. You fool, this is not the time to be sleeping. Wake up quickly. Then he suddenly made a strange sound. Can't you hear me? I need your power. If you don't wake up now, we'll both die. Liam made a puzzled expression. It was a sound that was out of context no matter how he looked at it. Who are you talking to now? That was when it happened. A mouth appeared on the cross guard of the Thronwood sword that Alexander was holding. What is that? Everyone was startled and took a step back. Liam also had a surprised expression on his face. You idiot, what did I say? I said I wouldn't wake up until the sun goes down. You asshole. Does this look like a time to be sleeping? Kehek, you're making a fuss over nothing. The sword was talking. Moreover, Alexander and the sword were having a conversation. Everyone could not help but be confused by the strange sight. However, there was one exception. So it wasn't a relic sword after all. Damien quickly saw through the identity of the talking sword. The eerie he had felt before was not a mistake. That was not a relic sword. It was a demonic sword. The cursed object called the Demon's Fragment was right before his eyes. Chapter 100, Thronwood Part 1. In this world, there existed a number of weapons with special abilities. The most representative of these were the holy swords created by the Church. Imbued with divine power, holy swords were capable of protecting their users and possessed excellent power in defeating evil. The next most famous were the relic swords discovered in ruins. Crafted with ancient technology, relic swords each possessed extensive and destructive abilities, so much so that they were classified as weapons of war. However, there was a weapon even more famous than holy swords and relic swords. That was the demonic sword. Demonic swords possessed the strongest power among all the weapons that existed in this world. Even an ordinary soldier could kill a knight with a demonic sword in their hand, and a knight could leap several levels in rank if they wielded a demonic sword. However, there was a fatal problem with demonic swords. That was the fact that they harbored a curse. The curse had a fatal effect on the user. At first, the users of demonic swords would resist, but eventually they would become intoxicated by its power, and without a single exception, they would go mad and commit terrible crimes. Therefore, demonic swords were designated as prohibited items, and they were usually destroyed as soon as they were discovered. Kahiha, it feels good to be in front of people for once. The demonic sword Thornwood let out a strange laugh. Unlike the demonic sword Erebos that Damien possessed, Thornwood was very talkative and had a high intelligence. Originally, demonic swords were objects created by the demons of hell to exert their influence on the ground. That was why they all had a clear sense of self and were able to communicate. It was strange that Erebos, who got restored to 70% in the past, did not show even a shred of self-awareness. So partner, what are you going to do? Are you going to run away? Run away, you're talking nonsense. Then I'll have to give up everything I've accomplished. Kahiha, then what are you going to do? Don't tell me you're thinking what I'm thinking. Yes, I'm going to kill them all. Every last one of them. At those words, the demonic sword laughed out loud. The unpleasant laughter echoed in all directions. That's why I like you, partner. You're a bit of an idiot sometimes, but that's what I like about you. Liam pointed his sword at Alexander. Your Grace, do you intend to resist? If I don't resist, do you think I'll be able to live? You will be able to save your life. You think I'm an idiot? I'm involved with the dark mages. Even if my brother spares my life, the Church won't let me be. Alexander had already made up his mind. In that case, I'll kill everyone here, I'll erase the truth completely. And I'll take the throne. At those words, Liam said in disbelief, "You're not in your right mind." The two men stared at each other. A tense tension flowed between them. Kehe, a high-class knight is just this much. At that moment, the demonic sword Thornwood spoke derisively. "Partner, what are you doing? Show them my power." Alexander sprang forward. He swung his sword at Liam. Liam also swung his sword. The swords of the two men clashed several times in the air. Each time the weapons collided, a shockwave in air burst out. Everyone in the court screamed. Eek. Damien watched the battle between the two men quietly. Surprisingly, Alexander was able to withstand all of Liam's attacks. A person who had just reached high class was evenly matched against a middle-class high class. It was originally impossible, as expected of a demonic sword. It's not being wielded by its master, but rather it's wielding its master. Damien immediately grasped the relationship between Alexander and the demonic sword. The demonic sword was using mana to move Alexander's body. That's how he was able to reach the high-class rank. Alexander had not reached the high class on his own strength. He had reached the high class by accepting the power of the demonic sword. In other words, he was mistaken in thinking that someone else's power was his own. "Sir Damien," in the middle of the battle, Liam Bluegreen shouted, "Take His Majesty and His Highness and evacuate." "It's dangerous to stay here," Damien nodded. A high-class battle was taking place right next to them. It was too dangerous to stay here. "Let's all go." Damien led the people in the court to evacuate. He also issued an evacuation order to everyone in the building. "Think a volcano is about to erupt and run away as far as possible." At Damien's words, the people hurried their steps. It was when the royal palace looked small. An explosion erupted. The people screamed and turned around. The top of the royal palace was completely blown away. In the midst of the wreckage, two people were staring at each other. "Kehek kehihe. It's been a long time since I stretched my legs, so this is fun. I'm really enjoying myself." The laughter of the demonic sword resounded loudly. Damien watched the scene and said, "Your Highness Oliver, please lead the people to a safe place." Oliver made a bewildered expression at the sudden words. "Yes, what are you going to do, Sir Damien? I need to help Sir Liam." "Sir Liam will be fine. He has never been defeated once," Oliver said with a proud face. Damien stared at the two people for a moment and said, "Today will be the first day he is defeated." Damien could see it. The dark magic power that the demonic sword was emitting was increasing in real time. The amount of dark mana power had already surpassed the high-class level. Even Damien couldn't get a sense of how strong it would become. But if Sir Liam is defeated, isn't you also in danger too?" Oliver said with a worried face. Damien said nonchalantly, "Do you think I'm crazy enough to fight a demonic sword? I plan to help Sir Liam depending on the situation and run away." Oliver thought for a moment and nodded. "You must come back." At those words, Damien smiled and said, "It's 100 years too early to be worried about me." Damien said to Veronica, "Veronica, follow me, I need your help." "Why me?" she said with a bewildered face. Michael, who was next to her, hurriedly said, "Brother Damien, I'll go instead of that woman." "That's right, make him go with you. Why are you trying to make me go?" "It's annoying, Michael, shouldn't you be protecting His Majesty and Her Highness? That woman can do it too." In the middle of speaking, Michael's face became serious. "I see, I understand. I will protect His Majesty and His Highness." Michael led the people away. Veronica tried to follow them. "I told you to follow me." Damien grabbed her by the neck. Veronica sighed deeply. "Sigh, I should have run away sooner." Liam Bluegreen looked down at his sword. It was not an ordinary sword, but a famous sword that had been passed down in the Bluegreen family for generations. As such, it is made up of a large amount of rare metal. It was so strong that it had never been dulled even after being used by generations of ancestors. But now, the famous sword was nicked and chipped here and there. "Kekikate, you shouldn't come at me with such a trash sword. You know how strong is my body." The demonic sword held in Alexander's hand shouted in delight. Unlike Liam's sword, the demonic sword Thornwood was in perfect condition. It looked like it had just been forged. "I can't fight him head-on anymore." Thornwood pierced the sword through the aura. If they clashed a few more times, there was a high chance that the sword would be shattered. "Your Majesty, I will fight you seriously from now on." "How kind of you to even give me a warning," Alexander said with a mocking tone. "Sir Liam, you seem to have forgotten. You also learned swordsmanship from the Bluegreen Marquisate. I already know what kind of swordsmanship you will use." The Bluegreen Marquisate was a family that used the flying sword. Flying swords were sword techniques that released auras to attack. Its consumption of mana was very high, but it was also an unorthodox way of fighting. Therefore, this battle could not but be advantageous to Alexander. "No, your Majesty knows nothing." However, Liam denied Alexander's words. "Do you know why the knight's realm is divided into 4? It's because the things you can use are different depending on your realm. Low class is limited to manifesting aura. Middle class can freely use aura, and high class is, I will show you, your majesty, the essence of my family's swordsmanship. Liam poured mana into his sword, a white crescent-shaped aura spread wide. You idiot, be prepared. The voice of the demonic sword became serious. The technique that Liam was preparing was not ordinary. Your majesty, please be careful. Liam swung his sword. Countless crescent-shaped auras rained down. This is crazy. Alexander swung his demonic sword without even having time to be surprised. His body was pushed back every time he released the aura. Hey, I told you to put more strength into it. Why are you so weak? The demonic sword shouted nervously. Alexander gritted his teeth and endured. Just then, Liam Bluegreen appeared behind Alexander. Liam! Before Alexander could react, Liam brought down his sword. A huge slash fell from the sky. The slash cut Alexander from his head to his groin. Q-A-Ek! Alexander screamed and fell to his knees. He lowered his head and dropped the demonic sword. Liam took a deep breath. It took a lot of mana to use the flying sword. No matter how high class he was, he couldn't help but get tired. Your Grace, I sincerely believe in you and past. Liam had given up on the Crown Prince early on. He had judged that his debauchery would never be cured. That's why he supported Alexander. I regret that I have to execute you with my own hands. You're talking nonsense. A voice came from Alexander's mouth. Liam was startled and looked at him. Your Grace, it really hurts like hell. Is it always this painful to be cut by aura? Alexander stood up. Even though his body had been cut by the aura, Alexander was unharmed. Liam looked at Alexander with an incredulous face. Isn't it amazing? That's the power of this sword. It grants the owner the same level of hardness as the demonic sword. Who's the master here? I'm the one who's using you. The demonic sword Thornwood protested in an irritated voice. Alexander lightly ignored the sword's protest. Sir Liam has shown a splendid performance, so I can't just sit back and do nothing. Alexander held the demonic sword in reverse. He pointed the tip of the sword towards the ground. Watch carefully with your own eyes the power of the demonic sword. Alexander thrust the sword down with all his might. At that moment, countless thorns sprouted. The thorns tried to pierce through Liam. They were so fast that it was difficult to react. Liam reflexively tried to cut down the thorns, however he couldn't cut through the dark thorns. They shattered as soon as they collided. With no time to spare, the thorns pierced through Liam's body. What just happened? Liam looked down at his body. Thick branches like spear shafts were piercing through him. Blood welled up from a critical wound. He could feel his life force draining away in real time. This is the power of the demonic sword, Alexander said with a triumphant grin. It sprouts thorns at an incredible speed. Not only are they fast, but they're also destructive. Powerful enough to shatter even a high-class knight's aura. Liam coughed up blood repeatedly. He couldn't even speak a single word. I'd like to chat a little longer, but there are more people I need to kill, Alexander said and gestured. At that command, the surrounding thorns twisted and aimed at Liam. Then close your eyes. The thorns lunged towards Liam. He calmly closed his eyes. Just then, two figures plummeted from the sky. One of them lodged his sword into the ground just before hitting the earth. The impact cracked the ground and the thorns disintegrated into dust. Thanks to that, Liam was freed from the thorns. Damien Haksen, Alexander shouted with a voice filled with excitement. I was going to kill you next anyway. I'm so glad you showed up so quickly. Damien wasn't looking at Alexander. He was assessing Liam's condition. His injuries are severe. He needs immediate treatment. Veronica, take Sir Liam and get him out of here. Got it. Before Damien even finished speaking, Veronica scooped up Liam and bolted out of the building. Damien stared after her in disbelief. He hadn't known Veronica could move that fast. No, wait. The only reason he brought Veronica Sanchez instead of Michael was to give orders like this. Michael, with his unwavering loyalty, wouldn't abandon Damien no matter what. He thought Veronica would readily follow orders, but he never expected her to leave him so readily. Just as Damien was vowing not to give that woman any important tasks, buying time, Alexander's voice called out. Damien turned to his side. A middle-class knight trying to stop a high-class one. This is the first time I've heard such nonsense in my entire life. Yeah, right. I've never seen a more idiotic person than you either. Alexander regripped the demonic sword. I'll show you just how big of a delusion that is. First, I'll pierce your limbs with thorns. Looks like we can see everything from here. Suddenly, Damien opened his mouth. Confused by the unexpected comment, Alexander narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? You're already pierced through multiple high places. If I fight and kill you here, everyone will hear it. Alexander couldn't believe his ears. Kill. You think you can kill me? Congratulations, it appears your hearing is already failing, adding to your impressive list of shortcomings. A vein bulged on Alexander's forehead. He growled through gritted teeth. You really want to die, so you're talking nonsense. All right, I'll grant your wish. Just as Alexander was about to charge, Damien yelled loudly. What, you're going to use dark magic to stop me from escaping? The completely out-of-the-blue statement forced Alexander to stop in his tracks. What are you talking about? You cowardly bastard, trying to trap me with dark magic, Damien shouted again. His voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire palace. Damn it, do you think I'll be scared of that? Don't be ridiculous. No, what are you even talking about all of a sudden? Damien unclasped a bracelet on his wrist. Dark magic immediately spread out in all directions. Witnessing this, both Alexander and the demonic sword yelled in shock. Dark mana. What the heck, how do you have dark magic? Damien used the dark mana to use a spell. He immediately unleashed the dark mana. A dark curtain enveloped the entire building, completely obscuring the two figures from view. Now I can finally fight without restraint. Damien cracked his neck from side to side, his demeanor completely relaxed. Then let's clean up the trash. Chapter 101, Thronwood Part 2, Alexander snorted, shaking his head in disbelief. I don't know how to describe how I feel right now. Kehehe, let me guess. Do you feel like shit because you got punked by a snot-nosed kid? That's about right, I mean I'm a high class and I got killed by a middle-class trash. Alexander rubbed the back of his neck. His neck seemed to be throbbing with anger. I'm curious how you can use dark magic, but I don't think this is the time to ask. Yeah, there's something else I need to do right now. Alexander raised his demonic sword and pointed the tip at Damien. I'll make you, you insolent brat, realize what a high class is. High class? A smirk appeared on Damien's lips. You're strutting around like some pompous peacock just because you've got your grubby mitts on the power of the demonic sword. Alexander's strength was not his own. And here you are fumbling about with that sword like a clueless child clutching a toy. You haven't the faintest idea how to wield its power, and even if you did, you'd likely just end up tripping over your own incompetence. Damien could see it all. The fact that Alexander was just putting on a show as a high class. And that's precisely why Sir Liam kept wiping the floor with you. You're nothing but a low-class imposter pretending to be something you're not. You keep calling yourself a high class, but in reality, you just cluelessly flailing about with borrowed power you can't even use properly. Alexander's eyebrows twitched at the repeated provocation. You're as good as blind with two eyes. Didn't you see me defeat that Liam? That's because you caught him off guard with the demonic sword's ability. Without that ability, you would have lost to Sir Liam in the end. Alexander's expression twisted, but the demonic sword laughed out loud. Kahiha, you're a smart one. He would have been killed by Liam or whatever his name is if it wasn't for me. Can't you shut up, partner? Getting angry like this makes you look really pathetic. You should at least keep your pride. Don't you think I told you to shut up? Alexander glared at Damien. His eyes turned bloodshot with anger. I felt it from the first time I saw you, but you're really unlucky. Oh, spare me your feeble attempts at insight. When I first laid eyes on you, I saw nothing but a pathetic combination of cluelessness and unwarranted arrogance. You little punk, I'll first cut off your tongue. Alexander erupted in anger and charged forward. He swung his demonic sword at Damien. Damien also rushed forward and easily parried the attack. As soon as he blocked the sword, Alexander immediately launched a series of attacks. Damien blocked all of the attacks as well. Not bad. Then I'll take you seriously. Kehehe, leave it to me, partner. The demonic sword infused Alexander with even more dark magic. Veins protruded prominently from his sword-wielding arm. At the same time, Alexander's movements became even faster. Kukakahet! Alexander burst into laughter and pressed Damien even harder. The demonic sword slashed through the air without rest. Damien's hands moved busily. Both of them were so fast that their hands were invisible. Only the sparks bursting out of the air told of the exchange of blows. At that moment, their swords crossed. The holy sword and the demonic sword tried to cut each other's owners' throats. Just before the demonic sword hit him, Damien tilted his neck. The demonic sword only cut off his collar. On the other hand, Damien's holy sword cut Alexander's neck, but it bounced off with a clang as if it had hit metal. Both attacks failed. The two men stepped back simultaneously. This is the first time my clothes have been cut, Damien said, touching his collar. Since his regression, Alexander was the first person to touch Damien's clothes. The demonic sword's ability is much more powerful than I thought, Damien said, looking at the demonic sword, but Alexander had no time to respond. You bastard! Thanks to the dark mana of the demonic sword, Alexander's speed had become even faster. In fact, Alexander's slashes were much faster than Damien's. However, Damien calmly blocked all of those slashes. It was as if he could read Alexander's mind. That wasn't all. He even counterattacked at the end, and not only that, he cut the most vital point, the neck. If it wasn't for the fact that his body's hardness had been strengthened to the point of being able to withstand the aura thanks to the demonic sword, he would have surely lost his life. In other words, Alexander was overwhelmed by Damien. He was outmatched in both skill and experience. How can a middle class? This is ridiculous. Who the hell are you? What the hell are you? It's nothing much, but you're really surprised, Damien said nonchalantly. I told you you're just borrowing someone else's power. What is a high class? Is it just someone with superhuman physical abilities, someone with a huge amount of mana? No, a high class is someone who has reached the pinnacle of their skill. You don't even understand your own swordsmanship, and calling yourself a high class is as absurd as a donkey donning a crown. Even a passing dog would laugh. Damien's skills were not insignificant enough to be defeated by such a fool. This little motherfucker, veins popped up on Alexander's face. He looked like he was about to charge at any moment. Partner, calm down, there's nothing good that will come from falling for that guy's provocation. At that moment the demonic sword stopped Alexander. What if that guy is not ordinary? Even so, that guy can't hurt the partner. The demonic sword was right. Damien's sword had not been able to cut Alexander's neck. If we drag this out, we will eventually win. Besides, that guy's weapon is also broken. It was terrifying to see that the holy sword that Damien was holding had cracked. The divine power began to leak out from the crack, and the holy sword turned into an ordinary sword in an instant. Damien looked at the holy sword with a surprised face. He knew that the demonic sword had extraordinary predictive abilities, but he had not expected it to be able to destroy even the holy sword. Kehiha, look at that guy's face. He's so surprised that his eyes are wide open. If you're going to fight me, you have to pay the price. The demonic sword cried out in joy. Seeing Damien's expressions, Alexander also felt better. Haha, that precious holy sword has become scrap metal. Good, Damien stroked the holy sword with an apologetic face. It was a really good sword. He had not expected it to be broken in such an absurd way. I'm sorry. I'll let you get revenge with your own hands instead. Although it was cracked and its divine power was gone, the holy sword was still a great sword. Damien gripped the holy sword. Alexander and the demonic sword laughed at him. It looks like that guy is going to try again with us. Kehihe, let's show him what's for real this time. Damien charged. Alexander also rushed forward with the demonic sword. Let's smash that sword first. Alexander swung the demonic sword down diagonally. However, Damien did not block the demonic sword and dodged the attack by leaning his body to one side. Alexander immediately swung his sword horizontally. As Damien leaned back slightly, the demonic sword once again cut through the air. You're good at dodging. Alexander swung the demonic sword repeatedly. However, Damien dodged the attacks all too easily. As the attacks continued to miss, Alexander's expression began to change. It was strange. Their attacks were clearly much faster and stronger, but the attacks didn't hit. Are you curious how I'm dodging? Damien was even calm enough to talk. I've already memorized it all. Damien could master any swordsmanship he had seen once with Liam Bluegreen and again in the recent clash. I've seen it twice already. I've already seen through the demonic sword's swordsmanship perfectly. Why are you spouting such nonsense? You'll see if it's nonsense or not from now on. Yeah, let's see. Alexander swung down the demonic sword in anger. Damien turned his body slightly. The demonic sword passed Damien by a hair's breadth. At that moment, Damien thrust out the holy sword. The outstretched holy sword grazed Alexander's shoulder. It's useless. The flesh on his shoulder was cut open. Blood gushed out. Alexander and the demonic sword were simultaneously shocked. In the meantime, Damien retrieved the holy sword and swung it again. This time it cut Alexander's forearm. This time too the flesh was cut and blood splattered. Alexander was even more embarrassed. This is ridiculous. What the hell did you do, Veronica Sanchez? In her past life she was called the Grim Reaper, and through an obsession with murder, she reached the level of mastery known as the life-taking sword mastery. After reaching life-taking sword mastery, she was able to slice through a person's body like water even with a blunt tree branch. It was useless to strengthen his body with the demonic sword. With life-taking sword he could cut through flesh. Kuok, Damien swung his sword repeatedly and cut through Alexander's body. Alexander screamed, "This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, a middle class to me. Alexander's eyes gradually filled with fear. He was starting to feel it, the fact that death was imminent. Partner, what are you afraid of? I'm here. At that moment the demonic sword shouted. He came to his senses at those words. Use me, let's turn him into a mincemeat. Immediately, Alexander grabbed the demonic sword in reverse and thrust the tip of the sword into the ground with all his might. Immediately after, thorns sprouted all over the ground where the two were standing. Throughout the battle, Damien was wary of the demonic sword's special ability. The demonic sword thorns, as its name suggests, attacked enemies by causing thorns to sprout over a wide area. It was not only fast but also destructive. It was capable of destroying weapons imbued with the aura of a high class. It was too dangerous to face it head-on. That's why Damien had already prepared a countermeasure. Just before Alexander thrust the demonic sword down, Damien activated the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. The mana stored in his muscles instantly activated his body. His senses became extremely sharp. As his senses became sharper, the amount of information entering his brain also increased rapidly. All of Alexander's movements came into view. The movement of his facial muscles, the processing of his gaze, the swaying of his hair. Alexander's movements began to slow down. He could see in detail the demonic sword touching the ground and the dark magic spreading towards the ground. Damien stepped forward. Thorns pierced through the ground and poked their heads out. Damien stepped only on the empty spaces. Thanks to this, he was able to avoid the thorns and reach Alexander's nose. Even though Damien had reached his nose, Alexander did not recognize him. It was because the whole world had stopped. Damien stopped using the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. The world that had stopped started moving again. Thorns sprouted out long and covered the whole world. Only then did Alexander find Damien. Even after finding him, he had a blank expression for a while. Partner, dodge. The moment the demonic sword cried out, Damien swung the holy sword. Alexander's head flew into the air. In that same instant, Alexander's hand whipped out and grabbed his head. Then, as if nothing was wrong, he reattached it to his neck. Simultaneously, he swung the demonic sword with a powerful arc. Damien dodged the demonic sword and retreated. Dark smoke erupted from the severed area. The wound regenerated in a blink of an eye. K-Q-Huk, Alexander coughed up a spray of blood. Thanks to you, I'm alive. I would have been done for otherwise. Upon hearing these words, Damien realized that it wasn't Alexander who had just moved his body. It was the demonic sword itself, manipulating the body to snatch the head and put it back on. Kehehe, I just ensured your survival. The demonic sword boomed with a laugh. After all, your dying wouldn't exactly benefit me either. Partner, the demonic sword continued, its tone suddenly serious. I just realized something. That guy is far too dangerous. We can't possibly win this way. Don't tell me you're suggesting to run. Kehehe, of course not. We've been thoroughly humiliated. We need payback. So you have a plan to win? Kehehe, absolutely. Absolutely. Alexander's face lit up at the demonic sword's words. If that's the case, why the wait? Use it now. The time wasn't right yet, the demonic sword explained. I had intended to use it later. Just get on with it already. Kill that guy right now. Alexander's body abruptly stiffened. He looked down with a face contorted in disbelief. The demonic sword was embedded in his body, piercing straight through his chest and protruding from his back. What? What the cough? Blood bubbled from his mouth, rendering him barely able to speak. Partner, forgive me, the demonic sword rasped. No matter how many options I considered, this was the only way. The demonic sword liquefied and oozed into Alexander's body, merging with him. Immediately following this gruesome transformation, Alexander's body began to morph. A metallic substance, eerily similar to the demonic sword's material, engulfed his entire form. Why, you bastard, what are you doing to my body? The metal completely encased his face, obliterating all his features. A moment later, a vertical split appeared down the center, followed by a horizontal one intersecting it. The vertical split widened, revealing crimson pupils that resembled coagulated blood. The horizontal split stretched open, exposing rows of sharp, shark-like teeth. The entity that was once Alexander wiped its metallic face with a pseudo-hand, then it slowly spread its arms outwards. It sighed, a sound laced with a strange sense of euphoria. Having a body truly is a magnificent thing. Sword's voice is a chilling combination of the demonic sword and Alexander. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 102. Thronwood Part 3. Damien looked at the demonic sword and said with a disgusted expression, "So you lent your power to Alexander Apple in order to take over his body." The demonic sword always leads its users to ruin in one way or another. It drives them mad or amplifies their negative emotions. But the worst way is to simply take over their body. It takes over the user's body, plays with it until it breaks, and then finds a new user to take over when it becomes useless. That's right. I kept feeding my partner dark mana, and thanks to that, my partner's body became compatible with me. The demonic sword took a step forward and spun around like a dancer. It looked incredibly light and agile. The results are very satisfying. It fits me perfectly as if it were my own body. The demonic sword said in an excited voice, then it suddenly sighed deeply. That's why it's even more regrettable. If I had taken more time, I could have taken it over in human form instead of this form. Damien felt a chill run down his spine at those words. What if the demonic sword had completely taken over Alexander's body? What if it had infiltrated human society by impersonating Alexander Apple? The Apple Kingdom would have been plunged into great chaos. Oh, but this is not the time for that. I have to avenge my partner. The demonic sword clapped its hands. The sound of the clapping brought Damien out of his reverie. My partner sacrificed his own body for me. Who else will carry on his legacy if not me? Alexander Apple. Now from the body that had turned into a demonic sword, a high concentration of dark mana emanated. The concentration of dark mana was so thick that it was visible to the naked eye. The dark mana swirled like a storm, spreading in all directions. The enormous force pushed Damien's body back. He crouched down and thrust the holy sword in the ground. Even so, his body continued to be pushed back. Ha 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 ha, the demonic sword burst into laughter. As the laughter grew louder, the amount of dark mana increased even more. I'm using my own power. I'm not being used by others, I'm using it myself. The entire barrier that Damien had put up shook and began to crack. The dark magic that Damien had cast was a high-level dark magic of the 7th rank. It was a dark magic that completely isolated a certain space, and it was not easy to destroy even with the power of the aura. And yet the demonic sword was destroying it simply by releasing its dark magic. You don't know how happy I am right now. The demonic sword stretched out one hand, a sword emerged from its palm. A jet-black aura erupted from the sword. It was so thick that it could be mistaken for an aura blade. My friend, shall we start the second round now? Before he could even speak, the demonic sword disappeared from his sight. Damien's eyes widened. He had missed the move. He had no idea where the demonic sword had gone. Oh my, is it already over? A voice came from behind him. The moment he turned around, the demonic sword struck down. The aura erupted, creating a huge crater. The building was completely split open by the crater and the barrier was shattered. It was an attack so powerful that it seemed like the world was splitting in half. Oh. A look of puzzlement appeared on the demonic sword's face. This was because Damien was standing there perfectly fine. What the hell? Why did it miss? What the hell are you doing? The moment the demonic sword was confused, Damien spun around. The holy sword, drawing a half circle, cut off the demonic sword's neck. With a loud crash, the demonic sword's body was flung backward. The demonic sword looked up at Damien with a surprised expression. Wow, did I actually get hit? Despite a clean blow to the neck, the demonic sword was unharmed. Instead, the holy sword's blade shattered on impact. Damn, that's incredibly hard. If it had been a human body, Damien's attack using the life-taking sword would have severed the neck. But now the body was no longer human. It had fused with the demonic sword. Tell me, what did you just do? I clearly swung my sword. It was an unblockable attack. But why did the direction suddenly shift when you did this to the sword? Just before the demonic sword struck, Damien used the holy sword to perform 10,000 flow perception. The demonic sword's attack was powerful, making it a bit difficult, but Damien successfully deflected the blow using the technique. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. Wow, that stings a bit. But seeing it now, I guess you're right. The demonic sword nodded, surprisingly quick to concede the point. Regardless, you're a tough one. You know how creepy it felt when you slashed at my neck, pointless though. The demonic sword tapped its neck with a mocking gesture towards Damien. Whatever you try, it's futile, but I suppose there's no point keeping you alive any longer, is there? The playful smile vanished from the demonic sword's face, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. Damien clicked his tongue, seeing the demonic sword ready to unleash its full power. This is a formidable opponent. Unlike Alexander Apple, the demonic sword was a full-fledged high class. All its abilities transcended human limitations, and it wielded them with exceptional skill. That alone was a threat, but on top of that, the demonic sword possessed unique abilities. It could launch devastating attacks by conjuring thorn forests across vast areas or completely harden its body for impenetrable defense. From Damien's perspective, the second ability was particularly troublesome. With the life-taking sword, he could have countered Alexander Apple, but against this metal-encased monstrosity, that technique was useless. How do I pierce through that defense? While his other techniques could potentially overcome this obstacle, Damien had a more efficient method in mind. This is perfect. I needed a place to test that out. Damien stretched out his hand. The intricate tattoo on his wrist vanished and a long spear materialized in the air. A spear? What the heck is a spear all of a sudden? The demonic sword cocked its head in confusion. The blade is broken too. What use is that scrap metal? Damien planted the spear butt on the ground and uttered a hushed incantation. Erebos, awaken. Erebos, bound to the spear's tip, greedily devoured all the surrounding dark mana. Suddenly the entire world trembled. The ground shook violently as if struck by a monstrous earthquake. The air howled like a raging typhoon. In the midst of this chaos, the demonic sword found itself transfixed by Erebos as if possessed. It muttered unconsciously. Demonic sword? At first it wasn't clear. But as Erebos devoured the dark mana and unleashed its power, the demonic sword began to sense it. The true nature of that entity, and the horrifying aura it exuded. No, it's similar but different from us. The demonic sword shrieked, its face contorted in confusion. Demonic swords recognized each other. Forged by demons, they shared a bond, a kinship, but this entity was different. It wasn't kin, you're also speaking the same way. The demonic swords who had encountered Erebos in their past lives all spoke the same words. That is not a demonic sword, that is not our kin. That is an abomination that should not exist. You two, what are you babbling about? Enough chit-chat, the second round is far from over. Damien gripped Erebos with both hands, assuming a battle stance. This sight alone sent shivers down the demonic sword's spine, every fiber of its being screamed with a primal urge to flee. If you're thinking of attacking, then I won't back down either. The demonic sword didn't pay heed to its instincts. That thing you're holding seems quite, but the demonic sword raised its hand, thorns that had erupted from the ground twisted and aimed at Damien. Let's see if it's really that great. The demonic sword was confident in its abilities. Whatever that weapon was, it couldn't possibly handle the thorns raining down from all directions. I'll turn you into a pincushion. The demonic sword pointed at Damien with its finger. The thorns that covered the sky poured down towards him. Just then Damien raised his spear. He slammed the bottom of the spear into the ground. At that moment a wave spread out from the center of the spear. The wave spread slowly, engulfing the world. Everything it touched disappeared without a trace. What the hell is that? The demonic sword was just about to speak in disbelief. As the wave spread out, the thorns it touched turned gray in an instant. They then began to disintegrate from the outside. This is unbelievable. Iribo's first ability was to corrode everything around it. In its completely broken state, its corrosion ability was extremely weak. However, it could temporarily strengthen its abilities by absorbing dark magic. This can't be. This can't be happening. My thorns. The wave engulfed the demonic sword as well. At that moment, the demonic sword felt as if its entire body had become several dozen times heavier. It was as if an invisible hand was pressing down on it. The strange phenomenon didn't stop there. Its entire body began to corrode. KRRRGHHH, its body was being destroyed in real time. It tried to resist by drawing out dark mana, but it was no use. The demonic sword hurriedly turned its body around. The only thought in its mind was to escape this area quickly. However, its heavy body wouldn't allow it. It couldn't control its body properly due to the pain of its body being destroyed. Just then it heard footsteps behind it. The demonic sword slowly turned around. Damien was walking towards it. As Damien got closer, the speed of its corrosion increased and its body became even heavier. Don't come any closer. The demonic sword cried desperately, but he didn't stop. Its body disintegrated even faster. Please, don't come closer. By the time Damien reached the demonic sword, more than half of it had already disappeared. Please spare me, the demonic sword pleaded desperately. Damien raised Iribo's, seemingly uninterested. I made a vow a long time ago. I said I would never let any of you live. A look of fear appeared on the demonic sword's face. Just as it was about to beg for mercy, Damien swung Iribo's down. It shattered as easily as an eggshell. Chapter 103, Explanation Part 1. Damien looked down at the corpse of the demonic sword. Was it even right to call it a corpse? It looked like a ceramic jar filled with ashes that had been shattered. Only the outside was affected by Iribo's corrosion. The fact that the contents were like that was most likely due to the influence of the demonic sword. After all, there was no way that a flesh that had fused with a demonic sword would retain human organs. Just then, Iribo's aura rapidly subsided, and the surrounding area that was being eroded stopped as well. It seems time's up. Currently, Iribo's was very little recovered, resulting in an extremely short operational time. Not only that, but the time it took to recover its strength was also very long. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to use Iribo's for a while. Iribo's, which was at the end of the spear, fell off. The wire that had been binding Iribo's had broken due to corrosion. It wasn't just the wire. The parts of the spear that Iribo's had touched had also worn away and disappeared. This ability is very useful, but this is also a pain in the ass. It was only because Damien had been constantly pouring mana into the pole that it had lasted during the battle. Corrosion had no effect on corrosion because he had been recognized by Iribo's. Therefore, objects infused with Damien's mana could also have resistance to corrosion. Damien cut off the corroded parts of the spear and wrapped Iribo's in wire again. Finally, he released the summon and turned it back into a tattoo. After that, Damien approached the corpse of the demonic sword and began to dig through the ashes with his toes as if looking for something. Then a small pebble popped out. A small, bumpy pebble. It was the core of the demonic sword. The demonic sword was no different from a fragment of the demon. That's why the core was filled with the demonic power. The core of the demonic sword was a very precious item to dark mages. On the other hand, it was a rather useless item to Damien. I guess I'll have to hand it over to the church. The next place that would be thrilled with this item after the dark mages was the church. Unlike the dark mages, the church used the core to research and develop countermeasures against demonic power. He was sure he would be able to get a big reward for bringing this. I was planning to visit the church anyway, so this works out well. Damien had earned the right to enter the church's secret treasury as a reward for preventing the death of the entire crusade from the hand of Corpseplay. That's why he was planning to visit the church soon. He had also planned to hand over the core of the demonic sword at that time. I guess I'll have to fix this guy too, Damien said, looking at the damaged holy sword. The holy sword had been severely damaged in the battle with the demonic sword, and all of its divine power had disappeared. It had been a weapon that he had really liked, so it was inevitable that he would feel regret. You've worked hard. Rest for now. Damien carefully placed the holy sword into his spatial ring. The enemy had been defeated, but Damien's work was not yet done. Now it was time to start thinking seriously. How am I going to explain all this? Damien looked around him. The building was in ruins from the battle. Not only that, but there were traces of Erebos' corrosion everywhere. To anyone looking, this was no ordinary battle scene. It was extremely suspicious. The biggest problem was how Damien was going to explain how he had defeated Alexander Apple. After all, Alexander Apple was a high-class knight, even temporarily, when he possessed the demonic sword. Moreover, he had proven his strength by defeating Liam Bluegreen in front of everyone. And now Damien Haksen, a known middle-class swordsman, had defeated him. It doesn't even make sense. The church would never let this go, especially not in the Apple Kingdom. Whether their intentions were good or bad, they would definitely interrogate Damien until they got the answers they wanted. The only fortunate thing was that, thanks to the barrier, outsiders had no idea what had happened inside. I guess I'll just have to say that Liam Bluegreen injured Alexander Apple, and the curse of the demonic sword accelerated, causing him to self-destruct. When Liam fought Alexander, he landed several powerful attacks. Of course, he was unable to inflict any significant damage. The demonic sword made Alexander's body too strong. So Damien planned to say that Alexander was actually badly injured internally, but he didn't show it on the outside. It's a bit of a stretch, though. Even though it was a hastily made lie, everyone would probably believe Damien Haksen. As always, it was difficult to accept statements that went against common sense. It was much more believable that a middle-class swordsman had defeated a high-class swordsman wielding a demonic sword. I'll have to say that the traces of corrosion were also caused by the demonic sword's ability. Of course, the demonic sword's true ability was to create thorns, but that didn't matter. He could just say it had another ability. Now it's time to clean up and leave. Next, Damien gathered the surrounding dark mana and stored it in his bracelet. The high-concentration dark magic that the demonic sword possessed filled the bracelet. Even then, there was still a lot of dark mana left. It was a pity, but he had no choice but to give up. After collecting everything he could, Damien dispelled the barrier. The barrier, which was full of cracks, collapsed in an instant. The people who had escaped outside looked at the royal palace with a sense of unease. The top floor of the royal palace was covered in an unknown black barrier. Damien and Alexander were trapped inside. "Have the reinforcements not arrived yet?" the king said in an anxious tone. As soon as he saw Liam Bluegreen fall, the king contacted the other high-class knights of the kingdom and the church for help. He had used up a valuable magical tool that had been passed down through the generations of the royal family to contact them, but he did not regret it in the least. The situation was that urgent. "Father, Sir Damien might die at this rate," Oliver cried out with a worried face. The king clenched his fists in frustration. In the king's eyes, Damien was not only the one who had saved his son, but also a hero who had uncovered the treason. Not only that, he was also a rare talent with both outstanding talent and skill. He could not afford to lose such a person in such a vain way. "Brother," Michael looked at the barrier with a regretful face. "If he had been there, he would have been able to help Damien. You're all worrying for nothing." Michael turned his head at the voice that came from beside him. Veronica was munching on an apple that she had seemingly pulled out of nowhere. "Why are you so relaxed? You just left my brother behind." "I didn't leave him behind. He told me to go. He told me to run away with that old man." Veronica pointed to Liam Bluegreen, who was lying on the ground. Liam was unconscious after receiving extensive treatment for his injuries. "But how can you just leave him there? I told you not to worry. That guy will never die." "How can you be so sure? He promised me. He said he would never die until he died by my hand," Veronica said with a confident face. Michael looked at her with an incredulous expression. "The barrier is collapsing." At that moment, someone shouted and everyone looked up at the barrier. When the barrier disappeared, only the half-destroyed building was left. The people swallowed their saliva and looked at it. Brother. But something was strange. The only one standing was Damien. Alexander was nowhere to be seen. Michael immediately ran towards Damien. He crossed the distance in an instant. "Oh, Michael, is it?" Damien said, raising his hand. Michael almost burst into tears at the sight of him. How did you do it?" "What about Alexander Apple?" Damien pointed to the ground. Michael's gaze naturally followed him. Something strange was lying on the ground. Something that resembled a human being was shattered like a ceramic. "Surely not," Michael made an expression of disbelief. "Did you defeat Alexander Apple?" "No, he self-destructed." Michael's mouth opened wide. Even though it was said to be self-destruction, the fact remained that Alexander Apple was dead and Damien was alive. "Brother, you're amazing. Really, this is incredibly amazing. He just self-destructed. It's not that big of a deal." Damien, who was just a middle-class knight, had managed to survive until the high-class swordsman with the demonic sword self-destructed. If this was not a big deal, then what was? You're alive after all. Veronica arrived shortly after. She hugged Damien from behind by the neck. I believed you would be alive. You promised me you wouldn't die until I killed you. Ow! Damien twists Veronica's finger. Veronica Sanchez had no choice but to let go of her arm with a scream. What are you doing? What the hell are you talking about? When did I say I would let you kill me? Just then, a group of people came up the stairs. They were the king, Oliver, the nobles, and other officials. This can't be. He's really alive, Sir Damien. I was worried. The king and Oliver ran over with faces that showed they couldn't believe it. What exactly happened? What about Alexander? Damien once again pointed to the corpse without saying a word. The king was shocked when he saw Alexander Apple's corpse. Is this really him? This is the price of using the demonic sword. I see, I've heard of it. They say the demonic sword leads its user to ruin. The king slowly knelt down in front of Alexander. This idiot! The king couldn't leave the place for a long time. A gust of wind blew, the ashes scattered into the sky. Chapter 104, Explanation Part 2. After that, the paladins arrived from the church. It was a formidable force, including 2 first-class paladins who were said to be on par with high class. Your Majesty, where is the heretic who uses the demonic sword? He's already dead. The paladins were greatly surprised by the king's words. Take a look at this. The king showed the body of Alexander Apple to the 2 first-class paladins. The 2 paladins frowned at the intense dark mana they felt from the corpse. This much dark mana, it's clear that he used the demonic sword. Who on earth fought this guy? At the question of the 2 paladins, the king gestured. Damien, who had been waiting, appeared before the paladins. Sir Damien, isn't he the guy who killed the corpseplay and saved the entire crusade? Since they were in the church, they couldn't have not known. Are you saying that you killed him, no matter how much that's? According to the information the 2 paladins received, Alexander Apple was not only a high class but also a user of the demonic sword. In that case, he was as good as having a power above that of an ordinary high class. A middle class had defeated such a person. I didn't kill him. I see, so what happened? Alexander Apple was already seriously injured by Sir Liam Bluegreen. So he was consumed by the power of the demonic sword and self-destructed while fighting me. The 2 paladins, who had heard Damien's explanation, had confused expressions on their faces. Isn't that what you call defeating him? Anyway, the fact is that the enemy is dead, isn't it? Damien shook his head at the question of the 2 paladins. I can't say I defeated him because I didn't fight him fairly. I just stalled for time until the enemy self-destructed. The 2 paladins looked at each other. It was true that he had not won a formal victory, as Damien had said. However, it was still shocking that a middle class had held his own against a high class, even one who was a user of the demonic sword. To think that he defeated the corpseplay alone. He must have been quite a skilled person. It's a shame to leave such a talented person alone in the world. The 2 paladins looked at Damien with glittering eyes. Damien felt a great deal of pressure. Why does every paladin want me to join the church when they see me? Damien took out the core of the demonic sword to change the subject. I found this in Alexander Apple's body. The eyes of the 2 paladins widened as soon as they saw the core. This is the core of the demonic sword. This is the first time I've seen such a large core. The paladins were greatly surprised as they examined the core of the demonic sword. Sir Damien, where do you plan to use this item? One of the paladins asked with an anxious face. The core of the demonic sword contains the power of the demon. It could be used in many ways, and if Damien used the core in the wrong place, there was a high possibility of a big problem. I plan to leave it to the church to dispose of. As soon as they heard Damien's answer, the 2 paladins breathed a sigh of relief. To think that you would think of the church first. How faithful. It's been a long time since I've seen such devout faith. The 2 paladins gave him another burdensome look. Damien broke out in a cold sweat. I plan to visit the church soon. I plan to donate this item at that time. That's a great idea. The church will be very happy. The church rewards those who prove their faith in God. The more you donate the core, the more you will be rewarded. It was a very welcome sound. Please visit the church as soon as possible. The core of the demonic sword is no different from the power of the demon. There's no point in keeping it for long. The 2 paladins added quickly for fear that Damien's mind would change. Damien nodded. After the meeting with the paladins, Damien was summoned by the king. It's a shabby place, but please bear with it. The king's study had been destroyed, so he had no choice but to use another place. Sir Damien. No, the kingdom owes you a debt that we can never repay. I don't know how to express my gratitude. The king's eyes were filled with gratitude and affection as he looked at Damien. The reason I called you here is because I have something to give you. The king held out a rolled-up piece of parchment to Damien. The parchment was snow white. This is a decree to raise Viscount Paul Haksen to the rank of count and grant him a county. This was one of the reasons Damien had agreed to become the Crown Prince's swordsmanship instructor. The title of Count in County would be of great help to his family. I would like to hold a grand ceremony for your appointment, but the situation in the capital is not good. The palace where the king lived had been completely destroyed by the Alexander. It was impossible to hold a banquet in such a situation, and this is the core of the sea serpent that I promised you. The king held out a box. Inside the box was the inner core, which emanated a strong mana. Thank you, your majesty, Damien said, bowing his head, but the king's rewards didn't end there. And this is a small token of my appreciation for your help in resolving this situation. The king held out a round silver plate. What is this? With this, you can commission the Alchemist Guild to create potions. Damien's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the silver plate again. The Alchemist Guild was the oldest and largest guild of alchemy in existence. It had many famous alchemists, and the types and effects of the potions it created were numerous and outstanding. It was so famous and popular that even the king of a country had difficulty meeting them. I kept this for a time when I would need it. It seems that time is now, the king said, looking at the silver plate. With this silver plate, the Alchemist Guild will create any potion you need. The kingdom will cover the cost of all the materials needed to create the potion. The potions created by the Alchemist Guild were no ordinary potions. The cost of the materials alone would be astronomical. The king was offering to pay for all of that. It was an incredible gift. But Damien couldn't just accept the silver plate. The Alchemist Guild was a place that could create elixirs that could even save a dying person. A token that allowed him to commission them without having to wait was a gift that was too great to accept. Don't worry, the king said as if he had seen through Damien's heart. It is only a small gift compared to what you have done for our kingdom. After much deliberation, Damien accepted the silver plate. Only then did the king look relieved. I feel like I have finally repaid you a little for your kindness. After the meeting with the king, two guests came to see Damien. Sir Damien, it's been a long time. It was Duke Goldpixie's high-class knight Archlich who had come to see Damien in person. The old knight shook Damien's hand as soon as he saw him. I rushed here because the royal family asked for help, but you had already finished everything. I was just lucky. If not, things would have been bad. Surviving a fight against a high class is not luck, it's all your skill. Archlich looked at Damien with burning eyes. It was a look very similar to that of the paladins. Duke was very disappointed. He said you haven't visited him since then. I was too busy with work. I'm getting old now, it's time for me to retire. I'd feel better if I had a solid successor. I see. I'm sure a good person will come along soon. I would like you to take on that role. I'm busy with family matters. The Duke's knight was very persistent. Having seen Damien's talent early on, he seemed determined to bring him into the duchy in any way he could. You're a young man with strong principles. It's hard to find these days, he said with a sigh when Damien didn't seem to be coming around. But be sure to come visit the duchy. Duke will be happy to see you. With that, the Archlich left. The next person to visit Damien was Marquis Ryanbloom. Ha ha ha, Sir Damien, it's good to see you. Good to see you. Marquis Ryanbloom greeted Damien with a welcoming face. However, unlike the Marquis, Damien couldn't smile. It was because of Michael, who was being held by the Marquis. Brother Saw, save me. Ugh, don't worry about this guy, the Marquis said, covering Michael's mouth. I apologize for involving your son in such a dangerous matter. What are you talking about? This is all this guy's fault. He should be grateful that he learned a lot from being by my side, the Marquis said with a hearty laugh. However, I think this guy needs some punishment. I told him not to go out, saying that I had other things for him to do. He disobeyed my orders. Ugh, Michael looked at Damien with pleading eyes. Damien had no choice but to ignore him. It was not something an outsider like Damien could interfere in, as it was a family matter. Well, let's go then. Oh, and Sir Damien, Marquis Ryanbloom's eyes changed. The friendliness disappeared and shone sharply like a predator facing an enemy. I can't help but be amazed at your growth, high class. The stage is just below the master class, which is called the superhuman class. Damien's performance was so great that even a strong person in that position felt a sense of crisis. You may soon be on an equal footing with me. I hope we can maintain a good relationship even after that. This was both a request and a warning. From the Marquis's point of view, Damien was too dangerous to be left alone. If he couldn't be made an ally, he had to be crushed now. If what happened between your second son and me doesn't happen again, I will remain your ally, Damien said in a calm tone. Erwin Ryanbloom, the second son of Marquis Ryanbloom, had once visited the Viscount of Haksen and caused trouble. In other words, Damien's words meant that he would stay still if he was not touched first. That's good to hear, the Marquis smiled broadly, and then he left the capital with Michael Ryanbloom in tow. Ah, that kid, he left without even finishing our fight properly, Veronica said, looking at Michael being dragged away by his father. Sir Damien, you know right, that I actually won. That guy is no match for me. Veronica said proudly. Damien looked at her with pity. In terms of pure talent, Michael was slightly ahead of Veronica. On top of that, Michael was the eldest son of the Marquis Ryanbloom, a family known for its knights. In terms of both talent and background, Michael was ahead. Then I'll go now too. Thanks to you, I didn't have to be bored. Yeah, go well, don't kill people and stay quiet in the future. You don't have to worry about that, I realized it for sure this time. The only person worth killing is you. She was talking about the same headache-inducing nonsense. You survive against that high-class knight. I've never seen someone as tenacious as you. It would be so thrilling to kill a difficult opponent like you. Shut up and go away. Got it, see you next time. Veronica ran from the spot to the city gate. She hadn't even packed her things. She's really like a dog. Damien clicked his tongue as he watched Veronica. With everyone gone, there was no need for Damien to stay in the capital any longer. It was time to go back to his family. A few days later, Damien left the castle early in the morning. He had to leave secretly because the king kept trying to stop him from returning to his family. Just as Damien was about to leave the castle gate, "It's a cold night for a walk, isn't it?" Oliver was waiting for Damien. "How did you know I was going out?" Damien couldn't help but be genuinely surprised. How did Oliver know he was coming out when no one else knew? "I asked the guards to monitor Sir Damien's movements. Thanks to them, I was able to know when you would be leaving." Damien was amazed inwardly. He had even won over the guards to his side in the meantime. The wastrel had changed so thoroughly in such a short time. It seemed that the experience he had gained while preparing for the Orc expedition had changed Oliver in this way. "Sir Liam asked me to give you a message. He said he was sorry he couldn't come see you because he was so injured. He asked you to be sure to visit the Bluegreen Marquisate later. Liam Bluegreen has been under the care of doctors ever since. The wounds were so severe. You can't order me to stay in the castle and help you, can you? You already know the answer, so why do you ask?" Oliver laughed at Damien's words. "Thanks to Sir Damien, I was able to change. I will live my life with a grateful heart," Oliver said with a determined face. Damien spoke to the prince. "You don't have to say that. I don't trust your promises." Oliver was greatly embarrassed by those words. "Yes, I know very well because I have the same past as you, how weak and treacherous the human heart is." In his wastrel days, Damien couldn't come to his senses even with his family's pleas. After being kicked out of the family, he reflected on his actions a little bit, but it was only a little bit. More than regret for his family, he felt sorry for not being able to enjoy pleasure anymore. It was the same when he worked as a mercenary. He came close to falling back into debauchery several times. The human heart is weak. It is designed to seek pleasure rather than hardship. So was Oliver Apple. He seemed like a new man now, but he didn't know when he would go back to his old life. Damien, sir, I never. You may think so now, but you never know about tomorrow. There is an old saying that a man's heart is different when he is hungry and when he is full." Damien looked at Oliver with a cold gaze. Oliver Apple swallowed dry saliva. "So doubt and be wary of your own heart, beware of desire. And when you have shown me meaningful results, then I will believe you." Oliver fell into thought. His eyes were a lot deeper than before. "I will always keep Sir Damien's words in my heart." Only then did Damien show a satisfied expression. Chapter 105, The Count Part 1. Damien returned to the Haksen estate immediately after leaving the capital. As he approached the mansion, he saw Victor sweeping the entrance with a broom. "HMPH," Victor yawned, stretching his arms. It was obvious that he had been up all night. "You're too young to be yawning." Who's there? Your reaction is always the same." Victor was startled by Damien's voice and pointed his broom like a spear. He soon recognized Damien's face and smiled broadly. "Young master, yes, it's me. You're safe, I've been worried," Victor exclaimed and hurriedly checked Damien's body for injuries. Come, this isn't the time for this. Let's go inside, everyone is waiting eagerly." Damien followed Victor into the mansion. As he entered the mansion, the gazes of his family members were focused on him. At first, they were all stunned, then they exclaimed in surprise. Damien, his father, was the first to rush over. Viscount Haksen patted Damien's body and checked him for injuries. "I heard you were in the capital when the treason took place. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" After defeating Alexander Apple, Damien stayed in the capital for several days. He had to cooperate with the church's investigation, and the king kept finding excuses to delay his departure. During that time, it seemed that the news of the treason had spread throughout the kingdom. "It seems you're not injured, that's a relief." "My dear, what did I tell you? I said there was no need to worry." "You are right. I must have been worrying unnecessarily," Viscountess Haksen said with a proud look on her face. Viscount Haksen chuckled. "You've been out and about too much lately. Stay home and rest for a while. If you try to go out again, I'll scold you." His older sister, Louise, said with a stern face. The problem was that she had such a gentle face that she didn't seem intimidating at all. "Brother, I was really worried about you." "Brother-in-law, I'm relieved to see you safe and sound." His younger brother and sister-in-law also expressed their concern, then suddenly Abel asked, "By the way, brother, there were some strange rumors mixed in." "What kind of strange rumors? They say you won against a high class." "Ah, that's just a distortion of the truth." Abel laughed out loud at that. "Of course you're amazing, brother, but winning against a high class is—" "I didn't win, I just survived until the high class died." Abel, as well as the other family members, stared at Damien with shocked expressions. "HMPH, brother, what do you mean by that?" "The one who stopped the treason was Alexander Apple. That guy used dark magic to isolate the space and I was trapped inside." Damien spoke in such detail because he wanted to spread the rumor. The more specific the rumor was, the less people would suspect Damien. Brother, what is it? Didn't you win against a high class in that way?" Damien clicked his tongue as if he was disappointed at that question. "I just barely survived while avoiding a direct confrontation and the enemy self-destructed." "How is that winning?" Damien was right. But Abel and the other family members still looked unconvinced. After all, Damien was alive and the high class was dead, so wasn't that a win? "Oh right, father, this is a gift." While the family was speechless, Damien opened the spatial ring and took out the parchment. His father asked with a puzzled face, "What is this?" "This is the royal decree from His Majesty the King, elevating your title to Viscount to a Count." The Viscount's eyes widened at those words. The other family members couldn't help but be surprised. Damien, is that true? Is that really the royal decree?" the family members exclaimed, looking at the parchment. On the other hand, the Viscount Haksen stared at the parchment without saying a word. Damien asked with a puzzled face at his father's reaction, "Aren't you happy?" "I am happy, of course I am. How can I not be happy when the dream that my ancestors could not achieve has been achieved in my generation?" All Viscounts aspired to become a Count. Unlike a Baron or a Viscount, the title of Count required a certain level of qualification and influence, so it was not a position that anyone could attain. That was why there were many barons and viscounts but very few counts. Some people even said that a count was a true noble. "But didn't you have to go through another dangerous experience to obtain this?" Viscount looked at Damien with sad eyes. "I don't know anything about swords, but I know very well how terrifying a high class is. Aren't they superhumans who determine the kingdom's power by their numbers?" Instead of the parchment, he grabbed Damien's shoulder tightly. "I almost lost you because of this. How can I be happy?" Damien felt something inside him at his father's words. He wanted to tell his father everything, that high classes were nothing, and that this level of risk was not even a threat to him. "Dad, I feel bad for you when you say that." But he couldn't say that, so Damien could only mumble, "I went through so much to get this. Aren't you happy for me?" Damien forced a smile and shook the parchment. But his father's expression remained unchanged. "My dear, Damien is right. If you don't celebrate his achievement, who will?" Viscountess Haksen also stepped forward to persuade her husband. Only then did Viscount Haksen take the parchment. "Hear ye, Viscount Haksen, I who reign above all men." Viscount Haksen unrolled the tightly rolled parchment and read the contents of the decree. "And thus I hereby decree that the house of Haksen be elevated to the rank of Count." As soon as his father finished reading, the family members clapped their hands. "Oh, His Majesty is granting us a county as well. Which fiefdom is it?" Olivia was the first to react. She was unusually interested in expanding the family's power. "I don't know, perhaps you would know." Viscount Haksen showed the decree to Olivia. After looking at it for a while, Olivia exclaimed in surprise, "His Majesty is granting us the Gargari Plains and the surrounding forests. It seems to be good land." "Good, it's more than that. It's land that is famous for producing bountiful harvests no matter what you plant. His Majesty is just giving us such high-quality land." Seeing Olivia's surprise, it became clear how good a land the king had given them. The king was not simply expressing his gratitude with words but with actions. "His Majesty has truly bestowed a great favor upon us." Viscount Haksen smiled with satisfaction, then he asked his family with a sheepish face, "It's good that I've become a count, but what do I do now?" Now that he was a count, he couldn't live the way he used to. He had to change a lot. The problem was that neither Viscount Haksen nor anyone else had any experience with this, except for one person. "First of all, father, you should go to the newly granted territory to receive it officially and then plan for the future." Olivia, as the daughter of Count Copperhead, had observed firsthand how her father managed the family. "As expected, you know this well, Olivia," Viscount Haksen said with a relieved face, "but there's something we need to do before that." "What is it?" At Viscount Haksen's question, Olivia immediately answered, "It is to widely announce to all the nobles of the West that our House of Haksen has become a count." "Is that really necessary? They'll find out eventually anyway." Viscount Haksen, who disliked show-off, showed a negative reaction. However, his wife, Viscountess Haksen, was different. "That's a good idea, my dear, let's have a party. Let's have a grand party and invite all the nobles of the West," Viscountess said, spreading her arms. Viscount Haksen said with a trembling face, "Do we really have to do that?" Of course we do. Have you forgotten how much the other families have ignored our House of Haksen? They say our territory is small and we're poor. Viscountess clenched her fists and shook her body. It seemed that she had a lot of pent-up anger, bringing all those people and showing them who we are. So they won't dare to ridicule our family anymore. Mother is right. We should use this opportunity to increase the reputation of our family. Olivia also agreed with Viscountess's words. Nevertheless, Viscount Haksen still looked uneasy. Dear, why hesitate? It's a perfect opportunity for revenge, she nudged her husband. Viscount Haksen could only tremble. Mother is right again, Abel chuckled, observing the scene. Brother, shouldn't we go and help father? Brother, turning to his side absent-mindedly, Abel couldn't help but be startled. Damien had a wide grin on his face. Oh ho. There were so many who disrespected our family to the point where Mother got that angry, weren't there? Only then did Abel realize he had seriously misunderstood. Damien wasn't an ally to help father, but rather the one to pour oil on the fire. To invite so many people, it'll cost quite a bit, won't it? Our family doesn't have that kind of money. If it's money you're worried about, I have it. Saying so, Damien opened a spatial ring and took out money. Glittering gold coins poured out. In reality, Damien's financial situation wasn't as good as before. He had spent a lot of money participating in the black market auctions. However, he had enough to cover the expenses for the banquet. Mother, don't worry about money, let's make it a grand event. As expected, he's really our son, Mother exclaimed brightly, hugging Viscount Haksen. With even Damien stepping in, Viscount Haksen, as the head of the Haksen family, had no more grounds to object. All right, let's do as my wife wishes. In the end, he had no choice but to permit the banquet. I truly love you, Mother embraced Viscount Haksen warmly as she laughed brightly. Seeing his wife's happy face, it seemed that he wasn't in a particularly bad mood. A banquet, huh? Looking at the two of them, Damien became lost in thought. Since we've only just become a count, everyone will probably look down on us. It didn't seem like it would be an easy position. There would surely be those who would envy and be jealous of the family. Father probably isn't used to such a position. The same would go for the other family members as well. After all, they were all just simple nobles who had lived in the countryside. Olivia was the only one he could trust, but she was just one person and experienced authority. I'm not used to such a position either. If it was a matter of wielding a sword, that would be different. But when it came to the scheming of the nobles, Damien was also a complete novice. This won't do, I need to find another way. Ultimately, this problem was happening because the Haksen family lacked authority. If the Haksen family had authority, then everyone would be busy fawning over them. Then let's just borrow it from the outside. Fortunately, Damien had quite a few good connections. A duke should be enough, right? Damien pondered how he would write the invitation to send to the duke. Chapter 106, The Count Part 2, the news that Paul Haksen had been promoted to count spread like wildfire throughout the West. The nobles of the West were in an uproar. To the nobles, Paul Haksen was far from qualified to be promoted to count. Just a while ago, they were a family of nobodies. How can they be called a count? I hear the Haksen family's entire fortune is a wheat field the size of a mouse's tail. How can such a small family be promoted to count? I found out they don't even have a knight, let alone guards. How can such a family be a count? In fact, the Haksen family was not as small as they thought. This was because Olivia took half of the family's land when she became independent, and most importantly, because of Damien. The middle-class knight, the relationship with the church, and the hero of the kingdom who stopped the treason. Considering Damien's achievements, it was not at all strange for Paul Haksen to receive the title of count. However, human jealousy is a way to narrow one's thinking. They're just bragging because their son is good. They're nothing without Damien Haksen. The nobles of the West began to belittle Paul Haksen and Damien Haksen separately. There was another reason why the reaction of the Western nobles was so intense. Isn't Viscount Haksen becoming the new Grand Noble? The Grand Noble was not a separately appointed title. It was an honorific title given to the most powerful family in the region. However, that is what the nobles were after. After all, there were definitely things that came with fame. Originally, the position of Grand Noble of the West was held by the Count Copperhead. However, the Count Copperhead had recently been in great trouble after hosting a jousting tournament and being linked to dark magic. Not only that, but the eldest daughter, Olivia, had inherited half of the land and became independent. Now, the Count Copperhead was nothing more than a hollow shell of a Grand Noble. That's why the families that had been gaining some power in the West recently were all aiming to be the next Grand Noble. So, it was no surprise that they were not happy when Paul Haksen suddenly received the title of Count. Then one day, an invitation was sent to the nobles. The nobles could not help but be surprised when they saw the contents of the invitation. What? Are they holding a celebration to commemorate receiving the title of Count? The nobles were shocked that Paul Haksen would dare to hold a celebration in their honor. They had already been belittling Paul Haksen and Damien Haksen, and now they were holding a celebration to show off their newfound status. The nobles of the West were furious. They decided to attend the celebration, but they were determined to make it a day that Viscount Haksen would never forget. Paul Haksen, this guy is definitely crazy. The reaction of the nobles was like adding oil to a fire. Look, everyone. Paul Haksen is openly showing his ambition. Why else would he invite us? He's looking for a family to become his vassal. There's no doubt that Paul Haksen is also aiming to become a grand noble. In the eyes of the Western nobles, the Haksen family's actions seemed like a declaration that they would become a grand noble. A country bumpkin is trying to do something he can't handle. A man who used to manage a wheat field the size of a palm is holding a celebration. What a ridiculous thing to say. It seems like he thinks this is just a neighborhood party. My goodness, this is ridiculous. The Western nobles began to laugh at the actions of Paul Haksen. I wonder if he even secured a proper place to hold the celebration. He'll probably gather people at that old mansion. I wonder if he'll prepare the food properly. Are we going to get something like gruel when we go there? I wonder how bad the music will be. Will he bring in a circus troupe that rolls around on the street to perform? More than anything else, I'm curious to see what kind of clothes he'll come up with. What do people from the middle of nowhere know about fashion? The Western nobles were convinced that it would be a miserable celebration. I'm going to attend. I'm looking forward to seeing how miserable the celebration will be. I agree. I can't miss such an entertaining sight. The Western nobles agreed with each other. Thanks to this, the number of participants in the celebration only increased. This is Spring Castle, while the Western nobles were in an uproar. Damien and his family had come to the castle built on the Gargari Plains. Oh my, the castle is really beautiful. Mother, look over there, who do you think carved that? The family exclaimed in admiration as they looked around Spring Castle. Spring Castle, which was built relatively recently, was a castle that took into account both functionality and aesthetics. The white walls were as beautiful as well-made porcelain. The black roof, which contrasted with the white walls, covered the spires. At the main gate, intricately carved statues were ready to welcome visitors. Damien, did you really say that His Majesty will give this castle to us? His father, Count Haksen, asked with an excited face. Owning a castle was the dream of every noble. However, not anyone could have it. The price itself was expensive and the maintenance costs were also high, and you had to prove that you were in a position to match it. So it was impossible not to be happy to have just acquired such a wonderful castle. It was clearly written in the letter. His Majesty is truly magnanimous. The family, who had been looking around the castle, headed to the banquet hall. The banquet hall, which was prepared for large parties, was very spacious and splendid. It seemed that it could easily accommodate hundreds of people. Oh my, I think it would be really cool to have a celebration here. Countess was delighted as she looked around the banquet hall. Count Haksen looked at his wife with a happy face. By the way, my dear, what about the chef and the band? Yes, father, you don't have to worry. I recruited the best people for the job. Olivia immediately answered Count Haksen's question. They are the ones who were often invited by the Count Copperhead. They have never received a bad review. Olivia, as the eldest daughter of the Count Copperhead, had participated in many family events. Thanks to this, she had a wide network of connections in this area. Everything is going smoothly. The celebration will go off without a hitch. Count Haksen made a face of great relief. Then Damien spoke as if to ask what the matter was. Father, there is still the most important thing left to do. What is that? We need to prepare the ceremonial attire to be worn at the celebration. Count Haksen laughed out loud at Damien's words. Ha ha ha, you underestimate your father too much. I have one ceremonial attire so you don't have to worry. That old worn-out outfit, Damien knew. He knew that the ceremonial attire the family currently had was nothing to show about it. On the day of the jousting tournament celebration banquet, it was revealed when Abel took out the old ceremonial attire. When I was surprised and asked what happened, the answer came that I borrowed my father's old ceremonial attire. Because of Damien's mischief, the family was in debt, so they didn't even have proper ceremonial attire. It's worn out. This is the clothes that this father wore when he was young. Isn't it also worn out and out of fashion? If you come out wearing that, everyone will laugh at you. People's evaluations inevitably change depending on their appearance. It would be even worse among the nobles. Damien had no intention of making his family wear such old ceremonial attire. However, his father had a look that he couldn't understand. Damien sighed softly. Come to think of it, his father had always been indifferent to his clothes. At times like this, I had to persuade him in a different way. Don't you and your sister need new clothes too? Damien looked back at the two on his father's words. His mother and sister said, embarrassed. Honey, I actually want to get a new ceremonial dress too. Father, me too. With even these two coming out, Count Haksen had no choice but to change his mind. Damien, I'll do as you say, but even if we try to order clothes now, it will take several months. my father said with a worried face. Then Olivia spoke up. Don't worry about that, father. I'll ask around and find a seamstress who has free time. Then Damien shook his head. We can't entrust the clothes we wear on such an important occasion as a celebration to such a careless person. But brother-in-law, then there's nowhere to make clothes. I saw Moonlight Waves last time and it seemed to be good. The family couldn't help but be surprised at Damien's words. Damien, it seems you don't know what Moonlight Waves is. They say it's the most famous costume shop in the West. You have to wait a few years to get your clothes made. The family said one word at a time. Still, Damien had a confident expression on his face. You don't have to worry, I've already prepared a countermeasure. What countermeasure? Everyone looked at Damien with a puzzled face. Only Abel realized what Damien meant. Brother, don't tell me, Damien nodded and said. There is no such thing as a waiting time in front of money. Peter Lloyd, the owner of the costume shop Moonlight Waves in the Landwalk City, was enjoying a break with quality tea. After eating a full lunch, it's time for tea time. It was Peter Lloyd's favorite time of day. He couldn't stand anything that interrupted this break, even if he could put up with anything else. Peter Lloyd approached the window with his teacup. A sky full of dark clouds was visible through the glass. Looks like it's going to rain. I should put out my umbrella in advance. As Peter Lloyd watched the dark clouds, he suddenly recalled a past memory. It wasn't a very pleasant memory. It was a memory that made him angry because it was so unpleasant. It was the same that day. It was exactly this kind of weather. It had been months ago, but it was still vivid. That day, too, Peter Lloyd was enjoying his break with tea. Then suddenly a stranger burst through the door. They say you make clothes well here. He was a handsome man, but he had a sullen attitude. Moonlight Waves is the most famous costume shop in the Western region. It is so famous that it is so crowded with nobles who want to place orders that the reservation is full for 3 years. So the question, do you make clothes well, was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. What can I do for you? Still, the customer was a customer. Peter Lloyd suppressed his anger and responded. I want to make a ceremonial attire to wear at a banquet. We are currently very busy, so you need to make a reservation. How long does it take to make a reservation? It will take at least 3 years to receive it because the order is full. Peter looked at the young man with a smug face. You who ignored Moonlight Waves so much are surprised to find out that it is such a great place. It takes too long. The banquet is just around the corner, so I need the clothes right away. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by the words. Peter frowned without realizing it. You seem to have a lot of clothes made. No, all the clothes here are reserved, Peter said firmly. Peter had received similar offers before, but he had always refused them. All the clothes made at Moonlight Waves were custom made. They were children who had already been assigned an owner from birth. He couldn't give them to someone else. That was Peter Lloyd's belief. The young man stretched out his hand. Gold coins poured out of a black hole that appeared in the air. I'll pay you 3 times the price. Peter's mouth dropped open as he stared at the gold coins. Saliva involuntarily swallowed. Oh no. I have to make your reservation first. Peter barely managed to maintain his sanity. More gold coins fell from the hole. The pile of gold coins dazzled Peter's eyes. 5 times the price. Which clothes would you like to choose? In the end, Peter could not help but succumb to the young man's wealth. Because of that brat, my beliefs that I have upheld for decades have been shattered. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't contain his anger. Although he made a lot of money thanks to it, he shuddered to think of the effort he put into making new clothes that the young man had taken. I was crazy back then. From now on, no one will be able to break my beliefs. It was then that Peter looked at the dark clouds and made a firm determination. Are you here? The door of the costume shop opened with a jingle. Peter smiled brightly and looked back at the guests. Welcome, as graceful and beautiful as moonlight. I'm Peter Lloyd, owner of Moonlight Waves. The moment he saw the guests who had entered, Peter's eyes widened. Peter pointed at the guests with his index finger trembling. Why you are? It's been a long time. The young man he had seen that day, Damien Haksen, was smiling brightly. Why are you here? What reason do I have to come to a costume shop? I came to get clothes. Damien took a step back and 4 more people entered. Oh, so this is Moonlight Waves. Oh my, look at that dress. It's so beautiful. The group, who appeared to be Damien's family, started to scatter and look at the clothes. As Peter looked at them, an ominous feeling rose slowly. We plan to hold a celebration soon, so we're here to get some clothes. As expected, the ominous feeling came true. Moonlight Waves can't give clothes without a reservation. Oh, come on again. When I saw it last time, there were a lot of clothes already made. Those all have owners already. I'll pay enough money. Damien created another hole in the air. Gold coins poured out 7 times. Peter's mind raced. If there were 6 people in total, selling them at 5 times the price would be a huge profit. That won't do. However, Peter vowed never to give up his beliefs again. So this time he would definitely refuse. 8 times. More gold coins poured out. Peter laughed sarcastically. I will do my best to serve you. Please come this way. thinking that it would be invalid since he was defeated by the same person. Peter guided the family. Chapter 107, The Celebration Part 1. Honey, the guests are here, Countess Haksen said, looking out the window. At her words, the other family members also gathered around the window. Carriages carrying the guests were slowly entering Spring Castle. The expressions of the family watching them were quite dark. Will we be able to do it well today? That's an obvious thing to say. You know too well how hard we prepared for this. Count Haksen comforted his wife, but his voice was shaking just as much. The Haksen family had never hosted or attended such a large banquet before. And now they were supposed to be the hosts of the banquet and welcome the guests. It was a situation that could only be burdensome as more time passed. But hubby, don't worry, I'll help you. Abel was also nervous. Olivia, who was more familiar with such things, encouraged Abel. My heart is pounding. Even Louise, who was always gentle, had a hardened expression today. Then suddenly Louise found Damien sitting with a relaxed, almost languid face. Damien, you don't seem nervous. Is there any need to be nervous? I'm just going to look at people's faces, Damien said nonchalantly. The reputation of our family depends on the opinions of those guests. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. Oh, why is that? If there are any who speak ill of our family, I will personally straighten them out on the spot. Ahaha, you're joking. Louise laughed out loud and waved her hand. But she stopped laughing when she saw the seriousness in Damien's eyes. Are you serious? Of course, so please don't worry and enjoy yourself, sister. Louise looked at Damien with a dumbfounded expression, then she burst out laughing. All right, I'll trust my little brother. The nobles of the West gathered in the Gargari Plain. Some came in their own carriages, while others who had close relationships rode together in the same carriage. Finally, the day has come. I can't wait to see how pathetic Viscount Haksen will look. Isn't that obvious? Viscount Haksen's abilities are nothing to talk about. These men belong to a group called the Highlanders. The Highlanders was a social club for nobles of the West who were known for their culture and knowledge. Even though the Haksen family had become a count family, they still called them a viscount. It was their way of showing that they would never recognize the Haksen family as a count family. But why did they ask us to come to the Gargari Plain instead of the Haksen territory? That's right, I thought they would hold the celebration there. What is there in the Gargari Plain that they would hold the celebration here? The nobles were all puzzled. One of them pondered for a moment and muttered, Surely, no, it can't be. Sir Southoden, do you know something? I heard that there is a castle built by the royal family near the Gargari Plain. No, it can't be. While the members of the Highlanders were chatting, the carriage crossed the Gargari Plain. The nobles who looked out over the plain could not help but admire it. I've heard a lot about it, but I didn't know it would be this big. A river flows through the middle of the plain. We won't have to worry about irrigation. I hear the land is so fertile here. They say it's a bumper harvest no matter what you plant. Looking at the Gargari Plain, the members of the Highlanders could not help but feel envious. This was the land known for having the best agriculture in the West. Everyone was drooling, but it was a place that they could not even dream of coveting because it was the land of the royal family. They had no idea that the Haksen family would get all of this land. Viscount Haksen has received such a good land that it is beyond his means. That's what I'm saying. The members tried to hide their envy and were busy ridiculing them on the outside. They thought that today would be the day they would no longer have to envy the Haksen family. However, when they arrived at Spring Castle, the nobles had no choice but to change their minds. Oh my. This is such a beautiful castle. Are you saying that they are holding the celebration here? The nobles could not help but exclaim in admiration. The Gargari Plain was located in a remote area even in the West. Therefore, most of the nobles had never seen Spring Castle before. The walls and towers were all made of white bricks. It seemed to be white marble, which was very expensive. The roof was in contrast black. The black stone is said to be made by firing rare clay and is known to be as expensive as white marble. It was a castle that was literally beautiful like a picture. How did Viscount Haksen? The nobles could not stop admiring themselves as they got out of the carriage. Spring Castle was magnificent even when viewed from the outside, but its beauty was truly breathtaking once inside. The two stone statues guarding the gate were particularly artistic, possessing a beauty that could be designated as a national treasure. The nobles who got out of the carriage headed to the banquet hall under the guidance of the attendant. So this is the place they chose to hold the celebration. Of course, no one in their right mind would choose the old mansion as the venue for the banquet. The members of the Highlanders continued to make disparaging remarks about the Haksen family. It was their way of not showing their envy. What matters is not the place but the food and music, right? I wonder if these country bumpkins hired decent people. The members laughed and entered the banquet hall. And once again, they could not help but be stunned. As soon as they entered the banquet hall, they were greeted by magnificent music. An orchestra of over 20 people was playing. Despite the large number of people playing, there were no mistakes, the tone was very smooth, and it was even appropriate for the occasion. It was proof that they were a skilled orchestra. Ahem. They seemed to have hired a pretty decent orchestra. Why yeah, that's right. Just then the attendants entered the banquet hall and began to set down the food in a flurry. They were finger foods made for easy eating at a banquet. The smell of delicious food wafted from all the dishes as if they had just been made. Sniff, sniff. The moment they smelled it, the nobles felt a pang of hunger. The smell was so good that it seemed to be more than just stimulating their appetite, it was almost like the best food they even smelled. Similar to the music, the food could tell the skill of the person who made it just by the smell. It was clear that all the food in the banquet hall was made by a top chef. Hum. Cough cough, the members of the Highlanders suddenly became quiet. No one was badmouthing the Haksen family. In their own way, they had experienced many banquets as nobles, so they could tell that the level of the banquet prepared today was extraordinary. It was clear that a lot of money and the best people had been gathered to prepare it. The guests have arrived. Just then, a voice came. The nobles raised their heads. The Haksen family was approaching from the front. HMPH, this can't be. The moment they saw them, the nobles could not help but be amazed. They had already investigated the Haksen family. So they knew that the Haksens were all good-looking. However, they thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. Even if it wasn't, they thought it couldn't be that great. But the Haksens they saw in person surpassed their expectations. I heard the eldest daughter was the prettiest, but how come she hasn't been known until now? That young man must be the second son, Abel. I heard he's the most handsome among the Haksens. That lady is Olivia Copperhead. No, now she's Olivia Haksen. She was called the Flower of the West. She's really something. Even though they were all good-looking, the clothes they were wearing were also extraordinary, the members muttered to themselves. Among them, the most eye-catching person was Damien Haksen. As befitting a member of the Haksen family, Damien Haksen was also a considerable beauty. However, the nobles were not overwhelmed by his appearance alone. A languid expression. But an indefinable sense of oppression was felt. It was to the extent that they felt they were facing an absolute being. I am Paul Haksen, thank you for coming to the celebration. Saying so, Count Haksen shook hands with each of the nobles of the Highlanders. It's a humble banquet, but I hope you all enjoy yourselves. The guests kept arriving even after that. The noble members of the Highlanders could not enjoy the banquet at all, they just sat in a corner without saying a word. Their plan to ridicule the Haksen family for not being able to prepare a proper celebration had gone awry from the start. The celebration was perfect, beyond perfection. There was no room for criticism. The Haksen family, whom they had despised as country bumpkins, was already a great count family. Does everyone intend to stay here like this? One of the members spoke. Everyone's attention focused on him. Do you mean to acknowledge the Haksen family just like this? The nobles spoke in a strong tone, but the members of the Highlanders just avoided his gaze. They had all lost their will to fight. It's too early to give up hope. The member who had spoken first made a grim expression. Is there a plan? I don't have a plan, but I heard something beforehand. At that, the nobles gathered around. They pricked up their ears and waited for the next words. I heard that His Excellency is attending this banquet. His Excellency? Who is he? It's Viscount Topican. The moment the name was mentioned, the nobles' faces lit up instantly. Viscount Topican. He was the head of the Topican family, which had exercised great influence in the West for generations. Although the Topican family was a Viscount family, they owned a vast territory. With such a large fortune and even vassals, it was a public fact that they were a family with more influence than their status suggested. Viscount Topican is determined not to leave the Haksen family alone. Despite possessing such a powerful force, the Topican family was not called a great noble. This was because of the Copperhead family. The Copperhead family had been standing firm, so the Topican family had not been able to obtain the status of a great noble, let alone the title of count. Then a great upheaval occurred in the Copperhead family, and their power was greatly weakened. It was an opportunity that Viscount Topican could not miss. He was planning to seize this opportunity to suppress the Copperhead family and become a great noble. At that moment, the Haksen family suddenly rose to the rank of count. This was a situation that Viscount Topican could not help but be angry about. Once His Excellency arrives, the Haksen family will no longer be able to afford to be calm anymore. Just then, suddenly a loud noise began to spread through the banquet hall. The Highlanders turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Soon, the expressions of all the members brightened. A man was walking into the banquet hall with several nobles in tow, deeply furrowed brows, eyes that were torn open, a tightly shut mouth, half-shaved head. It was Viscount Topican, known as the eternal second-in-command of the West. Where is Viscount Haksen? Viscount Topican, who had entered the banquet hall, raised his voice and spoke. At that, Count Haksen walked over from a distance. Viscount Topican, welcome. Viscount Topican twisted the corner of his mouth at Count Haksen's words. You have the audacity to establish yourself in my territory. What do you mean? Don't pretend you don't know when you do, it's annoying. At Viscount Topican's arrogant attitude, the nobles of the Highlanders cheered inwardly. The sight of him cornering Count Haksen was exactly what they had been hoping for. I didn't come here to enjoy the banquet, I came here to warn these bastards. Viscount Topican shouted, looking around at the nobles in the banquet hall. You'd better think carefully, who you'll side with me or Viscount Haksen. Abel could not help but be angry at Viscount Topican's attitude. He had come all the way here to ruin the atmosphere, and what he was saying was just. He didn't like the way he kept calling his father Viscount Haksen either. It sounded like he didn't like the fact that the Haksen family had become a count family. However, Abel decided to suppress his anger for now. He had to control his anger right now. Brother, you shouldn't send an invitation to him. Viscount Topican is very influential in the West. But Abel soon realized that Damien was wearing a very calm expression. Brother, why, aren't you angry? You're asking the obvious. I want to smash that bastard's face right now and then destroy the Topican family. His face was very peaceful, but his words were murderous. But why are you just sitting here? There's no need for me to come out, it's almost time for him to arrive. Yes, just then Abel asked back. Viscount Topican raised his voice again. I don't make empty threats. Engrave this in your mind, I will not hesitate to go to war with the Haksen family. Count Haksen, sorry I'm late. Just then someone interrupted Viscount Topican and approached Count Haksen, shaking both his hands. This is the first time I've seen you in person. Congratulations on being promoted to Count. Viscount Topican frowned. He grabbed the man's shoulder and shouted, Can't you see I'm talking here? Viscount Topican pulled the man's shoulder hard. And the moment he saw the man's face, Viscount Topican froze on the spot. H. He couldn't speak for a moment. Viscount Topican swallowed his dry saliva before he could finally speak properly. Your Grace, Chapter 108, The Celebration Part 2. The entrance of the Duke caused the banquet hall to freeze over as if a winter wind had blown through. Even more perplexing to the nobles than the Duke's appearance was the situation unfolding before their eyes. The Duke stared at the hand that was gripping his shoulder and spoke. Would you mind letting go of my shoulder? The Viscount Topican hurriedly removed his hand at the Duke's words. The Duke brushed his shoulder with a cold expression. Isn't that the Duke Goldpixie? I heard he doesn't attend social gatherings often. I heard he's close to Damien, but I didn't expect him to come so soon. The nobles whispered among themselves as they looked at the Duke. Some of the nobles quickly wondered what the Duke's intentions were in participating. The fact that the Duke Goldpixie is here means he has officially acknowledged his relationship with the Haksen family. The Haksen family is backed by the Duke Goldpixie. That's huge. While the nobles were chattering, Damien approached. Oh, Sir Damien, thank you for sending me the invitation. I'm a bit late, but I hope you understand. The Duke, who saw Damien, spoke with a bright face. I'm just grateful that you attended. I'm glad to hear that. I have a lot to talk to you about, but let's leave that for later. The Duke looked at the Count Haksen and said, Count Haksen, would you mind if we had a chat? It would be my honor, the Count Haksen quickly replied. Thank you for saying that, and Viscount Topican, at the call of the Duke Goldpixie, the Viscount Topican stopped leaving his seat and turned back. Why, Your Grace, what is it? Why don't you come with us? At that moment, the Viscount Topican almost cried out involuntarily. I have something urgent to do. I said you'll come with us. The Duke spoke in a cold tone. The Viscount Topican had no choice but to follow the Duke with tears in his eyes. The Viscount Topican felt like he was going to die. It was all because of Duke Goldpixie, who was sitting at the same table. The Iron Duke, the Golden Demon, the Bloodthirsty Meritocrat, the nicknames attached to the Duke Goldpixie were all equally terrifying. The Duke Goldpixie was that much of a fearsome figure. If anyone got in the way of his business, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, regardless of the means or methods. He was also known for ruthlessly discarding those who were lacking in ability, even if they were his own family. Anyone who knew even a little bit about the Duke would avoid getting close to him. With such a monstrous figure next to him, the Viscount could not help but feel tense, as if he was sitting on a bed of needles. Compared to Your Grace, I am nothing. What are you talking about? In the past 10 years, the Haksen family has been the only one to have received the title of Count. That's quite an achievement. The Viscount Topican even went so far as to touch the Duke's body without permission. Although Viscount Topican was said to be influential in the West, he was nothing but a firefly in the sun compared to Duke Goldpixie. After all, the Duke Goldpixie was a figure who wielded tremendous power not only in the West, but throughout the entire Apple Kingdom. Right now, the Viscount Topican was no different from a man who had his bald head exposed in the middle of hail. Once you become a count, you will have a lot more to worry about. You will have to choose someone to manage your territory on your behalf. You will have to figure out how to supervise them. There are more than a few complicated things to deal with. That's why I'm so worried. I've only ever managed a small territory before. The Viscount Topican was shocked as he listened to the two men's conversation. The Duke, who was always known for being cold and meticulous, was treating Count Haksen with an extremely kind attitude. It's your first time, so you're bound to be worried. Don't worry, I'll help you. Really? Of course, if you need any knowledge or help, just send someone over. No, I'll have someone sent over within a few days. He was even actively offering to help. This was a completely different side of the Duke Goldpixie than the one the Viscount Topican knew. I don't know if I deserve such kindness. Don't worry about it. Compared to the help Sir Damien gave me, this is nothing. In the middle of their conversation, the Duke Goldpixie glanced at the Viscount Topican and said, Viscount Topican, you haven't said a word since earlier. Is there something wrong with you? Ah, no, I'm fine, the Viscount Topican hurriedly shouted. The Duke looked at the Viscount and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you don't need to be so tense. Do you think I'm going to eat you? The Viscount Topican felt goosebumps all over his body. It might have been a joke to the Duke, but it wasn't to the Viscount Topican. Speaking of which, Your Grace, may I offer you a piece of advice while we're here? I'm all ears. Thank you for that. It's not much of an advice, really. The Duke Goldpixie gestured to the attendant who was carrying the wine and called him over. Then he took 3 glasses from the tray the attendant was holding and handed them to Count Haksen and the Viscount Topican. Power is a very sweet and delicious thing. It is like a fragrant wine that no one can resist. But as you know, a drunk person always makes a sorry sight. The Count Haksen nodded at the Duke's words. You are telling me to always be on guard. That's right, but here's the thing, it's not enough for me to be on guard alone. Power can also drive others mad. The Duke Goldpixie took a sip of his wine. Many people will gather around you in the future. Some of them will have good intentions, but those will be a very small minority. Most of them will covet your power or try to take it away from you. The Duke Goldpixie's face became serious. So be wary of everyone who approaches you. What are their intentions? What do they want from me? Are they dangerous? With that, the Duke Goldpixie gulped down the rest of his wine. Do you know what to do if someone has bad intentions? Should I just kick them out? Ha ha ha, that's not enough. You have to trample them down thoroughly so that they never underestimate you again. With that, the Duke Goldpixie looked at the Viscount Topican. The Viscount Topican hiccuped involuntarily. What do you think, Viscount Topican? Well, answer me, I want to hear it. I think it's not bad to give them a chance once. The Duke Goldpixie let out a short, dry laugh. This is your one chance. The laughter disappeared from Duke Goldpixie's voice. The Viscount Topican's face turned pale. That's all for now. I have something to talk to the Count Haksen about. The Viscount Topican quickly left his seat. He was treated completely like a subordinate, but he didn't care at all. All he wanted now was to get away from this place as quickly as possible. After finishing his conversation with Count Haksen, Duke Goldpixie called Damien over for a private conversation. I didn't know you had such a cunning side, Sir Damien, the Duke Goldpixie said with a playful smile, inviting me here to give your family a boost. Were you offended by any chance? If it had been anyone else, I would have been. But since it's you, Sir Damien, I wasn't offended at all. In fact, I was glad because it felt like an opportunity to repay your kindness a little bit. Some time ago, Damien had exposed the identities of the dark mages who were plotting against the Duke Goldpixie family. Thanks to him, Duke Goldpixie was able to protect his duchy. Speaking of which, I'm really surprised. I expected you to become a big shot, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Not only did he help the church to kill a famous dark mage, but he also prevented a coup d'etat from happening in the royal palace. The current Damien could be considered a hero of the Apple Kingdom. Do you really have no intention of joining my duchy? I'm afraid that's difficult because I have a lot to do. I'll make sure you get whatever you need. Thank you, but I'm fine. The Duke Goldpixie smiled wryly at Damien's firm answer. Well, if that's your will, there's nothing I can do. I'll take my leave then, I have other appointments. With that, the Duke Goldpixie left Spring Castle. The celebration banquet lasted for a week. Thanks to the Duke's presence on the first day, all the guests who arrived afterward behaved themselves. Count Haksen, I am from the Barutalia barony. I have brought a gift to celebrate this occasion. Please accept it. No, that's not quite right. The nobles who came to visit were all busy flattering him. They were all trying to get on the good side of Count Haksen. Considering Damien's position and his relationship with the Duke Goldpixie family, this was only natural. It was amazing to see how the nobles changed their attitude towards Count Haksen overnight, as if they had received the information very quickly. In that way, the Haksen family was able to safely conclude the celebration banquet for the promotion to Count. After seeing off the last guest, the family members each thanked Damien. It's finally over. Everyone worked hard. I was worried at first if we would be able to finish it safely, but I'm really glad. It's all thanks to you, brother. Everyone became quiet because you invited the Duke. The family's eyes all turned to Damien. Damien coughed awkwardly. He felt a little embarrassed for some reason. It was nothing. It's not nothing. If it wasn't for you, the atmosphere would have been a mess. That's right. Who was it? Viscount Topican. That shameless man would have caused a lot of trouble. Damien scratched his head with his fingers. He felt a little awkward hearing the family's compliments. Damien, come closer. What is it? Damien approached his father, puzzled. As he got closer, his father hugged him tightly, and then he spoke softly. You've worked hard, our son, our wonderful son. Thank you so much. At that moment, something inside him burst out. In his previous life, Damien had killed his entire family on Darugo's command. At the moment of death, the screams, the resentment, and the cries of his family did not go away. They were still clear in his ears. He had nightmares every day. But for a moment, he was able to forget the terrible memories thanks to his father's words. Damien had to bite his lip to stop himself from crying, but he felt like he would remember this feeling for a long time. Even though the celebration was over, the family decided not to return to the mansion. I think we'll make this our home from now on. Now that they were a Count family, they needed a suitable residence. Moreover, the territories currently owned by the Count Haksen family were scattered in different places. The existing territory, the land that Olivia received from the Count Copperhead, and finally the Gargari Plains. Of the three territories, the Gargari Plains was located in the middle, so it was better to stay in Spring Castle to manage the territory. Yes, father. Damien didn't offer any other opinion. He had already decided to leave the matters of estate to the family. Moreover, they now had the reliable Olivia. With her ability, it seemed that she would be able to manage this much territory without any problems. Now that the family event was over, it was time to focus on his personal business. I think I'll go to the church now. As a reward for killing the Cropsiplay and saving the crusade, Damien had earned the right to enter the church's secret treasury. He planned to offer the core he obtained while destroying the demonic sword this time and receive a reward. And I'll also get the holy sword repaired. With anticipation, Damien prepared for his journey. Chapter 109. The Stranger Part 1. The day to leave for the church finally arrived. After bidding farewell to his family, Damien mounted his horse and departed from Spring Castle. The journey to the church was incredibly long, so he had to move diligently. After traveling for several days, Damien was able to reach the border of the Apple Kingdom. He needed to cross the border, but the sun was already setting, making it impossible to travel any further. There are no villages nearby. He spread his mana to check, but he couldn't feel any signs of life. In the end, Damien had no choice but to camp in the forest. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and packed camping supplies in his subspace. He gathered dry branches and lit a campfire. Then he put a kettle on and boiled water. While the water was boiling, he had a simple meal of biscuits and jerky. Then he brewed tea with the boiled water. He sipped his tea while gazing at the sunset. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had such a peaceful moment. I never dreamed that such a day would come in my previous life. Being alone like this brought back memories of his time as a Death Knight. He was referring to the time when he was trapped in his own body, enslaved by Darugo, and became a killing machine. At first, he had tried everything to regain control of his body. However, no matter how hard he tried, nothing changed. He could only helplessly watch as his own body killed people. Clack. Just thinking about the past made anger well up inside him. It felt as vivid as if it had just happened. The torrent of emotions was so intense that he felt like he was going to lose his temper. Damien had to take deep breaths for a long time to control his emotions. Damn it! He had to kill that damn Archlich Darugo as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would never be able to find a day of peace for the rest of his life. To kill him, I need to get stronger, much stronger. Making a calm and objective assessment, Damien knew that he couldn't defeat Darugo in his current state. Among the Dark Mages, those who possessed a different level of skill were called high-level Dark Mages. If a high-level Dark Mage crossed a certain wall and reached a transcendental level, they were called a Grand Dark Mage. Only a very small number of Grand Dark Mages could transform themselves into undead and become liches. And Darugo was an Archlich, the pinnacle of liches. Throughout history, no one had ever reached the level of Archlich except for Darugo. That's how much Darugo's strength exceeded imagination. Even so, it's only a matter of time. I just need to get a little bit stronger than I am now. Damien was no ordinary knight. In his previous life, he had killed countless masters and possessed the talent to destroy humanity. No genius born before has ever reached Damien's level. In addition to his memories and experiences from his previous life, he also possessed the dark magic knowledge infused into him by Archlich Darugo. Not only that, but he also possessed authorities. In his previous life, Darugo had tried to make Damien an absolute being. To this end, he extracted 7 authorities from an ancient artifact and bestowed them upon Damien. Each authority possessed a power so strong that even Darugo found it difficult to handle. That's why he could say it with confidence. If he just got a little bit stronger than he was now, he could kill Darugo. He was confident that he could not only kill him but also obliterate him without a trace. If I just raise my realm a little bit more from my current state, I won't be afraid of Darugo. However, he realized it in his previous life. The fact that one should always assume the worst-case scenario, that if he didn't, he would make a fatal mistake. In order to perfectly eliminate Darugo without any risk factors, being high class was not enough. Master, I need to reach that realm. Damien currently had the heart of the spirit he bought from the auction house and the core of the sea serpent he received from the king. If he absorbed these two, he could get one step closer to the master realm. However, simply increasing his mana pool would not allow him to reach the master realm. He needed to complete his own mana cultivation techniques as soon as possible. He needed to use it as a foundation and establish a center in order to step into the master realm. This was the reason why Damien was constantly collecting mana cultivation techniques. I need to finish my preparations before Juan comes. Darugo was constantly moving, so it was impossible to pinpoint his location. In his previous life, Damien had encountered Darugo while working on a commission with Juan's mercenary group. So he had asked Juan, whom he had met in this life, for one thing. He told him to let him know immediately if he took on the same commission that he had encountered Darugo on. I will definitely kill him. Just as Damien was quietly suppressing his hatred, a noise began to come from a distance. The ground continued to rumble as if a large monster was approaching. What is it? What's going on? Damien looked in the direction of the sound with a surprised face. Soon he witnessed an incredible sight. From a distance, the trees in the forest were falling to the ground one by one. Something very powerful was knocking down the trees. Isn't it coming this way? Damien realized that it was coming towards him. Whoa, the tree right in front of him fell with a roar. A girl and a young man appeared beyond it. David, look. What did I tell you? I told you there would be people here, the girl said, turning to the young man behind her. Her blonde hair swayed in the wind. It was so well maintained that each strand swayed beautifully. Oh dear, young lady. What are we going to do if you make such a mess of the forest? The young man put his hand to his forehead as if he had a headache. He was carrying a backpack twice his size. We had no choice because we got lost. But thanks to that, we even made it to the light. The girl walked briskly towards Damien. Don't be scared, we don't mean to hurt you, the girl said, placing her hands on her hips. It was hard to believe how arrogant she could look. We just want to ask for directions. We want to go to the Apple Kingdom, so can you just tell us which way to go? Unfortunately, Damien was not in a position to answer. He had been in shock ever since the girl appeared. Why is the Sword Empress here? The woman who had competed with the Imperial Supreme Sword for the title of strongest human was standing right in front of him, the Sword Empress. As her name suggests, it was an incredibly arrogant and haughty title. The Emperor of the Sword, who in this world could use such a title? However, those who had actually fought the Sword Empress had no choice but to discard such thoughts. The Sword Empress's skills were that overwhelming and great enough to inspire awe. She was an incredibly strong person. During his time as a Death Knight, the majority of the masters who fought Damien lost their lives in the first battle. However, the Sword Empress was not like that. The outcome was not decided at first. They clashed several times after that. Even though all of her techniques were seen through, and even her all-enlightenments were stolen, the Sword Empress did not fall. However, in the sixth battle, the Sword Empress eventually lost her life. The girl's appearance was exactly the same as the Sword Empress that Damien remembered. If she were a few years older, she would have been perfect. She looks exactly the same as in my previous life. The Sword Empress that Damien remembered and the girl in front of him was completely identical, except that she was much younger. Excuse me. Why aren't you saying anything? When Damien didn't say anything for a while, the Sword Empress tilted her head and asked, Aha, I see now, you're asking for compensation, aren't you? Damien was a little taken aback by the out-of-nowhere question. Compensation? You don't have to pretend you don't know. I've already learned everything from my father. You have to pay compensation if you want someone to do something for you. The Sword Empress gestured. The man standing behind her sighed and took out a leather pouch. Take it. The Sword Empress flicked a gold coin at Damien. The gold coin spun around and landed in front of Damien with a thud. Now that you've received your compensation, tell me, which way is the Apple Kingdom? No need. Damien threw the gold coin back at the Sword Empress. The Sword Empress caught the gold coin with a puzzled look on her face. What business do you have in the Apple Kingdom? I'm looking for someone. Do you know Michael Ryanbloom? At those words, Damien felt a strange feeling. In his previous life, Michael Ryanbloom had lived a lazy life because he couldn't find an opponent and he had been defeated by the Sword Empress. After that, he devoted himself to training again and reached the Master Realm. Seeing that the Sword Empress was looking for Michael, it seemed that this was the time. What are you going to do when you find Michael Ryanbloom? That's an obvious question. What reason would a knight have for looking for a knight? To compete with each other, of course, the Sword Empress said, clenching her fist and raising it high into the air. I wonder. Who would win if the two of them fought right now? In terms of talent alone, the Sword Empress was far superior to Michael. In his previous life, Michael had never been able to defeat the Sword Empress. However, unlike in his previous life, Michael had left his lazy life much faster in this life by meeting Damien. In addition, he was growing even more rapidly by accepting Damien's advice wholeheartedly. I originally came here to fight Michael Ryanbloom, but I heard some strange rumors on the way. Strange rumors? They say that a man named Damien Haksen defeated Michael Ryanbloom. The Sword Empress continued, her face filled with interest. That's not all, they also say that he helped the church to kill dark mages, that he reached middle class in the shortest time possible, and other ridiculous rumors like that. He must be a very great man, isn't he? That's why I'm so curious. I wonder what kind of person he is, how strong he is. Before long, the Sword Empress's gaze was fixed on Damien. You are Damien Haksen, aren't you? Damien finished his cup of tea and said. You're quick to catch on. I was right then. After all, there can't be many people this strong. Damien could have easily hidden his strength if he wanted to, but he didn't. This was because he was curious to see how the Sword Empress would react. The Sword Empress that Damien remembered was a person who, despite her flashy appearance, was more competitive than anyone else. Damien Haksen. Today is the day I will defeat you. I'll retreat for now, let's fight again next time. It won't be easy this time, I've developed a technique to defeat you. She was someone who never gave up, even after being defeated by Damien several times. Each time she had sincerely tried to defeat Damien. In the end, I was never able to defeat you. It was fun while it lasted, I don't know about you though. Even at the last moment, the Sword Empress's attitude remained the same. She did not fear death, she did not resent him. I'll be waiting for you in the afterlife first. Let's fight again later. That time I'll really have a conversation with you. Until her neck was cut off, the Sword Empress had unilaterally promised a duel with Damien. It was a truly Sword Empress-like ending. After killing the Sword Empress, Damien had been haunted by a terrible feeling for a while. If you're Damien Haksen, then there's only one thing I can do. The Sword Empress stood up. She stretched her limbs and loosened her body. Are you proposing a fight? Of course, what else is there for us to do? He burst out laughing at the Sword Empress's words. The Sword Empress was truly the Sword Empress. She was exactly the same as the one Damien remembered. That's good. He had been curious anyway, just what kind of strength did the Sword Empress have at this point in time? I should also test out my new skills. Damien cracked the knuckles of his fingers and stood up. Chapter 110, The Stranger Part 2. Damien faced off against the Sword Empress in the darkening forest. Milady, don't worry David, I'll be finished soon. David looked at the Sword Empress with concern. In contrast, her face was brimming with confidence. Soon? How arrogant. This was the problem with geniuses like Michael Ryanbloom and the Sword Empress. They were too arrogant, even for their own good. They should learn to be humble like me. Even a genius like himself would never let his guard down when facing an enemy, so it could be a problem later on if the Sword Empress, who was not as skilled as him, acted like this. It wasn't that they showed arrogance intentionally. They had probably always won every fight in their life at this point. If they had only experienced such things, it was natural for them to become bored with everything like Michael or arrogant like the Sword Empress. I'll show her just how vast the world is on this occasion. When Damien remained silent, the Sword Empress urged him, What are you doing? Hurry up and get ready. I'm already ready. The Sword Empress frowned at Damien's words. You're barehanded. That's why I said I'm ready, Damien said, showing his empty hands. At that attitude, a vein throbbed on the Sword Empress's forehead. Do you think I'm a fool? You're a swordsman. There's no law that says a swordsman can't fight barehanded, is there? In fact, Damien was also deeply skilled in martial arts. Among the masters he had fought in his previous life, there were many martial artists, and he had absorbed all of their knowledge and skills. Moreover, the reason Damien had accepted this duel was to test out a new technique. The new technique that Damien had devised this time could only be used with bare hands, not with weapons. Stop playing around and get your weapon out. Why, are you worried that you'll lose to me barehanded? More than anything, fighting barehanded was a good way to cure the Sword Empress's arrogance. This would be the first time she had ever been ignored like this in her life. Is that so? Let's see if you can still say that after seeing this. The Sword Empress, her face filled with anger, drew the sword from her waist. The hilt was short and the blade was very narrow. It was a form that was more suitable for stabbing than slashing. It was a weapon called a rapier. The rapier was originally created as a weapon for self-defense in the city. Therefore, it was known to be less suitable for use in combat than other weapons. However, the story changed when it was held in the Sword Empress's hand. Just getting close to her made one feel a chill as if their throat would be cut in an instant. This is your last chance, draw your sword. Damien stretched out his hands and shook them. Finally, the Sword Empress's anger exploded. If you get your wrist cut off after that, it's not my fault. The Sword Empress pointed her rapier at Damien. The moment the tip of the rapier and Damien aligned, she shot forward. She slid across the ground, closing the distance in an instant. It was like watching a human-shaped arrow. Ha! With a shout, the Sword Empress thrust her rapier forward. The tip of the rapier aimed to pierce Damien's heart. Excellent! The footwork that closed the distance in an instant, the swordsmanship that thrust the rapier, and the flow of mana that assisted all of it. Everything was perfect. Any average middle-class swordsman would have had trouble even blocking this attack, let alone dodging it. However, the person standing here now was Damien. He had already read the move and tilted his head to the side. The rapier pierced through the air. Well dodged, the Sword Empress immediately pulled back her extended arm. She returned to her original position. The Sword Empress took a deep breath, and then the rapier disappeared. A flurry of over 20 attacks erupted. It was almost as if the rapier had split into multiple blades. It was an incredible speed, but it was all clear to Damien's eyes. He dodged the incoming rapier by moving one step at a time. When all of her attacks were rendered ineffective, the Sword Empress's swordsmanship changed. She stopped thrusting the rapier and started swinging it. As it was light, the speed of the slashes was also fast. She swung the rapier repeatedly like a brush drawing lines in the air. Damien dodged this as well with ease, and then this time the Sword Empress's body disappeared. Immediately afterward, attacks came from all directions. The Sword Empress was nowhere to be seen, but the attacks kept coming. She may be young, but the Sword Empress is still the Sword Empress after all. The Sword Empress's swordsmanship could be summarized in one word: fast. A swordsmanship that quickly closes the shortest distance to the opponent and moves at extreme speed to pierce them. With mediocre skills, one would not even be able to see the Sword Empress's movements properly. It was so fast that it was rather flashy. It was enough to make one's eyes dizzy. But in the end, there is only one blade. Damien swung his palm in accordance with the movement of the rapier. Damien's palm and the blade of the rapier met. The rapier, which had been drawn in a straight line, was deflected to the side. The Sword Empress was taken aback by the unexpected situation. Damien did not miss this opportunity. He stepped forward and twisted his waist. He then swung his back heel and kicked the Sword Empress in the temple. It was a very clean and powerful attack. However, just before Damien's heel hit her head, something strange happened. A golden aura gathered on the Sword Empress's skin, and it spread wide, forming an armor. As the heel and the armor collided, the Sword Empress's body was pushed to the side with a loud noise. "You can use this," Damien said, putting down his outstretched leg. A strange smile spread across his lips. "I didn't know you could use an aura armor in the middle class. Any knight can use mana to block an enemy's attack. It is a technique of concentrating mana on the part where the shock is applied to minimize the damage. Aura armor is an advanced form of this. It was a technique that used aura to form armor to block enemy attacks. It was very useful, but it was also very difficult. It was known that one had to be at least high class to use it. However, the Sword Empress was using it at the middle class level. Of course, there were many shortcomings compared to a high-class aura armor. It was much weaker and the structure was not as solid. It also took longer to implement. However, it was still a great feat to be able to use it at all. She was truly a gifted individual. "I don't feel good hearing that from you," the Sword Empress said with a stony face. "You're the one who not only dodged all my attacks but also created an opening and landed an attack." If Damien felt surprised, the Sword Empress felt shocked. This was the first time she had ever felt so helpless in her life. "I thought it would be over quickly. This won't do. I have to do this properly." A golden aura enveloped the Sword Empress's body. She was trying to protect her entire body by using the aura armor in real time, rather than activating it instantaneously. "That's amazing. It's really amazing." Aura armor had the disadvantage of consuming a large amount of mana. However, the Sword Empress was using aura armor to cover her entire body. This meant that she not only had a large amount of mana, but she was also skilled in using aura. Aura armor, good, it's perfect for using my new technique. Damien activated the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. His body temperature skyrocketed. His mana raged wildly, and his physical abilities and senses were extremely amplified. Originally, Damien would not have gone beyond this point. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was a powerful mana cultivation technique, but it was also dangerous, as it could turn one into a cripple if one crossed the line. However, things were different now. He had found a way to prevent the side effects of the technique. Cotton-lined forbidden needle technique, a mana cultivation technique that Damien had obtained at an auction house in the black market. The cotton-lined forbidden needle had the ability to manipulate the blood vessels, which are the channels through which mana flows. With the cotton-lined forbidden needle, one could strengthen or expand the blood vessels. In addition, one could also destroy or twist the opponent's blood vessels, as in the previous incident, to cause them pain. Damien used the cotton-lined forbidden needle to strengthen his blood vessels. As a result, the burden on his body was rapidly reduced. Now I can go one step further. He used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation to further enhance his body and senses. This increased the burden on his blood vessels. However, thanks to the cotton-lined forbidden needle, his blood vessels were not destroyed. "What are you doing?" The Sword Empress's face hardened. She could now instinctively feel that something was happening to Damien's body. "I don't know what you're preparing for, but I don't plan to just sit back and take it." Aura armor surrounding the Sword Empress's body became even thicker. It seemed that she was trying to strengthen her defense in case the enemy attacked. "Good decision," Damien smiled and said, and then he kicked the ground. Something exploded from his entire body. The ground shattered even though he had only lightly kicked it. The recoil propelled his body forward. It was incomparable to the previous time he had used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. When the world finally returned to normal, Damien was within the Sword Empress's attack range. Wah! The Sword Empress realized this belatedly. The one who used the fast swordsmanship had missed the enemy's movement. "This is ridiculous." The Sword Empress hurriedly tried to get out of range, but Damien struck her abdomen with his palm first. The moment the aura armor tried to block the blow, Damien released his mana. The released mana spread throughout the Sword Empress's body. At the same time, it blocked her blood vessels. With her blood vessels blocked, the Sword Empress could no longer maintain the aura armor. Damien's blow dug into the Sword Empress's abdomen. A gasp escaped from the Sword Empress's lips. This time she was unable to resist and flew backward. She crashed into a wooden pillar and hung her head limply. It's still a work in progress, but it's not a bad technique. The technique Damien had just used was one that used the cotton-lined forbidden needle to block the enemy's blood vessels while attacking. He had created it because he judged that it would be easy to subdue the enemy if he could use it properly. As I thought, I can easily penetrate the aura armor as well. Aura armor was a great technique, but it was not invincible. It could not block the internal injury technique, which infused mana into the enemy's body to cause internal injuries. That was why the Sword Empress was also unable to block the mana that Damien had released. "Milady," just then David rushed over and supported the Sword Empress. The Sword Empress was unconscious. David turned to Damien and protested, "Aren't you going too far? How can you beat up a delicate lady like Milady so mercilessly?" "Delicate?" Damien made a dumbfounded expression. "Who in the world would call a woman like the Sword Empress delicate? You're being too overprotective. You should know, don't you, that she's not as badly injured as she looks." The moment he struck her abdomen, Damien had pulled back most of the mana. Thanks to this, the Sword Empress did not suffer great injuries. "How am I supposed to know that? If even a master class like you didn't know about it, what should I do?" At Damien's words, David's body froze. The expression on his face disappeared. "Since when did you know?" When David raised his voice, Damien said nonchalantly, "From the beginning." Chapter 111, The Stranger Part 3, Master. A true transcendent being, known as an absolute being who can single-handedly take on a kingdom. Any knight would aspire to become a master. However, the number of knights who reach this level is rarer than finding a diamond in the rough. Out of the hundreds of thousands of knights born each year across the continent, only a handful of geniuses could become masters. Upon reaching master, one can transcend the pinnacle of swordsmanship and pave a new path. This path is called the Path of Gods. The techniques like 10,000 flow perception and the Killer Ghost's life-taking sword are examples of this. "I've concealed all my mana perfectly, so how did you know I was a master?" Even the Milady didn't notice my true identity. As he said, Damien couldn't sense any mana from David. It couldn't be helped. Even Damien couldn't surpass the gap between himself and a master at this point. "She looks like a Milady from a noble family. I doubted you would be traveling alone. From that you figured out I was a master. I couldn't sense any mana from you no matter how much I observed, so I took a guess, but I didn't expect it to be true. In fact, the part about taking a guess was a lie." He couldn't sense any mana, but Damien had experience and knowledge. He saw the lightness and fluidity of movement that only a master could possess. It was a subtle detail that only Damien could have noticed, and even David wouldn't have been able to hide it completely. "This is humiliating, to be exposed by a much younger generation," David said, scratching the back of his head. "Should I call you senior? I don't want to hear sincere words," David grumbled as he sat down next to the Sword Empress. "Anyway, you're incredibly skilled. I didn't think you'd take down the Milady so quickly, and you even knock her unconscious. I've never seen someone like you in the Empire." It was only natural. There couldn't be another talent like Damien in this world, otherwise it would have been impossible for Damien to destroy humanity in his previous life. "If I had hurt her, you wouldn't have let me go, would you? Well, I wonder what I would have done." David stared at Damien quietly. Then suddenly Damien noticed. The whole world had become quiet. The sound of birds chirping and insects buzzing had all disappeared. Even the sound of the trees swaying could not be heard. Only then did Damien realize that David was spreading his mana and dominating this area. He hadn't noticed until the space was completely consumed. This is why a master is called a true transcendent being. They casually perform phenomena that are far beyond the human level. Still, I know you wouldn't kill me. How can you be sure? I don't sense any killing intent. If David had even the slightest bit of killing intent, it would have permeated the air and pierced Damien's mind. But the world was only silent. It meant that David had no ill will towards Damien. Tusk. David clicked his tongue and retracted his mana. The silent world suddenly became noisy. You even noticed that. It's not fun because you're too good, David said, shrugging his shoulders. Milady was the one who challenged you to a duel first. She can't complain if she gets hurt. Although he was an escort, he seemed to have no intention of protecting the Sword Empress. On the contrary, I think she learned a lot from this experience, so it's a good opportunity for her. David was right about this. The Sword Empress had been winning all her life. In her eyes, the world must have seemed like a flat plain without any obstacles, but by meeting Damien, she had experienced a wall. The way the Sword Empress saw the world would definitely change greatly. My name is Artis Berber. I am a master who serves the Milady's family. Artis Berber. Both David and Arthas Berber were names unheard of even in past lives. That's strange. If he was a master under the Sword Empress, there's no way I wouldn't know about him. It was also possible that he had retired for some reason, or that he had already died by the time Damien was active. Why is a master doing the escorting? Considering the status of a master, it was a waste of power to have them do the escorting, even if it was for the escort of a precious person like the Sword Empress. I owe a debt of gratitude to the Milady's mother. No, to the lady that I can't repay. I volunteered to be the Milady's escort in order to repay that debt even a little bit. As he said this, Artis Berber looked at the Sword Empress with a very soft look in his eyes. I would like you to keep my identity a secret from the Milady. She thinks she is traveling on her own power. It must be hard for you to keep up with her. Artis Berber burst out laughing at Damien's words. The Sword Empress only came to her senses the next day. As soon as she opened her eyes, she got up from her seat and shouted, "What happened to the duel? Why am I lying here?" Damien and David, who were sitting in front of the campfire drinking tea, looked up at her. "Milady, you're awake." David threw away his teacup and ran to the Sword Empress. The Sword Empress pushed him aside. "Damien, what was that? How could you move so fast? How did you pierce my protection barrier?" The Sword Empress sat down in front of Damien and bombarded him with questions. Damien sipped his tea with an annoyed look on his face. "I can't just tell you my techniques." "That's true. How about we exchange them? I'll tell you all the techniques I'm learning." "Milady, you can't do that," David shouted urgently. Damien couldn't help but be terrified for a different reason. "Does this woman think she can make me a public enemy of the family?" The Sword Empress came from the prestigious Lichtuer family, a ducal house of the empire. Naturally, the techniques she was learning were also those of the Lichtuer family. If their secrets were leaked, no family would just sit back and do nothing. There was a high probability that they would immediately send an assassination squad. Above all, Damien already knew most of the Sword Empress's techniques. This was because he had absorbed all of her swordsmanship while fighting her in his previous life. "I don't need it." The Sword Empress's spirits were dampened by Damien's firm refusal. "From what I saw earlier, your footwork was clumsy when you were wielding your sword. You should focus on training your lower body for now." "Oh, really? And because you're so focused on speed, all your attacks are too light. There are mana cultivation techniques that can temporarily increase your weight. Look into those." David's eyes widened in surprise at Damien's advice. As a masterclass, he must have noticed that Damien's advice was accurate. No, it wasn't just accurate. Damien was showing the Sword Empress the way, the path that the Sword Empress had walked in the future. He was even telling her about it with his own knowledge. "But when the family instructors told me, there were probably many times when you didn't like what the instructors were saying, right? Wouldn't it have been better to just swing your sword however you wanted?" "Why, yes." How did you know?" The Sword Empress was a genius among geniuses. There was no way that ordinary people could teach such a person. Forget everything about the family's teachings except the basics. From now on, think of yourself as a pioneer, Damien said with a confident tone. The Sword Empress nodded her head repeatedly, then her expression suddenly turned fierce. "Wait a minute. Why am I taking lessons from you? Isn't it a good thing? Thank you, you're the one I'm supposed to defeat. Stop talking nonsense and fight me right now." The Sword Empress tried to get up, but she collapsed back to the ground. What's happening?" She looked down at her body, unable to comprehend what was happening. The Sword Empress was currently in a state where her blood vessels were blocked by the acupuncture technique. The blockage would naturally dissolve over time, but for now she would be unable to move her body or use her mana. This can't be. Please wait a moment." Damien ignored the Sword Empress and stood up. He straightened his cloak, put the utensils into the spatial ring, and prepared to leave. "Wait, where are you doing? It's morning already and I have a long way to go." Where are you going? To the church. The Sword Empress's expression became anxious at his words. The church was located outside the Apple Kingdom. She was headed for the Apple Kingdom, so they were going in opposite directions. I guess we have to part ways here. Be before that, fight me one more time. With that body, Damien looked down at the Sword Empress condescendingly. His expression made her face flush red. Suddenly, the Sword Empress took off the ring she was wearing on her finger. It was a plain silver ring with no decoration. It was worn out in places, suggesting that it was old. Take it, the Sword Empress threw the ring at Damien. Damien caught it without knowing what was going on. Oh, milady, that ring is… Be quiet, David. The Sword Empress's sharp cry forced David to shut his mouth. Damien, listen carefully. My name is Rachel Lichtiwer. I am the successor to the Lichtiwer dukedom, one of the 7 great houses of the empire. Damien already knew the Sword Empress's name and family. However, he was surprised by what she said next. In our family, when we receive a great favor, we have a tradition of giving away an object that symbolizes our family. And this ring is a proof of my status as the successor. If what the Sword Empress, Rachel Lichtiwer, said was true, then this ring held immense value. I will return to the family as soon as I finish my business in the Apple Kingdom. If you come with that ring, I will tell my father and he will reward you. And you'll also fight me in a duel. Of course. In her previous life, the Sword Empress had wandered the continent, eager to meet strong people before returning to the empire. It seemed that in this life she planned to end her wandering early. Well, I can't refuse if you're offering a reward. Damien put the ring in his subspace and mounted his horse. Why you have to come back? You have to, I will. I'll never let you go if you forget, I'll chase you forever. Damien left the forest, leaving the Sword Empress's cries behind. After that, Damien crossed the border and headed for the church. The church was no different from a kingdom. It had a territory as large as a small kingdom, and a considerable number of people lived inside. Therefore, even after entering the territory of the church, Damien had to travel a long way to reach the place where the main headquarters was located. A week later, Damien finally reached his destination. I'm finally here. Damien looked out from the top of the hill. A castle was built far away. The scale of the castle was enormous. It seemed to be twice as large as the capital of the Apple Kingdom that Damien had visited a while ago. The castle was surrounded by massive walls that were as high and sturdy as cliffs. Inside, there were even higher walls built in layers. This was the main headquarters of the church. Chapter 112, The Church Part 1. This is still an amazing place even after seeing it again. The outer walls alone were so high and sturdy, and there were 2 more massive walls built inside. The structure of the castle was protected by 3 layers of walls. The moat surrounding the walls also made the siege difficult. It was called a moat, but it was almost like a river. In his previous life, even Dorugo had to use all of his undead army to capture the church. Shall I go in? Damien led his horse towards the church. He followed the bridge built over the moat and stood in front of the gate. There were 2 giant statues on either side of the gate holding spears. As Damien approached, the eyes of the 2 giant statues glowed. Then they blocked Damien's path with the spears they were holding. The size of the spear blades was so large that it seemed like a wall was blocking the way. Surprisingly, these 2 giant statues were not ordinary structures, but a type of golem. It's been a long time since I've seen them. These 2 giant statues were golems called the Gift of Achilles. They were one of the war weapons possessed by the church, created by the Saint Achilles after a lifetime of research. They had a powerful fighting ability and could even be mass-produced. In his previous life, a single giant statue had matched the army of tens of thousands of undead. Halt! The church does not welcome visitors from afar. A voice came from the giant statue. Damien spoke to the statue. I am Damien Haksen. I have come to receive the reward promised by the church. Please wait a moment. I will find someone to verify your identity. The giant statues didn't say anything for a while. Then they suddenly removed the spears that were blocking Damien's path. The high gate opened slightly and someone walked out through the gap. With short hair like a man but still with a beautiful appearance that caught the eye. It was Agnes, the direct disciple of the Chingium, one of the 5 great elders of the church. Sir Damien, Agnes ran up to him. Her usual expressionless face was filled with joy. Why did it take you so long? I have been waiting for you to come. I had a lot of work to do. Ah, I heard. You found the dark mages who had infiltrated the Apple Kingdom, didn't you? You also fought the demonic sword in the process. Anger began to rise in Agnes' eyes. They are truly like cockroaches. They spread germs everywhere they go. I am glad that Sir Damien has punished them. God will be pleased. Agnes made the sign of the cross. Come this way, I will guide you. Damien followed Agnes into the church. As the 2 walked together, gazes poured in from all directions. Who is that man? I don't feel any divine power, so he must be an outsider. What? How did an outsider get into the church? Most of the gazes were filled with wariness. This was because the sanctum of the church was basically forbidden to outsiders. How can an outsider be with Lady Agnes? It's the first time I've seen Lady Agnes' expression so relaxed. Damn it, he's an eyesore. Damien ignored the murmuring of the paladins and looked around the church. Roads made of marble, buildings that gave off an old-fashioned atmosphere due to their age, it was all a familiar sight. This was because he had visited the church once in his previous life. Of course, he hadn't visited for a good reason. He had come to capture the church on Darugo's orders. Darugo had been unable to capture the church even after throwing all of his undead army at it. The damage was only getting worse day by day. In the end, Darugo had no choice but to urgently call back Damien, who had been on a long-distance mission. Damien, who had returned as Darugo ordered, captured the church in a single day. The cries of the believers who had been massacred by the undead army on that day still seemed to ring in his ears. "Sir Damien," Agnes, who was walking ahead, asked with a puzzled expression. "Your expression doesn't look good. Are you perhaps tired?" "It's nothing," Damien said with a forced smile. Agnes looked at Damien with a very worried expression. "To enter the secret treasury, you must first meet Her Holiness and obtain permission. There was only one person in this world who was called by the title of Her Holiness. None other than the leader of the church, the Holy Empress. Her Holiness is currently away on giving the blessing. If you are okay with it, would you be able to spare some time for teacher, Agnes teacher?" She was referring to Chinjiam, one of the 5 great elders of the church. Teacher wants to thank Sir Damien. Among the master classes he had fought against during his time as a Death Knight, Chinjiam was a particularly powerful figure. He was an impressive opponent, so he couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person was Chinjiam when he was not an enemy but an ally? "Let's go and see." Damien followed Agnes, filled with curiosity. Following Agnes, Damien arrived at the northern region of the church. The buildings here are all used by the members of our sect. The aura he felt from the paladins walking around was somehow unusual. "Isn't that Lady Agnes? Who is that next to her? Who is he to be with Lady Agnes? He looks like an outsider. Is he by any chance Lady Agnes's? No, it can't be." The paladins of the sect, as if they had conspired with the outside, showed similar reactions. Here too, Damien was met with suspicion. "This is the building used by our sect." Agnes soon arrived in front of a building and opened the gate of the fence to guide Damien into the garden. There, an old man was watering the flower bed. His back was hunched and his limbs were frail. His face was covered in wrinkles. It was like looking at an old tree that seemed like it would break at any moment. "Master, I have brought Sir Damien." Agnes bowed her head to the old man. The old man slowly turned his head. Damien was captivated by a strange feeling. Perhaps because he was old, he looked exactly the same as Damien remembered. This old man was none other than Chinjiam, one of the 5 great elders of the church. "Oh, Agnes, you must have had a hard time fulfilling this old man's request." The old man approached the two with a kind smile. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like a grandfather you would often see in the neighborhood. He didn't look like a great figure like the great elder. "So you are Sir Damien Haksen." "Yes, it is an honor to meet you." Chinjiam offered a handshake. Damien took Chinjiam's hand. "He's strong." Chinjiam's palms were covered with calluses. It felt like he was being squeezed by shackles just by gripping him slightly. "Looking at you like this, you have a really handsome face. No wonder our Agnes is going crazy." Master, you shouldn't say such strange things. Sir Damien will misunderstand." "What misunderstanding? The rumors are already spreading." "Agnes, that's enough." "Stop it," Agnes shouted in a hurry. Chinjiam clicked his tongue. "To yell at this old master because of a man. What you're going to do with this old man when you mar?" "Master, all right, go and bring something to eat." At those words, Agnes flinched. "Master, you don't mean that, do you?" "Don't worry, Sir Damien is a benefactor of our sect. I wouldn't treat him harshly," Chinjiam said firmly. Agnes sent him a suspicious look before muttering and leaving. "Please sit here." As Agnes disappeared, Chinjiam sat down at a wooden table on one side of the garden. There was even a wooden table set up, perhaps for entertaining guests. Damien sat down across from him and Chinjiam opened his mouth. "The reason I asked to see Sir Damien is to thank you. Thanks to you, my disciples returned safely," Chinjiam said, bowing his head, one of the 5 great elders. He was showing his respect too easily for someone who was no different from a king within the church. "My disciples are truly special beings to me. It is no exaggeration to say that those children are my whole life," Chinjiam said with an affectionate face. "You don't have to thank me. Anyone would have saved the 2 of them in that situation. You are even humble. You are truly a wonderful person, just as Agnes told me." Chinjiam nodded as if he was impressed. Then he handed Damien a silver plate. The hexagonal silver plate was stamped with a complex seal. "This is a silver plate with my seal on it. If you need my help, go to any church and show them this plate. Then I will be contacted immediately." The 5 great saints were beings far superior to the master class. When the strongest humans were mentioned, they were always mentioned together with the Imperial Supreme Sword. Such a powerful being was telling Damien that he would help him at any time. I will keep it safe. Damien took the silver plate. It was Damien's belief to always be prepared for the worst. He didn't know when this silver plate might come in handy. Suddenly, Damien felt Chinjiam staring at him. By the way, you are a very interesting person. This is the first time I've met someone so difficult to assess. Chinjiam looked at Damien's face with an interested expression. I don't mean to brag, but I am confident in my ability to read people. But you, I can't see through you. He was indeed a master class. Damien was hiding his abilities. He had pretended to be a middle class to others. Chinjiam couldn't see Damien's true strength either. However, he didn't fall for the deception either. I apologize for asking this on our first meeting, but can you please grant me one request? What is it? I have a bad habit. When I see young people with great talent, I want to see it for myself. A sense of foreboding arose in Damien's mind. At that moment, Chinjiam kicked Damien in the head. It was a surprisingly fast and powerful kick for someone sitting down. Damien reacted immediately and crossed his forearms to block the attack. He was thrown backward by the impact. Damien crashed backward, destroying a flower bed. What is this? I'm sorry, but I'm just so curious about your skills. Chinjiam bared his teeth and smiled. He looked like a predator. That temper hasn't changed at all. Chinjiam was the most ferocious of the 5 great elders. He was so feared and dreaded even among the dark mages. Since it's come to this, what can we do? I have to give you a taste of my power. Before Damien could respond, Chinjiam charged forward. Chapter 113. The Church Part 2. Chinjiam thrust out his foot like a spear. It was a speed that could not be avoided. Damien had to block the blow with his forearm. Although he had blocked it, his forearm throbbed. It felt like he had been hit by a lump of iron. As expected of a master, even with just their bare hands, a master was strong enough to be called a monster. Damien's body was as hard as iron and could not be cut by a knife. There was no time to be lost in thought. Chinjiam was already launching a fierce attack. Chinjiam's kicks rained down one after another. Damien's eyes darted around busily. There is no excessiveness in his movements. They are extremely simple but fast and destructive. He was indeed a great elder. Since his regression, he had met many people, but this was the first time he had seen such a simple yet efficient attack. However, Damien was no easy opponent either. He blocked all of Chinjiam's attacks and then used his hands and forearms to strike back. A series of dull thuds rang out. Chinjiam's expression became strange as he saw Damien blocking his attacks so easily. I heard you were a swordsman. Where did you learn your martial arts? I learned a little bit in case I needed to use it in an emergency. It doesn't seem like just a little bit. You're much better than the paladins of our sect. Chinjiam smiled with satisfaction. This is fun. I think we can go a little bit more intense. Damien looked at Chinjiam carefully. He had realized something strange. Chinjiam's main weapons were his 2 fists. He occasionally used kicks, but when he was actually fighting an opponent, he used his fists much more often. However, in the recent exchange of blows, Chinjiam had only used his legs. And even then, he had only used his right leg. I heard that you mainly use your fists. At Damien's question, Chinjiam burst out laughing. If I use my fists, it will be over too quickly. Using only my legs is my way of showing consideration. Damien laughed at that. It was the first time since his regression that he had been shown consideration by an opponent. In other cases, it might not matter, but consideration from an enemy was nothing more than being ignored. He could not stand being ignored. Damien took out the 1,000-mile sword that was hanging from his waist and put it into his subspace. What are you doing now? Chinjiam tilted his head. He did not understand why the swordsman was putting away his sword. How can I use a weapon against an elder? I will continue to fight you barehanded. At those words, Chinjiam's face froze for a moment. Then he started laughing loudly. An elder? You mean you're going to go easy on me because I'm old? I apologize if I have offended you. However, I have always been taught by my father to respect the elderly. Chinjiam burst out laughing again. Fine, do whatever you want, but don't come crying to me when you get beaten up. Once again, Chinjiam was the first to move. He jumped forward and kicked out with his right foot. Damien dodged the attack by twisting his body. Chinjiam immediately retracted his extended leg, then he swung his right leg at Damien like a whip. All of his attacks were much sharper and more threatening than before. The shock that accumulated in his forearms with each block grew stronger. As expected, the wall of a master is high. Even though he was only using one leg, there were no gaps in his defense. And even now, Chinjiam was not fighting seriously. He was just poking and prodding Damien to see his level. To break through this, I need to reach the master level myself. Masters are those who have surpassed the pinnacle of technique and have opened up a new path. Standing on that path, they could see many things. Things that lower-class knights could not even dream of. That was why Damien could not defeat a master class at his current level. Even if he had the knowledge and experience of countless masters in his head, it would not matter. At this rate, I'm going to lose. In fact, it was only natural for Damien to lose in a spar against a master. However, his pride was hurt at the thought of losing just like that. At the very least, I need to make him use his hands. Damien's senses were at their peak. He used all of his senses to read Qinjiam's movements. Then Qinjiam raised his right leg high into the air. If you block this, your arm might break. Qinjiam's heel plunged down towards Damien's head. Damien threw himself backwards. Qinjiam's heel passed just above his nose. The heel hit the ground with a thud. The ground was dug deep into the ground as if a sledgehammer had been struck. With the recoil, Qinjiam leaped into the air and twisted his waist in midair. At the same time, he brought his right shin down towards Damien once again. "Let's see if you can take this too," Qinjiam shouted with an excited face. The technique that Qinjiam was now using could be called his trump card. The movements were large, but they were quick because they were aimed at the opponent's weakness and were executed with a downward motion. Most people could not see through this attack and were defeated. Qinjiam thought that Damien would not be much different. However, just as Qinjiam's leg was about to press down on Damien's collarbone, Damien lifted his body into the air. At the same time, he turned his body. His shoulder rotated one full turn, deflecting Qinjiam's attack. "No way!" Qinjiam's face was filled with embarrassment, as even he had not expected this. Damien's body, which had been floating in the air, fell to the ground. He landed flat on the ground. Damien's body hit the ground first and Qinjiam landed a split second later. Damien, not missing a beat, swung his leg low and kicked Qinjiam's leg. No matter how strong Qinjiam was, there was no way he could block an attack in midair. His body tilted to one side. At this rate, his face would hit the ground. As a master and great elder, he could not show such a disgrace. Qinjiam had no choice but to use his hands to brace himself against the ground. Qinjiam stood up and looked at Damien with an incredulous face. "What did you just do?" "It's like you read my attack. It was just a lucky hit," Damien said, brushing the dirt off his clothes. Despite Damien's explanation, the question on Qinjiam's face remained. "This is interesting," but that was only for a moment. Soon, a fierce smile appeared on Qinjiam's face. "This is the first time I've had such an interesting opponent. Not even among the great elders there hasn't been anyone like you." Qinjiam clenched his two fists. The atmosphere changed drastically with that one action. The frail old man was gone. All that was left was a beast that seemed ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. "Weren't you not going to use your hands? You were keeping that in mind." "I apologize for underestimating you." Qinjiam seemed to not care at all. "So let's do this properly from now on." All that mattered to Qinjiam now was his fight with Damien. "This is troublesome." I've awakened Qinjiam's wild side. He had only been able to succeed in his attack before because Qinjiam was holding back. That was a great feat in itself. A master was a monster that surpassed humans. No matter how careless they were, a middle class could not find an opening. It was like saying that you couldn't kill a sleeping lion with a dog's teeth. However, Qinjiam, who had revealed his true nature, was different. The few gaps that were left were now completely closed. But I can't avoid it. Damien also braced himself and prepared for Qinjiam's next attack. "You're amazing, you're really an amazing guy," Qinjiam exclaimed, his eyes shining. That's when it happened. Suddenly, light erupted from the ground. The next moment, his whole body felt heavier. It was as if an invisible hand was pressing down on him. Damien looked down at the ground with a surprised face. It was a miracle he had seen before. Divine power, radiant light, one of the 5 great elders, had the divine power to enhance anything. She could enhance anything from physical abilities like strength and agility to the cutting power of weapons and even gravity. "Radiant light, what is this nonsense?" As expected, Qinjiam shouted, glaring at someone. Damien also looked in the direction that Qinjiam was looking. A breathtakingly beautiful woman was looking at them. Her radiant blonde hair reminded one of spring. The smile on her lips had a magical power that could captivate one's mind. Her curvaceous figure was impossible to fully conceal even by the loose-fitting robe she wore. Radiant light. One of the 5 great masters and the leader of the sect Blinding Pain, she had intervened in the fight between the two men. "Elder Qinjiam, don't get too excited. How can I calm down after something like this has happened? I was just following Her Holiness's orders." As Radiant Light stepped aside, an old woman appeared, leaning on a cane. Her back was hunched and her back was protruding. One of her legs seemed to have some problem, so she limped. She seemed to be in a lot of discomfort. However, the moment Damien saw her face, those things were no longer visible. Holy Empress's eyes were deep and calm like the night sky. Even Damien was momentarily lost and drawn into her eyes. "Qinjiam, I asked Radiant Light to stop the two of you." Holy Empress opened his mouth. Her voice was very clear. Thanks to that, Damien was able to come to his senses. Qinjiam immediately knelt on the ground. Damien did the same as Qinjiam. "Qinjiam, Holy Empress looked down at Qinjuiam with a tired face. What will I do if you punch my guest? Your Holiness, I did it with Sir Damien's consent. Damien looked at Qinjuiam with a dumbfounded face. Qinjuiam gave him a pleading look. Sir Damien, is that true? How could that be? He attacked me out of nowhere. Damien was not going to let it go. He coldly told the truth to the Holy Empress. Holy Empress's eyebrows shot up. Qinjuiam broke out in a cold sweat. I will not let this go today. You better be prepared. At the Holy Empress's words, Qinjuiam's expression turned as if the sky was falling down. Why, Your Holiness? Qinjuiam called out to the Holy Empress with an anxious face. But the Holy Empress just turned her head away and ignored him. Sir Damien, let's go with me. We need to discuss your rewards issue. I understand, Damien answered hastily. Qinjuiam, you come too. I need your advice when we discuss the reward. I understand. Qinjuiam replied with a look of utter defeat. Holy Empress turned to Damien. He had a kind expression on her face, unlike when she was talking to Qinjuiam. Then Sir Damien, shall we go? Chapter 114, The Church Part 3. The Holy Empress led Damien to the audience chamber. The ceiling of the audience chamber was made entirely of glass, offering a breathtaking view of the blue sky. Bright sunlight illuminated the entire room. The Holy Empress, her body frail, took her seat on the holy throne in the center of the room. Damien could not help but stop in his tracks. Memories of his previous life in this place flooded back to him. It was when he had stormed the castle on Darugo's orders. At that time, Damien had led an army of undead soldiers to this place in order to capture the Holy Empress. Unbelievably, the Holy Empress had not fled but had sat here waiting for Damien. The undead dragged the Holy Empress before Darugo, showing no respect for her age. They grabbed her by the hair and dragged her like a dog. Even as her skin was scraped against the ground and her bones were broken on the stones, the Holy Empress did not waver. She remained unyielding even when Darugo subjected her to all sorts of insults. I thought the leader of the church would be more impressive. For the closest representative of God, you have a rather ugly appearance. How shameful, for me, a being with flesh and blood, to be called ugly by a bag of bones like you. Do you not understand the situation? Your life is in my hands now. I do not fear death. Ah, you would not understand. That is why you are willing to become such a wretched existence to avoid death. Darugo flew into a rage and ordered Damien to kill the Holy Empress. You are in pain, are you not? The Holy Empress spoke softly to Damien as he approached. Do not give up. If you do, your sins will only grow greater. Remember this. You are the only hope. Even as her head was flying off, the Holy Empress kept her eyes on Damien. Sir Damien, come closer. Damien was pulled out of his past memories by the Holy Empress's voice. He took a step towards her but stopped at the edge of the red carpet. Sir Damien, your accomplishments are too numerous to list. You executed the Yulan's executive Akidora, and since then you have repeatedly killed dark mages and reported those who use dark magic. The Holy Empress continued. For that alone, we owe you a great debt, but with the crusade, you have done us a favor that we can never repay. She was referring to what had happened in the dungeon of the Corspaples dungeon. Thanks to Damien, the church was able to greatly reduce the casualties of the crusade. Many paladins and soldiers owe their lives to you. It was my duty. The Holy Empress smiled, pleased with Damien's answer. And in addition, I hear that you have recently defeated another evil being. At the Holy Empress's words, Damien took out the core of the demonic sword. The Holy Empress's eyes widened slightly as she saw the core. So this is the core of the demonic sword that has shaken the kingdom of Apple. I wish to offer it to the church. As I have heard, you are a truly devout man, the Holy Empress said, making the sign of the cross. We had decided to repay your service in rescuing the crusade by granting you permission to enter the secret treasury, but the core of the demonic sword. I do not know how to repay you. Do you have any requests? At the Holy Empress's words, Damien took out the holy sword from the subspace. The holy sword was destroyed in the battle with the demonic sword. If possible, I would like to have it repaired. The holy sword was created by the church. As such, he thought it would be easy to repair. However, the Holy Empress's reaction was strange. She had a troubled expression on her face. Sir Damien, lower-level holy swords cannot be repaired once they are destroyed. This was the first time he had heard of this. The broken parts can be fixed and restored, but the divine power cannot be re-injected. Then, that holy sword can no longer be used. Damien looked down at the holy sword with a shocked expression. He had grown quite fond of the sword, so his disappointment was even greater. The Holy Empress pondered for a moment before speaking to Damien. Although it is impossible to repair the holy sword, I will grant you a mid-level holy sword in recognition of your service in offering the core of the demonic sword. Mid-level holy sword. Qinjuiam was even more surprised than Damien at those words. Your Holiness, there has never been a single case of a mid-level holy sword being granted to an outsider. Low-level holy swords only had the effect of protecting the user with divine power. However, mid-level holy swords were different. They were imbued with miracles. Miracles were supernatural abilities that priests and paladins could manifest using divine power. The miracles bestowed upon mid-level holy swords were not ordinary. They were powerful enough to change the tide of battle. Therefore, only after paladins had accomplished many feats and gained the necessary qualifications could they receive a mid-level holy sword. Considering Sir Damien's accomplishments, I believe we should give him such an item. But, furthermore, Sir Damien joined the crusade and helped the church even though it was not his business. He can already be considered one of us. Chinjiam's face contorted with conflict at the Holy Empress's words. And do you know something? Perhaps someday Sir Damien will become one of us for real. The Holy Empress spoke with a gentle smile, but there was something burning in her eyes. It was the same look that Agnes had given him when she tried to recruit him as a paladin. He felt a cold sweat running down his back. My will is still not strong enough to follow the will of God. Then you will join the church once your shortcomings are filled. There are too many shortcomings. Damien desperately made excuses as he had no intention of joining the church. Then there is nothing we can do. The Holy Empress stepped back with a look of disappointment. Damien let out a sigh of relief. The Holy Empress called for the priest standing next to the door. Go and bring Malta. Tell him I have something to discuss regarding the holy sword. The priest heard the Holy Empress's words and went outside. A moment later, someone entered the audience chamber. Your Holiness. You called for me, so I came. The person came running and knelt before the Holy Empress. I have something to discuss about the holy sword. Are you finally going to approve the proposal for my great holy light crushing army obliteration holy sword for decisive battle with dark mages? As expected, your holiness knows the value of my proposal. Damien looked to the side with a somewhat surprised expression. A short stature like a child, a stocky build full of muscles, a bushy beard that completely covered his face, a dwarf. They were a subrace known for having the greatest craftsmanship and skills in the world. Malta, that's not why I called you. Yes, then why did you call me when I'm so busy? Of course, I'm happy to be summoned by your holiness, but I have a mountain of things to do that are more urgent. I am going to grant Sir Damien here a mid-level holy sword. I need your confirmation. Malta turned to look at Damien, then he gasped in surprise. It seemed like he had only just noticed Damien's presence. Your holiness, my eyes must be crooked. No matter how I look, he doesn't seem to be a paladin. You are correct, Sir Damien is not a paladin. If he's not a paladin, then you mean he's an outsider. That's right. To an outsider, a mid-level holy sword. You're going to grant it? That's right. Before the Holy Empress could finish speaking, the dwarf let out a scream. I absolutely cannot allow it. The entire building shook with the thunderous roar. Dust fell from the ceiling. How could I have created those children with such care? I'm even reluctant to give them to paladins, but an outsider, you say? No, absolutely not. I would rather have my eyes gouged out than let that happen. But considering Sir Damien's accomplishments, what accomplishments are you talking about? He's an outsider regardless. Do you know what kind of item is a mid-level holy sword? If we just hand over such a cute, adorable, and lovely child to the hands of such an outsider. Who knows what might happen? Malta roared loudly. The Holy Empress looked at Malta with a tired expression. Malta, Sir Damien has agreed to offer us the core he obtained after defeating the demonic sword this time. At those words, Malta's body trembled. Why, you said the core of the demonic sword? Where is it? I happen to need more information on the demonic sword in order to improve the great holy light crushing army obliteration holy sword for a decisive battle with dark mages. I have agreed to grant Sir Damien a mid-level holy sword in exchange for it. Malta looked up at the Holy Empress in confusion. Why, your holiness, that's. If you continue to oppose me, I will make sure you are excluded from the research on the core of the demonic sword. At the Holy Empress's firm words, Malta's expression turned as if he had lost everything he had. Malta clutched his head and began to ponder. He even groaned, showing how seriously he was considering it. Then I have no choice but to exclude Malta from the research. Just wait a moment instead. I will let him have it if he proves his worth. The Holy Empress's eyes widened in surprise at Malta's quick response. Prove his worth, you say? Yes, if Sir Damien passes the iron trial, I will no longer oppose it. The Holy Empress looked at Malta with a displeased expression. Malta, you shouldn't make such excuses just because you don't want to give up the holy sword. Why not? Originally, all paladins of the church had to pass the iron trial in order to obtain a holy sword, didn't they? Isn't the iron trial only for paladins who are granted a legendary holy sword? Damien's eyes flashed at the mention of a legendary holy sword. Holy swords created by the church were given one of 5 grades: low, middle, high, supreme, and special. However, there were occasionally holy swords that were given a special grade. That special grade was none other than legendary. In order to create a holy sword, one had to infuse metal with divine power over a long period of time. In the process, a metal was sometimes transformed by divine power. The transformed metal had a completely different structure and properties than before. It was as if it had been reborn as a new metal. The holy swords created from this transformed metal became stronger and sharper with each battle. Moreover, the amount of divine power they emitted also increased. Finally, they have a new miracle that did not exist in this world. In other words, a legendary holy sword was, in a nutshell, a holy sword that grew with the owner. It was an incomparably great item compared to a mid-level holy sword. Let's do that, Damien said. Both of their gazes turned to Damien. Sir Damien, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha, outsider, well thought. You have to prove your worth to receive a great weapon, Malta said with great joy. But you should know this, if you don't pass the trial, I can't give you the mid-level holy sword. Instead, give me a legendary holy sword if I pass the iron trial. Malta's face was filled with hesitation at those words. The Holy Empress had a similar expression. Sir Damien, a legendary holy sword is good, let's do that. Unlike the hesitant Holy Empress, Malta spoke loudly. But I don't know if you'll be able to pass the iron trial. Malta laughed confidently. He seemed convinced that Damien would not be able to pass the trial. The Holy Empress sighed deeply as she looked back and forth between the two. Since both of you agree, I can't object. If Sir Damien passes the iron trial, I will give him a legendary holy sword. Did you hear that? Follow me right away. Malta gestured for Damien to follow him. Damien greeted the Holy Empress and Chinjiam before following Malta. As soon as the two left, the Holy Empress's body staggered. Svetlana, Chinjiam hurriedly approached and supported the Holy Empress. What did you see in that guy to make you so distressed? Since there was no one else around, Chinjiam did not use honorifics. Brother, the Holy Empress is also called Chinjiam by a more familiar method. She swallowed dry saliva and said, I saw a mountain of corpses. Chinjiam's face hardened at the Holy Empress's words. The corpses covered the entire world. There were so many that there was no place to even step. The blood was flowing like a river. You saw such a vision. The Holy Empress Svetlana had a special ability. She could see into a person's heart. It was an ability she had gained when she first awakened her divine power. She had used this ability to identify countless heretics and dark mages up to this point who tried to infiltrate the church. Shouldn't we lock him up right away? The Holy Empress shook her head at Chinjiam's words. There. The Black Knight was crying. Black Knight? Yes, a knight wearing thick armor so large that he didn't look human. The Holy Empress recalled the scene she had just seen. The knight was shedding tears of blood. He let out a scream filled with agony. He squeezed his own body and punched it. As if that wasn't enough, he stabbed himself with a sword. It was a very cruel, eerie, and sad sight. I don't think Sir Damien is a dangerous person. As she said that, the Holy Empress stared at the direction where Damien had disappeared for a long time. Chapter 115, The Iron Trial Part 1. Malta led Damien to a workshop located inside the church. As expected of the church, which was also famous for its blacksmithing, the scale of the workshop was enormous. Church members were constantly carrying iron and coal, and the sound of iron being hammered could be heard from all directions. Flames blazed from hearths placed here and there. It boasted a size comparable to a small town. It was indeed a place that supported a huge group like the church. Come this way. Malta took Damien to a corner of the workshop. This is where you will face the iron trial. Damien looked at Malta with a face that said, What are you talking about? There was nothing here. The only thing was a large iron plate on the floor. Don't judge by appearances. Malta grabbed the hammer hanging from his waist. It was a hammer used for hammering iron. When Malta lightly hit the iron plate with the hammer, the center of the plate opened and began to slowly open. Damien looked down under the iron plate. Then, a large and spacious room was revealed. The room was filled with old and rusty weapons. The iron trial is a test created by our ancestors who first joined the church. Malta opened his mouth and explained. You've heard the story that we dwarves can hear the voices of metals, right? It wasn't for nothing that dwarves were famous for their blacksmithing skills. In addition to their natural blacksmithing skills, they had many special abilities that other races did not have. Hearing the voice of metals was one of them. Of course, that didn't mean they could hear direct thoughts. It meant that they could tell the purity, properties, and condition of the metal. Our ancestors thought that even if an excellent knight couldn't hear the voice of iron like us, they should have the ability to choose good metal. If other knights had heard this, they would have protested that it was nonsense. However, it wasn't a completely unfounded claim. In fact, knights with excellent talent instinctively knew a good weapon. It wasn't that they had any special abilities, they simply found it by instinct. The interesting thing was that their instincts were incredibly accurate. That room is filled with weapons that the blacksmiths made for practice and discarded. They are all but scrap metal, but there is exactly one weapon made of a rare metal. Damien looked down at the room. They were all covered in reddish-brown rust. It seemed impossible to distinguish them by appearance. Once you go inside, the internal mechanism will be activated and the door will close. To open the door again, you need to find the weapon made of rare metal and insert it into the slot over there. Looking at the wall that Malta was pointing to, there was a fairly large hole in the wall. Then the mechanism will activate again and the door will open and you will pass the test. Malta asked Damien, who was quietly looking at the scrap metal piled up in the room. Is there a time limit? No. It's unlimited. That sounds easy. Easy? Ha ha ha, that's why you people like you are never able to pass this trial, Malta said with a very meaningful smile. So far, thousands of paladins have challenged the Iron Trial to obtain the legendary Holy Sword. But do you know what happened? They were trapped inside all day and eventually gave up on the test and came out, begging and begging to open the door. Malta seemed to be convinced that Damien would not pass. Oh, by the way, be careful. There are a lot of rusty nails down there, so it's dangerous even to fall. In fact, there was a guy who stepped on the wrong foot and had a big hole in his foot. There it is, Damien said abruptly. Malta narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? What is where? Isn't that it? Damien pointed to a dagger lying in the corner. On the outside, it was covered in red rust like the other weapons, and the blade was even chipped, but Damien could tell. The weapon made of the rare metal that Malta spoke of was that one. Huh, Malta turned to Damien. His large pupils were shaking violently as if an earthquake had struck. W what? W what? A knight with great talent can recognize a great weapon. This was also true for Damien. However, even for Damien, it was not easy to find a weapon mixed with rare metal among so many weapons. So he used another ability. In Damien's previous life, there was a master class called Weapon Master among those he fought. He was a man who used a variety of weapons as befitting his title. The realm that the Weapon Master reached was called All Weapons Beloved. When one reached All Weapons Beloved, one could communicate with weapons. Furthermore, one could further amplify the abilities of the weapon. It was thanks to All Weapons Beloved that Damien was able to find the weapon made of rare metal right away. What are you talking about? There's no way it could be discovered so easily. Stop talking nonsense and look for it more carefully, Malta said, dripping with cold sweat. Damien scoffed. There was no way he could be wrong after confirming it with All Weapons Beloved. Then I'll go get it. Wait. Hey, Damien threw himself down into the room. He avoided the rusty nails and landed safely. Damn it, this is a scam, Malta shouted from above. Damien lightly ignored Malta's shouts. As soon as Damien fell down, the entire room began to move. As if a hemisphere was being covered, the hole Damien fell through was blocked by something. Pitch-black darkness came. Soon after, a light source appeared from the ceiling and illuminated the room. Hey, how about we renegotiate now? I'll give you the best of the best intermediate holy swords. Malta's anxious cries came from outside. If you don't like the intermediate holy sword, I'll give you an high one, so please give up. Damien ignored Malta's cries and approached the dagger. He grabbed the dagger and approached the slot on the wall. Is this really the right place to put it in? The dagger seemed too small for the slot, but Damien hesitated for a moment before inserting the dagger into the slot. Click. The mechanism started to work with the sound of something fitting into place. With this, the legendary holy sword is mine. Even Damien couldn't help but covet a treasure like the legendary holy sword. Damien congratulated himself with a satisfied expression. That's when it happened. His wrist holding the dagger became hot. It felt like it was on fire. Damien was startled and looked at his wrist. Erebos, which had turned into a tattoo, was emitting a dark aura. What is this? Suddenly, the entire room shook. There was a rough noise and the entire wall began to rotate. Is this also part of the Iron Trial? It was possible, but his instincts told him no. Erebos wouldn't have reacted if it was the Iron Trial. More than anything, Malta's voice coming from outside solidified Damien's thoughts. What is this? The M mechanism is malfunctioning. I've never heard of it having this function. Something was clearly wrong. Damien immediately heightened his senses. He sharpened his 5 senses to prepare for any unforeseen events. Gradually, the vibration stopped. Then the wall on the opposite side opened wide. Beyond the wall was another space. Damien headed there. As he entered, walls and floors made of stone came into view. Intricate magic circles were drawn all over the space. Damien shifted his gaze and examined the magic circles. Why is there a place like this in the basement of the church? The magic circles drawn on the wall had the function of sealing and hiding the object inside. The magic circle was incredibly complex and elaborate, suggesting that it was intended to seal something very important. Suddenly, Damien's gaze stopped. There was a corpse sitting in a corner. That is, the corpse had turned into a mummy, indicating how long it had been there. The skin and flesh were discolored and the lips were dried up, revealing all the teeth. However, the reason Damien was really surprised was not because of the mummy. It was because of the piece of iron stuck in the mummy's chest. The piece of iron was quite large. It had blades on both sides. It looked like the tip of a greatsword had been broken off. Damien, who saw it, muttered blankly, Erebos. A fragment of the cursed sword Erebos was right before his eyes. Erebos, a sword of unknown origin. The Church has classified the fragments of Erebos as extremely dangerous and has issued an order to seal them immediately upon discovery. In his previous life, Darugo spared no time or resources to restore Erebos. He recovered all the fragments sealed by the Church and searched for the fragments hidden all over the continent. Even with all that effort, he was only able to restore it to 70%. To think there was a fragment here, and the fragment before his eyes was one that Damien knew Darugo had not discovered, he could be sure of it. After Damien conquered the Church, Darugo found 2 fragments. Neither of them looked like that. What on earth happened? How did a fragment of Erebos end up hidden in the basement of the workshop? Judging by Malta's reaction, it was highly likely that even the blacksmiths on the ground didn't know the true identity of the fragment. I can't figure it out no matter how much I think about it. It was a question that wouldn't be answered no matter how much he pondered it. Damien approached the mummy to retrieve the fragment. Suddenly, a rough wave erupted from the fragment. The stone fragments and dust scattered on the floor disappeared as soon as they were touched by the wave. It was the power of corrosion, one of the abilities of Erebos. An ordinary person would have lost their life just by being touched by the wave. However, Damien's body had been acknowledged by Erebos. He was unaffected by the corrosion emitted by the fragment. Damien approached the mummy and reached out to grab the fragment embedded in its chest. At that moment, the mummy grabbed Damien's wrist. Chapter 116, The Iron Trial Part 2. The mummy opened its mouth. Its voice was dry and raspy like the desert wind. How did you get in here? How did you activate the mechanism? No, even if you activated the mechanism, you shouldn't have been able to break the seal. The mummy's eyes darted to Damien's wrist where it found the tattoo of Erebos. The mummy's eyes widened, its withered face twisted. How do you have this? The only one who knows the location of the original is that woman. Damien tried to pull his arm away, but the mummy's grip was stronger than he thought. I see, that woman betrayed us. I knew this day would come. We shouldn't have accepted her. The mummy glared at Damien and shouted, "You fool. Do you know what that thing is? You shouldn't use it recklessly. You shouldn't let it see the light. It is an object that should be kept hidden in darkness forever." Damien frowned. He couldn't understand what the mummy was talking about. One thing was for sure, the mummy was not being friendly. Soon, destruction will come. The whole world will be plunged into darkness. The mummy's eyes burned with madness. Now that it has come to this, I will take it. I will use its power to stop the destruction. Muscles erupted from the mummy's chest and covered the fragment of Erebos. A massive burst of dark mana exploded from the mummy. The blast sent Damien flying backwards. He quickly recovered and landed on his feet. What the hell is going on? Damien stared at the mummy, his face a mask of confusion. The mummy was getting up, its joints creaked as it moved. Look, I don't understand what's going on here. Why don't we start with introductions? Just hand it over. This is not a good time for a conversation. Just as Damien was about to open a subspace and take out the 1,000-mile sword, black particles began to gather around the mummy. Soon they formed into smooth, spherical shapes. Dozens of spheres hovered around the mummy. The stone walls and floor crumbled and melted away wherever they touched. It was not dark magic, but the power of corrosion. You plan to use the fragment as a power source. The fragment of Erebos was a massive source of power. Those who possessed the fragment gained incredible power and could use the powers of Erebos. Once, a farmer who had found a fragment of Erebos had managed to inflict a fatal wound on a high-class knight. However, the cost was too high. Those who used the fragment of Erebos lost his mind and died within a day. The 1,000-mile sword will be useless. Damien was safe from the power of corrosion because he had been chosen by Erebos. However, the 1,000-mile sword was not. Although its resistance to corrosion increased when he infused it with mana, it was not completely safe. In particular, it was clear that even a slight touch of the black spheres would destroy it. Damien closed the subspace again. And he manifested Erebos. The mummy's face twisted even more at the sight of Erebos. You won't give it up easily. As the mummy reached out towards Damien, the black spheres shot towards him. Damien's eyes moved rapidly. He read the trajectories of all the spheres and found the optimal path to block them. Just as Damien was about to swing his spear, suddenly the spheres scattered like smoke. Not just some, but all of the spheres disappeared at once. Huh, what is this? The mummy looked down at his chest in surprise. The area where the fragment was embedded was turning gray. No, this can't be, I have a mission. His entire body turned gray in an instant. Then it disappeared without a trace. Only the fragment remained where the mummy had been, so it wasn't really a soul but a thought form, Damien muttered, staring at the sight from a distance. The lingering regrets of a sentient being left behind when it died were called thought forms. The stronger the regret, and the greater the powers of the person when he was alive, the stronger the thought form became. A thought form strong enough for me to mistake it for a soul. He must have been a master class or higher in his lifetime. However strong as it was, a thought form was still just a thought form. The fragment of Erebos was powerful, but it came at a great cost. It was not something that a thought form could handle. That's why it disappeared as soon as it used the power of the fragment. Why was such a great person dying in a place like this? Damien, who had been wondering about the mummy, recalled what he had said. He said that using Erebos would bring destruction. It was something he had never heard in his previous life. Dorugo, who had also been collecting fragments of Erebos, had never mentioned destruction either. There's no need to take the words of a thought form seriously. Thought forms were like the dregs of the original and did not have proper intelligence. There was nothing more foolish than taking their words seriously. Above all, Damien had never felt anything strange when he used Erebos in the past. And besides, it's safer for me to carry Erebos around than to leave it hidden. Damien was not the only one collecting Erebos. Dorugo must also be using his forces to collect the fragments of Erebos. Wasn't the hilt of Erebos that Damien currently possessed found by the Dark Mages group that served Dorugo? Even if he hid Erebos, Dorugo would surely find it somehow. It was much better for Damien to possess Erebos than for it to fall into Dorugo's hands. But it's still better to be vigilant. The lesson Damien learned from his previous life was to always be prepared. A moment of carelessness could lead to a fatal mistake, and that mistake could ruin everything. If there is even the slightest sign of danger, I will have to step forward. If the mummy's words were true, Erebos could not only bring about destruction but also prevent it. Considering Damien's talent and the power of Erebos, he could prevent any danger before it happened. Erebos absorb. Damien held out the hilt of Erebos towards the fragment. The fragment turned into a liquid-like substance and attached itself to the broken blade. Once he found a fragment, it would automatically be restored and take its shape. Thanks to this, he didn't need to find the fragments in order. Now it looks a bit more like a weapon. The blade had only become slightly longer, but it looked much more menacing. It now had the appearance of a weapon. Damien transformed Erebos back into a tattoo. What is this again? A ring was lying where the fragment had been. Judging from the material, it seemed to be made from the carved bone of some creature. An unknown pattern was engraved in the center. Judging from the fact that it had maintained its form in the corrosion, it was no ordinary object. Just as Damien was about to reach for the ring, the entire space began to shake. He quickly grabbed the ring and ran outside. As soon as Damien came out, the stone walls and floor grew rapidly and filled the space. Damien couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. This wasn't a cave, it was a space expanded using magic. The space where the mummy had been was similar to a subspace. It was a place created by expanding a crack in space that wouldn't normally exist. Needless to say, it was a very high-level magic. Even a high-ranking mage couldn't use this kind of magic. There's no way a priest could use such advanced magic, and someone else set it up. As Damien was lost in thought, the iron wall surrounding the trial ground rotated. The entrance to the space was covered by the iron wall. The entrance on the ceiling opened, light poured in, and the faces of Chinjiam and Holy Empress appeared. "Sir Damien," Chinjiam cried out with a face of relief. What do I do to solve this?" Malta was in tension as the iron gate, which was the entry point of the trial, was not opening. Originally, I would have been able to intervene with the mechanism this way. By adjusting the intensity with which he knocked on the iron gate, he could have activated the mechanism. The problem was that this method no longer worked. Did they make a mistake while repairing it last time? Or is it so old that the parts are worn out? Malta circled the iron gate, lost in thought. Just then, something fell from the sky. An old man was holding an old woman in his arms. It was Chinjiam and the Holy Empress. "Malta, you said Sir Damien was trapped in the trial ground. What does that mean?" Holy Empress shouted at Malta as soon as she got down from Chinjiam's arms. The two of them had been having an important conversation when they heard the news that Damien was trapped in the trial ground. Since it was an urgent matter, Chinjiam had carried Holy Empress here. That is, Malta's face hardened. As the one who had first proposed the iron trial, Malta could not avoid responsibility for this. "What on earth is wrong with the mechanism? No matter how I manipulate it, it won't open." "You're telling me that now? Step aside, I'm going to break it." The trial ground was a place created by the dwarves using their craftsmanship. It was so difficult to break that even a middle class would have to spend a whole day attacking with their aura. However, it was different with the aura blade used by a master. Oh no. This mechanism is a treasure that our ancestors made themselves. Someone is trapped inside right now, and that's what you're worried about. Step aside or I'll make you. Just as Chinjiam was about to shout, the iron gate began to open slowly, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The three of them headed straight for the entrance. When they looked down, they saw Damien standing there. "Sir Damien," Holy Empress shouted with a bright smile. Damien lightly kicked the ground and climbed up, dusting off his clothes. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "Fortunately, I'm fine." Holy Empress sighed in relief at Damien's words. What on earth happened? I don't know either. I put the rare metal dagger into the slot just like Malta said and this happened. Damien shrugged. It was too complicated to explain. In times like this, it was best to play dumb. Since the space where the mummy had been was already destroyed, there was no way they would find anything even if they investigated. This has never happened before, Holy Empress said, looking back at Malta. Malta, I will order the iron trial to be suspended for the time being. We need to send craftsmen to thoroughly investigate the cause of this incident. Yes. I understand. I will call the craftsmen right away. Malta shouted and tried to run away. Holy Empress grabbed him. Malta, why are you going? Don't you have something else to do? Yes, what are you talking about? Didn't you promise to give Sir Damien a legendary holy sword? Malta's face hardened at those words. Although there was a minor accident, Sir Damien still passed the iron trial on his own. That's. Leave the investigation of the cause of the incident to other craftsmen and go and keep your promise. Malta hesitated and then spoke to the Holy Empress. Your Holiness, even so, the legendary holy sword. Holy Empress stared at Malta without saying a word. Malta broke out in a cold sweat at the strange sense of oppression. Malta slowly turned to Damien. He spoke to Damien with a very earnest face. Would it be okay to replace it with a high-ranking holy sword? Damien snorted at those words. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 117, Church's Treasury Part 1. Malta led Damien to the tower located in the center of the workshop. This place is only for the craftsmen of the workshop. Even paladins can't easily enter this place. You're probably the first outsider to come in, Chinjiam explained to Damien, pointing to the tower. Malta turned around and grumbled. Why are you following me again? Her Holiness asked me to watch you so you don't do anything reckless. Malta muttered something unintelligible at Chinjiam's words. Malta led the two of them to the basement of the tower. The tower was high above ground, but it was also incredibly deep underground. They had to go through 3 floors before reaching the bottom floor. There, a large door blocked their way. Malta knocked on the door here and there with a hammer, then the door slowly rose up. As soon as they looked inside, Damien exclaimed without realizing it. The inside of the building was filled with weapons, swords, spears, axes, gauntlets, etc. Various kinds of weapons were hung all over the walls. This is amazing, Damien said sincerely. None of them were made carelessly. You could tell right away that they were weapons made by the best craftsmen with all their might. You don't have to give me such obvious compliments. I already received a lot of them. Malta's reaction was blunt, even though he had been praised. From now on, you go inside and let the weapon choose you. The words were a bit strange. Damien looked at Malta and asked back, I have to be chosen. You knights don't seem to understand, but it's not just people who choose weapons. Weapons also choose people. Malta folded his arms as if he was unhappy with that fact. Especially legendary holy swords are more prone to that. If you're not chosen, you won't be able to fully draw out its power. You won't be able to grow the holy sword either. It sounded like he was already assuming that Damien wouldn't be chosen. How do you know if you've been chosen by the holy sword? You'll feel it once you go inside and start walking. The holy sword will speak to you first. It was a very vague and ridiculous method. If you don't feel it, it's useless to take the sword by force. I know everything you see. What happens if I'm not chosen? You can't take a sword out of here. That's why there are so many knights who have passed the iron trial but haven't obtained a legendary holy sword. Damien glanced at Chinjiam. Judging from the fact that he wasn't stopping him, it seemed like he wasn't lying. I see. Damien went inside and looked at the weapons hanging on the walls one by one. The materials of the weapons were diverse. The colors were also different. Of course, they're not all the same. A legendary holy sword grows as you fight. However, that didn't mean that the starting and finishing points of all legendary holy swords were the same. The performance depended on the metal used and the skill of the craftsman. It was like how a snake's cub and a dragon's cub couldn't be the same. Suddenly, Damien's steps stopped. The holy sword hanging in the center of the wall caught Damien's eye. It was an artistic sword with a smoothly extended emerald green blade. Damien picked up the holy sword just to try it out. The handle fit perfectly in his hand. The balance was also perfect. This is a sword made of true silver. Thanks to the realm of the weapon master, all weapons beloved, he could recognize it right away. True silver or mithril. It was a material that ranked at the top of the numerous rare metals that existed in this world. A sacred metal that would cause impurities to disappear just by touching them, and even a small amount of it could turn a weapon into a legendary sword. A legendary holy sword made of true silver would definitely be the best. Whoosh. The sword also seemed to be satisfied with being held in Damien's hand as it hummed. This is it. Damien held the sword and tried to leave, feeling strongly convinced. At that moment, a holy sword hanging in a corner caught Damien's eye. Its appearance was quite unsightly. The surface of the blade was rough and bumpy. The handle was just a piece of wood that had been stuck on. It was a sword that made one wonder how it could have been made so carelessly. However, Damien couldn't take his eyes off this sword. Unconsciously, Damien reached out and stroked the blade. The blade trembled slightly. Jing, a clear sound rang out. Damien was instantly immersed in the sound of the sword. It was the first time he had heard a sword emit such a clear sound. It was only for a moment, but Damien was completely captivated by this sword. Damien picked up the sword. The sword's resonance became a little stronger. Damien walked over to Malta with the sword. "Why didn't you bring the holy sword you chose first? That sword was good too, but I was more drawn to this one." "You're foolish. The sword you chose first was made of true silver. It was the most outstanding one here." As Damien had seen, the emerald green holy sword was indeed made of true silver. However, he didn't feel any regret. Jiring, the sound of the sword resonated in his heart. He couldn't think of any other sword. "I still want this sword." "Are you sure? Are you sure you want to make such a foolish choice?" Damien nodded. Malta closed his eyes tightly. "Damn it. The one who sees the true value of this child is an outsider," Malta said, taking the sword that Damien was holding with both hands. "This sword's name is Dawn. It was given this name because it was made from a meteorite that fell just before sunrise. Meteoric iron. It was iron that could only be obtained from a meteorite that fell from the sky. Even true silver or orichalcum, the rarest of rare metals, were nothing compared to meteoric iron. Not all meteoric irons are superior metals. That's because their composition and properties are all different. That's why there are some meteorites that are even worse than scrap metal." Malta stroked the blade of Dawn. Unlike with Damien, there was no resonance. "But the meteoric iron used to make Dawn was different. I've never seen such a superior metal before. Its hardness, its monoconductivity, everything was top-notch." Malta's voice was slightly excited as he described the meteoric iron. That alone showed how amazing it was. It was also that difficult to refine. Even pouring all the fuel in the workshop couldn't melt it. That's why we could only make it this way. It seemed like that was why Dawn's appearance was so unsightly. It wasn't melted and poured into a mold, but rather it was forcibly heated in a fire and then hammered into shape. No one has ever chosen this child until now. Even the so-called great paladins couldn't see the true value of this child. Malta muttered with a regretful face. Who would have thought that the owner of a sword made of meteoric iron would be an outsider? "Is this what you call fate?" Malta held out Dawn to Damien and said, "Please take good care of Dawn. I will use it carefully." Damien tried to take Dawn again, but suddenly Malta took Dawn back. And he hugged Dawn tightly and started to cry. "Kahaha, I can't believe I'm sending our cute Dawn away like this." Jiang, Malta cried and snotted. As if sympathizing with Malta's sadness, Dawn let out a long cry. "I remember when I first made you. I can't tell you how happy I was when I finally managed to create you." Jiang, Malta took out a greasy handkerchief from his pocket. He wiped his tears and nose with it. "Outsider. You have to take responsibility if you take our Dawn." Jiang, you have to oil it every morning, noon, and night. And Dawn loves watching the sunrise, so you have to wake up early in the morning. Jiang. Dawn echoed Malta's words. Damien looked at the two of them with an incredulous expression. "Oh, and you can never flirt with other weapons. Got it, you have to use Dawn only." At Malta's words, Damien said firmly. "That's not going to happen." "What?" Jiang, Malta looked at Damien with a shocked face. Dawn also trembled slightly. "I don't plan on using only one weapon, and I already have another sword that I use." "What are you talking about? Are you going to use another weapon instead of our Dawn? Why, you scoundrel?" Malta and Dawn protested vehemently. "I can't give Dawn to a scoundrel like you. I'm taking it back." "What? Do you still like this guy? Why, you brat, I knew raising a child was useless. You're just like that guy." Damien looked at the two of them with a tired face. "I'm starting to get annoyed, so hurry up and give it to me." Damien received Dawn from Malta and came out of the building with Jiang. Dawn let out a satisfied cry as it was held in Damien's hand. Damien looked at Dawn with a somewhat disgusted expression. "Should I go treasury now?" It was a serious consideration, even if only for a moment. Jiang spoke to Damien. "The sun is already setting," Jiang said, looking at the sky where the sunset was taking place. "Oh, I haven't shown you your accommodation yet. Follow me." The accommodation that Damien arrived at following Jiang was nearby. "This is the accommodation that we give to visiting people from outside. We don't have separate guest rooms, so this is all we can offer." The main headquarters of the church was a place where outsiders were prohibited from entering. So it seemed that the only place available was the one used by the outsiders. "It's late today, so get some rest. I'll take you to the treasury tomorrow." Damien's eyes lit up at the word treasury. He hadn't decided what to get yet, but it didn't matter. Whatever he chose would be the best treasure. "But are you going to take me there yourself?" "Yes, the treasury is a very important place, so it's a rule that you must be accompanied by a high-ranking paladin. Otherwise, the golems guarding it will attack." As renowned as the church was for its craftsmanship, the golems they produced were also known for their formidable power. I'll come back again around lunchtime tomorrow. Leaving those words behind, Chinjiam left. Damien went to the guest room, unpacked his things, and went to bed, and the next day, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Damien was facing not Chinjiam but Radiant Light. The radiant light he met again was still beautiful. There was something about her that was beyond mere beauty that captivated the eye. The paladins passing by couldn't take their eyes off of Radiant Light, even though they must have seen her often since she was at the headquarters. However, Damien just looked at Radiant Light with an annoyed expression. Why are you here? I volunteered to be the one to guide Sir Damien to the treasury. I thought Elder Chinjiam was going to take care of that. Something urgent came up for Elder Chinjiam, so I'm taking his place. Since Chinjiam was one of the 5 great elders, it wasn't unusual for him to suddenly have urgent business. However, the other person was Radiant Light. Radiant Light was the head of Blinding Pain, and Damien had once thwarted Blinding Pain's plans in the Corpseplay's dungeon. In other words, Radiant Light was an enemy to Damien. Why did you do that? Radiant Light asked, tilting her head. She looked very innocent. However, Damien knew Radiant Light's true nature, so he could easily ignore her. It's nothing. Please hurry up and guide me to the treasury. Radiant Light's eyes widened slightly at the unexpected words. Avoiding me here would be a blow to my pride. Even Radiant Light wouldn't be able to touch Damien inside the headquarters. After all, Damien was under the protection of both Chinjiam and the Holy Empress. Radiant Light probably doesn't have any intention of harming me either. Even so, there must have been a reason for her to approach him like this. The only way to find out her intentions was to go along with her for now. You're a brave one, then please come this way, Radiant Light said, leading the way. Chapter 118, Church's Treasury Part 2. Damien walked down the street with Radiant Light. Paladins who recognized Radiant Light quickly lowered their heads. She responded with a bright smile, replying to each greeting individually. From the looks of it, she was indeed one of the 5 great elders of the church. Nevertheless, Damien did not let down his guard. Radiant Light was someone one should never underestimate. Throughout their journey, Damien remained alert, trying to gauge Radiant Light's intentions. However, why aren't you saying anything? Radiant Light continued to walk in silence, even humming a tune. It was when Damien sent an incredulous glance her way. You mentioned receiving the legendary Holy Sword. Suddenly, Radiant Light spoke up. Yes, that's correct. Congratulations. It's not common for someone to receive the legendary Holy Sword. Other paladins will surely envy you. Radiant Light glanced at Damien, still wearing her smile. Nevertheless, you should handle it with caution at first. The legendary Holy Sword in its initial stage is quite weak. He already received a briefing from Malta. Dawn is my finest creation. As it grows, it will surpass the supreme grade and may even reach the special grade. It might become even stronger than that. Holy swords are divided into 5 grades. Among them, the special grade swords belong to such rare ranks that only a few have been crafted throughout the long history of the church. They were considered ultimate weapons, created by mobilizing all the resources of the church in truly dire circumstances. But that's all a story for the future. Dawn is in its initial state now. It has never experienced battle. It may be superior to lower-grade holy swords, but it won't match up to the middle grade. That's why Malta's explanation emphasized the need to be cautious until Dawn grows sufficiently. And each time it grows, it's best to return to the headquarters for further training. It's like a snake shedding its skin for growth. You seem to know a lot about the legendary Holy Sword. Yes, indeed. I too have received the legendary Holy Sword. In my case, it's not a sword but a hammer. Suddenly, Radiant Light's steps halted. Damien also stopped and stood beside her. Oh, we've already arrived. Time flies when you're enjoying a conversation. Radiant Light pointed straight ahead. That's the entrance to Treasury. She gestured toward a massive statue sitting on a stone throne. Below the statue was a stone gate. It seemed to be the entrance leading Treasury. Damien examined the statue. A rugged-looking man held a scripture in one hand and a mace in the other. Suddenly, Damien noticed a ring on the hand holding the mace. It resembled the ring left behind by the mummy upon its disappearance. Not only in appearance but also in the pattern engraved at the center, they were identical. Who is the statue depicting? Oh, you've asked the right question. Proud expressions appeared on Radiant Light's face at Damien's question. He is none other than Bartholomew, the first human to awaken divine power and found the church. She continued with a tone of reverence. The first Holy Emperor Bartholomew. It was a name that Damien had heard often since he was young. The founder of the church, the first scribe of the doctrine, the great judge. Considering the influence of the church spread across the entire continent, it was no exaggeration to say that there was no one in this world who did not know about Bartholomew. Was the mummy there Bartholomew? The mummy that Damien faced was at least a masterclass fighter in his lifetime. Bartholomew was also a masterclass fighter in his lifetime. The story of how he crushed a dragon's skull with a single mace was still passed down to this day. But why did someone like Bartholomew die in such a miserable way? Damien searched his memory. When he learned about Bartholomew, he had also heard about his end. I heard he was mortally wounded in battle with the dark mages and died, surrounded by light. Until now, Damien had never thought deeply about Bartholomew's end. But now, after experiencing the mummy, his thoughts were different. Didn't being surrounded by light mean that his body was not left behind? If that mummy was the first holy emperor, why was a fragment of Erebos in him? Erebos was a mysterious sword with no known origin. Perhaps he could learn about Erebos if he investigated the first holy emperor. Then suddenly Damien pointed to the ring on the statue and asked, "It must be an important ring, right, judging by how meticulously it's depicted? Ah, that ring, it can't be anything but important. It's the symbol of the Salvation Squad." Salvation Squad. It was the name of the group that Bartholomew had been a part of in his youth. 1,000 years ago, when Bartholomew was alive, the entire continent was said to be in chaos. Dangerously powerful monsters inhabited every corner, demons from hell roamed free, and disasters struck frequently. At that time, humans were forced to wander in order to avoid danger. They were too busy to survive to even think about establishing a nation. That's when the Salvation Squad appeared. The Salvation Squad was a group of superhumans who came together to change the fate of humanity. They exterminated every single monster that they deemed dangerous to humanity and sent all the demons back to hell. Thus, they changed the continent to make it a more comfortable place for humans to live. If one were to choose the most famous figures in the Salvation Squad, they would include Bartholomew and the first emperor of the empire. Now that your curiosity is satisfied, shall we go inside? Radiant Light stepped forward and walked. Damien followed her closely and entered. The inside of the statue was empty. Instead, there was a small room that could accommodate 3 or 4 people protruding. "We're going to use that to go down," Radiant Light said, pointing to the small room. "It's a thing called a lift made by dwarves. It's a magical thing that moves up and down. It only works if you infuse it with divine power." While Radiant Light spoke, the door to the statue closed again. Only Damien, Radiant Light, and the lift were left in the large space. "Oh my," Radiant Light smiled and said, "We finally alone." Right after that, Radiant Light's atmosphere surrounding her changed. The texture of the air that touched her skin changed. It felt like someone was rubbing her skin with sandpaper. Damien could feel it. A faint hostility was emanating from Radiant Light. That alone brought a tremendous sense of pressure. "I can't tell you how curious I've been," Radiant Light said, staring at Damien. "I wondered what the person who killed my disciple looked like. What kind of personality did the person who ruined our sect's plan have? I was so curious that I always thought about you." The plan that Radiant Light was referring to was for the sect Blinding Pain to take control of the church. The reason for this was that from the perspective of Blinding Pain, the current church was too merciful. The church of the past was a fanatical group that would even burn down entire villages in search of dark mages. The goal of Blinding Pain was to return the church to its former state. It was a goal worthy of Blinding Pain, which was made up of nothing but fanatics. "You know, because of your interference, our sect suffered a lot. You seem too good for someone like that. I had a hard time because it was all blamed on Sanus's personal plan." Sanus was Radiant Light's disciple. When the Corpseplay's dungeon was raided, Sanus tried to kill all the other paladins of other sects for the sake of her sect's plan. Sanus's betrayal was stopped by Damien, and she was executed on the spot. It was amazing that they had managed to cover up such a major incident, showing it as a personal plan of the individual involved. But considering the influence of Blinding Pain, it was only to be expected. "Is it okay for you to tell me all this? You already know everything, don't you? That's why I'm talking to you so comfortably," Radiant Light replied with a bright smile. "Even so, the prestige of our sect has fallen considerably. So much so that I and the other paladins of our sect will have to be on probation for a while." It seemed that they had not been unaffected after all. Even the great elders, who were as good as kings, had to be on probation. "That's why I had so many things I wanted to say to you when I saw you, but I had to hold back because there were too many eyes watching." "Are you planning to get revenge?" Radiant Light laughed out loud at Damien's question. "I can understand why you might misunderstand. After all, Sanus was my disciple. Oh, she was more than just a disciple. She was like a daughter to me, whom I had raised myself since she was a child." For a moment, sadness appeared in Radiant Light's eyes. "But Sanus died practicing the teachings of the our sect. She died following the will of God, so it is a cause for joy. Perhaps even she would not have resented you, don't you think so?" Radiant Light was right. "Sanus did not resent Damien until the moment she died. So I have no intention of revenge. Sanus's death is not a sad thing but something to be celebrated." As she said this, Radiant Light's eyes were eerily clear. It meant that it was the truth without a single lie. Besides, if I hurt you, Elder Chinjiam and Her Holiness won't just leave me alone, will they? Although she spoke lightly, Radiant Light's atmosphere remained unchanged. She was still exuding a chilling and eerie murderous intent, but keep this in mind. This is the only time I'll tolerate your interference if you try to ruin our sex plans again in the future. The smile disappeared from Radiant Light's face. Then we will not leave you alone. Radiant Light's killing intent grew even stronger. The air felt like it had turned into needles. As he breathed, he had the illusion that a clump of needles was being pushed in along with the air. Thank you for the advice. In the midst of it all, Damien smiled. It was not a forced smile, but a natural one that flowed out of him. In his previous life, Damien had fought against countless masters. He had experienced the killing intent of masters countless times, so this level of killing intent could not have any effect on Damien. Even Radiant Light could not help but be surprised by Damien's calm demeanor. I also have something to say. You can't restrict my actions like this. Damien spoke to Radiant Light with sincerity, so if you want to take my head, you'd better move quickly. If you're even a little late, I'll rise to a position where you can't touch me. Damien and Radiant Light stared at each other for a while. Tusk. Radiant Light laughed and retracted her killing intent. The world became quiet again. I appreciate the advice. Then shall we go to the treasury? As Radiant Light put her hand on the lift, the door swung open to the left and right. The lift carrying the two of them descended underground. Her Holiness has only granted you permission to go down to the first basement level, Radiant Light said. It goes without saying, but the more precious the item, the lower the floor it is stored on. Please don't think badly of me. It's actually very difficult to even enter the first floor. The lift carrying the two of them stopped on the first floor. You can only take one item, it's no use hiding it. The magic circle that covers the entire statue will detect it immediately. The door of the lift opened. Radiant Light waved her hand and said, "Have a good time." Damien stepped out of the lift. His first thought was that it was a warehouse. There were tall ceilings and rows of large shelves that reached up to them. There were countless items on them. There were rare monster byproducts, various potions, and many magical artifacts and holy relics. There are no weapons or armor. Come to think of it, all the decent weapons and armor were kept in the armory. Any weapons and armor worth keeping in the treasury would be incredibly valuable, so they would be kept at the deepest level. Should I take some potions? There were also many potions in the treasury. However, it was disappointing that there were none that were as good as the core of the sea serpent that he had received from King Apple. Potions are good, but something more valuable. Suddenly Damien found a sealed box. The gaps were sealed with wax, but the lid was made of glass so he could see inside. 5 bracelets were inside the box. Made by one of the 5 great elders. Bracelet with built-in protective magical shield. Consumes stored divine power to defend against external attacks. Divine power cannot be recharged. Damien approached the box as if possessed by something. Items enchanted with magic were called magical tools or artifacts. Similarly, items containing miracles were called holy relics. A holy relic made by one of the 5 great elders was sure to contain an incredible miracle. The only downside was that it could not be recharged with divine power. It was as good as a consumable, so it came in a set of 5. Damien picked up the box. In fact, Damien didn't really need such a holy relic. He had many ways to defend against enemy attacks. The only reason Damien chose this holy relic was this: family. He was thinking of giving it to his parents, sister, Abel, and his wife, Olivia. Wearing this bracelet would protect them from external attacks. It meant that they could be prepared for accidents in addition to defending against enemy attacks in battle. I'll have to go and give them each one. Damien returned to the lift with a rare sense of joy. You're back already? What kind of item did you choose? Oh, it's a holy relic I made. Damien's high spirits were brought crashing down by Radiant Light's words. You made this? Yes, I made it when I was young to protect the paladins of the church. Radiant Light looked at the bracelet with a longing expression. I'm not bragging, but even a high-class attack can be blocked with that bracelet. It will consume all the divine power, though, Radiant Light added with a smile. If you ever use up all the divine power, come find me, I'll make you another one. Of course, there would never be a reason for him to come after using up all the holy relics. Damien thought so and got on the lift. Damien and Radiant Light took the lift back up to the first floor. You're finally coming up. Chinjiam was waiting for them outside. Oh, Elder, how long have you been waiting? Don't act coy. You dared to make a false report and make me move, and in the meantime you contacted Sir Damien. At those words, Damien glared at Radiant Light. He had wondered how Radiant Light came instead of Chinjiam, but he didn't know there was such an inside story. I apologize for my rudeness, but I wanted to have some private time with Sir Damien. Even in the face of Chinjiam's anger, Radiant Light was very relaxed. You'd better be prepared for this. Yes, I will. Come with me quickly. Her Holiness is calling us both. Oh, Radiant Light covered his mouth with his hand and said, Is something wrong? At Radiant Light's question, Qinjiam said with a serious face. The branches of the church in the Mandarin Kingdom were attacked by dark mages. Radiant Light's eyes turned fierce at those words. They say there were two of them, a combination of a dark knight and a dark mage. Dark knight. It was a word that meant a knight who used dark mana instead of normal mana. Two people. A dark knight. The moment he heard the two words, Damien was reminded of his past memories. There were those who used to go around and attack the branches of the church at this time. The hanger couple. They were the ones who had been running errands for Dorugo in the far future and handling all sorts of dirty work. The husband was a high-class knight and the wife was a high-level dark mage. They were a formidable force, so even the church had suffered greatly at the hands of the couple. However, that was not why Damien remembered the couple. Lord Dorugo, I have investigated. I have searched the entire Apple Kingdom for the name Damien Haksen. He had a family. There is a small family in the Viscounty of Haksen. Both parents are alive and he has one older sister and one younger brother. It was the hanger couple who had found out everything about his family and reported it to Dorugo on his orders. Chapter 119, Nemesis Part 1. I never thought I'd meet them so soon. Joy overflowed from the depths of his heart. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself and trembled all over. When I regressed, I vowed. I would definitely find those two and kill them. Thanks to the information they had investigated, Dorugo learned about the Haksen Viscounty, and Damien had to kill his own family with his own hands. They were working for Dorugo even at this time. They would definitely have it, a way to contact Dorugo. If he could get his hands on it, he might be able to find out not only the clues about Dorugo but also his location. Thank you for appearing in front of me, I really thank you. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily with the joy that erupted. Damien covered his mouth with his hand. He couldn't show the two people the smile that came to his face now, because it would be very ugly and disgusting. Have you identified the identities of those filthy scums? Radiant Light asked Qinjiam. He shook his head. Nothing has been found out except that they are a group of a dark knight and a dark mage. There is only one survivor, so there is not much testimony. Elder, didn't you just say that the branches of the Mandarin Kingdom were attacked? How come there is only one survivor? The church was widespread on the continent. It had many branches within each country. It was strange that there was only one survivor while so many places were destroyed. I don't understand that either. It's impossible for just two people to commit such a mass murder. The survivor testified that there were two, but maybe there are more. Damien could tell that for sure. They were a hanger couple. The reason why the two of them could have such an overwhelming killing power was because of a certain dark magic that they had directly received from Dorugo. What about the central branch of the Mandarin Kingdom? Isn't there a first-grade paladin there? He was killed by the Dark Knight. They say he was not just killed but played to death before he died. Radiant Light's expression became even more serious at those words. A Dark Knight was a knight who used dark mana, not normal mana. Considering the relationship between divine power and dark magic, a paladin should have had an advantage over a Dark Knight. The fact that he had still been defeated meant that the Dark Knight's skills were that overwhelming. Her Holiness plans to immediately dispatch a pursuit team to the Mandarin Kingdom. However, the level of the enemies is not ordinary, so we need to send a corresponding force. So you called me for that? Radiant Light's eyes lit up at Qinjiam's words. Then has the house arrest imposed on Blinding Pain been lifted? Yes, Qinjiam said with a very unpleasant expression. On the other hand, Radiant Light's face was full of smiles. I should thank Her Holiness. Then I will visit Her Holiness after stopping by my sect. Just as Radiant Light was about to leave, Damien asked Qinjiam, then will you also be forming a pursuit team from the incinerator? Qinjiam nodded towards Damien. Of course, how can we stand by when these fuckers commit such heinous acts? I would like to join the pursuit team with the incinerator. At Damien's words, the eyes of the two people widened. It couldn't be helped. Damien was asking for an unreasonable request now. This incident in the Mandarin Kingdom was a very shameful thing for the church. It is true that the more shameful things are, the faster they should be covered up or resolved before others hear about them. And yet Damien, an outsider, wanted to join the pursuit team. Sir Damien, that is an unreasonable request. Even Radiant Light couldn't help but interject. This incident is something that our main branch should handle. I agree with Radiant Light. Even Qinjiam spoke firmly. However, Damien had his own reasons for not being able to back down like this. I have to join the pursuit team to meet the hanger couple. Damien knew the hanger couple well. It wasn't that he wanted to. Hey, Damien Haksen. You poor guy with nothing in your head, I really feel sorry for you. Oh, you too, you're always so thoughtful, you know, worrying about a kin like this. The hanger couple would come and find Damien Haksen and chatter on and on about such nonsense. We were lucky yesterday. We almost had to sleep outdoors on the night road, but we found a village. You're right, we were really lucky. We got a place to sleep and something to see. Ah, the human pig game was quite fun. You wouldn't know, can you? Human pig, you see. First, the arms and legs. Every topic was disgusting. If he could, he wanted to strangle the two of them right then and there. In the past, we were ordered to attack the branches of the church. We needed souls soaked in divine power. It was hard work back then. No matter how many souls we put in, the seal wouldn't break. I got tired of it halfway and decided to just wait. I was going to kill all the pursuers they sent and collect their souls. If what Damien had heard was true, the hanger couple would not have run far after attacking the branch. They would surely be waiting nearby for the church's pursuit team to kill the paladins and collect their souls. No matter the kingdom, it wouldn't be easy to just go looking for those two. Just knowing that they were near the branch wouldn't be enough to find them, and as capable as they were also top-notch at running away. However, collecting souls soaked in divine power was one of their biggest goals. They would be waiting with their mouths open to kill the paladins. In other words, to meet the hanger couple, he needed to move with the church. However, the two great elders were opposing him. Don't misunderstand me, it's not that we don't trust you. Chinjiam patted Damien on the shoulder and consoled him. Suddenly, Damien opened a spatial ring. He took out the dawn from within. The dawn that came out trembled slightly, as if it was protesting why it had been left alone until now. Damien ignored Dawn's protest and knelt down on the floor. Elder Chinjiam pretended to be surprised by Damien's actions. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Although I am an outsider, I always live my life with the holiness of God in my heart. Damien feigned a tearful voice. It is all thanks to God's mercy that I can live and breathe. Every time I breathe, I feel that I am alive, and the grace of God, it was a lie. Breathing was just breathing. Who would feel such absurd things? But how could despicable scums like them attack the paladins and priests who follows the will of God? How can we just overlook this? Damien drove Dawn into the ground. Dawn protested. It seemed to ask to be handled more gently, but Damien ignored Dawn's plea once again. If you won't allow it, Elder, I'll go alone. With determined eyes, Damien looked at Chinjiam. A brief silence passed between them. Still, I cannot permit it. Radiant light broke the silence. Although I understand Sir Damien's intentions, objectively speaking, he's still an outsider. Sir Damien, Chinjiam hugged Damien, tears streaming down his face. Radiant light looked at Chinjiam in astonishment. I knew I didn't misjudge you. I knew you'd act like this. Damien had experienced who Chinjiam was in a past life, fierce yet infinitely yielding to allies, especially to those shown faith. So emphasizing faith, Damien thought he would be allowed. I will definitely include you in the incinerator pursuit team. Chinjiam tapped his chest with his palm as if to tell Damien to trust him. Elder, perhaps that's... Radiant light tried to intervene, but Chinjiam, glaring at her, continued. What does it matter that he's an outsider? With such devout faith, refusing such a person isn't what God desires. Sir Damien, come with me. Yes, Elder. The two disappeared down the path. Left alone, Radiant light could only stare at them, seeming perplexed. He doesn't seem that faithful. Did I misjudge him? Chinjiam led Damien straight to the building used by the incinerator. Inside the building, the paladins of the sect were moving busily. It seemed to be because of the formation of the pursuit team. Attention! At Chinjiam's words, the movements of the paladins stopped abruptly. Sir Damien here will also be joining the pursuit team this time. At those words, the paladins of the sect began to murmur. One of them stepped forward. He was a young man with copper skin and a muscular body. Master, may I ask you one thing? Is it okay to include an outsider in the pursuit team? At the man's question, Chinjiam pondered for a moment before speaking. I know it's not right. Then why did you include Sir Damien? There was a reason I had to do so. Chinjiam clenched his fist. He trembled all over with an emotional face. Sir Damien, although an outsider, has proven himself to be no less devout than us. He has always lived his life with the grace and gratitude of God in his heart, and he was more angry than anyone in the world at the attack of the Dark Mages this time. There was such a reason. The man was immediately convinced. It wasn't just the man. The paladins of the incinerator also nodded their heads. Then of course we should accept him. That's right, if he hates those motherfuckers, so he's automatically one of us. Indeed, they were the most simple of the sects, the incinerator. Can they really be this simple? Damien was worried. Come to think of it, it was because of this simplicity that the incinerator suffered the most casualties during the War of Destruction. However, they had also saved so many people that it was not an easy issue to judge. Sir Damien, Agnes came running out from between the paladins. A smile appeared on her expressionless face. I'm so glad I can be with Sir Damien again. Me too. From Damien's point of view, it was just a polite remark. However, Agnes' reaction was a little different. She blushed slightly and avoided his gaze. To think that Sir Damien would feel the same way as me. Just as Damien was looking at Agnes with a strange look, the copper-skinned young man approached him and extended his hand to Damien. My name is Paramond. I am the Master's first disciple and a first-grade paladin. Nice to meet you, I'm Damien Haksen. Damien shook Paramon's hand and thought to himself, Paramond, could he be the blazing god general? The church did not only have the 5 great elders as master classes. In addition to them, there were many other master classes who were active on the continent as members of the church. In the church, masterclass paladins were referred to as the White Grade. Damien hadn't met many of the White Grade members in the church, but there were countless among them. Among them was a White Grade known as the Blazing God General, who was famous for wielding flames all over his body on the battlefield. Damien hadn't met the Blazing God General due to his untimely demise at the hands of another corps commander. Oh, that's right, Paramond, there's something I need to tell you, Chinjiam addressed his disciple. What is it? If Damien joins us, there will definitely be troublesome matters. You need to handle him well. Paramond nodded at Chinjiam's words. I'm prepared, you don't need to worry. You might need to be even more prepared. At the master's words, Paramond chuckled. The factions being mobilized for this pursuit are 3 in total, are the Incinerator, the Blinding Pain, and the Bound Winds. At the mention of the Bound Winds, Paramond's face stiffened. That cursed. I apologize. No, feel free to speak your mind, I share the same sentiment. Are those wretches also participating? But isn't the Bound Winds engaged in different missions altogether? They've nearly completed their mission and they've been detached separately. They happen to be the closest to the Kingdom of Mandarin. At this, Paramond wiped his face with his palm. The Bound Winds are probably already conducting investigations at the destroyed stronghold by now. If those guys happen to see Damien, well, it'll be incredibly troublesome. It will indeed be very, very troublesome. Listening to the conversation between the two, Damien turned to Agnes and asked, why are the Bound Winds reacting like that? Damien was well aware of the faction known as the Bound Winds. It was a faction led by one of the great elders, Green Wind. Damien had fought against Green Wind and the Bound Winds before, but at the time he didn't particularly feel anything remarkable about them. Oh, that's. You'll understand once you see for yourself. Agnes trailed off with a troubled expression. You'll understand as soon as you see it for yourself. Damien looked bewildered. And a few days later, when they arrived at the stronghold in the Kingdom of Mandarin. You must have lost your mind completely. I want to crack open that skull of yours and see what's inside. Regardless of your circumstances, our Bound Winds cannot tolerate the participation of an outsider. In that case, I'd rather handle the mission alone. Damien could finally understand what she meant. Chapter 120. Nemesis Part 2. The number of people in the pursuit team was not that large. In the case of the Incinerator, it consisted of 5 people in total, 1st grade Paladin Paramond, 3 2nd grade Paladins, and Damien Haksen. The Blinding Pain side was similar. It consisted of 1 1st grade Paladin and 3 2nd grade Paladins. There were 2 reasons why the number of people was so small. First, it was because the pursuit team was formed too hastily. For the church, which was chronically short of manpower, it was a stroke of luck to be able to mobilize 2 1st grade Paladins. Second, it was because they needed to move quickly. The more people there were, the more things they would have to take care of, so it was an inevitable choice. In this way, a total of 9 people headed for the central branch of the Mandarin Kingdom. When they arrived at the central branch of the Mandarin Kingdom, the pursuit team was all shocked. The central branch was the place that managed all the affairs of the church in the kingdom. Distribution of doctrine, expansion of the church, tracking of heretics and dark mages, and so on. It was large in scale and well defended against external attacks. But now the only thing that could be heard was the sound of crows cawing. There were bloodstains everywhere on the building, and flesh was rotting on the floor. What shocked the party even more was the sight of the statue at the entrance. Dozens of corpses were hung from the neck of the giant statue, which was created to symbolize the greatness of God. The bodies did not close their eyes even after death. They died filled with fear and pain. They had this horrible hobby from the beginning. Damien also looked at the bodies with a disgusted face. That was why they were called the Hanger Couple in the future. You don't know this, but there's a taste of dark magic. My wife and I love the dark magic that comes out when we hang people. They committed such horrible acts simply because they suited their taste. Paramond, let's move now. We need to meet the Bound Winds. Serbo, the 1st grade Paladin leading the Blinding Pain, said. Thanks to him, Paramond was able to get out of the shock. Let's go inside, Paramond said in a heavy voice. The pursuit team headed inside the branch. As they headed there, they could see several Paladins throwing bodies into a pit. Move quickly, there is no time to dawdle, we need to clean up the scene quickly and track them down. A man was directing them. Maybe it was because he was wearing glasses, but he looked more like a teacher than a paladin. He had a gentle face and no strength in his eyes. However, the long scar on one eye changed all that impression. The man felt their presence and turned to look at the pursuit team. The man's chest was emblazoned with the symbol of the Bound Winds. Paramond, Serbo, you are both late. The man spoke to the 2 1st grade Paladins. His tone was very stiff. We came here as fast as we could. The branch has been destroyed. You shouldn't have just come here as fast as you could. You should have come here with a will to live or die. Perriman smiled kindly, but the man just frowned. Damien asked Agnes, "Who is he?" "He is Nadine, a disciple of Elder Greenwind and a first-grade paladin of the Bound Winds." It was a name he had never heard before. Even when he searched his previous life memories, it was the same. "Are the only sects that came to support us the incinerator and the blinding pain? Yes, please take care of us. Her Holiness has done something useless. The Bound Winds alone is enough." Perriman's smile disappeared at those words. But the man didn't care at all. "It doesn't seem like he is the kind of person who cares about others," Damien whispered in a small voice. Agnes smiled bitterly. "Sir Nadine does have that kind of feeling. He is said to be the strongest among the first-grade paladins." It was an interesting assessment. "The strongest, you say?" "Yes, he is so talented that he is considered to be the closest to the master. In other words, he was expected to be a candidate to become a master. His talent was very high. Now that you are here, you should also lend a hand. We need to clean up before the dead are resurrected as undead." Where there were many corpses piled up, undead were crawling around. This is because the miasma created by the rotting of the dead souls and bodies creates the undead. Perriman approached the pit, then he tilted his head. "There are no wounds on the bodies. What the hell is the cause of death?" "I don't know either. They must have developed some other strange dark magic. It's obvious what the heretics are doing." At those words, Damien approached the pit. There was one thing he had to check. As Perriman said, the bodies were all clean and showed no wounds. They were just wearing expressions full of agony, so they used that after all. A faint dark magic was emanating from the bodies. It was exactly the same as the dark magic Damien knew, nightmare slaughter. It was a dark magic that took away lives or destroyed minds by showing horrific visions. It had a fast casting speed and a wide range, despite its fearsome killing power. It was a devastating dark magic created by the combination of Darugo's genius and evil. Damn it. It was the first time Damien had felt Darugo's dark magic since he regressed. Something was boiling up. His head felt hot like a stew that had been boiled for a long time. Memories of the past came flooding back. The time he was turned into a death knight by Darugo, the days he killed people on his orders, and finally. "How did it feel to kill your own family that you kicked out? I prepared it especially for you." Darugo's voice came to mind when Damien killed his family with his own hands. "Ha ha ha, of course, you didn't feel anything. But I really enjoyed it. It was so much fun to watch." That voice, that eyes, and that smile all vividly resurfaced in his mind. It seemed like he was going to lose his mind at any moment. Damien barely held onto his sanity. It was a close call. "Sir Damien," Agnes grabbed Damien's hand and poured out her divine power. The infused divine power spread throughout his body. Agnes' divine power was very warm and peaceful. "Are you really okay? Your expression just now, it's nothing." Damien pulled away his hand. He couldn't worry about Agnes anymore. If he was careless, he might lose his sanity. He couldn't bear that. Damien had to kill the hanger couple here. Otherwise, it seemed like he would have a hard time maintaining his sanity. "Wait, who is that guy?" Just then, Nadine found Damien. "I can't feel any divine power at all." "Ah, that's right." Perriman stepped in front of Nadine to explain. But Nadine pushed Perriman aside and glared at Damien. "He's not a paladin, Perriman. What is the meaning of this?" "Sir Damien is an ordinary knight, but don't worry. He is very devout." "You're crazy." Nadine spat out a single word. "You've lost your mind letting an outsider participate." "Nadine, I would appreciate it if you would watch your words. The one who allowed Sir Damien to participate was our master. Then you should have stopped him. Are you saying you just stood there and watched?" Nadine glared at Perriman and spoke firmly. "I cannot allow the participation of an outsider. Send that man back immediately." "That's not possible." Perriman cut him off. Nadine's face turned grim at those words. "I am not your subordinate. And as I said before, Sir Damien's participation was permitted by Chinjiam. If you don't expel that man, we, the Bound Winds, will carry out the mission alone." At Nadine's words, Perriman's pupils widened slightly. He thought for a moment and then said, "Then there's nothing we can do. Let's each do our best." Perriman did not flinch even at Nadine's warning. The two men stared at each other in silence. "Tarantula," just then Nadine raised his voice. One of the paladins of the Bound Winds who was standing behind stepped forward. "Yes, sir. Go and subdue that man yourself. You are authorized to use force against anyone who interferes, just don't kill him." "Understood." The paladin approached Damien. Perriman glared at Nadine. "Are you really going to do this? If you had opposed Master's decision from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened." Perriman narrowed his eyes and said, "Agnes, protect Sir Damien at all costs." Agnes stepped in front of Tarantula. Tarantula looked at Agnes with a mocking expression. "I heard you just became a second-grade paladin. Are you really going to try to stop me with that level of skill? You talk too much. If you don't want to see blood, you'd better back down now." "Then let's see how you stop me." Tarantula moved. In a gust of wind, he was suddenly behind Agnes. Agnes spun around in surprise. At that moment, Tarantula drew his sword from his waist and swung it. A strong wind blew. The wind whipped around Agnes' body. The wind was heavy. It felt like she was being beaten by invisible fists. Agnes's body was flung far away. Agnes stopped herself by digging her hands into the ground. Sir Damien, she cried out urgently and looked straight ahead, but Tarantula had already reached Damien. Outsider, if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better come with me. Tarantula held the blade of his sword to Damien's neck. The skin was cut slightly and blood dripped down. At that moment, a feeling of disgust surged up. The boiling emotions broke free from Damien's control. Snap! The sound of something breaking rang out clearly. It was right after Tarantula raised the blade of his sword to Damien's shoulder. Damien crouched down and lunged inwards. At the same time, he grabbed Tarantula's wrist. Are you going to rebel after all? I'll cut off all your fingers. Tarantula tried to swing his sword even though his wrist was caught. At that moment, mana was infused through Damien's hand. Tarantula felt a tingling pain and all the strength in his body drained away. When he came to his senses, he was already kneeling on the ground. What just happened to me? He tried to get up, but he had no strength in his body. It seemed like his mana and divine power had been blocked. Damien put his hand on Tarantula's head. Right after that, his head hit the ground. Chapter 121, Nemesis Part 3. Even though he was not in his right mind, Damien's actions were swift. As soon as he grabbed his wrist, he used the cotton-lined forbidden needle technique to paralyze his opponent's muscles and seal his blood vessels. After completely incapacitating his opponent, he grabbed his head and slammed it down. With a loud crash, Tarantula's head was completely embedded in the ground. By the time he finished this action, Damien was finally able to regain his sanity. I've done it. He had failed to control his anger and had ended up attacking a paladin. However, he didn't regret it. He hadn't controlled his emotions enough to have any regrets. If he let his guard down for even a moment, he felt like he would lose his mind again. What the hell are you doing? At that moment, a voice filled with anger rang out. He turned his gaze and saw Nadine glaring at him as if he was going to kill him. How dare an outsider like you lay a hand on a paladin of our sect? Nadine drew his sword. A sharp aura surged like a tidal wave, pressuring Damien. I won't let you get away with this. Nadine rushed towards Damien. Paramond stepped in front of him. Paramond, Nadine spat out his anger and swung his sword down. Paramond blocked the falling blade with his forearm. First-grade paladin, two powerful entities equal to the high class clashed with each other. Tremendous divine power clashed in the air. Just being exposed to that aura was enough to make some of the paladins pale. Get out of my way. I can't do that. Sir Damien is a guest of our sect. That bastard laid a hand on my sect's paladin. You're the one who drew your weapon first. Nadine glared at Paramond with murderous intent. Paramond did not avert his gaze. The two men stood in a sharp confrontation. The murderous aura they exuded grew stronger and stronger. Just before the murderous aura reached its peak, someone stepped in between the two men. Calm down, both of you. It was Serbo, the first-grade paladin leading the blinding pain. Being a first-grade paladin himself, Serbo was able to pierce through the storm of divine power and approach the two men. Serbo, are you crazy? Are you telling me to calm down after seeing that? Nadine said, glancing at Tarantula who was embedded in the ground. Your paladin started it first. Are you going to favor him now? Sir Damien has already been granted permission to accompany from Elder Chinjiam, and our Elder Radiant Light has also granted permission. In an instant, Serbo's gaze turned fierce. The actions of the bound winds can be considered an act of defiance even towards our Elder. Do you really think we'll turn a blind eye to that? With Serbo siding with Damien, Nadine could no longer push forward with firmness. Damn it! Eventually Nadine sheathed his sword first. Paramond also lowered his arm. What are you all doing? Go and treat Tarantula. At Nadine's command, two paladins of the bound winds rushed forward and pulled Tarantula out of the ground. Tarantula was lying unconscious, his face covered in dirt. Nadine looked at Tarantula with disdain. Soon he shouted at Paramond. Paramond, bound winds will never forget today's events. That's my line. The incinerator won't forget it either. Nadine sent a fierce gaze, but Paramond didn't flinch. We bound winds will act separately. Saying so, Nadine disappeared with the paladins of his sect. Thus, only the paladins of the incinerator and the blinding pain remained at the scene. Damn it, this is why I hate dealing with the bound winds. They seem so stupid and narrow-minded. Paramond spat on the ground, looking in the direction where Nadine had disappeared. Then with a slight smile, he turned to Damien. Don't worry about it. The real fault lies with them over there. No matter how much you dislike it, that's the truth. They're trying to overturn decisions made by the headquarters. Damien's inclusion had been approved not only by Chinjiam but also by Radiant Light. A single sect couldn't overturn such a decision arbitrarily. He's right. If he had complaints, he should have formally lodged them in the church later. He shouldn't act recklessly like this. Agnes also intervened. I never thought the blinding pain would take our side, especially against the bound winds. Paramond addressed Serbo. Serbo responded as if it was inconsequential. No need to worry. I'm just following the will of the radiant light. Does that mean your elder supports us? While she didn't explicitly say to support, she also didn't say to oppose. It was an inscrutable attitude. Truly befitting to the radiant light. Anyway, it seems we've been left to deal with the mess ourselves. In a situation where the strength of the opponents couldn't be estimated, they had made mistakes from the very beginning. Paramond scratched his head with a troubled expression. In a forest located a short distance from the central branch of the Mandarin Kingdom, two figures stood on top of a tree, looking down at the central branch. Why are they fighting among themselves? Wouldn't it be better if they got along like us? I agree, I don't understand why they're like that even though they're from the place. Honey, we shouldn't say such reckless things. We're just unusually close. The voices of a man and a woman were heard simultaneously. However, both were wearing thick robes, making it impossible to discern their exact gender. Anyway, the guys came just as we planned. What did I tell you? I said they would come if we stirred up the central branch. I was so bored waiting. That's right, there were only 2 people here. But they were talking too much for 2 people. The best part is that they're divided now, fighting each other. What does it matter if they're divided or not? We have nothing to fear with his favor. That's right. We have nothing to fear unless they're a master. They should be afraid of us, rather. The more they talked, the more excited the 2 men and women became. If we can just finish this, he might even make us his acolytes. Even the thought of it is thrilling. If that happens, even that unlucky bastard Gathtal won't be able to mess with us. Don't even mention that guy. When I think about how he treated us like servants just because he was favored by him, my blood still boils. He was a really lucky guy. I'd like to tear him to pieces with my own hands if I could. As the 2 exchanged words, the sun set completely, darkness fell. It's dark enough now. Let's start moving. The 2 figures headed towards where the paladins were. The bound winds chose a nearby building and entered inside. Paramond, that muscle-headed fool. As soon as they entered, Nadine erupted in anger. What makes them think they're so special bringing outsiders on our mission? Yes, and on top of that, that outsider laid hands on Tarantula. How dare an outsider touch a paladin? He held no respect for the church. The paladins of the bound winds spoke with rough tones. This incident had dealt a significant blow to their pride as well. Tarantula, has he regained consciousness? He's still unconscious. Weakling. Once this mission is over, I won't let him off easily. A paladin losing to an ordinary knight. Nadine couldn't contain his anger. Suddenly, Nadine's expression changed. He grabbed the sword he had pointed beside him. Sir Nadine. What are you? At that moment, a dark aura shot toward the building. Nadine raised his sword to block the attack. Kaya, the sudden disturbance caused the paladins to scream. Nadine silently watched the gap created by the aura attack. Someone was outside. They wore a robe so their gender couldn't be discerned, but the sword they held was as clear as day. The surface of the sword was covered in a dark aura. It was a sign of a dark knight. Arrogant scums trying to prey on us like that. Nadine's lips twisted. The enemy has appeared. Get your weapons ready immediately. Nadine swung his sword towards the wall. Numerous gusts of wind cut through the wall, causing it to crumble into pieces. Nadine and the paladins emerged through the hole. You're the one who attacked the central branch, aren't you? Nadine asked the robed man. At the time of the central branch's attack, the first-grade paladin guarding it was killed by a dark knight. According to the survivor's testimony, he was brutally murdered and played to death. It spoke volumes about the gap between the two. The dark mana emanating from the man was abnormal. Nadine hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. There was no doubt that this man was the Dark Knight who attacked their central branch. I heard there's another Dark Mage. Where have you hidden them? The Dark Knight remained silent. Nadine raised one corner of his mouth in response to the silence. You don't have to speak, I already have an idea. Most likely they're hiding somewhere, waiting to ambush me. Normally, a Dark Mage would support the Knights from the rear. It was the most effective strategy. Most likely they were employing such tactics as well. I'll handle him. The rest of you search the surroundings and find the Dark Mage. Yes, the paladins dispersed with loud shouts. Even if they couldn't capture the Dark Mage, they would serve as a deterrent. Now Nadine only needed to focus on the Dark Knight before him. I'll take the blood of the slain paladins and believers from here. Nadine drew his sword. As he did, the wind began to swirl around the blade. The Bound Winds was a sect capable of converting divine power into wind. Nadine, a skilled first-grade paladin, engages in a fierce battle with a Dark Knight. Nadine utilizes his wind manipulation abilities to enhance his agility to deceive the enemy's eyes and to create openings in his opponent's defenses. Let's see what you're made of, Nadine swung his sword. Dozens of wind blades surged towards the Dark Knight. The ground split open along the path of the wind and the rocks on it split in half. Sharp wind blades like aura rushed from all directions. Blocking or dodging seemed impossible. However, the Dark Knight proves to be a formidable adversary. As he swings his sword, dark mana wraps around him, and he effortlessly deflects Nadine's wind blades with a barrier of dark aura. Not bad skill, Nadine remains calm. He concentrated divine power into his sword again and unleashed a powerful wind blade. A massive wind blade flew towards the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight raised his sword to block the wind blade, but he couldn't withstand the impact entirely. The sword bounced back, causing his stance to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Nadine closes in on the Dark Knight, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Farewell. At that moment, the world turned upside down. The positions of the sky and the ground reversed. A severe dizziness struck Nadine's brain. As his senses scrambled, the trajectory of the sword also wavered. Nadine's sword slashed through empty air. Taking advantage of the opening, the Dark Knight swung his sword diagonally downwards. Nadine instinctively threw himself backward, but he couldn't completely avoid the attack. He was cut diagonally from chest to abdomen. Blood spurted out. Nadine stumbles backward and desperately tries to heal his wounds with divine power, but the wound was too deep, so didn't heal easily. Cough, cough. Nadine realizes that he is facing an opponent unlike any he has encountered before. Nadine coughed up blood, looking incredulously at the Dark Knight. Having fought numerous dark mages before, he quickly realized what had happened to him. He had been hit by the confusion curse, which scrambled his senses, but it was absurd. The curse's effectiveness sharply diminished with distance. Moreover, to use such a curse on a first-class paladin like Nadine, a high-ranking curse was needed, but there was no dark mage here, only Dark Knight. I heard that a paladin named Nadine is quite strong. Looks like the rumors were true. Yeah, he even knows how to dodge even under a curse. At that moment, two voices came from the Dark Knight. Nadine couldn't help but be perplexed by the bizarre phenomenon. Honey, look at that face. Looks really dumb, doesn't it? I never thought even the esteemed paladin would make such an expression. The Dark Knight discarded his robe. As Nadine saw the Dark Knight's bare body, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 122, Nemesis Part 4. The incinerator and the blinding pain chose a nearby building. Fortunately, most of the buildings were intact, so they could be quickly reused with a little repair. Damien stood in the hallway and looked out the window. His face was expressionless, but his heart was not. I was swayed in emotions earlier. He couldn't keep his cool whenever he was involved with the dark mages. It's fortunate that I transferred to the incinerator. If I had done something wrong, it could have turned into a big conflict. I'm still tied to them even after I regressed. That's why he wanted to get stronger as soon as possible. Only by killing Dorgo would Damien be able to regain his peace. Sir Damien, were you here? A voice came from behind. Agnes was holding a steaming mug. I boiled this for you to have. It's porridge made by boiling grain flour in water. Damien thanked her and took the mug. He took a sip of the porridge. The nutty flavor spread in his mouth. Agnes also came and stood next to Damien. She sipped from her mug like him. Are you calm now? As the mug emptied, Agnes spoke to Damien. I've felt it before, but Sir Damien seems to hate the dark mage very much. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't hate that filth? Damien said jokingly. But Agnes' expression didn't change. That's true, but Sir Damien seems to be a little different. What do you mean different? That's, Agnes trailed off. She seemed to be struggling to find the right words. Just then something caught Damien's senses. Damien stared out the window. Lady Agnes. Yes, it's an attack. Go and wake the paladins. Damien opened the window and jumped out. At that moment, a countless number of dark bullets rained down from the front. Damien drew out the dawn and infused it with mana. Aura instantly covered the dawn. Damien couldn't help but admire its speed. The lower-grade holy sword he had used before also had an excellent mana conductivity rate, but compared to the dawn, that sword was at the level of a turtle. Damien swung the dawn. The aura shot forward and erased all the bullets. Amazing, Damien said, looking down at the dawn. The dawn trembled, jawing, as if to protest that do you just realize it now? He wanted to praise the dawn a little more, but it wasn't the time for that. Damien looked straight ahead. Something wearing a robe was looking back at Damien. The identity of the attacker could not be determined. However, dark mana emanated from the hands pouring outside. It was evidence of a dark mage. It's an attack. Wake up quickly. What, an attack? My weapon, where is my weapon? The inside of the building became noisy. Soon after, two people landed next to Damien. What's going on all of a sudden? It's a dark mage. It looks like he's of a fairly high rank. It was Paramond and Serbo. Are they the ones who attacked the central branch? There aren't many dark mages who would surprise attack the central branches. It's probably them. I heard there were two of them. Where is the other one? Two people attacked the branch. However, only the dark mage was visible and the Dark Knight was nowhere to be seen. It seems like he's hiding and waiting for an opportunity. That's a possibility. There is also a tactic of using a mage in the vanguard to make the opponent let their guard down. Originally, it was a principle that mages and dark mages were in charge of the rear. However, there were occasionally those who tried to exploit the gaps by reversing such common sense. How foolish! To use such a strategy when there are two first-grade paladins. Such a strategy should be used depending on the opponent. Let's kill that bastard first so he can't use his tricks. I agree. Paramin and Serbo activated their holy power. It was even more ferocious than when they confronted Nadine. They needed to control their strength and emotions when dealing with Nadine, but they didn't have to do that with an enemy. The two of them charged towards the dark mage. Their speed was so fast that it looked like a flash of light. Paramin threw a punch at the head. Serbo also swung his mace at the same spot. It was at that moment. Suddenly a pair of hands emerged from the robe. A pair of swords were held in each hand. What, huh? The two were unable to respond to the sudden situation. No, even if they tried to respond, it was useless. The distance was too close. The hands holding the swords moved. The surface of the swords was covered in a dark aura. The dark slash cut through the bodies of the two. Just before that, Damien pulled the two by their necks. Their bodies flew back abruptly. Blades narrowly grazed their abdomens. Cold sweat ran down their backs. If it weren't for Damien, they would have surely lost their lives. But instead of feeling grateful, doubts filled their minds. Why did the person have an extra pair of arms? It could have been an easy job. Honey, it's because of that guy. He saved the paladins. Two voices emanated from the dark mage. They belonged to a man and a woman. As the dark mage threw off the robe, a grotesque figure appeared. Arms protruded from its shoulders, two on each side. Surgeon marks covered its body. A fist-sized dark gemstone was embedded in the center of its chest. The most weird part was its head. A man's and a woman's faces were attached back to back. Paramin and Servo looked at the creepy couple with shocked faces. On the other hand, Damien remained unfazed. He already knew the couple wasn't human. To be precise, they were once human but had been experimented on by Darugo, turning them into abominations. Originally, the couple consisted not of two but four individuals, a pair of twins each. The twin brothers were dark knights and the twin sisters were high-level dark mages. Together, they wreaked havoc wherever they went. The one who took notice of them was Darugo. He was conducting some experiments at the time and brought them in as test subjects. And what stood before them now was the result of those experiments, a monstrous aberration. We made a bet on who would finish first. We're not going to lose, are we? I also made a bet with Sis. If this takes too long, I don't want to think about how she'll tease me. From their conversation, it seemed the couple here was on the sibling side. I don't want to lose the bet, so should I give it my all? Let's just kill them and go back. Paramin and Servo looked incredulous at their conversation. Do they think so little of us? Their heads may be too, but they don't seem very smart. Paramin and Servo are filled with killing intent and hatred. They had almost been caught off guard moments ago, but now there was no room for complacency. Moreover, they weren't the only ones here. The remaining paladins poured out from the building. Both factions of paladins surrounded the monstrous couple. There were two first-grade paladins and a whopping 6 second-grade paladins. Additionally, there was the mid-class Damien Haksen. It was clearly an uneven match against the monstrous couple. However, the couple's attitude remained consistently relaxed. It seems like they've all gathered. Shall we activate it? Suddenly, the gemstone embedded in the chest of the monstrous couple began to glow. Black lines spread out from the gemstone, quickly covering their entire bodies. Block it, Paramin urgently shouted. It was a warning about the danger of accumulated experiences as a paladin, but it was already too late. As the monstrous couple opened their mouths wide, purple smoke spewed out. The paladins had no chance to dodge as the smoke spread in all directions. Paladins collapsed as soon as they touched the purple smoke. It was a smoke that caused fainting even if they held their breath. Among those who passed out was Damien. When he came to his senses, Damien was drawn into a dream. It was a place filled with only darkness. How high was the ceiling? Are there walls? I couldn't tell anything. Anyway, they're annoying guys. To be able to activate such magic instantly. The experiment that Darugo conducted on the hanger couple was to turn a person's body into a magic tool. The hanger couple were no different from a whole-body magic tool. It is a magic tool for activating the dark magic called Nightmare Slaughter. That's why the Nightmare Slaughter activated by the hanger couple didn't require casting time. Of course, with Damien's knowledge and skills, he could have dispelled the Nightmare Slaughter as soon as it was activated. But then, Damien would be caught by the paladins if he used dark magic. So Damien had no choice but to be obedient to the Nightmare Slaughter first. It's worked out well in some ways, because I lost my sight. Nightmare Slaughter was a dark magic that even a first-grade paladin could not avoid. This is because it was created by Archlich Dorguo himself. Instead, it was impossible to kill a first-grade paladin with Nightmare Slaughter alone. It couldn't do any mental damage either. The duration of the Nightmare Slaughter was also relatively short. The same was true for the second-grade paladin. He would suffer more mental damage than a first-grade paladin, but it would not be enough to kill him. While the paladins were having nightmare slaughters, Damien planned to subdue the Hanger couple and then question Dorugo, and he was going to finish the revenge. That's when it happened. Suddenly, there was a sound of wind blowing. Hundreds of arrows flew from afar. The arrows pierced Damien's body. His whole body turned into a hedgehog, but Damien didn't feel any pain. This is my space. Nightmare Slaughter shows terrible sights, but after all, the owner of the dream is himself. If you just wake up your mind, it will have no effect. Soon after, flames erupted from the ground. Next, a cold wind blew, but none of that could bring pain to Damien. There's nothing more to see. It was the moment Damien was about to release the Nightmare Slaughter. Suddenly, the scenery changed. The space filled with darkness was gone. Instead, a field appeared. The field, which should have been covered with green grass, was now covered in red blood. Corpses were lying here and there. Damien froze on the spot. He knew it right away. Where is this field and what will happen here from now on? Damien, a familiar voice rang out. Damien slowly raised his head. There was his father right in front of him. He was looking at Damien with a much older face than now. Damien, why are you with Archlich? What the hell is that look? At those words, Damien lowered his gaze. Before he knew it, Damien was wearing dark armor. He was looking down at his father with a larger size. His father slowly approached Damien. Damien shouted not to come. But the words didn't come out. His mouth was now tightly shut. What happened in the meantime? His father's movement stopped abruptly. A greatsword pierced his father's abdomen and protruded through his back. Damien slowly followed the blade of the greatsword down. At the end of it was his own hand. Damien, his father's head slowly lowered. The light went out of his eyes. The voice wouldn't come out. Oh, he couldn't even open his mouth. He couldn't even express his pain, because this body was not his own, because he was trapped here and could only watch helplessly. With a silent scream, his head turned white. Looking down at them, the Hanger couple laughed lowly. Stupid, foolish, and insignificant things. The dark magic created by His Excellency was so great. Until now, there had been no one who could withstand this magic. The Hanger couple trembled. Just thinking of His Excellency made reverence well up from the depths of their hearts. Then shall we hang them one by one? The couple moved their 4 hands and took out the ropes from their waists. The ropes were long enough to hang all the holy knights here. Let's first kill that unlucky man who interrupted us. That's a very good idea. We should give that guy special treatment. The Hanger couple approached Damien. They grabbed his neck and lifted him up, then started to put the rope around his neck. That's when it happened. Damien's eyes slowly opened. The Hanger couple couldn't help but be surprised. What? How did you wake up so soon? I had a very unpleasant dream. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth. His tone was so languid that it was hard to believe he was the one being held by the neck. It was a dream where I killed my father with my own hands. It was a sight I never want to see again. Damien slowly looked up at the Hanger couple. That's why I hate you guys. You're like rats. Seeing you makes me feel dirty and irritated. But if you're not killed, you will spread more disease and filth. The Hanger couple frowned at those words. What is this idiot babbling about now? Honey, let's just break his jaw. The Hanger couple immediately grabbed Damien's jaw. They were about to twist his jaw off. At that moment, Damien grabbed the Hanger couple's wrists. He poured mana into their wrists. The muscles in their forearms twisted. Blood and dark magic boiled simultaneously. Bang. With a small sound, the muscles in their forearms exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Quack! Ayog! The couple screamed and let go of Damien's neck. They held onto their forearms, which were now just bones, and screamed in agony. Damien drew out the dawn. A blue aura covered the blade. Please hold on for a long time. Damien's face twisted like a demon, and his killing intent was at an unimaginable height. At this much killing intent, all the living creatures in the forest held their breath. Even the sound of insects chirping could not be heard. It seems like I won't be able to get rid of this dirty feeling if you die too easily. Chapter 123. High Class Part 1, Fear. Mr. and Mrs. Hanger trembling without realizing it. The killing intent of Damien standing in front of them was so overpowering that one couldn't breathe properly. Even swallowing their own saliva became tough. Such a killing intent, they had never experienced it before. Even among the dark mages who were crazy about killing, there was no one with such a killing intent. Is this truly human? Suddenly, doubt arose. No matter how much they thought about it, it didn't seem human. It felt like a heinous monster wearing human skin. If they were to slightly pull that skin, it seemed like it would peel off, revealing a horrifying sight. But the Hanger couple also had pride. Before becoming experimental subjects, the couple was high-class knight and high-level dark mage. They had never been defeated by anyone in their lives. After being modified, they lived with pride in being chosen by him. Countless dark magic and magical artifacts being researched by him were inserted into their bodies. Thanks to his grace, the couple was twice as strong as they were when they were human. Yes, we are bodies chosen by him. We cannot possibly be defeated by mere humans. As their thoughts reached that point, the couple could escape from fear. Their minds became much calmer, then they saw things they couldn't see before. This absurd fellow is a first. The husband smirked, he spoke with a sneer. The guy has quite a terrifying killing intent, but in the end he's just a middle class, isn't he? The husband could see through it because he was high class even before becoming an experimental subject. It meant that Damien's mana was not on par with the high class. If you flaunt your aura like that, did you think I wouldn't notice? Nonsense, we are not such mediocrities. To them, Damien's killing intent was ultimately just a show of vanity. It was like a hedgehog puffing up its spines. It might seem threatening, but upon closer inspection it was nothing. Darling, let's show this middle-class brat what the real power is. The couple focused their dark magic on their bursting biceps. Instantly, the wounds regenerated and returned to their original state. It was one of the abilities bestowed by him. The couple could regenerate any wounds quickly. The couple unleashed their dark mana. It flowed down to the ground like a rotten swamp. The momentum of the couple overwhelmed Damien's aura. His aura rapidly diminished. It feels like it's been a while since we've been in full swing, doesn't it? Yeah, honey. I missed this feeling of liberation. The couple spoke with greatly excited voices. Yes, this body is still weak. At that moment Damien spoke. His voice was heavily suppressed. I want to kill you too with my own hands. But since I can't do it in front of everyone else, if I don't kill you, you'll spread your filth everywhere. Damien brought the opposite hand to his mouth. He bit the bracelet locked around his wrist with his teeth and released it. Immediately after that, dark mana erupted from the bracelet. Dark smoke covered the surroundings. At that sight, the hanger couple's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. You, dark mana, it has a nature that devours the surroundings. If those two weren't mistaken, that was definitely. How do you have dark mana? Although that man may not be a paladin, he was acting with the church. Such a person possesses dark mana. Moreover, its concentration was much thicker than the dark mana that the hanger couple was emitting, and the amount was much greater. What was even more surprising was what happened next. All of that huge amount of dark mana was sucked into the Damien's body. His flesh-colored skin turned gray. The whites of his eyes turned dark and red light erupted from his pupils. The blue aura turned dark. He had used dark mana to form the aura. This is ridiculous. Mana and dark mana were completely different powers. That's why the way they were used was also different. A knight who had only used mana could not use dark mana. The vice versa was also true. Was he not a regular knight but a dark knight? No, he had definitely used mana to create the aura at first. It's dirty, Damien said softly. His voice was thick with disgust. Dark mana always makes me feel dirty no matter when I use it. It's like getting filth on my body. I'm going to vomit because I'm taking it into my body. Damien's red eyes turned to the hanger couple. Be prepared. I'm not going to kill you easily. The hanger couple felt goosebumps, but they tried to suppress that feeling. I don't know what the hell you are. The husband decided to put the question on hold for a while. It wouldn't be too late to find out more after defeating that man. Even so, you won't be able to do anything to us who have received his grace. The hanger couple charged at Damien. Thanks to the release of dark mana, their bodies felt as light as feathers. As they ran, they regripped their twin swords. Dark aura was condensed on the blades of the twin swords. The husband swung the twin swords wildly. The twin swords traced complex trajectories, trying to cut Damien's body. No, they had cut it down. The arms that should have been swinging the swords suddenly disappeared. The left and right were the same. When he looked down, he saw his own hands still holding the swords lying on the ground. Why are my arms there? What the hell just happened? A myriad of questions came to his mind. But there was no time to find the answers. With his two arms gone, his torso was now completely exposed. Damien closed the distance without hesitation. Damien swung the sword in his hand wildly, the blade slashing and cutting across husband's torso, shredding his flesh. The muscles were tattered and the flesh fell off in pieces. Qorog, the husband screamed, but it didn't make any difference. Damien's slashing did not stop. Don't touch my husband, the wife hurriedly activated dark magic. The smoke of the curse of corruption spewed out towards Damien. At that moment, Damien swung the sword forcefully. A beam of light split and disappeared through his wife's wrists. Shortly after, as the mist abruptly cleared, her wrists fell to the ground. Ayeg, amidst his wife's screams, the husband realized. Initially, her arms hadn't vanished. It was just an illusion caused by the rapidness of Damien's attack, surpassing his own perception. In the next moment, Damien plunged the blade deeply into her abdomen. Then, twisting the blade, he slashed outward. Her abdomen split from the inside. Overwhelmed by agony never before experienced, the husband screamed, "Stop, I said stop." He shook the severed arm wildly, but no more attacks came. As he raised his head, he saw Damien standing far away. Why? There was no way Damien would retreat feeling threatened by his recent actions. Darling, are you okay? Meanwhile, the wife focused dark magic on her wound. It was to regenerate the wound. Being one entity had its advantages. One could take care of what the other hadn't noticed. Huh, what? However, the wife's response was strange. There was a palpable sense of panic in her voice. The wound isn't healing, something is preventing the regeneration. What nonsense. At the moment when they were about to investigate, a sudden sharp pain surged from the wounded area. The tingling pain split open like lightning, digging deep into the wound. As the pain burrowed deeper, the muscles twisted. The black magic wreaked havoc, destroying the circulation of blood in the body. Arg. Arg in the hanger couple, mostly only the husband can feel the pain and the wife uses dark magic to negate it. But this pain was different, both felt it. The excruciating pain scrambled their brains. What? What is this? The bizarre phenomenon didn't end here. Suddenly, the wounded area began to swell. The mutilated body swelled, and with it, the pain intensified. What have you done to our bodies? Darling, save me. Darling, with screams, the hanger couple's bodies exploded, flesh and blood scattered. The surrounding ground turned a deep crimson, cotton-lined forbidden needle, a mana cultivation technique that allows the user to manipulate blood vessels. Damien injected mana into the wounds as he cut through the hanger couple's bodies. Then, he activated the injected mana all at once, stimulating the hanger couple's blood vessels and causing them to explode. He could have killed them more easily, but the reason he used this method was to inflict more pain. The hanger couple, who were left with nothing but bones and a little flesh, let out a blood-curdling scream. Damien looked down at them and spoke in a cold tone. What are you doing? Hurry up and regenerate your bodies. His killing intent was still boiling, the frustration was not relieved. It seemed like he would only feel better if he stabbed them hundreds of times more. If you were created by Darugo, you should be able to regenerate from this kind of wound quickly, right? Even at Damien's words, the hanger couple only groaned. Their brains seemed to be damaged from the pain that exceeded their limits. Damien gnashed his teeth at their pitiful sight. I told you to get up, he swung his sword, spitting out his anger. The hanger couple's heads were severed and rolled on the ground. Their headless bodies trembled for a moment before stopping. Something slowly rose from their torsos. Hua, the souls of the hanger couple rose into the air. Damien grabbed those souls. Kaya, the couple screamed. The pain of the soul was different from that of the flesh. Damien squeezed the souls tightly. The pain was amplified hundreds of times and the souls of the hanger couple were destroyed. Damien exhaled roughly. His anger, instead of being relieved, boiled even more. Damien let out a loud cry filled with anger. He grabbed his face with both hands as if he was going to tear it off. Not yet. Not yet, he couldn't end it like this. It seemed like something would break if he didn't completely relieve his anger. Damien staggered and turned his head. Far away, the hanger couple of the other side were fighting the Windbound's paladins. Chapter 124, High Class Part 2. Nadine was under a relentless assault from all sides. He swung his sword frantically, blocking each attack. With every blow, his forearms throbbed and his palms felt like they were being ripped apart. Oh, you're not half bad. I agree. You're putting up a much better fight than that first-grade paladin we fought last time. Nadine bit his lip as he heard the couple's conversation. Even though he was blocking their attacks, it was clear that he was no match for them. He was known as the strongest first-grade paladin and was easily held back. The initial wound he had suffered was too severe. The deep gash from his chest to his abdomen made it difficult for him to move properly. No, even if I was fully healed, I can't say for sure that I could defeat these two. The couple could have easily killed Nadine, but they were toying with him instead. Even their playful attacks were terrifyingly sharp and vicious. Their casual demeanor was a testament to their incredible strength, and the fact that couple is both a dark knight and a dark mage is a pain in the ass. Even a dark knight alone would be a formidable opponent, but the combined attacks of a dark mage were even more troublesome. The initial blow that Nadine had suffered was also due to the dark mage's curse. Sir Nadine, a familiar voice rang out. The paladins he had sent to search the forest had returned. Sir Nadine, save Sir Nadine. The paladins drew their swords and charged forward. The couple exchanged amused glances. Moths to a flame, honey, leave these ones to me. The amount of dark mana emanating from the couple increased dramatically. Nadine's eyes widened in alarm. No, don't come any closer. Nadine's desperate cries went unheard as the paladins, fueled by their sense of duty, charged toward to rescue him. Honey, watch closely. I'll turn them all into rotting corpses. The wife spread her arms wide. Small magic circles appeared on her outstretched palms, and then it happened. The paladins suddenly rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Nadine's face fell into a mask of despair. This woman was no ordinary dark mage. She was powerful enough to subdue so many paladins in an instant. Oh dear, what's wrong with everyone? The wife cried out in confusion. Her husband looked at her with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about, my dear? You're the one who put them to sleep. No, I'm not. I was trying to cast a curse of corruption. I didn't mean to knock them out. What is she talking about? As Nadine listened to the couple's exchange, she was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. An overwhelming drowsiness weighed down on her eyelids. What is happening? She tried to resist, but it was no use. Her vision blurred and she collapsed to the ground. The husband looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Honey, the wife said with a stiff face, it's a sleep curse. Of course it's you. To cast a curse on so many of them in such a short time. It's not me, the wife cried out in horror. There's another dark mage. That dark mage used the sleep curse. The difficulty of a curse increases with the strength of the target and the number of targets. There were over 10 paladins here. Most of them were second-grade paladins, and there was even a first-grade paladin. They were all put to sleep in an instant. It was an impossible feat with ordinary skills. High level, no. Grand Dark Mage, who the hell? Just then something came flying through the air. It rolled clumsily on the ground. The couple looked down and saw it. To their horror, it was a human skull. The front and back of the skull had the faces of a man and a woman. The faces were exactly the same as theirs. Brother, our darling, the couple hugged the skull and screamed. Soon the couple looked around in anger. Who is it? Who the hell killed my brother? How could anyone do such a cruel thing to our darling? Footsteps could be heard from a distance. The intervals were long, so it felt very slow, but it was strangely clear. The couple slowly turned their heads. A man was walking through the buildings. Gray skin, dark eyes, all of them were symbols of the Dark Knight, but the couple couldn't believe that this man was on the same side. It was because of the clear hostility that was pouring out towards them. The moment the man appeared, the air froze. It felt like small needles were piercing their lungs every time they took a breath. Death. They felt death from him. Did you do this to my brother? But the pride they had accumulated over their lives did not allow them to give in to fear. Speak, I'm asking if you killed our brother. Fortunately, Damien's face suddenly broke into a smile. Joy and anger were mixed together. Damien spoke to the couple with a grotesque smile. I can't be happier that there are two of you. If I kill you too, I'll feel a little better. The couple closed their mouths. A chilling killing intent emanated from Damien. It felt like all the hair on his body was standing on end. Suddenly, Damien opened a spatial ring and put away the sword he was holding. Why did you put away your weapon? The husband asked involuntarily. It was an action he couldn't understand. If I use the sword, you guys will die easily like those trashes, then I'll be too disappointed, Damien said, looking at their siblings' heads. The couple felt a renewed sense of anger at his words. Honey, did you hear what that guy just said? Of course I did. He seems to be taking us too lightly, doesn't he? You think you can kill us easily just because you killed our brother. That's ridiculous, just you wait. We'll avenge our brother. Damien's body disappeared. The next moment, something appeared in front of the couple. Before they could even react, a fist struck with precision, piercing through their defenses and landing squarely in husband's eyes. In an instant, the delicate structure of the eye was ruptured, with vitreous fluid spilling into the cavity. The force of the blow shattered the bones of his face, leaving him incapacitated. His head snapped back and his body fell backwards. The husband grabbed his face and agonized. Arg, honey, are you okay, honey? Damien landed on the ground and lightly brushed his knees. You talk too much. And then he quietly whispered to the couple, shut up and let's start. I don't think I can hold out any longer. The couple screamed and stood up. They concentrated dark magic on their faces to regenerate their wounds. The ruptured eyeballs and sunken eye sockets returned to their original state in a short time. This damn bastard, the pain numbed his reason. The husband vented his anger at Damien. He pulled out another sword that was hanging on his waist. He held the two swords and released his dark mana. Before he was modified by him, the husband was the dual wielder. The husband was able to move both hands freely. He used the two swords that moved in different ways to pressure his opponent and finally take his life. I'll gut you until you die. The husband began to pressure Damien by wielding his two swords. The two swords moved erratically in an unpredictable pattern. Just then, Damien stomped on the ground. He sprang forward like a released spring. His fist, which he thrust out in a straight line, struck the husband's chin without warning. His chin shattered and his head turned. A wave of dizziness washed over the husband's brain. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr bastard again. The pain was replaced by anger. The husband swung his two swords and created an aura. The slash flew towards Damien. Damien did not back down. He charged forward. The aura slash cut through Damien's body. Why didn't you dodge? The question was quickly answered. The aura slash did not cut through Damien. It was because of the armor surrounding his body. Aura armor. Once you reach the high-class level, you can increase your defense by wrapping your body in aura. However, even with aura armor, it was impossible to take an aura head-on. The aura concentrated on the blade and the aura spread throughout the body. It's common sense that the two densities are different. It was a series of moments that were impossible to understand. This is ridiculous. He raised his arms to swing the two swords. At that moment, Damien punched him in the forearm. The lightly thrown punch hit the forearm. The next moment, the forearm disappeared. It wasn't a muscle tear or a broken bone. The arm was torn off whole. A pain that was incomparable to a broken jaw came over him. The husband screamed and backed away. This crazy bastard. He tried to swing the sword on the other side. Before that, Damien hit them in the chest with his elbow. The chest caved in around the point of impact. The ribs shattered and the heart burst. The couple vomited blood from their mouths. "Honey," the wife cried out in alarm. In the moment of crisis, she concentrated her dark mana and regenerated his heart. Honey, why you have to stop him?" The wound on their chest was not yet fully healed and their forearm was torn off. They had to buy some time for the wounds to heal. "Oh, I see." As the wife activated her dark magic, countless dark bullets flew out. The bullets hit Damien's body, but they couldn't even make a scratch. "What kind of aura armor is this?" Damien closed the distance and kicked husband in the abdomen. The abdomen ripped open and exploded. Part of it was torn off. A pain of a different dimension struck his brain. His knees buckled and his back bent, his head lowered. "You were..." The husband knelt on the ground and vomited blood. Pieces of his intestines came out with it. Only then did the husband realize that the word trash was not an exaggeration. However, the couple was not going to take it lying down. While the husband took on all the pain, the wife began to move her dark magic to weave a spell. Unlike when she fired the dark bullets, the structure of the spell was incredibly complex and esoteric. It meant that she was preparing high-level dark magic. "Honey," the wife spread her hands. The spell was completed and dark magic was activated. "Now is the time," the wife cast a curse. The veil that obscures vision and the confusion that shakes the senses were activated simultaneously. The distance is close. The target is clear, so there is no chance of failure. "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr the aura on the blade. The dark aura burned like flames, high class. Although it didn't compare to the level of master class, it was known that they could mimic it to some extent. The husband focused all his strength and prepared a single technique. Ultimate technique, Gathering of Crows. As he swung the sword, the aura split. It divided into countless slashes and covered Damien. Dozens of slashes cut through Damien's body, but not a single one of them pierced the aura armor. It was possible to block the aura. It was also somehow understandable that he could block the dark magic. However, it was simply ridiculous that he could bounce off even the high-class ultimate technique without any trouble. It was impossible, and it shouldn't have been possible. This can't be. The moment the husband muttered blankly, Damien's body disappeared. He then appeared above the couple's heads. Damien stomped on the couple's heads. With a thud, their heads hit the ground. The couple was unable to come to their senses due to the extreme shock. Damien grabbed the couple's heads and lifted them off the ground. Kook Huk, Puhuk Huak, the couple gasped for air. The next moment, Damien slammed their heads down again. The ground was once again shattered. The surrounding trees shook. Krrrrr, Damien didn't stop there. He slammed their heads down repeatedly. With each slam, the husband's face was crushed. Stop it. Eventually, the husband could only beg. Please stop it, it's enough. Please. Damien slammed their heads down again. The couple's pain grew even worse. How many times did he slam them? When their facial features were unrecognizable, Damien stopped. Damien exhaled a long sigh. He spoke with a calm face. Now I feel a little better. Damien looked down at the couple. The couple was using dark mana to regenerate their wounds. However, perhaps because the shock was too great, the regeneration speed was noticeably slow. Now let me ask you a few things, Damien asked the couple. Tell me everything you know about Darugo. Chapter 125, High Class Part 3. Damien's question made the Hanger couple's eyes widen. How do you know his name? Only we, the Covenanters, know about his existence. Damien stomped on their heads without hesitation. There was a sound like a sledgehammer coming down. As soon as their heads were slammed back into the ground, Damien kicked them with his toes. Their sunken heads popped out again. I'm the only one who asks questions, don't ask again. Tell me everything you know about Darugo. I don't know. Damien raised his foot again. The couple's faces turned pale. It's no use asking, we'll never talk, that's right. We'll never betray him. The couple gritted their teeth and shouted. Damien clicked his tongue at their attitude. I see this is how it's going to be. It wasn't for nothing that Darugo had kept the Hanger couple by his side to run his errands. The Hanger couple's faith and awe in Darugo had reached the realm of fanaticism. No matter what torture they were subjected to, they would never open their mouths. You two are really pathetic. You're loyal to Darugo without even realizing that you've been brainwashed. The Hanger couple had not volunteered for Darugo's experiments. Darugo had simply kidnapped 4 people and used them as experimental subjects. Even the feelings the Hanger couple had for Darugo had all been forcibly implanted. You can't shake us with your 3-inch tongue. Just kill us and stop this nonsense. However, the Hanger couple desperately tried to protect Dorugo, even though they didn't realize the truth. Of course, that didn't mean Damien pitied the Hanger couple. Even before they became experimental subjects, the couple had reached a high level of attainment as a dark knight and a dark mage. It was clear as day how many people they must have sacrificed to reach that level. Fine, have it your way, I was planning to ask your souls anyway. Oh, our souls, don't talk nonsense. There's no way you can use such advanced dark magic. Damien grabbed the couple by the neck and lifted them up. He had no intention of killing the Hanger couple gently. He wanted to show them excruciating pain until the moment they died. Recently, Damien has been continuously researching cotton-lined forbidden needle technique. As a result, he had created a torture method that used blood vessel manipulation to inflict pain and a killing technique that made the body explode. Damien went further and studied the merging of cotton-lined forbidden needle and supreme absorption technique. Supreme absorption technique had an excellent ability to absorb mana. It could absorb not only natural mana but also the mana of living beings. However, it was a very difficult task to absorb the mana of animals, let alone plants. The cotton-lined forbidden needle was the solution to this problem. The cotton-lined forbidden needle was used to forcibly control and expand the opponent's blood vessels. Then, the supreme absorption technique was used to forcibly extract the mana. It was a crude method, so the efficiency was not good yet. The pain the opponent felt was also beyond imagination. There was still much room for improvement. However, neither of those things mattered now. I didn't create it to use on trash like you, but since it's come to this, let's make you taste it. Damien injected mana into the Hanger couple's bodies. The injected mana began to take control of the Hanger couple's blood vessels. Originally, the Hanger couple's pain was borne by the husband alone. However, the pain caused by the cotton-lined forbidden needle was different. Both sides had to feel the excruciating pain. What are you trying to do? Honey, it hurts so much, honey. The husband tried to move his body to resist, but Damien was already in complete control of the couple's bodies. All their muscles were paralyzed, and their blood vessels were occupied and expanded. Damien used the supreme absorption technique in this state. The supreme absorption technique created a powerful suction force. The dark mana that was stored in the bodies of the couple was forcibly drawn out. What are you trying to do? Honey, it hurts so much, honey. The husband tried to move his body to resist, but Damien was already in complete control of their bodies. All their muscles were paralyzed, and their blood vessels were occupied and opened up. Damien used the supreme absorption technique in this state. The supreme absorption technique created a powerful suction force. The dark magic power that was stored in the bodies of the couple was forcibly drawn out. Stop! Get away! Terrifying screams erupted from the mouths of the two. They trembled violently, their eyes rolling back. At some point, no more dark magic came out. When the pain ceased, the Hanger couple gasped for breath. What? Yet Damien didn't stop. On the contrary, he starts using it even more vigorously. Instead of dark mana, life force was sucked in. A greater wave of agony crashed over them. Stop it, please just kill us, I beg you, kill us, the couple screamed in protest. But Damien had no intention of granting their plea. The bodies of the Hanger couple shriveled rapidly like balloons losing air. They began to wither under the sun as if left out to dry. No more screams were heard. The Hanger couple met their demise in such a miserable state. Damien kicked the corpses of the Hanger couple. He released all the absorbed dark mana and vitality outward. Damien had no intention of absorbing this disgusting power. Gradually, souls flowed out from the bodies of the Hanger couple. Damien seized those souls. The souls screamed, but Damien paid no attention, gripping them tighter. The two souls spat out their last breaths and slowly dissipated. Damien absorbed the remnants of their souls, extracting fragments of memories. Merge these with the memories from the other side. When he obliterated the souls of the Hanger couple from the other side, he had also absorbed their memories. Damien sifted through both sets of memories. Darling, he contacted us. When I didn't hear anything. He sent a letter through the familiar while you were sleeping. Why would he do that? We have the mirror, don't we? The mirror. It referred to the magical tool for communication distributed by Dorugo to his minions. Although there was one in the dungeon of the corpse-play, there hadn't been any contact from Dorugo's side. At the time, Damien had judged that Dorugo was too preoccupied with his research to communicate. He instructed to dispose the mirror. If there's any communication needed in the future, he'll send a familiar. What? Then we won't be able to hear his holy voice. Why would he make such a cruel decision? Even Damien found Dorugo's decision puzzling. Was he thorough to this extent? Throughout history, Dorugo had never revealed himself. He was that cautious, but he had consistently communicated with his followers. It was all for preparing for the war of destruction. He doesn't trust the Hanger couple enough to maintain the communication through the device. Upon reflection, the Hanger couple were more than just mere errand runners. They couldn't be considered Covenanters. Perhaps that's why the order to destroy the communication device was issued. So what other orders did he give? He instructed to transfer the reliquary to Gathel. What, why him? That was our mission. The reliquary referred to the box containing fragments of Erebos. During the Death Knight era, the Hanger couple had incessantly mentioned it, so Damien remembered. According to the Hanger couple, it was created long ago by the Church to seal Erebos' fragments. Then what about our mission? We were supposed to collect the souls of paladins to unlock the reliquary. That. Continue the mission but send the collected souls to Gathel. Why such an order? Does he not trust us? To unlock the reliquary, souls infused with sanctity were needed. To obtain such souls, they had to attack the Church. That was precisely what the Church was after. They had set up such a seal to quickly detect anyone finding the reliquary. Damien finished absorbing the Hanger couple's souls. He felt stronger and more powerful than ever before. He knew that he was ready to face Dorugo. The problem was that the reliquary itself was so old that almost no one in the Church knew about it. But still, Gathel the Chosen. He was one of Dorugo's henchmen during the War of Destruction. He was a necromancer, but he was known for carrying around a small number of elite troops rather than raising a large number of undead. Gathel's elite corps was so powerful that it had wiped out several of the Empire's Knight Orders. He was a genius, even among Dorugo's Covenanters. Gathel was a monster among monsters, having reached the 10th tier at a young age and becoming a Grand Dark Mage. A Grand Dark Mage was equivalent to a master class in terms of knights. In terms of talent alone, he was comparable to Michael Ryanbloom or the Sword Empress. It's dangerous for that guy to have the reliquary. A fragment of Erebos could be considered a huge mass of power in itself. It was not good for it to fall into Gathel's hands. At this time, Gathel is probably in the Almond country. Fortunately, Damien knew where Gathel was. He must be planning to strengthen his elite army there. He roughly guessed not only the location but also the purpose and plan. Gathel enjoyed raiding families with talented soldiers or knights and strengthening his army with their souls. Gathel was currently the most dangerous person among his Covenanters, considering his talent and future growth potential. He needed to be killed as soon as possible. I need to recover the fragment of Erebos anyway. I'm going to the Almond country. And so Damien decided on his next destination. Now that I have what I want, it's time to free their souls. Damien rummaged through the Hanger couple's bodies. A small pouch came out. It wasn't enchanted with subspace magic, but it was large enough to contain various items. Damien rummaged through the pouch. The first thing that came out was a glass bottle. The inside of the bottle was filled with a faint smoke. Disgusting bastards, Damien frowned and cursed. The contents of the bottle were not smoke. They were the souls of the paladins and priests they had killed. Damien took out all the glass bottles in the pouch and broke them. The souls were released and disappeared. Suddenly, Damien's movement stopped. The last thing he held in his hand was not a glass bottle. It was an old and crudely made bracelet. This is... Damien looked at his left wrist. It looked exactly like the bracelet he used to store dark mana. Is it the same artifact? He brought the two bracelets close together to compare them. The two bracelets vibrated and merged into one. What? Even though the two bracelets were combined, the thickness and size of the bracelet remained the same. Damien circulated his mana to check the condition of the bracelet to make sure there was no problem. The capacity has increased. Even recently, he had often felt that the capacity of the bracelet was insufficient. Not only that, but one more ability had been added. When he manipulated the bracelet, it suddenly disappeared. It had become transparent. This is interesting. It was strange that there was another bracelet like it. And when they were combined, new functions were added. Where did they get such a precious thing? It seemed that the Hanger couple had it with them to hide their dark mana when they were in hiding. Damien drew in the surrounding dark mana and stored it in the bracelet. Thanks to the doubled capacity, he still had plenty of room left even after putting in all the dark mana. Now I've done everything I need to do. Damien looked around. He saw the fallen paladins and the bodies of the Hanger couple. He turned and left without hesitation. He had a new goal now. He would go to the Almond country and kill Gathel. He would recover the fragment of Erebos and free the souls that were trapped in it, and he would get one step closer to his revenge against Dorugo. What do I do with this? It was fine when he was committing the act. The problem was the aftermath. Of course, he couldn't reveal that he did it. If he did, he would be attacked for using dark magic. How could he get away with this? Damien pondered for a long time and came to a conclusion. I'll just pretend I don't know anything. If he could just hide his identity, wouldn't that be enough? Damien decided to make some adjustments so that the Church could not deduce his identity. The important thing is to make the Church miss their target. Damien picked up a nearby branch, and he wrote a name under the bodies of the Hanger couple. Evil must be subdued by evil. I came to punish them for their crimes. Remember, you who do not know the way. After thinking about it, he felt it was not enough. Damien added a few more words. In the name of Victor the woodcutter. Now satisfied, Damien nodded with a satisfied expression. Early morning. Nadine opened his eyes with a start at the sunlight streaming down from the sky. You damn motherfuckers. Nadine drew his sword as soon as he got up. He frowned at the sharp pain he felt in his body. But he couldn't afford to dwell on the wounds. The battle was still going on. Then Nadine realized that the world was bright. At the same time, he remembered that he had passed out due to some kind of dizziness. What the hell happened? It had been midnight when he passed out at least, but the fact that the world was bright meant that a lot of time had passed since then. The Dark Knight, Dark Mage, Nadine looked around. He saw the church's paladins lying on the ground. They're all alive. Nadine started to run towards the paladins, but a strange object stopped him in his tracks. A withered corpse was lying on the ground. It was definitely not there last night. Nadine approached it as if he was possessed by something. Only then did he see that the corpse had two faces. It was the person who had nearly killed him yesterday. Those who had been so strong were now dead in such a miserable state. Who the hell know how? Nadine found a message written next to the body. Evil must be subdued by evil. I came to punish them for their crimes. Remember, you who do not know the way. In the name of Victor the woodcutter. While Nadine was reading the message, the paladins came to their senses one by one. My head. Where is the enemy? Sir Nadine, the paladins looked around and found Nadine. They looked at Nadine, who was reading the message. Sir Nadine, are you unharmed? The knights ran towards Nadine, but Nadine did not answer their calls. Sir Nadine. What's wrong? Only then did the paladins notice the body and the message on the ground. The paladins, like Nadine, read the message with bated breath. What do you all think about this? Nadine asked the paladins. What knocked us out was a sleep curse. That means the heretic here is dead, and the one who saved us can be called a dark mage. It was a matter of course, but the paladins and the dark mages were like water and oil. They would kill each other if they could, and there was no way they would save each other's lives. Maybe he was just here to get revenge, so he might not have been interested in us. Maybe it was an executioner sent by Pandemonium. We weren't the target in the first place. Pandemonium was the largest and most powerful group of dark mages operating in the Empire. Pandemonium often sent punishers to punish dark mages who broke their rules. It was possible that the monsters Nadine had fought had broken Pandemonium's rules and had been dealt with by the Punisher. But even so, it didn't make sense. Even so, why did they leave us alive? The paladins were knocked unconscious and defenseless under the sleep curse. They could have been killed with just a flick of a finger, but they were left alone. There was no way a dark mage would show such mercy to a paladin. The paladins could not answer easily. They all held their heads and pondered. But what is that? One of the paladins said, pointing to the message. Victor the woodcutter, was there such a dark mage? I don't know, I've never heard of him. Maybe he's a dark mage who went into seclusion a long time ago. The paladins pondered the name Victor for a long time. Chapter 126, An Unwelcome Guest Part 1. As soon as the paladins returned from the Mandarin Kingdom, the church was turned upside down. Are you saying that the group that attacked the central branch of the Mandarin Kingdom were not humans but chimeras? Combining different life forms was nothing special in itself. After all, the dark mages of the Monstrum sect had been creating chimeras for a long time. However, the chimeras were nothing more than low-intelligence monsters that had been fused together. Even then, there was only one monster that played a central role. On the other hand, the chimera that the paladins encountered this time had two intelligent beings coexisting in one body. In such cases, the two intelligent beings would usually fight each other or the body would reject them. It's not like they just combined two ordinary humans. They say they combined a dark knight and dark mage. I heard that they were using swordsmanship and dark magic at the same time during the battle. Dark knights and dark mages only had the use of dark mana in common, but their methods of using it were completely different. Combining the two was not enough, and making them use swordsmanship and dark magic at the same time was impossible with ordinary techniques. Even more shocking was the dark magic that the chimera used. I heard it's a dark magic that draws people into their dreams and shows them nightmares. I heard that even a first-grade paladin couldn't resist this dark magic. The church took this incident very seriously and came up with a countermeasure. For Damien, it was a welcome development. In his previous life, the church had not realized Dorugo's true identity until the War of Destruction had begun. As a result, they were helpless against the dark magic and magical artifacts that Dorugo had prepared. However, this time it was different. Although Dorugo himself had not been revealed, the church had seen a glimpse of him and was feeling a sense of crisis. But who is this Victor the woodcutter? The next thing that shocked the church after the chimera was the dark mage named Victor the woodcutter. I heard he put all the paladins of the Bound Winds to sleep with a sleep curse, and to turn the chimera into such a miserable state. One of the chimeras was left with only bones as if a bomb had exploded inside it, and the other was turned into a dried fish as if it had been dried in the sun. The church had never seen such a horrific murder method before. Victor the Woodcutter, this is also a name that has never appeared before. Victor, if we search the territory, there are bound to be one or two people with that name. What does the alias Woodcutter mean? The priests muttered about the name Victor for a long time. Anyway, there's no doubt that he's a dangerous man. We'll have to add him to the kill list. And so, a new name was added to the church's kill list. While the church was in chaos, Damien was at the incinerator sect building. I, Chinjiam, am greatly disappointed in you. The great elder Chinjiam spoke, carrying himself with dignity. In front of him, the 4 paladins who had recently traveled to the Mandarin Kingdom were all prostrating themselves on the ground. I sent you to punish the dark mages, but you came back after being caught by dark magic and sleeping. Thanks to Damien's killing of the Hanger couple, the paladins of the incinerator were able to survive. Of course, they had nightmares after being affected by the nightmare slaughter, but there were no major problems. It was true that the nightmare slaughter was a formidable dark magic, but it was not enough to kill first and second grade paladins. Paramond, yes, master, especially you. What am I supposed to do if my disciple can't do anything? I am sorry, this unworthy disciple has disgraced your honor. You're saying you're sorry, but your ass is getting lower and lower. I will correct it. Paramond hurriedly straightened his posture. The other paladins also straightened their postures in unison. You almost died to such insignificant guys. In my time, even if I was caught by such strange dark magic, I would have overcome it with my willpower. As Chinjiam's lecture began, the faces of the paladins turned pale. This is starting to get uncomfortable. Damien sat nearby and watched the scene. As an outsider, he was exempt from Chinjiam's storm of corporal punishment. However, Damien felt a little awkward being the only one who was comfortable. Everyone get your butts down. As soon as Chinjiam's words fell, the paladins collapsed to the floor. They sat on the floor and gasped for air. I will start the power enhancement training tomorrow. At the next words, the paladins' eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Master D, did you just say power enhancement training? Surprisingly, even Agnes, who was always calm, stuttered and asked, why do you have a complaint? Do you want me to hit your head again? No, master. I'm so happy. I am happy too. I feel like I'm going to die of happiness. At Agnes's words, the other paladins shouted in unison. Chinjiam smiled at their response. You can all look forward to it. Unlike before, the danger level has been lowered and the intensity has been increased. There will be no incidents like your leg bones being crushed. At Chinjiam's words, Damien couldn't help but stick out his tongue. What kind of training was it that caused bones to be crushed? Sir Damien, I'm sorry for putting you in danger. Chinjiam turned to Damien and said. Damien shook his head. No, it was something we all volunteered for. Indeed. Sir Damien is a sincere man. He is prepared to give his life for God. Chinjiam nodded as if he was impressed. In that sense, how about Sir Damien also joining the training? Damien's mind flashed. He raised his head and saw Chinjiam's face filled with anticipation, and behind him he saw Agnes desperately shaking her head. I'm in a position where I need to go back as soon as possible. Oh. But if you send a letter saying that you want to train yourself further to serve God, your family will understand, right? If it's the sex training method, it's probably a secret, so it's not appropriate for an outsider like me to participate. Don't worry about that either. I'm giving my permission, so who dares to object? As the conversation seemed to be going in a direction where no matter what he said would be accepted, Damien was sweating cold. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Agnes went to open it and the figure of the Holy Empress appeared. You're all gathered here. The Holy Empress entered the room with a limp. White-robed priests followed him. Your Holiness. What brings you here? Chinjiam rushed forward to support the Holy Empress. She refused Chinjiam's help and said, I came to see Sir Damien, but Sir Damien's expression doesn't look good. Did something happen? Damien looked at Chinjiam instead of answering. Chinjiam shook his head with a pleading expression. Elder Chinjiam is trying to force me to participate in the sex training. Damien quickly summarized what had just happened. The Holy Empress glared at Chinjiam with a fearsome expression. Chinjiam, I told you not to, you're doing this again. Why, Your Holiness, it's not like that. Be quiet. I'll have a separate meeting with you later. Chinjiam's shoulders slumped at her words. Sir Damien, if something like this happens again, come to me immediately. Thank you, Damien spoke sincerely. But what can I do for you? I almost forgot, I have something I want to give you. She gestured, and a woman in a priest's robe approached and opened a casket. Inside the casket was a silver necklace. This is a relic given to those who are appointed as paladins. Damien couldn't help but look puzzled at those words. Why are you giving this to me? I plan to appoint Sir Damien as an honorary paladin. Everyone in the building was shocked by those words. Damien was no exception. The honorary paladin was a title occasionally given to knights who had made great contributions to the church. It was a title originally given only to those of high class or master class, such as high-ranking knights. There had never been a case of a middle-class knight being appointed as an honorary paladin. After seeing Sir Damien's performance, I thought it would be good to have a closer relationship. So I made this decision after much deliberation. The Holy Empress picked up the necklace. With this relic, you will be able to receive the protection of the church wherever you are. This was a very welcome gift for Damien. If I become an honorary paladin, I can suppress the conflict with the Almond Country. Damien was planning to go to the Almond Country to kill Gathel. At that time, even if there was a conflict with the Almond Country, he could just use the church as an excuse. Are you sure you can give such a precious thing to me? At Damien's question, she smiled and said, I'm giving it to you because I believe you won't misuse it. Damien couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt at those words. Because he was already full of thoughts of how to misuse it. I will receive it gratefully. Damien did not refuse the necklace that the Holy Empress offered. After leaving the church, Damien headed home. He wasn't going to the mansion in the Haksen estate but to Spring Castle on the Gargari Plains. His family had moved there. As he passed through the castle gate, he saw Victor chopping wood in the yard. With each swing of the axe, Victor neatly chopped through the thick logs. Victor was surprised to see Damien and exclaimed, Young master, you're back. Yeah, was there anything wrong? What could go wrong when I'm here? Victor said, pounding his chest with his fists. Damien laughed at his confident demeanor. But why are you chopping wood? You can have someone else do it. When they moved to Spring Castle, they decided to hire a large number of servants. Thanks to this, people like Victor who were already working there were promoted. They didn't have to do menial tasks like chopping wood anymore. My hands were getting itchy. It's not boring to chop wood. Damien couldn't help but admire Victor's answer. As expected of Victor the woodcutter, I did a good job naming you. Yes, what did you just say? Nothing. Keep up the good work. Damien parted ways with Victor and entered the castle. I think we should change the curtains here. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother giving instructions to the servants in the hallway. Damien, his mother ran over to him, cheering, and Damien hugged her tightly. Mother, here's a gift. Damien handed over the bracelet he had taken from the treasury. His mother took it with a puzzled face. Oh, it's pretty. What kind of bracelet is it? It's something I received from the church. It's a relic that protects the wearer's body, so you should always wear it. This is a relic. His mother looked at the bracelet curiously, turning it over and over. I brought one for each of the family members. Where are they all? Your father, Abel, and Olivia went out to look around the territory. Louise is in the music room. Then I should go see my sister first. Damien started to walk away, but his mother stopped him. Damien, I think you should wait a bit. Your sister isn't alone. Who is she with then? His mother blushed and said, Ballad came to visit. There was only one person Damien knew named Ballad. Ballad Hugo. He was Louise's fiancé. As soon as he thought of the man, Damien frowned and said, That good-for-nothing is here. Chapter 127, An Unwelcome Guest Part 2. What's the big deal with a man who's nothing special becoming our family's son-in-law? Mother patted Damien on the shoulder. Damien protested with a sullen face. It's true, there are so many ways in which he's lacking compared to sister. He's kind, he has a good personality, he's sincere, and he's handsome. What else is the problem? Even with Mother's nagging, Damien's dissatisfaction did not disappear. Father and Mother were of the opinion that as long as a person had a good character, it didn't matter much else, but Damien was different. He thought that while good character was a given, other conditions should also be considered. I'll go see my sister for a bit. Hey, Damien. Before Mother could stop him, Damien disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Damien arrived in front of the music room. This was thanks to the fact that he had memorized the entire structure of the castle when preparing for the celebration. Louise, when I listen to your playing, it feels like my soul is being purified. You too, do you think I'll like it if you say such things? I'm speaking from the heart. Your playing is so beautiful. As he approached the music room, he could hear the laughter of two people. One was the voice of his sister, Louise, and the other one was, just hearing his voice makes me angry. As he heard the voice of Ballad Hugo, Damien felt his insides churn. As expected, no matter what someone who you didn't like did, it would seem annoying. He couldn't leave the two of them alone any longer. Damien opened the door of the music room and walked inside. Then he saw the sight of Louise and Ballad sitting side by side in front of the piano. Oh, huh. The two of them turned to look at Damien with surprised faces. Damien, Louise ran over with a bright smile. She checked Damien's body here and there. You came back safely. Was everything okay at the church? Yes, there were no problems. How have you been, sister? I'm always the same, Louise said with a giggle. Behind her, Ballad Hugo approached. That's right, Damien, come say hi. Ballad came all this way. Damien, it's been a while since we've seen each other face to face. Ballad extended his hand with a welcoming face. Damien took his hand with a crooked face. Louise was a woman of unparalleled beauty in the West. If not for her lack of social engagements, the title of the most beautiful woman in the West would have belonged to her instead of Olivia. On the other hand, Ballad Hugo was a man who was awkwardly unmatched. He wore old and shabby clothes and had on a pair of outdated black horn-rimmed glasses. His bushy hair covered his forehead and eyes, making him look unkempt. Although one should not judge a person by their appearance, Damien thought that Louise should have a better person as her husband if she was to be happy. Compared to her, Ballad's appearance was far behind. I've heard a lot about you. You've been doing great, haven't you? Our city is also buzzing with your name. Ballad worked as a bureaucrat in a port city called Ocean. The city of Ocean was located quite far from here. So even though Louise and Ballad were engaged, they couldn't meet often. My sister's fiancé is just a bureaucrat. He was not a high-ranking official. Ballad was only a low-ranking official. He was also said to not receive much salary. No matter how I think about it, he doesn't match my sister. Damien didn't like Ballad Hugo. No matter how he looked at it, he felt sorry for Louise. The only reason he didn't oppose the relationship between the two was because Louise truly loved Ballad. In his heart, he wished for Louise to meet a better man. Oh, sister. I have a present for you. Damien took out a bracelet from the box and handed it to her. Louise looked at the bracelet with a curious face. This is a relic that has the function of protecting you from external threats, so you should always carry it with you. You're giving me something so precious. As expected, you're truly my brother. Louise happily received the bracelet and put it on her wrist. A relic, it's really amazing. Would you like to see it too? Louise offered the bracelet to Ballad. Ballad looked at the bracelet with a curious face. Why are you playing with the gift I gave to my sister? Damien glared at him. Even his actions were annoying. Excuse me. Just then, a maid entered the music room. She spoke to the three people. The madam said that since it's been a while since young Master Damien has come, we should all have tea together. I understand, I'll be out soon. At Louise's words, the maid bowed her head and left the music room. Ballad, you go first, okay? I have something to talk to Damien for a moment. I see, I'll tell Mother that you two are late. Thank you. Louise smiled and saw Ballad off. However, as soon as Ballad disappeared, her face turned serious. It was completely different from Louise's usual bright appearance. Damien asked Louise with a worried face. Sister, is something wrong? That's the thing, sigh. Louise sighed deeply. It was the first time he had seen his sister with such a dark complexion. Sit down first, you must be tired. Louise took Damien to a table on one side of the music room. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Even at Damien's question, Louise didn't say anything for a moment. That's the thing, as you know, Ballad is very popular, isn't he? It was surprising to Damien. That rustic man was popular with women, so when I sent Ballad to Ocean City, I was really worried, because other women wouldn't leave Ballad alone. Sister, no matter how I think about it, that doesn't seem to be the case. Who would like such a man? I think Ballad has another woman. Crack, the corner of the table that Damien was holding broke. The table was not just broken into pieces, it was completely pulverized and turned to dust. How dare he? With another woman, while my sister is engaged with you. Already feeling devastated about Louise, the thought of Ballad being with another woman was unbearable for Damien. It was an act he could never tolerate. He felt an immediate urge to confront Ballad and demand answers. It's not certain yet, so calm down. The flustered Louise tried to calm Damien down. However, Damien's anger did not subside easily. How did you come to suspect Ballad? Do you remember when I went to Ocean City to meet Ballad last time? Damien searched his memory. At the time when the corpse play dungeon was discovered, Louise had left the home to meet Ballad. Did you see something then? At Damien's question, Louise nodded. Originally, he would come out to meet me when I got near the city, but when I went to the meeting place, Ballad was nowhere to be seen. So what did you do? I waited for a while. Then a while later, he didn't come running. He said that something came up suddenly and he was late. Damien took a deep breath. He dared to break his appointment with his sister. He felt an urge to rush over and trample him right now. After that, I booked a room and asked him when he would be free to go on a date, but he kept avoiding me by saying he had something to do at every time I mentioned. Veins popped out on his forehead at those words. Was she saying that he had neglected his sister, who was like the heavens to Damien when she had made the trip to Ocean City? I finally made an appointment and we met. But he suddenly received a note from some man and left, saying that he had something urgent to do. His teeth gnashed involuntarily. He wanted to smash Ballad's face right now. He could barely hold back because Louise hadn't finished speaking yet. I would have let it go if it was just this, but once I went to visit him when he was working to bring him a lunchbox. Don't tell me, but he wasn't there, so I asked the other people. They said he had gone out with another woman a while ago. Damien grabbed the back of his neck. His blood pressure was rising and he couldn't take it anymore. Sister, you don't need to say anything more. What? I'm going to capture that bastard right now and interrogate him. What? Don't worry, I'll make him confess everything. Damien opened a spatial ring and took out a wooden club. Louise's eyes widened when she saw it. Damien, what is that? It's a very useful tool for conversation. Why, you mean that's a tool for conversation? It's a friend who even changed the Prince Oliver. The effect is guaranteed, so you don't have to worry. Damien stood up. His grip on the club tightened. Then, sister, I'll be going. Just wait an hour and I'll bring you the truth. No, I'll bring you the truth. It's still just circumstantial evidence. It's not certain, so calm down. Louise hurriedly grabbed Damien. At his sister's persuasion, Damien had no choice but to sit back down. So I'm wondering if I'm just being paranoid. I want to make sure if it's real. I want you to follow Ballad with me. Of course, I'll complete such a request. Really. As expected, you're the only brother I have. Louise hugged Damien, laughing brightly. Held in his sister's arms, Damien thought to himself, I was hoping you would meet a better man. But this is perfect. The other side was giving him an excuse on their own. Damien had no intention of letting this opportunity go. I will definitely find evidence. Damien burned with determination in his heart. Chapter 128, An Unwelcome Guest Part 3. However, they couldn't start investigating Ballad Hugo right away. He had come here to meet Louise while on vacation with plans to stay for a few days. While Ballad spent his time with Count Haksen's family, Damien also took a break. He didn't forget to give his family the bracelets he had obtained from the church's treasury. Thank you so much for the past few days. On the day of his departure, Ballad bowed his head to the people of the Count's family and expressed his gratitude. Is there any need for gratitude between us? That's right, we're going to be family soon, aren't we? The family members saw Ballad off with a smile. As soon as Ballad left, Damien and Louise immediately took action. They made an excuse to their family that they were going to see a performance in the capital and headed to Ocean City to follow Ballad. Arriving at the Ocean City, a breeze laden with the scent of the sea greeted the two. It was Damien's first time seeing the sea since his regression. However, there was no leisure to enjoy the sea. Ballad was entering the castle. Carefully, the two followed Ballad, making sure he didn't notice. Mr. Ballad, it was when Ballad was walking down the street. A girl selling flowers ran towards him with a cheerful face. Already finished your vacation? Did you have a good time at Viscount Haksen? Fleur, it's been a while. Oh, and it's not Viscount Haksen anymore, it's Count now. Oh, I forgot. The girl grabbed Ballad and chatted away. Ballad listened to her gossip without any sign of annoyance. I must be going now. I have to get to work, but I still have so many questions. We'll talk next time. As Ballad said that and left, the flower shop girl looked disappointed. The person who grabbed Ballad wasn't just the flower shop girl. Oh, Mr. Ballad, the young mistress of a general store recognized Ballad and spoke. Why haven't you been visiting our shop lately? I still have candles left over from last time. You should have guessed they'd burn out soon. That way I'd get to see Mr. Ballad more often. And this wasn't the end. Similar incidents repeated 2 or 3 more times afterward. Watching this scene, Damien felt a sense of unease. As you said. He's really popular, isn't he? So you didn't believe me until now, Louise frowned slightly. Do you know how many women were hanging on to Ballad when we were in the West? If I hadn't fought fiercely, I would have lost Ballad. Just thinking about it still gives me nightmares. Damien felt greatly confused by Louise's words. Is it true that you were hanging on to him? As Damien, it was a reality that was hard to believe, or rather, one he didn't want to believe. That such an outstanding woman would cling to such a man. That's why Ballad didn't want to come to this city. While Louise lamented, Ballad entered the government office of the city. What should we do? We can't go inside. Louise tapped her foot anxiously. Damien looked around and asked Louise, do you know which floor he works on? Probably the 3rd floor. Damien hugged Louise and then leaped onto the rooftop of a building roughly the same height as the government office's 3rd floor. Oh my little brother is really amazing. It's not that difficult. The two peered into the government office's windows, waiting for Ballad to appear. After a while, Ballad came up. It must be hard for my sister to see. The distance between the government office and the building was quite far. Damien might be able to see, but Louise, an ordinary person, would have a hard time observing. Sister, are you uncomfortable? When he looked next to him, he saw Louise taking out her binoculars. Why? Louise, who noticed his gaze, tilted her head and asked. Damien asked with a confused voice. When did you prepare that? I thought something like this might happen, so I bought it in advance. Oh, you can also hear the conversation because it's a magical artifact. Damien felt a slight headache. What on earth did that man say to make Louise act like this? You're very well prepared. Is that so? The two siblings lay on the rooftop and observed Ballad. Ballad brought a pile of documents from somewhere and put them on his desk to start working. He was sitting by the window, so his side was visible. Just then, someone approached Ballad. Judging from her clothes, she seemed to be a maid working in the government office. Mr. Ballad, you should have told me to come when you came back. How long have I been waiting? Oh, Emily, I'm sorry, I have a lot of work to do. Ballad greeted the maid with a smile. The atmosphere was very cheerful. You have a lot of work to do. You mean Mr. Ballad has to handle all of this? Now that I've rested, I have to work that much. I think I can finish it by tonight. You're amazing. The maid clapped her hands in admiration. Then suddenly the maid's eyes became sticky. So, you'll have time in the evening, right? The maid slyly put her hand on Ballad's thigh. The moment he saw that sight, Damien felt a surge of anger. That bastard, his sister's guess was right, he was definitely two-timing her. He was leaving his angel of a sister behind and doing such things. Sister, wait here, I'll go and break that bastard's legs. Damien, calm down, let's just watch a little longer, okay? What more is there to watch? It's all clear, Louise grabbed Damien. While the two were arguing, Miss Emily, I'm sorry, but I don't think that will be possible. I have a separate appointment in the evening. Ballad took the maid's hand and moved it to the side. The maid then made a heartbroken expression. I see, then work hard. The maid stood up from the chair angrily. At that sight, Damien's actions stopped abruptly. The anger that had flared up lost its direction and scattered. Ballad, Louise was looking at the sight with a moved expression. Tusk. Damien clicked his tongue with a disappointed look. Time passed and it was lunchtime. Ballad also came out to eat. Sister, let's follow him. Okay, the two of them followed Ballad closely. Ballad entered a restaurant in a corner. Damien and Louise approached the window of the restaurant. They peeked inside. Oh, Ballad, the waitress who was sitting on the chair jumped up and greeted Ballad as soon as she saw him. Why haven't you been here for so long? Was our food not to your taste? How could that be? I was away on vacation. Vacation? You should have told me. I've been waiting for you. The waitress slapped Ballad on the arm and said, sit down. What do you want to eat? The usual. Yes, please. Okay, Dad, Ballad is here. Make him a set meal. Ballad sat at an empty table. Then, as if it were natural, the waitress sat down next to Ballad. Ballad, I have a favor to ask. Can you do it? What is it? Can you take me to the beach you took me to last time? I want to see the full moon reflected in the sea again, but it's in a remote area and I'm scared to go alone. Damien's eyes widened at the waitress's words. A young man and woman going to the beach together in the middle of the night. And to a secluded place, sister, that woman is definitely the one. Oh, Damien, stay here. I'll go and break that bastard's arms and legs right now. Wait, Damien, just a little longer. Just a little longer, Louise desperately stopped Damien. Meanwhile, Ballad opened his mouth with a smile. Susan, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do that. Why? You took me with you last time. That was because you helped me a lot when I first came to the city, and I wanted to repay you. It's not good for a young woman to be with a man alone. People will talk. The waitress hesitated at Ballad's words. I don't care about rumors. I do, as I told you before, I'm engaged. At Ballad's words, the waitress sighed and backed down. Damien glanced to the side. As expected, Louise was looking happy. Ballad, Louise was even shedding tears of joy. Damien could not help but suppress his unpleasant feelings. After that, the two of them continued to observe Ballad. Although a few women approached him as before, Ballad continued to politely refuse them all. I think I misunderstood. At sunset, Louise spoke to Damien. I'm such a bad woman. I didn't trust Ballad until the end. Louise looked at the government office with affection in her eyes. Ballad was working hard inside. It's fortunate that it wasn't like that. Huh. But why do you have such an unpleasant expression? It's nothing. Damien clicked his tongue inwardly. He had wanted to find a better man for Louise on the occasion of this incident, but it had all come to nothing. But I have to admit it. On the other hand, thanks to this incident, he came to see Ballad in a different light. After all, he refused all the many women who worked there and only looked at Louise. Yes, as long as my sister is happy. That was what Damien was thinking when it happened. The door of the government office opened and Ballad walked out. It looks like he's getting off work now. He must have worked hard. But for some reason, Ballad didn't go straight back to his quarters. He stood at the entrance of the government office and checked his pocket watch several times. Ballad, just then a woman approached Ballad waving her arms. She was an exotic beauty with jet black hair and brown skin. Did you wait long? No, I just finished work too. The woman took Ballad's arm. Ballad gave her his arm in a very natural way. I've made a reservation at a good bar for tonight. Let's go quickly. The two disappeared into the darkness. Damien couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Sister. Did you see that? The moment he turned to the side, Damien couldn't help but be startled. Louise was staring at the two of them with an icy cold gaze. Damien was surprised and felt goosebumps all over his body. This was the first time he had ever seen Louise with such a frightening expression on her face in all his life. Damien, yes, sister, let's follow them right now, Louise said in a voice full of anger. Damien could only nod his head. Chapter 129, The Other Woman Part 1. Damien and Louise followed the two. Being a mercenary isn't exactly a job to be proud of. You have to fight all the time and get ignored by people. That's hard to believe. Who would dare ignore Miss Regina? That's just the way the job is. People have a bad impression of mercenaries. The two walked around the city chatting about this and that. First, they went to a night market and then they moved to the square to watch a clown. Look at that ballad, it's a song imitating a siren, it doesn't sound anything like it to me. You must know since you've heard it yourself, Miss Regina. It was much more beautiful than that. But I never want to hear it again, when I think of all the trouble I went through because of the siren. As the two of them exuded a cheerful atmosphere, Louise's eyes became colder and colder. Unlike her, Damien was more interested in observing the woman named Regina than their relationship. She's no ordinary woman, she's quite skilled. The depth of her movements and footsteps, the occasional strong mana that emanated from her. If Damien's guess was correct, the woman named Regina was definitely a high-class expert, a mercenary with high-class skills. Even among mercenaries, low-class were rare. This was because there were not many who had learned proper swordsmanship and mana cultivation methods. Nevertheless, this woman had reached the realm of high class within the position of a mercenary. This meant that she had received an advanced education somewhere, and there was only one place in the mercenary industry where such a thing was possible. There's no other place that can raise a mercenary to high class except for that place. Could she be related to that man? While Damien was lost in thought, the two stopped in front of a bar. It was a very luxurious building. I can't tell you how much trouble I had making a reservation here. Regina grabbed Ballad's arm and pulled him. But Ballad resisted and didn't let himself be pulled. Why are you doing this, Miss Regina? I came here today to ask you a favor. A favor? Why don't we go inside and talk? Regina tilted her head. Ballad opened his mouth to her. I would like to thank you again for chasing away the siren. If you hadn't helped us, the city would have continued to suffer great damage. What's there to be grateful for? I just did it for the money. I know very well that a platinum badge mercenary like Miss Regina is hard to hire even with money. If you hadn't shown mercy, our city would have continued to suffer from the siren. Ballad bowed his head and continued. That's why the mayor told me to grant Miss Regina's request unconditionally. Oh, so you've been meeting me out of order all this time. It's disappointing to hear you say that, Regina said with a sullen face. Ballad spoke to her in a firm voice. I would like you to stop visiting me from today onwards. There was a moment of silence. Regina stared blankly at Ballad before opening her mouth. Oh, I see. I guess I've been too much of a bother. I'm sorry about that. I won't call you out from now on when you have work. Regina nodded as if she understood. And I won't say anything if Ballard meets other people. I won't worry about it from now on. As I told you before, I have a fiancé. Ballad interrupted Regina's words. I don't want to do anything that I can't be honest with her about anymore, Ballad said again. So please don't call me anymore. Ballad, Louise, who had been watching the scene, muttered with a blank expression. Damien was not the only one who was surprised. He's a great man. Ballad must have known that the woman was high class. At the high class level, one could kill someone just by looking at them. The fact that he could refuse such a fearsome being who desired him was amazing. I think I know why my sister is so attached to this man. Looking at Ballad's appearance, he seemed like a reed that could break at any moment. However, his inner self was not like that. He was a man with a strong heart and a straight gaze. Are you crazy? Regina's angry voice rang out. Are you looking down on me because I keep making concessions? Absolutely not. I'm just concerned about my fiancé. That's what you mean by looking down on me? Regina unleashed her mana. A huge mana exploded and blew away the surrounding objects. Kaya! People on the street screamed and ran away. The surroundings became deserted in an instant. Ballad's face also turned pale. He looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. I would like it if I never saw Miss Regina again after today. Even so, Ballad stubbornly finished what he had to say. He can endure this. Damien couldn't help but admire him inwardly. The mana of a high-class person was a weapon in itself. An ordinary person would have felt excruciating pain that would have shaken their internal organs. Not only was he able to endure it, but he would not even bend his posture. I was wrong. Damien wanted Louise to be happy. That's why he wanted her to marry someone better than Ballad. However, that was just Damien's delusion. Ballad's inner self was not lacking, even if his abilities might be. He only had Louise in his heart, and for her he could face any danger. My sister had the right eye for people. Compared to him, Damien was stuck in his prejudice. He couldn't see the true value of people. He was ashamed and sorry. At the same time, his head cleared up. It was as if his eyes were opened and his vision widened. Sister, please stay here. As a sign of repentance, he resolved to handle this matter himself. Last warning. If you bring up that fiancé nonsense again, this time I'll really. That's quite a harsh thing to say. At the unexpected voice, Regina and Ballad turned to Damien with surprised faces. Damien, Ballad asked with a surprised face. It was as if he was asking what you were doing here. Let's talk about the details later. Damien naturally stepped in front of Regina. Regina glared at Damien with a displeased expression. Damien, I've heard that name somewhere. After thinking for a moment, Regina's eyes widened. Damien Haksen, the genius of the Apple Kingdom who rose to middle class in the shortest period of time. Regina looked at Damien with an interested expression. I didn't know you were acquainted with Ballad. If I had known, would you have backed down? This person is going to be my brother-in-law. Ha, brother-in-law, you're that woman's younger brother. But this is really annoying. Regina's aura became even more murderous. The surrounding buildings shook. You're just a middle class and you dare to raise your head in front of me, Regina said with a smile full of killing intent. Are you doing this because you trust your status as a noble? You seem to be mistaken. Even if I kill you here, the Apple Kingdom won't be able to say anything to me. I know, Damien said nonchalantly to the woman's words. If you're the granddaughter of the mercenary king, you'll be able to easily cover up something like this. At those words, Regina's eyes widened. How did you know? You couldn't have reached the realm of high class as a mercenary at such a young age unless you were a descendant of the mercenary king. The mercenary king. He was one of the masters who was always mentioned when discussing the strongest humans. The mercenary king was not only incredibly strong himself, but what was more amazing was the force he had created. The mercenary group led by the mercenary king was not only large in scale, but it was also famous for the individual strength of its members. It had several high-class members and even master-class members among its close associates. The leadership ability to lead all of them, who were thought to be uncontrollable, without any discord within the organization. It was because of this immense power that people did not hesitate to call him the mercenary king. You know that, and you're still acting like this in front of me. Damien had to hold back the laughter that was about to burst out. In his previous life, Damien had fought the mercenary king and emerged victorious. He had cut off the old man's neck and turned it into a lump of meat. Furthermore, he had absorbed all of his techniques, so it was only funny that his granddaughter was trying to intimidate him. Although Regina was a high class, she was still only half-baked compared to the mercenary king. He thought he wanted to correct Regina's mistake right here and now. If you don't back down, it'll be difficult for you too. However, Damien was currently in a state of self-repentance. He didn't want to ruin this refreshing mood. I wanted to resolve this peacefully if possible, so Damien tried to take out the insignia of a knight from his bosom. Knights were protected by the church. Their families were no exception. No matter how much of a mercenary king he was, he couldn't oppose the church. After all, the church was on par with the empire. Think I'll only kill you? I'll catch that sister of yours and kill her too. At that moment, Regina spoke to Damien. Why do you think I'm lying? I destroy what I can't have. Just wait and see. I'll find that woman even if I have to search the entire Apple Kingdom. Regina spoke with venomous voice. So I'll just rip off that woman's throat in front of Ballard. Got it. Damien put the necklace back into his bosom. The feeling of relief he had due to his self-reflection vanished like smoke. Anger rose in his hollow heart. Killing intent surged from Damien's entire body. You want to try me with that? Regina, sensing Damien's killing intent, took off a ring from her finger. The ring transformed into a sword. It was a saber with a thin blade and a slightly curved end. Regina held the hilt and scabbard of the saber at the same time. Regina's momentum became sharp and fierce. Approaching her felt like being cut into pieces by an impending danger. I'll make you pay for misunderstanding your place. Regina laughed cruelly. It seemed she intended to kill Damien right there. Seeing Regina like that, Damien burst into bitter laughter. How will you kill me? Using dark magic would end it in an instant, but he couldn't resort to that with so many witnesses around. My body is still too weak. Damien's skill was beyond high class, but his body and mana weren't. That's why he couldn't be sure of victory in battle against Regina. There existed realms he couldn't match with skill alone. Well, if it's lacking, I'll just fill it up. Damien opened a spatial ring. He reached in and pulled out the heart of a spirit and the core of a sea serpent. He swallowed them both in one go without even chewing and swallowed them down his throat. What are you doing? Regina, seeing this, shouted in surprise. Items containing mana like potions or cores required careful preparation and consumption. Otherwise, not only would the mana not be absorbed properly, but serious injuries could also occur. For Damien to consume multiple mana-containing items at once was akin to swallowing a bomb. If you continue like this, you'll die. Sure enough, before Regina could finish her sentence, an explosion occurred from Damien's body. As mana exploded, windows of buildings shattered in its aftermath. The explosion didn't end with just one. It occurred continuously. With each explosion, Damien's blood vessels burst. Blood flowed from his burst-eye capillaries. He's using both the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation and the supreme absorption technique at the same time. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was a mana cultivation method that reinforced the body using mana. The supreme absorption technique had excellent abilities in absorbing mana. When these two mana cultivation techniques were added to the explosion of mana, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. This is ridiculous. As befitting a high class, Regina seemed to quickly realize what was happening to Damien's body right now. With each explosion, his muscles and organs were rapidly strengthening. It was as if the iron was being reforged. The amount of mana he held within him also increased greatly. It was like a balloon being filled with air. If it's lacking, then just fill it up. To Damien, realms below Master Class were nothing special. They were merely realms that could be reached naturally by simply increasing his physical abilities and magical power. And so, he forcibly raised those two abilities. Using the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation to strengthen his body, he absorbed and stored all of his remaining mana using the supreme absorption technique. Damien opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even after vomiting so much blood, his eyes did not weaken in the slightest. They became even sharper. The moment she saw those eyes, Regina's body broke out in goosebumps. Before her head could understand, her instincts recognized it first, the fact that the man before her had reached the realm of high class. This is ridiculous. Even so, Regina could not help but deny it. Not only did he survive ingesting 2 cores at the same time, but he used the explosion of mana to temper his body and reach the high class. It would be more believable to say that a master class had appeared among the mindless goblins. You can't do that twice. Damien spat out the remaining blood in his mouth and drew out the dawn. At that moment, the entire world was filled with the killing intent that Damien exuded. At that ridiculous phenomenon, Regina unconsciously swallowed her dry saliva. Be prepared, Damien said in a chilling voice that seemed to freeze everything. From now on, I will make you pay the price for the nonsense you have spewed. Chapter 130. The Other Woman Part 2. Regina Hopper was born as the 98th granddaughter of the Mercenary King. The Mercenary King, Karl Hopper, was famous for his outstanding skills as well as his lecherousness. Not only did he change women every day, but he even had 10 in his arms at one time. Because of such a chaotic private life, the Mercenary King had more than a dozen children. His grandchildren were much more numerous. Unusually, all of the blood relatives who inherited the Mercenary King's blood had outstanding talents. Among them, Regina Hopper seemed to have inherited the Mercenary King's blood especially strongly, showing outstanding talent in swordsmanship from a young age. She learned faster than others, grew faster, and her class also rose faster. That's why Regina Hopper thought she was a genius. It was at the family gathering she attended when she was 10 years old that this ridiculous illusion was shattered. Among the blood relatives she met for the first time in her life, there were many geniuses who were far superior to her. Some had already awakened their aura at the age of 10 or had killed a dozen orcs alone. Monstrous geniuses who did incredible things without any difficulty. The Mercenary King favored only them and kept them by his side, and he called them purebloods. Regina was not recognized by the Mercenary King because she could not even reach their ankles, and she had no choice but to wander outside. When Regina Hopper saw him, Damien was comparable to those monsters. No. None of the pureludes that Regina had seen could match Damien. How could there be another madman in this world who would ingest 2 elixirs at the same time and raise his class? You dare. Ask me to pay the price? It wasn't that she was going to admit defeat. Damien had just risen from the middle class to the high class. Moreover, he was in a state of considerable internal injury from his previous act of madness. Damien is a monster without a doubt, but right now she was stronger. You cheeky brat, I'll cut off that tongue first. Moreover, Regina's specialty was the quick sword. The quick sword was disadvantageous in a long battle because its attacks were monotonous. However, in a short battle, especially in the first attack, it had a power close to a sure kill. No matter how great a genius Damien is, he has only just risen to high class. He would not be able to catch up to the quick sword that Regina had honed throughout her life. I'll kill him with a single blow. Regina drew out her mana to the fullest so that she could cut Damien down at any time. But why is it? Even though she was confident of victory, something kept bothering her. Fear seemed to be crawling up her legs slowly. You'd better not spew any more nonsense. Damien approached her. He fearlessly stepped into Regina's range. At that moment, Regina swung her sword. A flash of light cut Damien's throat. No, it should have been cut off. She swung her arm, but the sword did not come off. Regina looked down with a puzzled face. The sword was still sheathed. And her own wrist was caught in the hilt. She turned her gaze and looked at the arm she had just swung. There was nothing below the wrist. What did you just— I cut it off first, Damien said nonchalantly and swung his sword into the air. A drop of blood splattered on the ground. When did he cut it off? No, when did he swing it? Countless questions came to mind, but she forcibly pushed all the questions back into her memory. Right now, she needed to fight. Fortunately, Regina had always practiced using the sword with her opposite hand as well. She couldn't use it as skillfully as her right hand, but she could still fight to some extent. Your abdomen is open. Damien kicked Regina's abdomen, her body folded forward as her head turned white. Puke! Regina let out a short scream and flew backwards. I told you. I will make you pay the price for your trash talk. Damien immediately followed after Regina. At that moment, Regina kicked the ground and rushed towards Damien. A dagger was suddenly clutched in her left hand. Regina tried to stab Damien with the dagger. Without even flinching, Damien kicked Regina's shin. With a cracking sound of bones breaking, her body fell forward. Kaya heck! A scream erupted involuntarily. At that moment, Damien kicked Regina in the face. Her jaw shattered and her teeth were knocked out. Regina clutched her face and trembled. Damien stared at Regina like that and spat out a word. It seems you haven't paid the full price for your nonsense yet. Her spine chilled. Regina felt the fear of death. She felt like she was really going to die if she kept this up. Please spare me. Regina hurriedly prostrated herself at Damien's feet. Like this, I'm begging you. Please just spare my life. Fine, I'll spare your life. Damien nodded calmly. Regina's face brightened, but in return I'll take one of your wrists. At those words, Regina's face instantly turned pale. But you already cut it off, she said, showing him her severed wrist. Damien spoke nonchalantly to that action. What was cut off during a fight doesn't count. But if a swordsman loses a wrist, it's the end. There were ways to regenerate a lost limb, but they were not only difficult but also very expensive. Crucially, the regenerated part had to be trained all over again from scratch. That's why Regina was desperately trying to protect her other wrist. Please, I'll pay you anything. So please, Damien swung his sword. Dawn didn't emit an aura, but it easily cut off Regina's wrist. Regina's second wrist fell to the ground. Regina didn't understand the situation for a moment. Yuak, Regina screamed, but since she didn't have either wrist, she couldn't touch the wound. You think you'll get away with this? I won't let you get away with this. I'll tell grandfather. Your intellect rivals that of a wilted cabbage. Just remember, I'm the one clutching your lifeline at this moment, lest you forget your place. Damien placed Dawn on Regina's neck. Regina's face turned pale at the chill aura emitted by Dawn, and I don't know if the mercenary king will even take care of a blood relative like you who has been abandoned. At Damien's words, Regina made a surprised expression. That's also how. How can I not know? The mercenary king only keeps the blood relatives he acknowledges by his side. Those who wander around outside like you are nothing but bastards who have not been recognized by the mercenary king. Bastard. At that insulting word, Regina's pupils turned red, but she didn't know what would happen if she expressed her anger. Let me show you one more interesting thing. Damien showed Regina a silver necklace in front of her. Regina's eyes widened when she saw it. Paladin, honorary paladin to be exact, Damien said, picking up the necklace. Attacking me and my family is like declaring war on the church. I don't think even the mercenary king would want that, would he? For Regina, it was as if even the last hope had disappeared. Then get out of here now, before my patience runs out and I kill you. Regina ran away as soon as she heard those words. Damien watched her go for a while. Damien, Louise ran towards Damien. Louise looked around Damien's body. Are you hurt anywhere? You saw it, didn't you? I took care of it so easily. How could I get hurt? But I couldn't help it. Ballad looked at Louise with a surprised face. Why are you here? At Ballad's words, Louise's actions stopped. Louise looked back at Ballad with a guilty face. That's. Louise confessed all the reasons she came here. Ballad burst out laughing. So you suspected me? Louise nodded silently as she had committed a sin. I'm sorry I didn't say anything either. Why you forgive me? Of course. The two hugged each other tightly. Damien turned away with a disgusted expression. By the way, I wonder what the mayor will say. I've caused such an accident. Ballad sighed deeply. He had finally established a relationship with a platinum badge mercenary. It was all ruined because of Ballad. Does the mayor know that you're engaged to your sister-in-law? He knows. Why? Then there's no need to apologize, is there? The mayor told you to entertain Regina knowing that fact, didn't he? That's true, but I might have to find another job in the future. Then just come to Haksen County, Damien said nonchalantly. The two reacted with confusion. Recently, father was promoted to the title of count and as a result will be in need of additional assistance. I believe you would be an ideal candidate to lend a hand. That's also, I see. Ballad scratched the back of his head and said, it seemed that he hadn't thought of such a simple solution himself. But, is that okay? What are you talking about? I'm worried that you'll be uncomfortable if I go. Ballad hesitated and said, he seemed to know that Damien didn't like him. You're saying strange things. You're going to be a part of our family soon, so why would I be uncomfortable? Damien said with a smile. Ballad made a very surprised expression. I ask you to take good care of my older sister in the future. At Damien's words, Ballad nodded with a serious face. Soon after the city guards arrived, the guards gasped at the charred scene. What on earth happened? The mayor, who had also come outside, looked around with a dumbfounded face. Ballad Hugo, what on earth is going on here? Explain yourself immediately. That's, at the mayor's words, Ballad told him everything he had seen. What to Lady Regina? The mayor shouted, foaming at the mouth. This crazy bastard, I told you so. You have to make her feel as good as possible. If you do that, high class will just fall into your hands. Do you understand, high CL? If you're talking about high class, I'm here. Damien stood behind Ballad. The mayor shut his mouth after seeing Damien's face. Isn't that Sir Damien Haksen? You must have made a lot of profit by selling out my brother-in-law until now, but you don't have anything to say about it, Damien said in a sharp tone. That alone made the mayor's face turn pale. Then, brother-in-law, please speak. You don't have to be so careful. Ballad expressed his intention to submit a resignation letter to the mayor. The mayor was furious after hearing the circumstances, but he soon became quiet. This was because Damien was standing by Ballad's side. Thanks to Damien following him, Ballad was able to sort out the situation comfortably. Ballad wants to work for our family. Count Haksen was surprised at first, but soon welcomed Ballad. Ha, that's good. I was just running out of hands. I can trust you with anything. I will do my best in whatever you entrust me with, Ballad said confidently at Count Haksen's words. And so Ballad Hugo joined the House of Haksen. Thanks to this, Louise's face was filled with smiles for a while. Damien had traveled the long distance from the House of Haksen to Ocean City, but he had no time to rest and was once again preparing to leave the family. I haven't dealt with Gathtal yet. Gathtal would become an important figure in the future, supporting the army as Dorugo's Covenanter. He's a dangerous man, so I need to be prepared. Even at this time, Gathtal was already a genius among geniuses, having risen to the position of Grand Black Magician. The Grand Black Magician was equivalent to the Master class in terms of knights. In other words, it meant that he was a transcendent being who had surpassed the shackles of humanity. I will kill Gathtal and obtain the fragment of Erebos. After setting his plan, Damien left for the Almond Country. Chapter 131, The Almond Country Part 1, This is a Dream. Damien looked at the sunset that was painting the sky and was convinced. The dulled senses, the unpleasant feeling of buoyancy, etc. various evidences told him that this was a dream. You're late. He turned his gaze at the familiar voice. A man was standing under the red sky, a neatly tailored black suit, hair slicked back with pomade, even the fancy cane he was holding in his hand. It was as if he was looking at a nobleman who had just left a social gathering. I took care of the Order of the Cherry Blossom. The man took a step to the side, then the bodies of the knights came into view. The knights were dead, their bodies torn to pieces. Their arms and legs were scattered far away and their torsos were burst open, spilling their entrails. It was easier than I thought. I can't believe it's one of the Empire's representative knight orders. The man raised his cane and pointed somewhere. There, a woman was dead with weapons stuck all over her body. The female knight commander was also useless. I was wary of her because she was a master class, but she was far behind my death knights. There was a strong sense of pride in the man's voice. Why did he entrust such a simple task to you? Why did he ignore me when I stepped forward? Gathtal looked back at Damien. His pale skin and sunken eyes made him look not like a human but like a venomous snake staring at him. I don't know at all. Why does he trust you more than me? Why does he favor you more than me? The man struck the ground with his cane. Black smoke covered the floor, and from within it, skeletons armed with armor and weapons crawled out. If I crush you here, he will know too that I am far superior to you. Gathtal struck the ground once more with his cane. The skeletal army charged at Damien, their blue eyes glowing. Just before that, Damien opened his eyes. At first, he didn't realize that he had woken up from a dream. He blinked his eyes repeatedly and recognized the scenery around him one by one. The first thing he saw was the inside of a spacious carriage with a roof. The carriage was rattling as it moved. Inside the carriage, many people, including Damien, were huddled together. They all had weapons. That's right, I was on my way to the Almond Country. Only then did Damien remember where he was going. Damien had made various excuses to his family and headed for the Almond Country. I decided to take a carriage because it would take a long time to get to the Almond Country. The Almond Country was located next to the Macadamia Kingdom. Originally, the Almond Duke's family was a family that belonged to the Macadamia Kingdom. Then, after producing a master, they received many rights from the Macadamia Kingdom and became independent as a country. Since the distance between the Apple Kingdom and the Macadamia Kingdom was very far, it was more convenient to get on a merchant's carriage than to ride a horse. All the people riding in this carriage were people going from the Apple Kingdom to the Almond Country. Ugh, Damien yawned. Even though he had a strange dream, he felt refreshed because he had slept well. If he had come on horseback, he wouldn't have been able to come this comfortably. Why did Gathtal appear in my dream? The dream that Damien had just had was actually something that happened in the past. Gathtal was always jealous of Damien, who was favored by Dorugo and picked fights with him. The incident with the Order of the Cherry Blossom was the result of that explosion. Gathtal first volunteered to deal with the Order of the Cherry Blossom, but Dorugo entrusted the task to Damien. It was Gathtal who harbored a grudge for this. To surpass Damien, he wiped out the Order of the Cherry Blossom and attacked Damien. He was just a bastard who didn't know how to read the situation, but he was a dangerous guy. A Grand Mage or Grand Dark Mage was considered to be on the same level as a Master Class. However, that only meant that they were equal in the sense that they had surpassed humans. In terms of combat power, the Master Class was much stronger. However, not all Grand Magicians were weaker than Master Class. Among them, there were those who gained combat power equal to or even greater than that of a Master Class through repeated research. Gathtal was one of them. At the time of the War of Destruction, Gathtal's military power was so overwhelming that even a Master Class would have had a hard time fighting him. That was because he had completely destroyed the Order of the Cherry Blossom, one of the Empire's representative knight orders, head-on. He's a guy who's better off dead, I have to kill him this time. Of course he was still growing, so he wouldn't have had such power yet. However, it was as clear as day that he would eventually gain such power. It would be better to get rid of anyone who could be beneficial to Dorugo in advance. That's why Damien was determined to kill Gathtal this time. While Damien was making his determination, "Did you sleep well?" The man sitting next to him smiled and said. His missing teeth made him look a little dangerous. "Yes, I slept very well," Damien replied vaguely as he was a stranger. "You look very good when you sleep. By the way, are you also going to explore the ruins of the Almond Country?" Even in his previous life, people had flocked to the Almond Country at this time. This was because the ruins had been discovered. The existing ruins had already been fully explored and opened to the public, so there was nothing left to gain. However, the ruins of the Almond Country were different. It was recently discovered, so there were still many artifacts left. "Yes, I heard that you can make a fortune if you go to the ruins." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at Damien's words. "You know exactly what it is. The ruins are a place where even the toys used by the ancients are sold for a high price." The middle-aged man explained enthusiastically. "If you find even an ancient book or artifact, it's not a dream to become rich. If you happen to find a relic sword, your life will really change." Damien listened to the middle-aged man's words with one ear and let them go. Damien's purpose was not to explore the ruins to obtain artifacts. It was only to find Gathtal. In his previous life, Gathtal had greatly strengthened his army in the Almond Country. He killed and absorbed the mercenaries and explorers who came to explore the ruins, and finally killed the soldiers and knights of the Almond Country and made them into an army. Gathtal must be hiding inside the ruins. The only place where Gathtal could safely and easily grow his strength was inside the ruins. "By the way, what's your name, young man?" At the middle-aged man's question, Damien hesitated for a moment. He couldn't use the name Damien in the Almond Country. If he revealed his identity for no reason, it would be highly likely that he would arouse Gathtal's vigilance and make it difficult to track him down. And there was still a possibility that if he used his real name when a big incident happened while tracking Gathtal, it would be a headache. He had the proof of an honorary paladin, but that was only a last resort. "My name is Victor." "Victor, it's a common name, but it's a good one. What's your name, sir?" "My name is Thibaut." While the two were talking, the man sitting across from them slammed his fist on the floor of the carriage. "Hey, you two. You guys were not the only ones who paid the fare here. Can't you be quiet?" At the man's words, Thibaut quickly shut his mouth. He was clearly frightened. "And what? Find a relic sword and change your life? You're talking nonsense. How dangerous are the ruins? Do you think a skinny guy like you can explore it?" The man sneered at Thibaut as he spoke. "Well, he's right," Damien inwardly agreed with the man. The ruins were by no means a safe place. It was a place full of traps and battle golems. It was a place that no one could enter without considerable force. "Why don't you just go back quietly instead of increasing the number of bodies that need to be cleaned up?" "Why, you're done now, right?" Thibaut shouted angrily. At that, the two men next to the man raised their hands to their weapons. At their murderous gaze, Thibaut had no choice but to lower his head quietly. "What a coward!" The man laughed at Thibaut's behavior. "And the guy next to you. You said your name was Victor." The next target of the man's ridicule was Damien. "From what I can see, you're no different. If you don't want to be left behind at a young age, you'd better not even go near the ruins." The two men laughed at the man's words. Damien did not react to the man's words. Instead, he thought about something else. He could put up with other people being insulted, but he couldn't put up with himself being insulted. While he was looking around the terrain inside the carriage and thinking about how to deal the people who insulted him at the same time, the carriage that had been moving stopped abruptly. "Everyone, please get off. We will be camping here," the coachman said to the people sitting in the back. The people in the carriage rushed out. The man and the two men did the same. Because of that, Damien missed his chance to punish him. Damien got out of the carriage, hoping for a later opportunity. Looking around, he saw people getting off other carriages as well. "As I said before, we're just giving you a ride. You'll have to figure out your own meals." The coachman left those words and headed towards the merchants. The people who were riding in the carriage gathered in small group and discussed. "We'll be together for the next few days. How about we take turns preparing meals?" Everyone nodded at Thibaut's suggestion. This is getting annoying. It was not a very pleasant suggestion for Damien. Damien had already prepared various foods in his spatial ring in preparation for the long journey, so there was no need for him to go through the trouble of having a meal schedule. What do you mean by meal duties? Do you think we're going to do that kind of crap? At that moment, the three men who had picked a fight with Damien spoke in angry voices. Then are you three going to eat separately? When Thibaut asked courageously, the man grinned and pulled out the machete he was carrying on his back. The surface of the machete shimmered ominously. As the man swung the machete, the ground split open. How do you think we're going to solve our meals? There's a simple way, the man said, looking around. The other travelers, including Thibaut, looked away. If you don't want to end up like this, you'd better bring it yourself. Got it? The man put the machete back on his back, and he was about to leave with his friends. Talk. A very refreshing but strangely irritating sound caught the three men. The man looked in the direction of the sound. Damien was tapping his palm with a wooden club. The man frowned at the sight. Can't you stop that? It's so noisy. I was almost annoyed, but this is good, Damien said with a bright smile. I'll rehabilitate you guys into honest and cooperative people. Chapter 132, The Almond Country Part 2. Just now, what did you say? Would you care to repeat it? The man asked, and Damien made a face. Well, it appears your ears are merely ornamental, for they surely don't serve the purpose of listening. Fear not, since you struggle to comprehend simple words, I'll graciously take on the role of educator to enlighten your dim mind. At Damien's words, the man burst into a hollow laugh, glancing back at their companions. The companions too chuckled along. In the next instant, the man revealed a machete, its sharpened edge covered in aura gleaming menacingly. As Damien attempted to strike the machete with his club, the man scoffed. You fool. Did you think you could stop me with that? Damien twisted his club, altering the trajectory of the machete. The machete, aimed downward in a diagonal thrust, shot upward into the sky. In the wind's force, the machete slipped out of the man's hand. The man looked bewilderedly at his empty hand. How? Instead of replying, Damien swung his club down onto the man's head. Bonk! With a scream, the man's head hit the ground. Foaming at the mouth, he convulsed. Brother, how dare you lay hands on brother? Two men drew weapons and charged at Damien. Like the man, their weapons were also covered with an aura. Seems like you don't understand the concept of learning. As Damien parried the two men's attacks, the trajectory of their weapons diverted once again, slipping out of their grips. Bonk. Damien struck each of them on the head with his club. The two men collapsed onto the ground like frogs. My head. I think my head's cracked. Mommy. Each of the three men groaned, clutching their heads. Watching them, Damien spoke gruffly. Stop crying, your heads are fine. Only after hearing this did the three men realize their heads hadn't actually been injured. What's this? I was sure my skull was cracked. Damien walked over to the three bewildered men. He slapped their palms with his club and said, The beginning of repentance starts with admitting fault. All three of you reflect on your actions. You won't oppress others with your feeble strength anymore. Who would follow such nonsense? Bonk. Immediately, Damien struck the foreheads of the three men with his club, this time twice each. Aorg. Ugh. The three men grabbed their heads and rolled on the ground. If you don't get up right now, you'll get more next time. At the stern warning, the three men promptly rose to their feet. Unconsciously, they knelt before Damien. We reflect. We won't oppress others with feeble strength anymore. Casting glances at each other, the three men shouted, We won't oppress others with feeble strength anymore. At their resounding answer, Damien nodded in satisfaction. Now you've adopted the right attitude for rehabilitation. The middle-aged man, Thibaut, thought he was dreaming. He had lived his entire life as a third-rate mercenary at best. But he had seen enough to know how dangerous a person who used aura was. After all, he was a monster who could massacre dozens of people with a single weapon. Roll to the left, roll to the right. Oh, you're too slow. I'm sorry. And yet such beings, not one, not two, but three of them were powerless against a single man. What are your names? My name is Alexandrovich Asenko Luiner. That's too long. You're number one, he's number two, and that guy is number three. No, it wasn't that they were powerless. They were too frightened, even cowering to move. I'm a little thirsty, Damien muttered, rubbing his throat. Thibaut quickly handed over a water bottle at his words. Here you go. Damien took the water bottle with a strange look on his face at Thibaut's actions. You don't have to do this. No. I'm doing it because I want to, so you don't have to feel burdened. It wasn't that Thibaut was acting out of pure kindness. This man was it. This man was the one who would change his life, the one who would be his lifeline. Well, I'll gratefully drink it. Damien put his mouth to the water bottle and gulped down the water. Thibaut stuck close to his side and flattered him. You really have amazing skills. To think you could deflect a sword infused with aura with just a club, I couldn't believe my eyes. Damien didn't say anything and just kept drinking, but Thibaut wasn't discouraged. Have you heard of Damien Haksen? I hear there are ridiculous rumors that he's recently reached the high class. Even that man wouldn't be able to fight like you, Damien. I mean, right. Thibaut didn't really know if the man in front of him was stronger than Damien Haksen or not. The truth didn't matter right now anyway. What mattered was getting into his good graces. If you have any trouble in the future, please don't hesitate to call me. Thibaut will serve you with all my heart, Thibaut shouted sincerely. Well, if you really want to, I can't help it. From then on, Damien's journey became much more comfortable. Thanks to Thibaut and numbers 1, 2, and 3, he was able to take care of all the little things. From meal duty to the simple task of setting up a sleeping place, all four of them took care of everything. Victornim emphasized teamwork, so why aren't you doing anything? Groan, number 1 did make a small rebellion along the way, but it didn't turn into a big problem. After all, he could just rehabilitate them again. And so, after a few days, the merchant group carrying Damien arrived at the Almond Country. After a long journey, Damien finally arrived at the Almond Country, which was a very lively place. Mercenaries and adventurers were seen everywhere, and merchants selling weapons and potions were scattered all over the place. There are a lot of people here. That's right, I heard that it wasn't like this before. It's been getting crowded since the ruins were opened, Thibaut explained to Damien. Just then a man dressed in luxurious clothes passed Damien with his knights. There are nobles too. Since the ruins are profitable, nobles from neighboring countries as well as distant kingdoms and countries are gathering. He doesn't seem to need money. The nobleman who had just passed by looked very wealthy. He didn't seem to need to explore a dangerous place like the ruins. Oh, you have a keen eye. In fact, most nobles are probably after the Princess Freeze rather than money. Princess Freeze, it was information that Damien didn't know. Do you know that the previous head of the country here was a master class? I know. That's why it became independent from the kingdom's duchy to become a county. After the death of the duke, his eldest daughter, Princess Freeze, took over the county. It is said that the one who decided to open the ruins was Princess Freeze. Thibaut continued his explanation. According to the princess, the previous head of the family found a strangely shaped relic sword while exploring the ruins. However, he failed to get his hands on it because a trap was activated. Damien focused on Thibaut's story, so Princess Freeze declared that she would marry the one who finds and brings that relic sword. That's why the nobles are flocking here. It was a very intriguing story. This was because if he married Princess Freeze, he would not only become the head of the county, but she was also said to be very beautiful. It had all the requirements for nobles to flock to. Of course, Damien had no interest in marriage, and the fact that there was a relic sword in the ruins was what appealed to him. Jitting. At that moment the dawn rang from his waist. It seemed to be protesting to Damien. But what I can do, no matter how many good weapons I have, it's never enough. Jawing at Damien's words, the dawn now cried briefly. It seemed to be pouting. Let's go to the ruins. Yes. Are you going in already? Of course not, I'm just going to take a look at the entrance. Just then a weak voice caught Damien. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 were standing with haggard faces. All along the way to the country, the three men had been used by Damien to the bone. He had once made them catch crickets all night because they were disturbing his sleep, and he had also made them run through the forest hunting animals because he wanted to eat fresh meat. I think we should go now, number 1 asked with earnest eyes. Numbers 2 and 3 did the same. Where are you going? You're not finished with your rehabilitation yet. At Damien's words, the faces of the three men turned pale. Please, Victornim. The three men knelt on the ground. They begged as if they would even lick Damien's shoes. We have firmly decided to change from today. We have decided. Please forgive us just this once, and we promise to be reborn as new people. We promise. Damien stroked his chin and pondered at the three men's pleas. Are you sure about that? Yes, then go, don't bother people again. Damien gestured for them to go. The three men ran away without looking back. When the three men disappeared, Damien said to Thibaut, "Then let's go to the entrance." The ruins were located behind the castle. It was originally a forest, but after the ruins were opened, all the trees were cut down and it was being used as a forward base. That must be the door to the ruins, Thibaut said, pointing to the front. A huge iron gate was buried in the ground. This is my first time seeing the ruins in person, but it's really unique. Thibaut looked at the iron gate with a curious face. Damien, on the other hand, looked indifferent. In fact, this was not the first time Damien had been to the ruins. As a Death Knight, he had explored many ruins with Darugo. Get out of the way. Someone is dying. At that moment, 4 people came running out of the entrance with a stretcher. A man with a serious injury was lying on the stretcher. Thibaut clicked his tongue at the sight. Tusk, it looks like he went in deeper than his abilities allowed. How dangerous is that place? Thibaut said in a tone of regret. Do you know that? The level of danger varies from ruin to ruin, but the one in here is said to be incredibly dangerous. They say that out of 10 people who enter, only 2 or 3 come back alive. Damien felt a sense of strangeness at those words. The survival rate was too low, even for a dangerous place. Among the ruins he had explored with Dorugo, there were not many that were as dangerous as that. Moreover, such dangerous ruins were all thoroughly hidden from the entrance. As expected, there must be Gathtal inside. Presumably, most of the dead were not actually killed in the ruins but were kidnapped by the Gathtal. It was clear that they were being used as experimental subjects or consumed as material to strengthen the Gathtal's army inside the secret space created within the ruins. "Just wait, Gathtal, I'll find you and kill you soon." As Damien stared at the entrance and burned with murderous intent, "What are you looking at?" "Ah, you're looking at the ancient letters." Thibaut nodded as if he understood. These letters were written at the entrance of the ruins. They're strange letters, the mages are trying to decipher them, but they haven't made much progress. Before he knew it, Thibaut had come closer and was chattering away. "Did you know that? The ruins are said to be still functioning. They say that if you manipulate the ancient letters, secret spaces will open," Thibaut said with a regretful face. "If we could decipher the ancient letters, we would be able to find the hidden treasures of the ruins." Damien looked at the letters on the entrance again. In fact, Damien knew exactly what those letters meant. That's what it meant when translated. The reason Damien knew the ancient letters was all thanks to Dorugo. Surprisingly, Dorugo was able to perfectly decipher the ancient letters. Many of the dark magic spells that Dorugo used also used ancient letters. So when Dorugo instilled his knowledge of dark magic into Damien, the ancient letters were naturally included as well. Dorugo never told even his confidants about the ancient letters. So probably the only two beings in this world who know about the ancient letters are Dorugo and Damien. Workshop of the Master. Having explored several ruins with Dorugo, he knew very well. A ruin that was described as a master's workshop was no ordinary ruin. In many cases, it contained special weapons created by the master. "I was only thinking about Gathtal. I didn't have high expectations for the ruins. Maybe he would be able to get a great treasure." Chapter 133, The Ruins Part 1. Then Victornim, let's go back. "If you want to find decent accommodation, you need to move now so you can lie in bed before dark." Damien nodded at Thibaut's words. "No, I changed my mind. I'm going into the ruins right now." "Yes. You're going to go into that dangerous place without any preparation." Damien didn't listen to Thibaut's words and headed for the Iron Gate. At that sight, a conflict appeared on Thibaut's face. "Damn it, do people nowadays want to die young?" Thibaut cursed and followed Damien. The two passed through the Iron Gate and entered the ruins. The inside of the ruins was like a different world. Unlike the small Iron Gate, the inside was a very long and wide corridor. The walls, floors, and even the ceiling were all bare. I didn't know what material it was made of, but it was completely different from modern buildings made of stone. "This is the ruins." Thibaut looked around with a curious face. You could tell just by entering the entrance how advanced the ancient civilization was. The two of them walked inside. As they walked down the corridor, entrances to other rooms appeared on either side. These letters were written on the entrance to the room. Translated, it meant guard equipment storage. Damien entered the armory. The inside was empty. There were only a few long benches fixed to the ground. "There won't be anything left in this place. Other explorers have already cleaned it all out," Thibaut said to Damien. It was only natural that it was empty since it was the closest room to the entrance and would have been touched the most. "You need to go deep inside to find something, so it's dangerous, so it's better to be fully prepared." Damien was not paying attention to Thibaut's words at all. He was looking at the letters written on the wall. Translated, it meant equipment storage. It was written in ancient letters, but there was nothing else. It was just a wall. Damien recalled the memories of exploring the ruins with Dorugo in his previous life. "I definitely activated it by infusing mana into it." Damien felt the wall. He searched for a way to open the equipment storage by infusing mana. "It's harder than I thought, how much and where to inject mana." He had to figure it all out with his own abilities. About a minute passed like that. With a clatter, the wall suddenly opened to the left and right, and the equipment rack appeared. Uhu, Thibaut, who was watching from behind, was startled and shouted, How did this happen?" Damien checked the storage. Unfortunately, there weren't many items left. There was only one helmet on the stand. It was probably the helmet used by the guards who guarded the ruins in ancient times. Unlike modern helmets, it was not jagged or pointed but round. It looked like a perfect sphere. It also had a structure that allowed the guard to be raised and lowered to protect the face. "I thought there would be a map showing the structure of the ruins." Damien was disappointed. He thought he would find a map that would help him find the treasures in the ruins, but there was no such thing. Damien was not interested in the equipment used by the guards at all. They were only unique in appearance but not very good. Even the artifacts, if they were low-grade, did not differ much in performance from the equipment being made now. They were just unique in shape and much stronger, but that was all. Even Dawn would have been able to easily break a helmet like this. Maybe if it was an item used by a high-ranking person. "I don't need this." The equipment from the ruins increased in performance dramatically as it went up to the top grade. Advanced technology, excellent performance, and powerful power. What people commonly think of when they talk about artifacts is all about the top-grade items used by high-ranking people. Even these low-grade items are said to be sold for a high price. Shall I take them for now? Damien picked up the guard's helmet and handed it to Thibaut. Take good care of it. Yes, sir. Thibaut hurriedly received the helmet as he said that. He opened his backpack, took out a large cloth, wrapped the helmet in it, and put it on his back. After that, Damien looked at 3 more storage rooms. He opened the storage boxes hidden in the storage rooms and gathered all the remaining items. Thanks to this, Damien was able to complete a set of guard uniforms. It's a shame I couldn't find the map. Damien's first goal was to find Gathtal. If he had a map, he would have been able to infer the location where Gathtal might be hiding, but it was a shame. Maybe it was on another floor. Let's go down. Yes, Thibaut shouted at Damien's words, carrying the guard's uniform on his back. The second floor of the ruins was a large open space in contrast to the long and narrow corridors of the first floor. There was one entrance on each wall of the open space. It says third floor entrance, break room, and supplies warehouse. Damien read the words written on the entrances one by one and pondered where to go first. The supplies warehouse would be good. There might be a map left over for the guards. Damien headed to the warehouse with Thibaut. As they passed through the entrance, a corridor appeared. After walking down the corridor for a while, doors leading to different warehouses appeared here and there. They checked each one, but they were all empty. Only dust was rolling on the floor. The 2 of them reached the warehouse at the deepest part. There was nothing left here either. They all took everything greedily. There's nothing left, Thibaut said as he put down the guard's uniform. He must have been tired because he sat down on a box-shaped chair nearby. There's really nothing here. He looked around to see if there was a separate space that could be opened, but he couldn't see anything. There's no map in the supplies warehouse either. I don't think it's in the break room. While Damien was lost in thought, "What are you 2 doing here?" someone shouted from the entrance of the warehouse. The 2 turned their heads and saw a young man in chain armor. A large emblem was drawn on the young man's armor. Thibaut saw it and whispered to Damien. "Victor Nim, it's the Almond Country's emblem. He seems to be a soldier. Why is a soldier here? I heard that soldiers periodically patrol the ruins for security purposes." While the 2 were whispering, the soldier entered the warehouse. "At first glance, you both seem to have come to Almond Country recently, so you're looking around the ruins. The young man has great insight, as you can see. That's right," Thibaut said with a smile. The soldier shook his head at Thibaut's words. "You won't find anything here. You have to go down to at least the 4th floor to find something." Thibaut's eyes widened at the soldier's words. "You mean we have to go that deep? You'll have to go down to the 5th floor to find any useful artifacts." HMPH. "I can't believe it," Thibaut sighed briefly. "Victor Nim, why don't we call it a day and come back tomorrow? Let's go back and prepare thoroughly." "That would be a good idea. The ruins are very dangerous." The soldier lectured the 2 of them. "And don't think you're safe just because you're on this low level. You might get into big trouble if you let your guard down." "What do you mean by that?" Thibaut asked with a puzzled face. "There have been quite a few people who died on the lower floors." "What are you talking about? Isn't it safe here since the exploration is already over?" The reason the ruins were dangerous was because of the traps and ancient golems left inside. However, since the 2nd floor was a place that had been thoroughly searched by explorers, there was nothing left and there were no dangerous elements either. That's what everyone thought, but bodies have been found here steadily until recently. No one knows who the culprit is. It was not an ordinary situation. It was strange that such an incident occurred when there was no danger. "Do you think the mercenaries killed people and stole their belongings?" "We're investigating that possibility as well, but anyway, please be careful until the culprit is caught because the fact that it's dangerous doesn't change." "I think I know why the disappearances are happening." Damien suddenly spoke. The soldier was surprised and asked, "Did you see the culprit or any evidence?" Damien gestured for the soldier to come closer at the soldier's question. "Yes, why are you doing that?" The soldier approached with a puzzled face. At that moment, Damien drew Dawn and slashed the soldier's face. Just before being cut by Dawn, the soldier tilted his head back. He immediately jumped back, doing a backflip. It was an incredibly agile movement for a mere soldier. "V. Victor Nim," Thibaut cried out in fear. "Why, you shouldn't touch an Almond Country soldier if you get on Almond Country's wanted list." Damien silently pointed to the soldier. Thibaut looked at him without thinking and was startled. The soldier's face was torn open. However, there was no muscle or blood that should have been there if he was a human. All that was visible was a white skull. Ugh, unlike Thibaut, who screamed in surprise, Damien was indifferent. Damien had known that the soldier was an undead from the moment he showed up. A skeleton that can talk to people. Of course, it was impossible for an undead. Undead were created by twisting and breaking the human soul. That's why most of them didn't have full intelligence. The same was true of that undead. It didn't have intelligence, it didn't even exist. The reason he could talk to people was because he had been injected with memories. It's definitely Gathtal hiding here. The field that Gathtal focused on as a necromancer was human memory. Originally, memories were supposed to be lost the moment a person died. Gathtal pondered how to maximize the use of those memories. The undead before him was born thanks to that research. An undead that could pretend to be alive by regaining memories. The way Gathtal strengthened his army was also related to memories. The culprit of the lower floor murders is definitely Gathtal's undead. Gathtal probably hid undead on each floor. It was in order to attack the explorers when they came to a remote place and then take their souls. It seemed like a shallow trick to disguise himself as a Almond Country soldier to induce the adventurer's carelessness. Be careful. Be careful, be careful, be careful. The young soldier repeated the words as if he were broken. The injected memories were not working properly due to the unexpected situation. Almond Country's soldier. No, the skeleton drew the sword at his waist. A sharp aura instantly covered the blade. I told you to be careful, the skeleton roared and rushed towards Damien. Ugh, Thibaut screamed in surprise. Damien grabbed the back of Thibaut's neck and pulled him back. He threw him backwards to protect Thibaut from the skeleton. Then he grabbed Dawn to cut down the skeleton. It was then. The blade of dawn gave off a dazzling light. Chapter 134, The Ruins Part 2. Damien looked down at Dawn in surprise. It was the first time that Dawn had emitted such a dazzling light since he had started using it. What's happening to Dawn? The light gradually subsided. When the light finally disappeared, Dawn was completely different. The appearance looked the same, but the amount of divine power felt from Dawn had greatly increased. That wasn't all. A miracle was inscribed inside Dawn. It grew. The decisive difference between a low-grade and a middle-grade holy sword was the presence or absence of a miracle. Now Dawn had grown into a mid-grade holy sword by creating its own miracle. Dawn trembled. It seemed to be thrilled by its own transformation. Be careful, I told you to be careful. At that moment, the skeleton, which had reached the tip of his nose, swung his sword at Damien. Jitting. Dawn trembled violently. Then with a wave, the skeleton flew backwards. Did the holy sword release divine power on its own will? Even in his previous life, he had never seen such a holy sword. It wasn't even among the special holy swords. Be careful, careful, the skeleton stood up. The part that had been hit by the wave was shattered and pieces of it were falling off. You have to be careful, the skeleton rushed towards Damien. Then Dawn released divine power again. Dawn released divine power again. The divine power became a sharp slash and cut the skeleton's body in half. Be careful. The severed skeleton collapsed. Soon the torso shattered into pieces and disappeared into black smoke. Dawn trembled. It seemed to be asking for praise. That was great, Damien said sincerely. Dawn trembled as if it was happy. But now it's going to be hard to carry around because it's too noticeable. Jitting, with such powerful divine power, it was obvious that anyone who knew anything would recognize it. Moreover, if Dawn was next to him when Damien used dark magic, it was highly likely that it would get in the way. Jitting, Dawn seemed to be saying to wait a moment. Suddenly, the light that Dawn was emitting was absorbed into the hilt. The divine power that had been felt just a moment ago had disappeared completely. Did you hide your divine power? Not only did it destroy the skeleton on its own, but it also hid its divine power. It was so good that even Damien had to concentrate to detect it. This is getting creepy. Damien looked at Dawn with a disgusted look in his eyes. Dawn, oblivious to this, rang the hilt as if asking for praise. Victor Nim. What was that just now? Thibaut, who had been lying on the floor, asked, pointing to Dawn. It's a relic sword. He couldn't reveal that Dawn was a holy sword. Otherwise, Damien's identity might be revealed. Since he wasn't a knight, he couldn't distinguish between a relic sword and a holy sword. That's a relic sword. I see it's as great as they say. As expected, Thibaut believed Damien's words without a shred of doubt. But what was that, undead in the ruins? Thibaut said, trembling. I think we should let Almond Country know right away. That's going to be difficult. Yes, there's no evidence. Damien pointed to the spot where the skeleton had disappeared. The equipment the skeleton had been wearing had melted down and turned into a black liquid. This was Gathtal's doing, who had put a curse of corrosion on the skeleton to activate when it was destroyed. Even if there was evidence, I wouldn't have told Almond Country. Damien wouldn't have told Almond Country even if there was evidence because Gathtal might run away. Oh my, this can't be. I don't know what's going on. Thibaut sat down on a nearby chair and covered his head. Damien looked at the chair carefully and then said, Come out here for a moment. Yes, Thibaut got up from the chair, albeit with a puzzled look on his face. Damien examined the surface of the chair. There was an ancient inscription carved there. Damien, who saw the ancient letters, muttered with a surprised face. A box. If it was a real box, there was no way it would have been left here. The explorers would have taken everything they could carry. Could it be that the letters are wrong? Damien tried to pick up the box, but it wasn't easy to lift. He had to use his mana to lift the box. It's incredibly heavy. It seemed that everyone had mistaken it for a chair and left it alone because it was so heavy. Damien put the box down again and said to Thibaut, "Step back, it's dangerous." Damien raised an aura with Dawn and cut off the top of the box. Inside the box were a glove and a ring. Damien first put on the glove. He could feel an unknown force spreading through his body. This glove has the effect of increasing strength. Wearing the glove would activate his muscles and make him stronger. It seemed that if an ordinary person wore it, they could be called a strong man. However, the effect was minimal for someone like Damien, whose body was already close to superhuman. Next, Damien put on the ring. When he infused it with mana, something appeared on the ring. "It's a map, isn't it?" Damien's face brightened. The map he had been looking for was here. We hit the jackpot. The gloves were nothing special, but the ring was different. It was the greatest treasure he had obtained while exploring the second floor. "Let's go back, huh? What's that?" As soon as the two came out, people's attention began to focus on them. "Isn't that ancient armor? It's an item that was only found on the first floor." "Where did you find it?" People were shocked as they looked at the items Thibaut was carrying. "Look at that, it even has the APG Ancient Power Gauntlet. It's a relic that says even a weakling will become as strong as a bull just by wearing it. I heard mercenaries are going crazy trying to get that relic." Greedy gazes poured in from all over. Thibaut asked worriedly at the people's reaction. "Victor Nim, the way people are looking at us is not good." Just then a man stepped in front of the two and shouted, "Hey, sell me those items. I'll give you 1 gold for all of them." The moment the man shouted that, another person shouted, "1 gold? Where are you trying to rip people off? I'll give you 5 gold, so sell it to me. Don't listen to that nonsense." "I'll give you 8 gold. People who wanted to bargain appeared in the blink of an eye. In no time, a dozen people surrounded Damien and offered prices. Damien, the person in question, had no intention of selling these items right away. It was a foolish act to sell an item without knowing the exact price. "They're really popular, huh?" He didn't think there would be so many people trying to buy just some low-grade defense equipment. It was a popularity that exceeded Damien's expectations. "I've almost spent all the money I had. Maybe I should make some money on this opportunity." The rewards he had received from the Duke and the King were almost all used up as he went through various things. Damien wasn't exactly the type of person to be obsessed with money, but he wasn't a fool who would miss an opportunity to make money easily either. Victor Nim, what do you plan to do?" "We'll sell them later. We can't just hand them over without knowing the price, right?" "You are wise. I was thinking the same thing as Victor Nim." Just as Thibaut was spouting flattery, "Get out of the way. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of here." Along with the rough voices, 3 mercenaries pushed people aside and made way. "We heard about the APG. Our employer wants that item. If you don't want to get hurt badly, you better sell it to our employer." The mercenaries who pushed aside the merchants froze as they saw Damien's face. On the other hand, Damien smiled brightly when he saw them. "Aren't you guys knows? 1, 2, and 3. At Damien's words, the 3 mercenaries froze in place and started sweating profusely. Behind the 3, a group of people appeared. "What's going on? Why did you all stop suddenly?" A man wearing luxurious leather armor spoke nervously. Then Nose, 1, 2, and 3 quickly hid behind the nobleman and said, Hayden Nim, that guy is him. He's the crazy guy we told you about." At the words of the 3 mercenaries, the man called Hayden frowned and looked at Damien. "That man is the scoundrel who you said exploited you." Thibaut looked at the emblem on Hayden's chest and whispered to Damien. "Victor Nim, that man is Hayden Oldenburg, the head of the Oldenburg Viscount family. He's a well-known strongman in this area. He's a middle class." "That's impressive. I didn't know you knew so much about this area. I did a lot of research before coming here. It would be a big deal if we got involved with someone we didn't know about." Thibaut scratched his head as if he was embarrassed. "Hey, you scoundrel. The 3 you used like slaves on your way here are the famous mercenaries known as the Clark brothers," Hayden said in a sharp voice. Somehow, all 3 of them seemed to be quite famous mercenaries as they handled aura. "So I paid a high price to the mercenary guild and called them here. I planned to explore the depths of the ruins as soon as they joined, but..." Hayden clicked his tongue. "Thanks to being exploited by you, they're not in good shape, so my plans have been delayed for a while." "So?" Damien asked with an innocent face. Hayden burst out laughing at his reaction. "You still don't understand even after I said all this. That's why commoners are hopeless. Let me explain it in more detail. You're the one who messed up my plans." Hayden pointed at Damien. "Originally, I planned to punish you, but as soon as I saw you..." Hayden's gaze turned to Thibaut. To be exact, he was looking at the things Thibaut was carrying. "As soon as I arrived at the ruins, I achieved such results." "It seems you have a pretty good eye. That changes things." Hayden rubbed his hands and said, "I will show you mercy. I will forget about the losses I suffered and give you a special opportunity to work under me." "Oh," Damien smiled with interest at those words. "Of course, if you refuse, I will take one of your arms as punishment for the additional crime of obstructing me, on top of the compensation you owe me." At those words, Damien smiled even more and exclaimed in admiration. Oh, Chapter 135, The Ruins Part 3, you want to get hit that badly, I'll grant your wish. Damien opened a subspace and pulled out the wooden club. As soon as the wooden club appeared, nose 1, 2, and 3 let out a shrill scream. I offered you a chance and you make such a foolish choice. Hayden looked at Damien with a ridiculous expression. Or do you not know who I am? If you knew who I was, you wouldn't be able to do this. I know roughly who you are. Roughly, how can you be so ignorant? That's why you made such a poor choice, but ignorance is not a crime, so I'll let you understand. Hayden clicked his tongue and said, My name is Hayden Oldenburg, some people call me this. Hayden, who even makes crying babies stop. The majestic Hayden, do you know why? Hayden said, putting his hand on his chest. Because I'm a middle-class knight. Damien's face became irritated as he listened to the information he already knew. Ah, but don't think of me as an ordinary middle class. I'm the real deal who has fought and won against many middle class, that's why some people call me. Can you just shut up and draw your sword? Damien said irritably. Hayden shook his head slowly from side to side with a stern expression. I was going to give you the last chance of the last chance, but you're making this choice again. Fine. I won't indulge you any further. Hayden slowly drew the sword from his waist. It was no ordinary sword as it emanated a formidable aura. I don't intend to take your life, my warning was only about one arm. I'll cut it off cleanly and even provide you with first aid. Hayden raised his mana, a chilling aura pressured Damien. Ahioho ohoho, Hayden charged forward letting out a strange battle cry. The blade imbued with aura pressured Damien. He's not just all talk. Just because they were of the same realm didn't mean their skills were the same. Even within the same realm, there were differences in level. Hayden was a strong man in the upper ranks of the middle class. His well-refined swordsmanship proved that fact. However, even so, he was only a middle class. Hayden's attacks couldn't even touch a hair on Damien's head. You're quite agile. But that won't be enough to stop my swordsmanship. Yo-ho-ho! Suddenly, Hayden's aura extended like a whip. As Hayden swung his sword wildly, the extended aura surrounded Damien. I'm going to chop you up like a diced potato, the aura pressured Damien. Just then, Damien grabbed the club with both hands and swung it at the whip of aura. Hayden burst out laughing at the sight. Have you ever seen such a foolish person? You can't stop aura with a wooden club. With a sound of breaking pottery, Hayden's aura shattered. Hayden's mouth opened wide at the sight. Is that possible? While Hayden was still in confusion, Damien struck him on the crown with the club. Bonk. With a dull sound, Hayden's head bent forward. Seeing this, nose 1, 2, and 3 screamed and grabbed their own heads. You were. Hayden held his head and backed away. Soon he realized that his crown was intact and muttered with a surprised face. What is this? I thought my head was going to explode. Do you have the time to be thinking about other things? Damien, who had somehow approached from behind, swung the club at the back of Hayden's head. Bonk, it was a surprise attack and there was no time to prepare. Hayden grabbed the back of his head and groaned. I've been hit again. Hayden turned around, filled with rage, but there was no one behind him. There's no one. Bonk. Just then he was hit on the back of the head with a club again. Hayden's body lurched violently. Keep your eyes open and watch. Damien began hitting Hayden's head with the club without a break. With Hayden's skill, he couldn't even see Damien's movements, so he was helpless to be beaten. Stop, stop, Hayden shouted, holding out his hands. Damien stopped his hand. Why are you only hitting my head? Do you think I'm a drum? Hayden protested, sobbing. Damien tilted his head and asked, Then should I hit you somewhere else? Of course you should. No, I'm not saying you should hit me. Damien's club moved again. This time he started hitting Hayden all over his body, not just his head. Ouch, Hayden screamed every time he was hit with the club. Okay, wait, stop. When Hayden, who had been beaten for a long time, shouted, Damien stopped his hand. Do you know who I'm serving? I'm serving Lord Duplessis. As he said this, Hayden made a very smug face. He looked as if he thought Damien would be scared if he said this name. The problem was that Damien didn't know who Duplessis was at all. Lord Victor. Thibaut ran up to Damien and whispered to him. Lord Duplessis is one of the high classes of the Macadamia Kingdom. He is famous for his incredible skill with the spear. You seem to know a lot about this place. Of course, it's detailed because I paid an information group for it, Thibaut said, looking embarrassed. That sneaky man over there knows very well. Do you understand now? If you keep hitting me like this, your future will be very bleak, Hayden added confidently. That's right, Lord Duplessis is a high class. There was a brief silence. Damien said shortly, Oh, I see. And he started beating Hayden again. Wait, stop. This time, Damien didn't stop even when Hayden begged. Hayden's beating did not end until a long time later. Damien put the club, which had become battered from all the beating, into his subspace. I feel refreshed for once. Thibaut looked at Damien with a shocked expression. Why, do you have something to say? Oh no. No, not at all, Thibaut shook his head. Let's go find a place to stay. They had a lot to do today. They had to make a plan to find the Gathtal based on the map they had obtained from the ruins. You. You did this to me? That's when it happened. Hayden staggered to his feet. He had no physical wounds, but he had been beaten so badly that he could barely control his body. You think I'm going to put up with this? Hayden pulled something out of his pocket. It was a metal object shaped like an egg. The moment he saw the object, Damien's eyes turned fierce. It was not an ordinary object. It was a relic that could be found in the ruins, and it was an object that would explode if the lid was opened and thrown. You crazy bastard, you're not going to use that, are you? Oh ho, you seem to know what this is. Then you must also know how powerful it is. It was clear that if that bomb exploded, everything within a 20-meter radius would be wiped out without a trace. Even for you, that's something to be afraid of. It was a ridiculous statement. As Damien ascended to the high class, his body was strengthened by mana. That kind of bomb couldn't kill Damien. It would be the same even if there were not one but 100. The problem was that other people besides Damien would die. Damien had never thought of himself as some kind of guardian angel person. However, it was clear that he would not be able to sleep soundly if innocent people died because of a conflict that he had caused. If you're going to detonate that, I won't just stand by. Oh, you're so scary, why don't you try stopping me? As Hayden grabbed the lid of the metal object, Damien activated his art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. He planned to break Hayden's neck in an instant. Just then, something came flying at them at a fast speed. A dagger pierced Hayden's forearm and stuck into the ground. Ah! Hayden screamed and dropped the bomb. He clutched his bleeding forearm and groaned. What is the meaning of this? A stern voice rang out. Damien looked in the direction of the voice. A stern voice rang out. A knight in heavy armor was walking over with his soldiers. The knight and the soldier's armor were decorated with the emblem of the almond country. Do, Lord Domenico, Hayden cried out in fear as soon as he saw the knight. I'll ask you again, what were you trying to do just now? Were you really planning to detonate that dangerous relic here? The knight's face was not visible because he was wearing a helmet. However, it was clear that he was very angry. Hayden broke out in a cold sweat at Domenico's menacing voice. Not me, you have to question that commoner over there. A commoner of unknown origin dares to touch a noble. You're talking nonsense, I'm asking you about your crime right now. Domenico said, picking up the bomb that had fallen to the ground. You must have heard the rules beforehand, right? In return for allowing the activities of nobles and knights, you must not cause any disturbances on the ground. Domenico added in a cold tone. Hayden Oldenburg. You have violated the rules, so I will have you expelled from the Almond Kingdom. What are you saying? This can't be. Do you think Lord Duplessis will just sit back and watch? Do whatever you want. Take this man away. The soldiers of the Almond Kingdom approached Hayden Oldenburg. Hayden glared at the soldiers. Just try to come near me, I'll kill you all. Just then, Domenico moved. He approached Hayden and punched him in the jaw. Crack! Hayden rolled his eyes and collapsed. The soldiers of the Almond Kingdom dragged Hayden away and disappeared. That was a close call, Domenico said, looking back at Damien. Damien could not help but admire the light shining from within his helmet. He's a high class. There was a reason why he was so confident even after hearing the name Duplessis. He was a powerful man who had reached the realm of high class. Damien went on to see the true value of the knight, Domenico. He has the talent to reach master class. It had been a long time since he had seen such a genius after the Sword Empress. As the person in charge of security, I have no choice but to apologize. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Domenico said, taking off his helmet. A rough face like a poorly made loaf of bread appeared. His eyes were so small that they were barely visible, and he was covered in scars, making him look very fierce. It was a face that could not be called handsome even with empty words. The moment he saw Domenico's bare face, Damien could not help but be shocked. Was it because he was ugly? That wasn't it. The Domingo the Bloody Tears. In his previous life, he was one of the most powerful commanders that Gathel had ever had. The cursed monster that had killed countless masters was standing before his eyes. Death Knights are born when their flesh and soul are both corrupted, while commanders are undead born when only their soul is corrupted. Gathel gathered the souls of excellent knights to create commanders. He then formed them into an order of knights and made them his main force. Among them, the commander Gathel loved the most was Domingo the Bloody Tears. The name Domingo was given by Gathel, but the nickname Bloody Tears was given by humans. True to his nickname, Domingo constantly shed red tears. The places he passed by would be marked with a red line. Domingo is probably just a different reading of Domenico, Domenico asked, touching his face, wondering if it was strange that Damien was staring at him. Why are you staring so hard? It's not like I'm a very handsome face. You look like someone I know. That friend of yours probably doesn't have a very handsome face either, Domenico burst out laughing. But when Damien didn't laugh, he scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression. Anyway, you're really strong. Hayden is a bit strange, but he's an excellent knight who is hard to find an opponent for. To think you would crush him so easily. Domenico continued, looking worried. But you were reckless. Hayden belongs to the Duplicis faction. Duplicis won't leave you alone after this. It was understandable that Domenico was worried. No one would be content to sit back and do nothing after their pride was hurt. This was especially true for a high class like Duplicis. I'll protect you as much as I can while you're on the ground. But be especially careful when you enter the ruins. With that, Domenico turned and left with the soldiers of the Almond Kingdom. Damien followed Domenico's back and realized something. There was a woman standing in the direction he was walking. She was a beautiful woman with long flowing hair that seemed to have been drawn with a brush. Her eyes were calm and her skin was pale, almost white. Wow, I never thought I'd see Princess Freeze outside. Thibaut, who had approached at some point, spoke to Damien. There's a reason why the nobles are flocking to the ruins. Not only can you get your hands on the relic sword, but you can also marry a beautiful woman like that. As soon as Domenico approached, Princess Freeze stuck to his side. She began to whisper in a small voice. Whatever the conversation was about, Domenico's face was covered in a smile. It seems like Lord Victor also likes the princess, Thibaut said with a meaningful smile. Damien couldn't help but frown at his words. What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? Yes, then why are you still staring at the princess? That's… Damien looked back at the two of them. The two people together looked very happy, but that happiness would soon be destroyed. This is because Gathel would kill all the soldiers and knights of the Almond Kingdom and absorb them into his own army. Maybe it was because of his memories from his Death Knight days. The fate of those two didn't seem good. It seemed like he knew why Domenico was called Domingo the Bloody Tears in his previous life. I'll stop it this time. Let's find Gathel and kill him before those things repeat again. Damien added one more goal. Chapter 136, The Ruins Part 4. Rumors about Damien spread quickly throughout the Almond country. Within a day, everyone near the ruins knew about him, or rather Victor. Did you hear? A new explorer named Victor has appeared. He's apparently very good at finding relics. So what if he's good at finding them? Why are you so excited? Didn't you hear he found an APG? What? The first and second floors have been dry for a long time. Where did he find such a precious thing? I don't know either, but sometimes there are people who have a knack for sniffing out treasure. People were amazed and talked about the items Damien had found. It's been a while since a big shot appeared. Maybe this explorer can find the relic sword. Well, maybe he'll die before that. What do you mean? That Victor guy messed with Duplicis faction. What really? The Almond country was currently filled with nobles who wanted to find the relic sword and marry Princess Freeze. Among the nobles, there were many who formed alliances instead of exploring the ruins alone. Of the factions that were created in this way, Duplicis faction was the largest and most powerful, if what you say is true. That young Victor won't last long. It's good for us, it means one less dangerous competitor. While people were talking about him, Damien was lying in bed at the inn making plans. It's a total of 7 floors deep, Damien muttered as he looked at the map he had obtained from the ruins. The ruins were shaped like a triangle. The scale got larger and larger as you went down the floors. It's going to take a long time to search this place thoroughly. It wasn't enough to just search the visible areas. There were probably hidden rooms in the ruins as well. However, Damien was not too worried. Damien's detection range was very wide. If he could detect even a little bit of Gathel's dark magic, he could follow it and find him. Maybe he'll come out to catch me. Gathel would definitely react in some way after Damien destroyed the undead he had created. Would he be angry? Probably not. The undead that Damien had destroyed during the day were simple undead that Gathel could create easily. Right now, Gathel was in the process of collecting people's souls for his research on memories. And not just any souls, but souls with rich combat experience. So there was no way he would let go of a skilled warrior like Damien. He would try to catch him by any means necessary. I'll have to go deeper tomorrow. Damien decided to become the most tempting bait possible to lure Gathel out. The next day, Damien headed to the entrance of the ruins early in the morning. Lord Victor. Good morning, Thibaut greeted Damien, bowing his waist. Please leave all the annoying tasks to me today. He looked at Thibaut and said in surprise. You didn't run away. Before they parted ways yesterday, Thibaut was trembling, saying that the Duplicis faction would not sit still. So Damien thought Thibaut would have run away to avoid being associated with him anymore. To be honest, if I said I didn't think about that, I'd be lying, Thibaut said with a determined face. When else in my life will I meet someone as great as Lord Victor? I can't miss this opportunity. I never said I would give you an opportunity. Yes, that's… Despair appeared on Thibaut's face. Damien laughed. I'm just kidding. If you do your job properly, I'll make sure you get a share. Thibaut's knowledge was quite useful, even though Damien didn't know it. Thanks to him, Damien didn't need to learn about the Almond country separately. Here, Damien threw the guard uniform and APG he had obtained yesterday to Thibaut. Thibaut took the equipment and looked at Damien with a surprised face. Why are you giving this to me? I'm not giving it to you. I'm lending it to you. Damien was planning to go deep into the ruins today. Damien himself was not in danger, but he didn't know about Thibaut. It might be dangerous, so I'm lending it to you. Use it carefully and return it. I'll lend it to you in case you have to fight. Use it carefully. Yes, if you do a good job, I might just give it to you. Thibaut's eyes widened at Damien's words. This Thibaut. I will work with the attitude of a living saint. Then let's go in. Damien was about to enter the ruins. Then Thibaut spoke to Damien. Please wait a moment, Lord Victor. Thibaut went into an alley and came back with a carrying pole. Damien looked at him with a dumbfounded face and asked, What did you bring that for? Oh, I just brought it in case. If we have more luggage than yesterday, it will be difficult to carry. Thibaut was a more prepared man than Damien thought. Damien went down to the third floor of the ruins with Thibaut. Like the first and second floors, the third floor was also empty. This was because the mercenaries and explorers had already taken everything of value. It doesn't seem like there are any hidden items here either. Damien skipped the third floor and headed straight to the fourth floor. The fourth floor had multiple entrances. Damien entered the fourth floor through the nearest entrance. As soon as he entered the fourth floor, he heard a loud noise. Hey, this area is ours first. Nonsense, we got here first. Mercenaries were fighting everywhere. Some were hitting the walls with pickaxes. From what I know, when nobles conquer a certain floor, other people flock to it and take everything that's worth money. Thibaut said to Damien, That's why there were so many people on the fourth floor. It doesn't seem like I need to go around the fourth floor either. It was hard to believe that Gathtal would be hiding in a place with so many people. It was also difficult to find hidden items because there were so many people watching. Let's go to the fifth floor. Thibaut's body stiffened at the mention of the fifth floor. Unlike the first to fourth floors, the fifth floor had not yet been fully explored. It was also very dangerous. You can go up if you're scared. Oh no, I'm not. There were also many doors leading to the fifth floor. Just as Damien was about to enter through a nearby door, stop. Two men standing at the entrance stopped Damien. This is the door to the exploration area assigned to the Obtur mercenary group. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you want to go to the fifth floor, go through another door. Damien was taken aback by the unexpected situation. Thibaut then explained to Damien, Lord Victor, I've been here before. I heard that the deeper parts of the ruins are divided into exploration areas by powerful forces. Why are you telling me this now? I didn't know they would block the entrance. Thibaut said, scratching his head. Lord Victor, it's better if you don't clash with the Obtur mercenary group if you can. They have 3 middle-class knights, including the leader. As Thibaut spoke with a worried face, Damien nodded as if he understood. Don't worry. I don't plan to fight unnecessarily. You are wise. If they listen to my demands, that is. What? Leaving the confused Thibaut behind, Damien spoke to the mercenaries. I don't plan to interfere with your operation. Just let me go to the fifth floor. How can we believe that? The mercenary said in a cold tone. The fifth floor is crawling with ancient golems. You could lose your life if you make one wrong move. We can't have a risk factor behind our backs. The mercenaries said in a firm tone. Damien pondered for a moment and then opened his mouth. Then there's nothing I can do. I have no choice but to force them to understand. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you force understanding? Damien's hand moved quickly. The back of his hand brushed lightly against the mercenary's chin. That was all it took for the mercenary's head to shake violently. The mercenary lost consciousness. Henson, seeing that, his companion was taken aback and drew his weapon. How dare you? Damien's hand moved again. Once more his palm brushed against the mercenary's chin, causing him to collapse. Luckily, seems like these two understand me. Shall we go in now? Thibaut looked at Damien with a bewildered expression. Why? Do you have something to say? That's not it. At that moment, something suddenly flew out from the door leading to the fifth floor. After rolling on the ground several times, it stopped in front of Damien. Eek! Seeing it, Thibaut screamed. The object that flew from the door was a person. Covered in blood, his limbs were crushed and his form barely recognizable. No, escape all dead, the leader and the members all dead. Before he could finish speaking, his head slumped to the side. He had stopped breathing. What in the world? Thibaut was paralyzed with horror. Then a heavy sound came from the direction of the door. Something was coming up from the fifth floor to the fourth, a metallic body. Large external eyes occupying half of its face. Seeing it, Thibaut exclaimed in horror. An ancient golem. At his cry, other mercenaries on the fourth floor also looked towards the door. An ancient golem. The ancient golem is coming up. The mercenaries, upon seeing the ancient golem, dropped what they were holding and began to flee. Over dozens of people rushed towards the entrance. Oh, an ancient golem. Damien looked at the golem with an intrigued expression. Since his regression, it was his first time encountering an ancient golem. The ancient golems here looked quite different from the ones Damien had encountered in his past life. The ancient golem spoke in a strange language. Unlike others, Damien could understand that language. It seems they've found intruders and intend to kill them. Light emanated from the crystal embedded in the golem's chest, spreading throughout its body. Simultaneously, light began to flow from the surface of the sword held by the golem. Seems like it's carrying dangerous items. The ancient golem itself was dangerous, but the sword it wielded looked even more perilous. It was incomparable to the equipment of ancient guards found on the first floor. The ancient golem leaped. Despite its metallic body, it looked as light as a feather. "It's better than human," Damien muttered in admiration as he dodged backward. At this point, a human would have been overwhelmed, but the ancient golem remained quiet. Perhaps because it's made of metal, it doesn't feel the satisfaction of ridiculing others. As the ancient golem swung its sword, splitting the ground and sealing with each strike, this should trouble even middle-class knights. Quite a formidable piece of scrap metal. As the ancient golem continued to swing its sword, splitting the walls and ceiling, dodging another strike, Damien continued. The power of the ancient golem was remarkable, more so than he had anticipated. The golem leaped again, aiming its sword at Damien's head. He twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the attack. At the same time, he swung his sword, beheading the golem. Its head fell to the ground and its body knelt lifeless. Even without using aura, Damien felt no resistance. It was evidence that the mana within him surpassed that of the metal body of the ancient golem. "Your power has improved," Damien praised, and Dawn let out a joyful ring. It seemed quite satisfied. "Collect everything. We can sell it later," Damien instructed Thibaut. Since the ancient golem contained the technology of an ancient civilization, many mages were willing to pay a fortune to acquire it. "Also, gather the weapons." "Understood." Thibaut loaded the ancient golem onto a cart and tied it to his back. It's lighter than I thought," Thibaut said in surprise. This too was a marvel of ancient civilization. Despite its appearance, the ancient golem was quite light. "Shall we go down then?" "Yeah." The two descended to the 5th floor along the entrance. As soon as they went down to the 5th floor, they saw a large sign. It said Researcher's Office when interpreted. The workshop and the researcher didn't seem to go together, but it was nothing unusual in ancient civilizations. After all, ancient craftsmen were also excellent researchers. "Hey, Lord Victor, there's something drawn here," Thibaut said, pointing to the wall next to him. There was a large bulletin board hanging there. There were many papers hanging on the bulletin board. Damien couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the papers. These papers contained information about the equipment being manufactured in the workshop. Among them, there was a paper that particularly caught Damien's attention. The surface of the paper was covered with a large sword and countless ancient characters. Damien read the words one by one. "A state commission, an item to protect the soon-to-be-born prince. A sword that moves on its own and protects its master. 30 blades in one body, must be able to move separately even when divided. The name of the project is..." The last sentence was blurry, but he could somehow read it. "Is it mana-controlled sword?" Chapter 137, Warning Part 1, Mana-controlled sword, the ability of the sword to freely float in the air according to the user's will. At first glance, it sounds similar to swordsmanship, but it was a much higher-level technique. Historically, there were not many users of mana-controlled sword among the master class. It was not a matter of skill, but a matter of directionality. This was because in order to use mana-controlled sword, one had to attain a state similar to the path of gods. For example, 10,000 flow perception or life taking the sword. Since the realms related to mana-controlled sword are extremely rare, even Damien had only heard of them and had never seen them in action. However, looking at the records of the mana-controlled sword, it was clear that it was very versatile and powerful. Did they try to implement mana-controlled sword into the relic sword? They probably couldn't have implemented it perfectly. Master class was a position that only geniuses among geniuses could reach after honing their skills for a lifetime. Therefore, it was impossible, even with the technology of the ancient civilization, to completely implement the realm of a master class. However, considering the anecdotes of mana-controlled sword, even just imitating it would be incredibly powerful. So the relic sword that Princess Freeze is looking for is this. As Damien was looking at the paper and lost in thought, footsteps could be heard from inside. 2 ancient golems were approaching Damien's location. Judging from the fact that they were wearing armor, it seemed that they had just finished massacring the obter mercenary group. "Lord Victor." "It's ancient golems," Thibaut shouted as he ran back. Damien temporarily put aside his interest in the relic sword and gripped Dawn in his hand. The ancient golems that appeared this time were different from the ones he had fought just now in many ways. They were bigger and above all they were holding different weapons. One was holding an axe and the other a spear. Damien smiled as he looked at the ancient golems' weapons. "I wonder how much they'll sell for." The moment Damien said that, the 2 ancient golems charged at him. As soon as the ancient golems came into range, Damien swung Dawn widely. Dawn drew a semicircle and sliced through the necks of the ancient golems one after another. The headless golems collapsed to the ground. Huh, Thibaut asked Damien with an incredulous face. Lord Victor. Our ancient golems originally this week. They charged first, but they couldn't even dodge Damien's single sword strike and their necks were cut off. To Thibaut, who knew nothing about swordsmanship, it looked like the ancient golems had simply offered their necks. Of course not, it's just that my sword is so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Damien said nonchalantly. It might sound like an excuse at first glance, but Thibaut could only nod his head. This was because he had seen with his own eyes how strong Damien was. Let's hurry up and carry these guys, we need to go inside now. At Damien's words, Thibaut quickly got to work. After that, Damien explored every corner of the 5th floor. Perhaps because it was the researcher's office, he was able to find various items. There were books, of course, as well as blueprints of unknown origin and equipment that was still under construction. Unfortunately, most of the equipment was too old and damaged to be used. That's why it's hard to find good items even when you find ruins. The ruins were from a distant past, so most of the relics were damaged or destroyed. Still, it wasn't a complete loss. He was able to find many relics that could still be used. I've been walking around for so long, but I haven't met anyone. Judging by the occasional sounds and the occasional smell of blood in the air, it was clear that there were people on the 5th floor. However, the 5th floor was so large that they couldn't meet. This should be enough for Gathel to appear. Contrary to Damien's expectations, Gathel did not show up. Why is that? Is he perhaps wary of me? While Damien was lost in thought, Lord Victor, I can't carry anymore, Thibaut said from behind in a tired voice. Thibaut's back was piled high with the relics Damien had found. Let's go back for today. Damien decided to return, not thinking Gathel would show up even if he stayed. As the two emerged, the attention of people nearby was focused on them. Look at that. I've never seen so many relics. Even the forces that claim to explore the 5th floor only managed to find 1 or 2 weapons at best. How did they do it? People were amazed at the sight of Thibaut's back. Look, there's an ancient golem lying down there. Isn't that a captain level 1? No way. Captain level 1s are difficult even for middle-class knights to deal with, and yet they only have 2. Wait, that is also a captain level 1. From their perspective, Thibaut's back was no different from a treasure trove. Everyone was busy crowding around and admiring the items on the back. A captain level golems with no damage at all. The mages will go crazy over this. And it's not just the mages, is it? They also have the weapons used by the captain-level ancient golems. How much would the knights covet those weapons? However, unlike the first day, there were no people trying to bargain. To survive after encountering 3 ancient golems. You shouldn't approach them carelessly. Look at what happened yesterday. He beat Sir Hayden like a dog. This was because everyone was afraid of Damien because of the incident that happened yesterday. Thanks to this, Damien was able to walk the road comfortably without anyone blocking his way. That's when it happened. 3 men blocked Damien's path. All 3 were wearing armor and a considerable amount of mana could be felt from them. What business do you knights have with me? Damien spoke to the 3. Then the man in the middle stepped forward. He was a man wearing large glasses and a checkered backerboy hat. My name is Sanchez and I serve Sir Duplessis. The knight Sanchez spoke, raising his chin slightly. He had a rather arrogant attitude. When Damien just stared blankly at Sanchez, Sanchez spoke again. I said I serve Sir Duplessis. So what? Tell me what you want, Damien said curtly. Sanchez frowned. You don't even show respect after hearing Sir Duplessis's name, as I heard you're a really cheeky guy. Well, fine. I don't want to talk to you for long either, so I'll just deliver Sir Duplessis's message briefly. Sanchez took out a scroll from inside his coat and unrolled it. I, Duplessis, am greatly angered by the incident yesterday. Considering the humiliation you gave Sir Hayden, I should behead you right now and feed your corpse to the pigs. The people around him hardened their expressions at the grim content. Only Damien, the person involved, listened with an indifferent face. However, I heard that you are quite capable. I have no intention of wasting talent, so I will give you a last chance. Come to me, apologize for your wrongdoings, and serve me until your bones crumble. Then I will forgive your sins. Sanchez rolled up the scroll again and put it in his arms. Then he spoke as if he were moved. Isn't he a truly magnanimous man? He says he will forgive a sinner like you. Sir Duplessis is truly a model of nobility and worth serving. What if I don't go? Damien interrupted Sanchez's words and asked. Sanchez glared at Damien, displeased that his words were cut off. I don't know why you're curious about that, but Sanchez approached Damien, then he whispered in Damien's ear, if you don't come. Sir Duplessis plans to mobilize all his connections to ruin you. Really? Yes, Sir Duplessis is one of only 2 high-class knights in this kingdom. Can you imagine how extensive his connections are? A wandering swordsman like you can be killed without him even making a move, Sanchez said with a mocking face. You might get hit by a stray arrow while entering the ruins. The ruins themselves might be banned from entering. You won't be able to rest comfortably outside either. As the story went on, a meaningful smile appeared on Sanchez's face. If you don't want to go through such things, it would be better for you to obediently apologize to Sir Duplessis. To Sanchez, he must have thought he was giving the most terrifying warning possible, but to Damien, it was just annoying. I'm busy looking for Gathel and now this bullshit, what a jerk. It was ridiculous that a mere high-class knight was making such threats. I can't publicly reveal that I'm a high-class knight. Although not as rare as the master class, high-class knights were still quite rare, with only a few existing in each country. If it became known that Damien was a high-class knight, his identity might be exposed. Just then, a thought crossed Damien's mind. Wait, I might be able to use this to draw out Gathel. Gathel was currently in the middle of collecting souls for his research. He would need the souls of excellent warriors to get good results. Given Gathel's personality, he must have a way or two to collect information even while holed up in the depths. If he clashed with the Duplessis faction, Damien's fame would inevitably rise, and Gathel would also become interested. I might even be able to lure Duplessis into the depths of the ruins by provoking him. In the ruins, where no one could see, he could easily crush Duplessis. Why aren't you answering? Damien snapped out of his reverie at Sanchez's question. You seem to want an answer. That's obvious. Answer quickly. Will you accept Sir Duplessis's mercy or? Damien opened his spatial ring and took out his club. At that, Sanchez and the other two knights recoiled in fear. Why did you take that out? Oh, you're curious about that? Damien laughed, patting his palm with the club. This is my answer. Sanchez and the two knights hurriedly tried to grab their sword hilts. However, Damien's club struck the heads of all three men before they could. Chapter 138, Warning Part 2. When Sanchez received the order to capture the man named Victor, he didn't think it would be too difficult. He had heard the news that Victor had beaten Hayden to a pulp with a single club, but he didn't take it seriously. There were many knights under Duplessis who were more skilled than Hayden, for example, Sanchez himself. He fought Hayden with a club. It must have been a close fight, but I can do that too. In terms of skill, the man named Victor might be slightly, just slightly better than him. However, Sanchez was not alone. He had two knights of a similar class accompanying him. That's why he was confident. He was confident that he could subdue the man named Victor and bring back results that would satisfy Sir Duplessis. That confidence disappeared the moment he saw the club falling over his head. He couldn't even react, let alone block it. The attack was that fast. If he couldn't avoid it, he could only endure it. Fortunately, the club that Victor swung was not made of iron, but of wood. It wouldn't hurt that much even if he got hit. Bonk! The moment the club hit his head, excruciating pain spread throughout his body. What is this? With a brief question, Sanchez's head hit the ground. The dirty mud that countless people had stepped on and passed by was smeared all over his face. The unpleasant smell of dirt wafted through his nostrils, but Sanchez couldn't lift his head. It really hurt. It hurt so much that he didn't even have the time to feel his wounds with his hands. He could only wait for the pain to subside. Only after the pain had subsided somewhat was Sanchez able to lift his head. He rubbed the affected area with both hands. My head is fine. He thought his head would have burst open, but there was no wound at all. Sanchez was puzzled by this strange phenomenon. Just then, a shadow loomed over his head. He turned his head and saw Victor holding the club. Sanchez screamed and hurriedly spoke. Wait, I'm Sir Duplessis's messenger. If you touch me again, it will be considered a declaration of war against Sir Duplessis. From Sanchez's point of view, he was making a threat in the sense of asking not to be hit anymore. However, the other party's reaction was somewhat strange. Oh, really? Sanchez felt a sense of foreboding, but he emphasized again. I really am. If Sir Duplessis finds out that you touch me, he will be furious. Wait, Damien immediately swung the club down. It hurt even more than before. Why are you hitting me again? Ugh. Moreover, this time it didn't end with just one hit. Victor beat Sanchez all over his body. Those guys are up too. He didn't forget to beat the knights who had accompanied Sanchez. Only after a long time of beating did the club stop. Damien wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Now I feel a little better." At those words, Sanchez felt anger welling up inside him. However, he couldn't even get up recklessly. He thought he would get hit by Victor again if he did. What is this all about? Just then, a stern voice rang out. At the familiar voice, Sanchez quickly raised his head. A man with a grim face was walking over, wearing thick armor. Behind the man followed knights and soldiers bearing the emblem of the Almond Country. A high-class knight of the Almond Country. It was Domenico who had appeared. Domenico! Sanchez hurriedly ran towards Domenico. He grabbed the hem of his pants and shouted, that Victor guy attacked me. He beat me and the other knights with that club." Sanchez pointed at Victor and his hands trembled. This is a violation of the Almond Country's rule that prohibits conflict on the ground. He must be expelled immediately. Is that true? If you don't believe me, ask the other people, Sanchez said with a confident face. Then Domenico asked the people around him. Is what this man says true? That man did swing the club first. The people nodded with trembling faces. Regardless of the circumstances, it was true that Damien had used force first. As the people agreed, Sanchez shouted in an even more arrogant voice. You see, expel this man immediately, that's the rule of Almond Country. What a pathetic bastard. Damien looked at Sanchez and clicked his tongue inwardly. It seemed pathetic to him that a knight would not think of getting revenge himself and instead cling to Domenico. Thibaut cautiously whispered to Damien, Sir Victor, I think you should explain yourself quickly. Why should I do that? Damien asked, tilting his head. The atmosphere is a bit, if you continue like this, you might be expelled. Don't worry, that will never happen. Yes, although no one else had noticed, Domenico had actually been nearby since a while ago. Damien sensed Domenico's mana, so he was sure. However, Domenico did not stop Damien from beating up the knights and just watched. Expulsion. Domenico stroked his chin and pondered. But come to think of it, there is only one person on that side and 3 on this side. Did you really get beaten up by 3 people fighting one? At Domenico's words, Sanchez's face turned pale. What's the big deal about that now? It's a big deal, because it means that the Knights of Duplicis who were so arrogant can't even beat 1 person out of 3. At Domenico's words, the knights and soldiers of the Almond Country burst out laughing. When the laughter died down, Domenico spoke in a serious tone. It was clearly a disadvantageous fight for Victor. It's strange to put the blame solely on Victor. I will not impose any punishment. Sir Domenico. Are you really going to side with that man now? Sanchez shouted with an angry face. At that moment, the smile that had been on Domenico's face disappeared. And if I do, what? I asked what you plan to do if I do. Domenico released his aura. Sanchez's face turned pale at the enormous pressure. Do you have any complaints about my decision? Sanchez's head involuntarily lowered. He could only sweat coldly, unable to withstand even Domenico's gaze. I asked if you have any complaints. And no, sir, Sanchez said in a crawling voice. Only then did Domenico withdraw his aura. Then I take it we have no problem with each other now. Then get out of here. Sanchez and the 2 knights ran away quickly. When the 3 men disappeared, Domenico spoke to Damien. You must have had a hard time exploring the ruins and getting yelled at. His attitude was completely different from when he was dealing with Sanchez. If something like this happens again, just beat them up like you did today. I'll watch over you, so don't worry. Isn't it supposed to be fair for the person in charge of security? Damien asked playfully, and Domenico laughed out loud. Those guys are acting like they own the place just because they came to the Almond Country, so I think I'm allowed to be a little bit biased. Who would dare to complain to me anyway? A high-class knight had that kind of authority. Although not as much as a master class, they were still important factors that could determine the whole kingdom or country's strength. I haven't finished my patrol yet, so I'll excuse myself. Domenico said goodbye and left with his subordinates. After that, Damien returned to the inn to rest. The artifacts found at the ruins were to be stored in the inn room Damien was occupying, as there were too many to fit into the subspace. The next day, Damien spoke to Thibaut in front of the ruins. There's a separate task for you to handle. At Damien's command, Thibaut tilted his head in curiosity. A separate task? You are to travel around the Almond Country today and gather information on the prices of artifacts. Given the large quantity of artifacts accumulated during the ruins exploration, it was necessary to start figuring out how to deal with them. Furthermore, with more discoveries expected in the future, preparation was essential. You mean the prices? Yes, not only for the artifacts we have, but also for other relics. Understand? If that's the case, leave it to me. I'm quite adept at gathering information. Thibaut spoke confidently, his extensive research on the Almond Country from the Apple Kingdom making his abilities evident. And there's one more thing I need you to investigate. What else? I'd like you to find out if anyone has encountered undead at the ruins, or if there's anyone regularly purchasing magical reagents. Thibaut looked puzzled, as if questioning the necessity of such inquiries. Information on Gathel's movements is needed. Waiting idly for Gathel to appear was not an option. Any piece of information, no matter how small, about Gathel was valuable. Don't worry. I'll have the investigation completed thoroughly before you return from the ruins, Thibaut said respectfully in response. With his farewell, Damien entered the ruins. Damien headed straight to the 5th floor. Unlike yesterday, there were no guards guarding the entrance to the 5th floor. It seemed that the Obtur mercenary group had been wiped out. Thanks to this, Damien was able to enter the 5th floor without any friction. Oh. Sir Victor, as soon as he descended to the 5th floor, he came across a group of knights. The knights' armor was emblazoned with the symbol of the Almond Country. They seemed to be patrolling the ruins. I didn't expect to see you here, a knight who recognized Damien said with a playful smile. The other knights asked with puzzled faces. Who is he? Oh, weren't you here yesterday? That man is Victor. Victor. The explorer who beat up several of those unlucky Duplicis knights. The knights' reactions changed as soon as they learned Damien's identity. Are you going on an expedition today? Please be careful. If the Duplicis Knights show up again, please do us a favor. Please beat them to a pulp. Like Domenico, the Knights of the Almond Country didn't seem to like Duplicis very much. Suddenly, Damien's gaze turned to the cart that the knights were dragging. The cart was filled with people. They were still alive, moaning faintly. What's that? Oh, we're transporting the wounded to the ground. We can't just leave them to die, can we? They were lucky to have survived in a dangerous place like the 5th floor. Then good luck with that. The Knights of the Almond Country passed Damien and went upstairs. Damien also took a step. He had no plans to explore the 5th floor today. This was because he had gone around yesterday and found no trace of Gathtal. Damien's target today was the 6th floor. The size of the 5th floor was enormous, but thanks to the map, he was able to quickly find the entrance to the 6th floor. Nuclear Production Facility. Damien read the ancient letters written on the entrance to the 6th floor. It seems that this is an important place. Damien turned his gaze forward. There 3 ancient golems were crouching. As he approached, the ancient golems woke up and stood up, glaring at Damien. They were the same rank as the captain he had encountered yesterday. He didn't have time to waste on these guys. It was just when Damien was about to grab the Dawn. Let's take a look at that thing's face. Instead of grabbing the Dawn, Damien opened a spatial ring. He reached into it and pulled out a large travel bag. It was a magical tool that he had acquired in the research lab of the Corpseplay. It gave off a heavy feeling due to its age. Damien opened the bag left and right. The inside was filled with nothing but black darkness. Come out, Mia. A person with snow-white skin emerged from the darkness, a neutral appearance that was difficult to tell whether it was male or female. A face that still made one think it was beautiful. Let's see your skills again after a long time. The last masterpiece created by the Corpseplay had come out into the world again. Chapter 139. Warning Part 3. Mia, who had come out, looked back at Damien. Her large eyes were filled with anger. Why, Kaya, Mia pointed at the bag and got angry. It seemed that she was very angry that she had been kept in the bag for so long. Other people are watching, I can't take you out. Unlike her human-like appearance, Mia was a flesh golem. As befitting a masterpiece created by the Corpseplay, Mia possessed a very pure dark mana. Even ordinary people would be able to tell if they came near her. Kaya, even after hearing Damien's explanation, Mia still didn't seem convinced. Jawing at that moment, the Dawn at his waist cried out. Kaya, jawing, Kaya, jawing. Mia got angry every time the Dawn emitted light. Damien had a speechless expression on his face. How on earth was he supposed to communicate with her? Stop blabbering and just deal with those things. Damien grabbed Mia's shoulder and turned her around. He pointed at the 3 ancient golems. You can fight even though they're not undead. Kaya, Mia said with a confident face and ran towards the ancient golems. Mia, who ran lightly like a cat, swung her fist at the ancient golem. Kaya, the cute fist, smashed the ancient golem's head. The golem's head exploded and it collapsed limply. The remaining 2 ancient golems swung their weapons at Mia. 2 blades tried to cut Mia's neck. At that moment, Mia raised her forearm. Her seemingly weak forearm suddenly became huge. Mia had the ability to absorb the blood of monsters and mimic their physical abilities and powers. In the past, when she had absorbed the blood of a troll, she could transform her arm into that of a troll. The blades passed through Mia's forearm, cutting it. However, they were unable to cut through the bone due to her thick muscles. Mia slammed her fists down on the ancient golems. The golems' bodies crumbled and shattered. She's gotten stronger than before. She was a masterpiece created by the Corpseplay, a great dark mage. Her special ability to manifest the abilities of monsters was amazing, but her basic physical output was also high. She was even stronger than the middle class. However, she had the disadvantage of being inexperienced and having many gaps. That's why when she was taken out at the secret treasury of Yulan, she had once been cornered while fighting a gatekeeper flesh golem. Her gaps have largely disappeared after just one battle. It was an incredible learning ability. She had greatly improved her weaknesses after just one battle. Kaya, Mia approached Damien. Her forearm was scarred from blocking the ancient golem's attacks. The wounds quickly began to regenerate. The torn muscles reattached and the skin returned to its original state. The ability to regenerate was also one of Mia's special abilities. Good job. Kaya, Mia was overjoyed by Damien's compliment. Damien handed Mia something. Now take this and follow me. Mia looked at Damien with a "what is this" expression. It's a carrying pole. It's a useful tool for carrying heavy loads. Kaya, Mia looked at Damien with a "why are you giving this to me" expression. We need to take a lot of things from here. I can't carry all of this, can I? Kaya, Mia had a very reluctant expression on her face. You don't want to do it. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Damien put down the carrying pole and took out a travel bag. The moment she saw the bag, Mia's face hardened. Kaya, Mia quickly put the carrying pole on her back. And she took the lead as if to say hurry up and follow. Kaya, Damien and Mia headed to the interior of the 6th floor. Despite being almost the last floor of the ruins, there were no noticeable objects on the 6th floor. This was because all the rooms were empty. It seemed that there would be nothing for other people to find on the 6th floor, at least on the surface. Damien entered an empty room. He then poured his mana into the ancient writing carved on the wall. The entire room vibrated slightly, and the floor and walls split open, revealing a desk and strange equipment. He had seen this before when he came to the ruins in his previous life. The ancients used to hide rooms in this strange way. I don't know why they do this. Damien glanced through the papers on the desk. A semi-permanent light source. It was an artifact that creates light. Damien picked up a fist-sized sphere next to the desk. As he poured his mana into the sphere, it emitted light. It was a fairly bright light. Mages would like this. Damien handed the artifact to Mia and headed to another room. New alloy material. It says it can be deformed and then returned to its original shape. It looks good. It's an artifact that stimulates and grows strength on its own. It's suspicious, but let's take it anyway. A bracelet that can create a force field. This looks quite useful. After that, Damien visited each research lab and collected artifacts. Kaya, Mia, who was following Damien, said wearily, this was because the carrying pole that Mia was carrying was now filled with objects. Don't be ridiculous. With your strength, this should be easy. Kaya, so saying, he entered another research lab. This time, unlike the other research labs, there was no need to activate the wall device. It looks like they were researching something here. There were several glass flasks on the large desk. Inside the flasks, only blackened traces remained. Not all the flasks were like that. Only one contained a red liquid. It was so vivid that it gave the illusion that it had just been left there. What is this? Damien picked up a few papers in the research lab and checked them. An experiment to analyze the abilities of monsters through their blood. The beakers probably contained the blood of monsters. However, it seemed that they had all dried up due to the passage of too much time. Then why is this one intact? Damien picked up the remaining flask and examined it. When he wiped the surface with his finger, ancient writing appeared. Phoenix? As far as Damien knew, the phoenix was a monster that had gone extinct long ago. Of course, no one had actually seen it, and its existence could only be confirmed by records in books or artifacts containing phoenix feathers. I guess it's because it's a ruin that this is still here. As Damien was looking at the flask with a curious expression, Mia spoke with shining eyes. Kaya, you want me to give you this? It's old, so you might die if you drink it. Kaya, Mia said as if it didn't matter. Damien hesitated for a moment before handing over the flask. Well, technically you're already dead, you can't die again. Mia opened the flask and drank it in one go. Then she made a satisfied expression. I gave you that, so you have to work hard. Kaya, Mia's face hardened slightly as if she didn't like that. Let's go, there's still a lot to see. Mia drooped her shoulders again and followed Damien listlessly. As the two of them came out of the research lab, someone was standing at the entrance. He was wearing a luxurious black suit. He had a heavy-looking bowler hat and a shiny wooden cane. He looked like a nobleman who had run away from a party. However, unlike his noble appearance, a terrible, ominous feeling emanated from the man. This is strange. The man opened his mouth. His face was hidden because he was wearing the bowler hat low. For someone to come this far, I thought I had made it clear that they shouldn't be able to do this. The man lifted the bowler hat slightly with his cane. This revealed his pale skin and a hairstyle that was slicked back with pomade. I found him. Gathtal the Chosen, the goal Damien had been searching for. Gathtal the Chosen, the man who had made great achievements as Darugo's subordinate in his previous life. As Damien had expected, Gathtal was hiding in the depths of the ruins. Maybe it was because they had finally met. He was happy. So happy that he thought he was going crazy. So much so that he wanted to stab that thin neck right away. I have something to ask you, Gathtal asked, pointing behind Damien. How did you activate the facility in the ruins? Don't tell me you can read the ancient text. Apart from Darugo and Damien, no one knew about the ancient text. It was no wonder Gathtal was surprised. Why are you silent? Are you afraid of me? Don't worry. If you just answer my questions, I'll let you live. Damien didn't believe him. He knew how little dark mages thought of promises. Krrr, Mia bristled at Gathtal. Although Mia was created by Corpseplay, she was a flesh golem infused with hatred for dark mages. Endure it, he's not someone you can deal with, Damien said in a low voice. Corpseplay, who created Mia, was a high-ranking dark mage. In comparison, Gathtal had reached the position of Grand Dark Mage. If a high-ranking dark mage was comparable to a middle class, a Grand Dark Mage was comparable to a master class. In other words, he was a being of a different level. A flesh golem, Gathtal recognized Mia's identity at a glance. It's quite a well-made one, you don't look like a dark mage. How are you controlling a flesh golem? Gathtal, without warning, Damien opened his mouth. Gathtal's pupils widened slightly at the sound of his name. How do you know my name? There can't be many people who know my face. Thank you for coming before me like this. Damien drew Dawn. The blade shone coldly. Gathel sneered at the sight. So you're a hunter who's after my head. Then it makes sense that you would know me. Gathel struck the ground with his staff. The shadow at his feet spread wide. Skeletons began to crawl out of it. There were not one or two. There could have been dozens, perhaps even hundreds. In an instant, the entire sixth floor was filled with a legion of skeletons. It's my motto that I don't avoid the fights I've come to. Gathel struck the ground with his staff once more. The screaming legion of bones rushed forward. Chapter 140, Gathel the Chosen Part 1, Necromancy Sect. It was a sect of dark mages that enslaved the souls of the dead. While other sects of dark mages also dealt with souls, it was only for the purpose of generating dark mana. The Necromancy Sect could directly influence souls by manipulating them on a higher level. The skeletons that Gathel summoned were a perfect example. He bound the souls of the dead to their bones, using them as soldiers. How horrible, Damien could see it. The souls trapped in the skeletons, suffering in agony. Unable to find peace even after death, they were being exploited by the dark mage. It was truly a horrific sight. KRRR, Mia must have also been able to see the suffering souls. After all, Mia was a being created from the resentments of those sacrificed by corpseplay. KRRR, finally, Mia could no longer suppress her murderous intent and charged at Gathel. Hundreds of skeletons blocked her path. Mia enlarged her arms and swung them at the skeletons. With each swing of her fist, skeletons were pulverized and sent flying. The skeletons made of bones were no match for Mia. She smashed through the skeleton army, closing the distance to Gathel. It's been a long time since I've seen such a well-made flesh golem. I'm curious to see its creator's face. However, Gathel remained unfazed. It seems I'll have to get a little more serious. Gathel struck the ground with his staff again. The shattered bones gathered in front of Gathel. They began to reassemble and fuse together. Cracked bones, crushed bones, all returned to their original places. The speed was so fast that there was no time to stop it. This was the troublesome aspect of necromancy. The skeletons controlled by the necromancer were endlessly revived. The only way to stop them was to cut off the supply of dark mana. The problem was that Gathel, the one supplying the dark mana, was protected by the skeletons. KRRR, but this was something Mia had already anticipated. She had fought skeletons before. Since the skeletons could be revived endlessly, she had to cut off the supply of dark mana itself. In other words, she had to kill Gathel. That's why Mia had charged at him. KRRR, Mia charged at the skeleton army again. Once broken, they could be broken again. At that moment, Gathel struck the ground with his staff. A magic circle appeared at his feet. At the same time, the bones of the skeletons began to turn dark. It was dark bone, a dark magic that dramatically increased the durability of skeletons. KRRR, Mia swung her enlarged fist at the skeleton, but unlike before, the skeleton didn't fly away. It didn't break even after being hit, and instead held its ground and counterattacked. KRRR, the strengthened skeleton army pushed back Mia's fist and rushed in. They slashed at Mia's body with bone knives, pierced her with spears, and bashed her with shields. Kaya, Mia was helpless against the attacks of the skeletons. She was pushed back further and further. You can't even withstand this much. It doesn't seem to be made by a very high-level dark mage, Gathel said with a disappointed tone. Mia glared at Gathel even as she was being attacked by the skeletons. KRRR. KRRR, Mia's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. Gathel looked at her with interest. An undead that hates dark mages, that's unusual. It must be very rare to see an undead like you. KRRR, Mia roared as if to tell him to stop talking nonsense. At that moment, flames erupted from Mia's body. The flames did not burn Mia's body. Instead, they instantly regenerated her wounds. Wait, this is the phoenixes. Mia charged at the skeletons. The skeletons that were touched by the flames were instantly engulfed in flames. The skeletons that had not budged even when hit by the troll's fist were turned to ashes in an instant. A wide path was opened through the skeletons that were blocking the way. Mia reached out to grab Gathel. Just then, Gathel struck the ground with his staff again. The shadow on the ground squirmed and dark spears sprang out. The spears pierced through Mia's torso, piercing through the flames. Kaya, even the flames that had turned the skeletons to ashes could not burn the spears. Mia groaned, her body pierced. An undead that uses holy flames. You're an interesting specimen. I should take you back and study you, but since you're dangerous, I'll have to cut off your arms and legs. Skeletons emerged from Gathel's shadow again. The skeletons grabbed Mia's arms and legs and tried to tear them off. Just then, Damien pulled Mia from behind. He pulled Mia out of the spears and swung Dawn at the same time. The aura was released, creating a crescent-shaped slash. The slash cut through the skeletons and covered Gathel. However, before the slash could reach him, Gathel created a shield of shadow to block the aura. Damien took advantage of the gap to distance himself from Gathel. He first needed to get Mia to safety. Damien put Mia down on the ground. There were fist-sized holes all over her body. Kaya, even with Mia's regeneration ability, she was not recovering properly. You're a careless master. You just watched until your pet became like that, Gathel said mockingly. Damien looked back at him and said, she still has a lot to learn, so I left her alone. Mia had charged at Gathel without controlling her anger and ended up getting badly injured. She must have realized through this experience how important it is to gauge the strength of an enemy. Learning, that was a very dangerous decision. What would you have done if I had killed her in an instant? How many have you killed? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Damien pointed to the spears that had sprung up at Gathel's feet. They're evil spears, evil spears. It was one of the forbidden magics of the necromancy school. It was a weapon created by intertwining, merging, and compressing souls filled with hatred, resentment, and anger. It was said that even a living creature would lose its vitality just by touching it, and even a slight graze would kill it. What was even more frightening was that it could resist divine power. How many people have you killed to create the skeletons and evil spears? At Damien's question, Gathel made a face like he didn't understand. You're talking nonsense. Do you remember how many times you've breathed since you've been alive? Damien burst out laughing at those words. His laughter was low and long. It's been a long time since I heard such bullshit. He infused Dawn with mana. The blue aura instantly dyed the blade. Are you finally going to step in yourself? Gathel summoned the skeletons with an excited face. I hope you're a little stronger than that girl. Gathel struck the ground with his staff. Skeletons made of dark bones charged forward with their weapons raised. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers. They can be broken, but even if it was, Gathel would just restore it. There was no point in wasting time on such a useless task. Damien observed the skeletons and read all their movements. Although they had no muscles, their bones were human, so it wasn't difficult. Paths naturally formed in his mind. With Dawn extended, he rushed into the army of skeletons. K-Keek, SKK-Kiek. Hundreds of skeletons formed a layered net to kill Damien. The skeletons that formed the net swung their weapons to kill Damien. Attacks rained down from all sides. Spears and swords made of bone tried to wound Damien's body. Damien stepped forward, looking for a safe path. The attacks of the skeletons repeatedly missed. Damien was passing through the army so naturally, as if water was flowing between rocks. What is this? Gathel's face gradually turned to shock at the unbelievable sight. These stupid things, why do you keep missing? Just stab him to death. Gathel nagged, but it was useless. Because Damien had already passed the army and stood in front of Gathel. This is ridiculous. Gathel struck the ground with his staff. The evil spears that sprang out of the shadow pierced Damien. At that moment, Damien's body blurred and the evil spears only pierced the air. Gathel turned his body, feeling the danger behind him. Dawn, swung by Damien, cut off Gathel's neck. Gathel's head fell to the ground. Damien did not stop there and cut Gathel's body several more times with Dawn. The torso crumbled into several pieces. You're doing something useless. A voice came from below. Gathel, with only his head left, looked at Damien and laughed. It won't do any good, this body is. A fake. Gathel's face hardened at Damien's words. This is just an undead that you're controlling remotely. The real you must be somewhere else. How did you? Damien had noticed from the moment they first met. Damien was a death knight, but he was also a skilled dark mage. That's why he could feel a sense of decay in the dark mana that Gathel was emitting. Above all, the skeleton army that Gathel had summoned was too weak. It was so weak that it was hard to believe that it was summoned by a grand dark mage. Who are you really? Are you a paladin of the church? Or Damien crushed Gathel's head. The head burst and the voice stopped. The Gathel before him was a fake, but for Damien it was as good as finding the real one. Damien extracted the dark mana from the fake Gathel's corpse. The fresh dark mana that had just been released by the dark mage. It was what Damien had needed so badly. With this, I can find where the main body is. Damien used the dark magic to form a ritual. It was a dark magic that used dark mana to backtrack the main body. Damien, who had been closing his eyes for a long time, raised his head. It wasn't the ruins. The place the detection magic pointed to was outside. It was not an ordinary place either, the Duke's house. Gathel was with the owner of the Almond Country. Chapter 141, Gathel the Chosen Part 2. The question arose, but there was no time to dwell on it. He had to get to the Duke's castle as quickly as possible, as he didn't know what Gathel would do now that his identity had been revealed. In the future, Gathel killed and absorbed everyone who came to the ruins, including the soldiers and knights. In the worst case, the massacre might be repeated exactly as it happened in history. Mia, how's your body? Kaya, Damien asked, looking back at Mia. She stood up abruptly as if nothing was wrong. The wound that had been pierced by the evil spear had already disappeared cleanly. Even for Mia, it would have been impossible to regenerate a wound caused by the evil spear so easily. It must be thanks to the phoenix's blood. The way he had caused flames to erupt when fighting Gathel, it seemed that she had absorbed all of the Phoenix's abilities in that short time. We need to get to the Duke's estate first. Kaya, Mia said, burning with determination. Damien looked at her with a "what are you talking about" expression. You can't come with me because we need to go outside. Saying this, Damien held out a travel bag. Mia's shoulders slumped when she saw it. Damien immediately ascended to the ground floor. He left the artifacts he had found on the 6th floor as they were. After all, no one would be able to come down to the 6th floor without him. The Duke's castle was located close to the ruins. Damien headed for the castle without delay. The gate of the castle was tightly shut. As Damien approached, the soldiers standing guard in front of the gate blocked his way. I have an urgent message for Princess Freeze. It is a matter of the country's safety. At his words, the soldiers looked at Damien with dumbfounded expressions. Even for Damien, he would have reacted the same way if he had come out of nowhere in the middle of the day and made such a claim. Mr. Victor, you're Mr. Victor, right? I saw you defeating the Knights of the Duplicis faction last time. One of the gatekeepers pretended to know him. However, Mr. Victor, you can't meet Princess Freeze with such a strange excuse. So please go back. Just then, the gate of the castle slowly began to rise, accompanied by the sound of it turning. The gatekeeper looked back at the gate with a surprised expression. Domenico stood beyond the wide-open gate. He spoke to Damien with a stern expression. Victor, come inside, Princess is calling for you. Damien passed by the gatekeepers and entered the castle. The gate then closed behind him. As he entered, he saw a large number of knights and soldiers standing guard. In the center of them stood a young girl, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and pale skin that stood out. She was Princess Freeze, the successor to the Duke's territory. Mr. Victor, I've heard a lot from Domenico, but it's my first time seeing you in person. This was also the first time Damien had met Freeze properly. Freeze's voice, which he heard directly, was very lively. You already knew that I was coming. Otherwise, the gate would not have opened without the soldiers even relaying the message. At Damien's words, Freeze smiled quietly. It was a brilliant smile, but it felt somewhat dark. There is a dark mage hiding inside the Duke's estate, Damien said to Freeze, dark mage, beings that the church is trying to kill with fire in their eyes. Freeze was not surprised at all to hear that he was hiding in the Duke's estate. Instead, she spoke with an indifferent expression. I know. There was a brief silence. Given the circumstances, Damien wasn't particularly surprised. Have you joined forces with the dark mage? Still, there was a need to confirm properly. That's the case. Then opening the ruins was also because of the dark mage, I suppose. The dark mage would have needed the souls of skilled warriors and knights. That's correct. Was the declaration to marry the person who found the relic sword for the same reason? Yes. And the soldiers of Almond Country patrolling the ruins were to capture explorers for the dark mage's research material. You're exactly right, Freeze said with a curious expression. Damien asked with a sigh, why did you join forces with the dark mage? You must know what would happen if this fact were to be known to the church. I'd rather not say that. Freeze drew a line with a smiling face. That mage just asked me a favor. He asked me to kill you. Freeze raised her hand. Domenico and the knights stepped forward. Domenico, I'll leave the rest to you. I will fulfill the command. With those words, Freeze turned and disappeared. Thus, only Damien, Domenico, and Almond Country's knights and soldiers remained. I never expected it would end like this with you, Domenico smirked. I shouldn't say this in such a situation, but I quite liked you. That's why it's even more regrettable. Domenico closed his eyes tightly. After a while, he said with a touch of embarrassment, why did I get so deeply involved? Damien said firmly to Domenico, step aside. I can't do that. Lady Freeze has given orders. As Domenico gestured, a soldier came forward with a nod, holding a weapon. It was a Zweihander. Long and heavy, it required both hands to wield, but Domenico held it lightly with one hand as if it were a dagger. Above all, to fulfill Lady Freeze's wish, that dark mage is absolutely necessary. We can't afford to lose him like this. As Domenico raised the weapon, some knights approached and spoke to him. Sir Domenico will handle that person. No, I have to face him, Domenico said firmly. He's not an ordinary mid-class. You stand no chance against him. Domenico gathered his mana. A fierce aura burst forth. Among the high classes Damien had encountered, no one had such a powerful aura. This kind of energy wasn't something an ordinary high class could possess. Master class. There was no doubt that he was just one step away from the realm of a superhuman. It was truly remarkable talent. He hadn't gained notoriety as Gathel's commander in his previous life for nothing. But Damien had no time to admire Domenico's talent. He was filled with rising anger and disgust. Joining forces with a dark mage, what a foolish decision. At Damien's words, Domenico's expression hardened. Don't speak so recklessly without knowing the circumstances. Whatever reasons you have, it doesn't matter. By believing the words of dark mages, you've become nothing but idiots beyond redemption. In his past life, Damien's involvement with dark mages led to everything falling apart. He ruined his own life and his family's lives. He even brought about the destruction of the world. Do you even know what you've gotten yourself into? You've invited hell upon yourselves. When you're tearing your hearts apart with regret, it'll be too late for everything. And yet, here were these idiots willing to walk into that very hell willingly. It was infuriating to the point of being unbearable, so much so that it was difficult to suppress the rising emotions. Shut up. It's you who should shut up. Why didn't you stop it? When your master was doing despicable things, you should have intervened. Or were you too brainless to fall for the nonsense spewed by dark mages just like them? With successive insults, Domenico's face hardened. He gritted his teeth and raised his weapon. It's becoming increasingly difficult to listen to you. Shut your mouth right now. Domenico slammed the ground. Closing the distance in an instant, he swung the Zweihander. At that moment, the entire castle shook with a tremendous vibration. High class, no existence who is one step away from becoming a master class. Such an existence unleashed a blow that split the ground and shook the world with its power. However, what he was aiming for could not be broken. Domenico's attack was stopped by the dawn that Damien was holding and could not go any further. You can stop this, Domenico said in disbelief at the sight. Ha. You're not a middle class, you're a high class. I can't believe I didn't notice. Since entering Almond Country, Damien has been pretending to be a middle class. Even Chinjiam, one of the 5 great elders, did not realize Damien's true strength. No matter how close he was to the master class, it was impossible for Domenico to notice. If you're a high class, then it's even better. I can wield my sword without hesitation. Domenico swung his Zweihander in succession. The air was torn apart with a vivid sound every time he swung the long and heavy sword. Damien swung the Dawn to block Domenico's attacks. Compared to the Zweihander, the Dawn looked too thin and flimsy. However, even after repeated clashes, the Dawn did not bend or break. On the contrary, the blade of the Zweihander began to chip. What a great sword! Even so, this sword is made of an alloy from the ruins. Domenico said, his face hardening. I don't think it's going to be a fair fight. As Domenico infused his Zweihander with mana, a red aura dyed the blade. Damien also covered the Dawn with a blue aura. The two men swung their weapons at each other, filled with aura. Blue and red intertwined in a complex manner. Sir Domenico, kill him. We can't let the one who is interfering with Princess Free's life. The knights and soldiers who were watching the scene cheered and cheered for Domenico. Since the blade of the Zweihander was much longer, the red area was larger even when they swung their weapons equally. So at first glance, it seemed that Domenico was overwhelming his opponent. That's why the knights and soldiers of Almond Country cheered even more. That was when it happened. The blue cut through the red. The blade of the Zweihander was split in half. At the same time, Domenico's body was split open. Domenico groaned and backed away. Blood was flowing incessantly from the long sword wound that ran diagonally across his torso. Sir Domenico, what the hell is going on? Damien swung the Dawn in the air. The blood on the blade splattered on the ground. Domenico looked at Damien with a face of despair. This is ridiculous. How did you see through all of my swordsmanship? Damien wiped the blood off the Dawn and said, It's a difference in skill difference. Although they had only clashed once, Domenico realized it to the bone, the absolute gap between him and Damien. It's time to pay the price for your atrocities. The knights and soldiers of Almond Country did not just cover up the existence of Gathel. Under the pretext of patrolling, they also roamed the ruins, kidnapping explorers and sending them to Gathel. And the person in charge of managing the knights and soldiers was Domenico. In other words, it could be said that the act of offering explorers as research materials for Gathel was carried out under Domenico's leadership. There was no way he could let a man who had committed such a crime live. Just as Damien was about to cut off Domenico's head, eek! The knights rushed in with a yell. The knights cried out as they charged towards Damien. Damien swung his sword towards the knights. The onslaught of his aura slashed through them. The knights tried to defend themselves by imbuing their weapons with aura to block the attacks. However, the knights' auras couldn't withstand Damien's assault. Their weapons and bodies were cleaved apart. Protect Sir Domenico, don't run away, push him back. Yet the knights didn't stop. Fueled by the death of their comrades, they rushed at Damien again. In the end, Damien was pushed back by the knights' momentum. In the meantime, the knights supported Domenico, applying potions to his wounds. Sir Domenico, please retreat. We will handle this man. Domenico looked at them with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? If you're going to fight, we should fight together. Sir Domenico, we also have eyes. He's not an opponent we can defeat by confronting him alone. To the knights of Almond Country, Domenico was like a deity. Domenico, who hadn't even had a chance to fight properly, suffered critical injuries. It meant that there was a significant gap between them. While we hold him off, please escort Princess Freeze to safety. At those words, Domenico snapped out of it. The knights were right. Even if everyone here fought together, there was no guarantee they could stop him. If they couldn't stop him, Damien would undoubtedly kill Freeze and the Dark Mage. I'm sorry, everyone. Domenico dashed towards where Freeze was, leaving the others behind. The knights bid farewell to Domenico with bitter smiles. What a foolish thing to do, Damien said in a chilling tone. Your master has allied with a dark mage. If we don't stop the dark mage right now, there will be a heavy price to pay. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. The knights gripped their weapons tighter, channeling all their aura. You will never get inside. All the knights rushed towards Damien. Watching them, Damien briefly licked his lips. Very well, I'll gladly oblige. After all, you're all deserving of death. Victor raised his sword. Soon after, the knight's blood scattered. Domenico ran to the annex of the castle. That was where Gathel's research lab was located and where Freeze's wish was being fulfilled. Freeze always spent his time there outside of work hours. So he thought he would be there this time too. Princess Freeze, you have to escape, Domenico shouted as he opened the door to the annex. At that moment, his body froze stiffly. Freeze was lying on the floor with a hole in the middle of his chest. His eyes were lifeless, suggesting that he was already dead. Are you coming now? Gathel asked, looking back at Domenico. Gathel's hands were stained red. The moment he saw the heart resting on that hand, Domenico lost his sanity. Chapter 142, Gathel the Chosen Part 3. After giving the order to kill a man named Victor, Freeze headed to the annex. Originally, it was the meditation room of the previous Duke, her father, but now the entire annex was being used as Gathel's research lab. Freeze opened the door to the annex and stepped inside. The place, which was once empty and desolate when it was used as a meditation room, was now filled with all sorts of potions and corpses. You're back, Gathel said, looking back at Freeze. Unfittingly for this gruesome place, Gathel was wearing a neat suit. Can you wait a moment? I was just about to inject the refined memories. In front of Gathel was a large glass tank. The glass tank was filled with an unidentified fluorescent green liquid, and inside it floated the body of a middle-aged man. The man's body was not intact. Half of his face was covered with a metal plate, and his arms and legs were attached from other people. His torso was covered with intricate dark magic circles. It was a horribly mismatched figure, but Freeze looked at the body with a face full of longing. She couldn't help it. That body was none other than her father, Duke Adrian, the first sword master to be born in the Almond Dukedom. He was a knight known for his powerful swordsmanship that could split mountains in two. It was all thanks to her father that the duchy was able to be promoted to a country. However, a few years ago, Duke Adrian passed away from a sudden illness. After her father's death, a swarm of hyenas gathered to devour the country. The authority of the country was greatly shaken, and they began to seize various rights one by one with all sorts of schemes. If Domenico, who was her father's disciple, had not risen to the high class, the country would have completely collapsed. As you said, I ordered Domenico to kill that man. Thank you for doing me a favor. It was a tone that was not at all grateful. Freeze stared at Gathel and asked, why don't you do it yourself? With your skills, you can easily take care of him. You know very well if I step in, I can easily kill a man like that. Then why? It was ominous, Gathel said, staring intently at Adrian in the glass tank. My instincts kept warning me not to fight that man. I have a good sense of this kind of thing. Freeze couldn't understand it at all. She knew all too well how formidable a dark mage Gathel was. So, you're asking me to take care of it. I'd like you to take care of it, but I'm not really expecting anything. Then why give such an order? At least it will give me time to finish my research. Completion of the research. Freeze's eyes widened at those words. She spoke with a half-smile. Is the dark magic you were researching finally complete? It's almost complete. Now all I need are the materials. Then you're bringing father back, right? You are right. Gathel made a face as if to say, what are you talking about? At that act, a sense of unease sprouted in Freeze's chest. You told me. You said that once your research is complete, you'll be able to bring the dead back to life. You said you could bring father back with that. Oh, that, Gathel said, with a face as if he had just remembered something he had forgotten. I can't bring him back. Freeze couldn't understand Gathel's words for a moment. What are you talking about right now? Bringing people back to life is impossible. Even the Empress of the Church can't do that. Gathel said with a face as if it was obvious, the reincarnation of the dead. It was a research topic that many dark mages had been obsessed with. It wasn't that it was impossible. Dark mages were the most proficient in dealing with souls, so wouldn't it be enough to simply reconnect the original soul to the body? However, there had never been a dark mage who had succeeded in the experiment. Then what did you tell me? You said you could save him. You even brought father back to life for a short time as proof. That was just a temporary playback of memories. What are you saying? The bodies of people who have lived contain their regrets and memories from when they were alive, Gathel said, pointing to her father's body. So I just extracted the memories from your father's body and played them back. It was incomplete, so I could only show it for a short time. Freeze's mouth slowly opened. It was only now that she realized that Gathel had deceived her. Why did you do such a thing? I needed a research lab, a safe place where I could also secure research materials on a regular basis. Thanks to you opening the ruins, all my problems were solved. Gathel's lips curled into a quiet smile, seemingly satisfied. Then what? What did you research? If it's not about bringing the dead back to life, then what? Oh, you were curious about that. Gathel laughed softly as if he was pleased with Free's question. My real research was to create a master class level Death Knight based on your father's body. The goal of dark mages who create undead was one and only. It was to create an undead that surpassed the master class. Of course, it was not an easy task. A master class was a superhuman being born when a genius among geniuses devoted himself to training throughout his life. That's why even for a grand dark mage, creating an undead that surpassed the master class was a near impossible task. Father as a Death Knight. Yes, isn't it a great plan? A Death Knight that matches a master class. A bright smile spread across Gathel's face as if he was overwhelmed with emotion just thinking about it. A body that had already reached master class, and with the memories it was definitely possible. Well, to be honest, it didn't go as I wanted from the beginning. Do you know why? The smile that had appeared on Gathel's face disappeared in an instant. It's because the memories were incomplete. Your father had been dead for too long and he had lost too many memories. If the memories were not complete, they had to be filled with something else. That's why Gathel approached Freeze to get the memories of excellent warriors. The research was a huge success. The imperfect vessel became quite presentable after I forcibly filled it. Gathel looked back at Freeze. It's all thanks to you. I'm grateful for your help. Gathel, Freeze, who couldn't listen any longer, ran at Gathel. He grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Stop, I won't let you." Gathel pushed Freeze's arm away with a disgusted look on his face. He brushed his clothes as if he had been touched by something unclean and said, "You won't let me? That's good, I was thinking the same thing." At those words, Freeze stood up and shouted, "What do you mean you won't let me? You've ruined our family, and what do you mean you won't let me? You filthy." Crack, a sound he had never heard before rang out. It was the sound of skin and muscle tearing and bones breaking. Freeze slowly lowered his gaze. Gathel's hand was digging into his chest. "Your memories are the last piece that will complete the Death Knight." Gathel pulled his hand out of Freeze's chest. Freeze collapsed to the floor. Gathel snapped his fingers. Freeze's soul was pulled out of his body. Gathel forcibly ripped Freeze's soul apart and extracted only his memories. Gara Ariak, Freeze's soul screamed in excruciating pain, but Gathel's hand did not stop. That's it. At Gathel's gesture, the memories extracted from Freeze were poured into Adrian. Then Adrian's eyebrows twitched. Gathel's eyes widened at the change. Ooh, the flesh reacts immediately to the memories of blood. This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Just then, the door to the annex opened. Domenico stepped inside and shouted, "Princess Freeze, you have to escape." Domenico's body froze. He looked alternately at the dead Freeze and Gathel on the floor. Are you coming now?" Gathel asked nonchalantly. At that moment, Domenico let out a roar and charged forward. He concentrated all the mana he had into his broken Zweihander, a red aura sword high. Gathel Domenico swung his greatsword at Gathel. At that moment, numerous spears sprang up from Gathel's shadow. The dark spears shattered Domenico's greatsword and pierced his torso. Puke! Domenico's body came to a halt. Domenico coughed up blood pierced by the spears. How the aura? Aurora, that's not a big deal, my children can use it too. Skeletons emerged from Gathel's shadow. The skeletons were holding spears in their hands. Surprisingly, the spears held by the skeletons were covered in a dark aura. To disturb this joyous occasion, you're a rude one. Gathel looked at Domenico with displeasure. Well, I'll forgive you, you're the second research material. Second. What nonsense? You don't know? Rather, it's lonely for me to watch alone. Will you join me? Gathel waved his hand in the air. Then dark mana gathered and created a mirror. This is, as Gathel snapped his fingers, an image appeared on the mirror. Domenico quickly realized where the mirror was pointing. It was the country. It's just that I'm a little short on memories to activate the Death Knight. Saying that, Gathel opened a subspace. He took out a staff from inside it. In such cases, you have to solve it with quantity rather than quality. Gathel raised his dark mana. The dark mana soared up, blowing away the roof of the annex. It wasn't just the roof. The dark mana spread and blew away everything in the annex. The only thing that was intact was the glass tank next to Gathel. Domenico trembled. The building had been blown away just by releasing mana. It was a sight he had never seen before in his life. Watch carefully how I fill in the quantity for you. Gathel slammed the staff into the ground. Skeletal legions appeared all over the country. Damien shook off the blood that had gotten on him at dawn. The bodies of the knights and soldiers were strewn across the floor. They had all fought to the death, but they were no match for Damien. It's getting late. Just as Damien was about to chase Domenico, souls rose slowly from the corpses. The souls screamed at Damien, "Stop, don't go, leave him alone, this cruel bastard. You're not going to stop after killing so many people." The souls poured out their anger and hatred towards Damien. They had not colluded with the Dark Mage out of personal desire. They had only blocked Damien's path out of loyalty to Freeze. That's why they tried to stop Damien even after they died for Freeze's sake. "Shut up," Damien yelled at the souls. "You knew about the existence of the Dark Mage and you covered it up. That's not all, is it? You also played a role in sending the explorers of the dungeon to Gathtal. The ruins were a place with a high mortality rate compared to its danger. This was because many people were sacrificed as research material for Gathtal, and the ones who kidnapped the explorers from the ruins and sent them to Gathtal were the knights and soldiers of the country. We only acted for the sake of Princess. Don't insult our loyalty. That doesn't absolve you of your crimes. Shut up before I destroy your souls." The souls fell silent at Damien's killing intent. It was then a huge dark mana burst out from the direction Domenico had run. The dark mana spread throughout the kingdom, forming dark magic. Damien gnashed his teeth as he watched the sight. It's finally begun. Chapter 143, Gathtal the Chosen, Part 4. The chaos unfolding in the country was shown in the mirror Gathtal had created. What the hell are these? Oh, it's the undead. The undead have appeared. Kayak, thousands of skeletons were attacking people. The massacre was carried out on everyone, from the mercenaries and explorers who had come after the ruins to the citizens of the country. Domenico stared blankly at the sight. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. Domenico had fought a dark mage once before. The skeleton he had used was less than 5. Even then, they were so incomplete that the dark magic would often be dispelled if they were even a little far away. At that time, Domenico was able to kill the dark mage easily, even though he was a low class. But what was that? Over 1,000 skeletons were summoned simultaneously. The dark magic was still being maintained even though they were so far away. It was an unbelievable sight, even though he was seeing it with his own 2 eyes. Collaborator. Yes, there was a collaborator, this filthy bastard. He secretly brought in another dark mage without our knowledge. At Gathtal's signal, the dark mages hiding in the country used dark magic. That was why they were definitely able to summon and maintain so many skeletons. Domenico thought that it was impossible for a dark mage to do this alone, but it was definitely possible if there were several of them. Collaborator. Gathtal tilted his head at Domenico's words. He spoke as if he didn't understand why he was saying that. Come to think of it, I haven't told you exactly what my level is yet. Gathtal had only introduced himself to Freeze and Domenico as a high-level dark mage. So Domenico and Freeze had only judged Gathtal to be at least a high-level dark mage. I am a grand dark mage. At those words, Domenico's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. What? Nonsense? Domenico, who had lived his entire life as a knight, knew very well what a grand dark mage was, a level comparable to a master class. Weren't they beings that had transcended humanity? This is all child's play to me. If you still don't believe me, shall I summon more? I can double the number of skeletons. Although they were inferior to master class in terms of combat ability, grand mages had achieved incredible feats in other areas. Like creating a bridge that crossed a continent and an island overnight, or sinking the ground whole to create a large lake. Thinking about those anecdotes, it made sense what Gathtal had shown. Domenico shook his head. If the opponent was a grand dark mage, there was no chance of winning. It was a hopeless situation. It was then. Go, destroy all these filthy monsters. Follow Sir Duplicis, let's save the people. Through the mirror, a group of knights were seen saving people. Centered around the high-class Duplicis, the other knights were tightly grouped together and knocking down the skeletons. Domenico felt a glimmer of hope at the sight. But the hope was short-lived. There were still some fresh ones left. Gathtal tapped the ground with his staff again. At that, skeletons began to pop up around Duplicis. In an instant, hundreds of skeletons surrounded the knights. There's a high class here, so let's work a little harder. Gathtal hit the ground again and the skeletons turned dark. They charged forward, emitting red glows. Basil, no, how can skeletons withstand the aura? The knights were instantly pushed back by the skeletons. At that moment, Duplicis stepped forward. As Duplicis swung his sword, the skeletons were instantly cut down. Sir Duplicis, you are truly amazing. Before the knights' admiration could end, the skeletons were restored again. Stop them, don't back down. The fierce battle began again. Duplicis and the knights fiercely drove back the skeletons. However, the situation was unfavorable for the knights. The skeletons were restored even when they were destroyed. Domenico watched the scene with a dark look in his eyes. The skeletons could be restored infinitely, but Duplicis and the knights' mana was limited. If the battle continued like this, it was clear that Duplicis' side would lose. Clench, Domenico gritted his teeth. He couldn't just let Duplicis die like this. He had to find a way to join forces with him. With 2 high classes, they might be able to stand against the Grand Dark Mage. Domenico grabbed the spear that had pierced his body. He pulled himself out of the spear with all his might. His body, riddled with holes, fell to the ground. See cough. Domenico forced himself to move, trying to run as far away from Gathel as possible. You won't be able to last long since you were stabbed with the evil spear. Gathel didn't chase after Domenico even though he was running away. You're in the palm of my hand anyway. Gathel clicked his tongue as if he thought it was ridiculous. Even amidst the agony, Domenico didn't stop moving. He was determined to somehow leave this place and join forces with Duplicis. Suddenly, all strength drained from his body. His legs wouldn't move anymore. He collapsed to the ground. He had to move. He had to find a way. His mind raced, but his body wouldn't respond. Slowly, life faded from Domenico's eyes. Moments later, someone appeared where Domenico lay. So it ended up like this, Damien Haksen. He looked down at Domenico's body as he spoke. Damien had moved to pursue Gathel as soon as the large-scale dark magic was activated. And now he found Domenico lying on the ground. Domenico's soul rose from his body. Transformed into a spirit, Domenico took a while to realize his own transformation. You're dead, Damien said coldly. Domenico looked at Damien with an incredulous expression. Freeze has passed away, Domenico said with a dazed face. Gathel, that man killed her. I couldn't do anything. Are you trying to garner sympathy from me? Damien said disdainfully. I told you, you brought this hell upon yourselves. You're just paying the price. Both Freeze and Domenico had not only allied with Dark Mage, but also offered the people gathered at the ruins to Gathel. They made wrong choices and committed terrible sins. Now the consequences were coming back to haunt them. If I hadn't stopped him, Gathel could have prevented the widespread use of dark magic. Even Damien couldn't disregard the formidable power of a grand dark mage. He didn't know what havoc they could wreak if given even a slight opportunity, so he tried to prevent it as much as possible. Do you even know what's happening right now? The skeletons summoned by Gathel are killing people. I saw it. That bastard showed it himself. Domenico sighed as he looked up at the sky. Gathel's initial demand was the souls of the citizens. Freeze opened the ruins to outsiders to avoid sacrificing the citizens. Domenico lamented, covering his face with his hands. We committed the sin, but why do the citizens have to die? Ridiculous. You're worried about the citizens when you willingly offered explorers to Gathel, Damien said mockingly. Domenico had nothing more to say. Then it happened. A massive magic circle appeared in the sky. At the same time, souls from all over country began to be drawn into the magic circle. What on earth? How can a person cast such a large-scale dark magic? Damien wasn't particularly surprised. Such dark magic was nothing to a grand dark mage. I'm being pulled in, sounds came from behind. The souls of knights and soldiers who secretly followed Damien were being drawn into the magic circle. We can't resist. Not only them, but Domenico's soul was also being pulled in. Tusk, Damien clicked his tongue. Whatever happened to them wasn't his concern, but it wouldn't be good if their souls fell into Gathel's hands. Damien loosened his bracelet slightly, releasing some dark magic. Then he cast protective dark magic on the souls present here. Thanks to this, the souls of knights, soldiers, and Domenico were no longer being drawn in. When Damien used dark magic, Domenico asked with a surprised expression, Victor, are you by any chance a dark mage? Don't you dare compare me to those trash, Damien said with annoyance. I can use dark magic, but that doesn't make me a dark mage. Domenico blinked at Damien's words. His expression seemed to question if being able to use dark magic didn't make one a dark mage. Leaving Domenico like that, Damien moved on. Where are you going? Without looking back, Damien replied to Domenico, I'm going to kill him. It's going smoothly, Gathel said with satisfaction as he looked at the large number of souls gathering. Soon my wish will come true, a masterclass Death Knight. Once he had that, he would no longer have to fear the masterclasses. Then that person will also favor me even more. Gathel's eyes shone, Dorugo. The founder of dark magic and the master of all dark mages. Everything Gathel did was to follow his holy will. It was then that he felt a presence nearby. He smiled strangely and looked towards the source of the presence. Oh, you're finally here, Damien aka Victor. The man who had pushed back his clone in the ruins was standing there. You're foolish. You didn't run away and instead came all the way here to me. I have a personality where I can't just pass by trash when I see it. Gathel burst out laughing at Damien's words. He had felt it at the ruins too, but he was quite an amusing fellow. Still, since you came to see me, I should treat you well. Even though he had seen Damien's skills in the ruins, Gathel was relaxed. The skeletons used by the clone were only low-level, but the skeletons Gathel was about to bring out were different. They were his main force, which he had raised for many years by feeding them souls and memories. Let me show you. My loyal followers. As Gathel slammed his staff on the ground, the shadow at his feet spread wide. Soon the shadow began to stir. It churned like a stormy sea. Skeletons rose from within, loyal followers. As Gathel confidently spoke, these were different from other skeletons. First of all, they were not white but red in color. Not only that, but their appearance was also different. The skeletons that Gathtal had summoned so far were so uniform in size that they seemed to be made from a mold. However, the red skeletons were all different sizes. There were skeletons as small as boys, skeletons as large as bears, and even giants reminiscent of ogres. Furthermore, the weapons they held were also different. There were skeletons holding not only swords and spears but also greatswords and maces. I see them again. Damien looked at the red skeletons and fell into thought. In his previous life, they were also famous as Gathtal's elite army. They were much weaker than in his previous life, but that was only when compared to his previous life. They all have the strength to surpass the low class. Gathtal's voice was filled with pride. Do you know what happens when you add my support to that? Skeletons supported by a proper dark mage can exert combat power beyond their own abilities. Hundreds of low-class skeletons. What if they were supported by Gathtal, a grand dark mage? Their power was so strong that it was impossible to estimate. No, this is impossible to win. Domenico, who had followed Damien, said in a trembling voice. Victor, run away, at least your life. Damien ignored Domenico's words. Instead, he drew out the dawn. Domenico, seeing this, asked with an incredulous face. You're going to fight, that's why I came, Damien said calmly. Domenico's eyes widened at those words. A conflict arose on Domenico's face. After a while, Domenico opened his mouth. Victor, can you create skeletons? You're talking nonsense. Dark mages have different fields. Not all dark mages can summon skeletons. I see, but I can. Domenico looked at Damien with a dumbfounded face. Then turn me into a skeleton. This time it was Damien's turn to be dumbfounded. Don't you know what it means to become an undead? I know. Souls that have accepted dark mana cannot reincarnate and remain in the world. The human soul constantly reincarnates and transmigrates. However, souls tainted by dark mana can no longer reincarnate and are left in the world, and then they slowly lose their power and disappear. Even so, I want to be of help in your fight, Domenico said calmly. He had the face of a man who had already made up his mind. I beg of you too. I beg of you too. It wasn't just Domenico. The knights and soldiers of the country who had followed him also cried out earnestly. You will all regret this, Damien said to them. Domenico smiled bitterly. We have to pay the price for this. Damien looked at them silently. Soon he slowly unbuckled the bracelet on his wrist. All the dark mana contained in the bracelet was released. Chapter 144, Legion Part 1. The released dark mana spread in all directions. It looked like the branches of a tree stretching endlessly. Oh-ho, Gathtal's eyes lit up at the sight. Dark mana, I knew it when you were using the flesh golem, but you're a really strange guy. Although it was an unexpected situation, Gathtal's experience and knowledge were too rich to be surprised by what Damien had done. What do you plan to do with that dark mana? Are you going to use alchemy, or are you going to activate the legacy left by the demon? There were many ways to use dark mana, even if it wasn't dark magic. Alchemy and the legacy of the demon that Gathtal had just mentioned were examples of this. However, they were not widely used because they were less efficient or had more side effects than dark magic. Damien did not answer Gathtal's question. Instead, he used dark mana to form a spell. At that, Gathtal's reaction gradually grew. Dark magic, this is quite surprising. A high-class knight using dark magic, Gathtal watched with a very interested face. I saw a knight like you a long time ago. He learned dark magic because he wanted to get revenge on a dark mage. He said that you had to know your enemy to kill them well, perhaps because he had met an interesting opponent. Gathtal's mood was much more excited than usual, so much so that he was talking nonsense. Do you know what happened to him in the end? The dark mana and mana clashed and he became a cripple. Wasn't he a really stupid guy? While Gathtal was talking, Damien's spell was completed. According to the completed spell, a large magic circle began to be drawn on the ground. At least he has the right form. Let's see how different you are from him. Gathtal's face hardened as soon as he saw the structure of the magic circle. There was not one dark magic that created skeletons. It existed in tiers according to the level of the dark mage. The lowest tier skeleton creation spell was so crude that no matter what soul was used, it could only create low-level skeletons. Skeletons that could be shattered with just a little hit, and that showed no trace of the reason and individuality of the soul used as the material. As the tier of dark magic increased, the strength of the skeleton increased, and the characteristics of the soul used as the material also appeared. And the dark magic that Damien uses is 10th tier. It was one of the highest levels of dark magic that not only created skeletons as powerful as monsters, but also reproduced the reason, memory, and even habits of the soul used as the material. How did you? Even Gathtal, a grand dark mage, needed more than a day of preparation to use 10th tier dark magic. Damien had completed it in a matter of minutes. It wasn't just that he was fast. He had drawn such a complex and intricate magic circle without making a single mistake and without any hesitation. This is the path you have chosen. The magic circle emitted a black light. The souls of the knights and soldiers began to be sucked into it, so don't blame me. Just before being completely absorbed into the magic circle, the knights and soldiers looked at Damien and smiled. The magic circle swallowed everyone's souls. Soon after, dozens of skeletons rose from within. The skeletons were all different in size and shape, and they all had different atmospheres. It couldn't be helped. They were transformed into skeletons by the highest level of dark magic, which perfectly absorbs their abilities during their lifetime. Gathel looked at them with a shocked face. It's great, but it was only for a moment. Gathel quickly regained his composure. You can't defeat me with them, do you know why? Gathel said with a sneer. There are two main factors that determine the strength of a skeleton. First is the quality of the soul used as the material. Second is the effort put in by the owner. The red skeletons were not only made from souls carefully selected by Gathel, but they were also fed countless souls and memories to grow them. Thanks to this, they were all able to obtain a strength that surpassed the low class. On the other hand, what about the skeletons that Damien created? Most of them were ordinary soldiers. There were also low class and middle class, but they were only a small minority. Not only that, but the overall number was also small. There were only a few dozen of them on the other side, but Gathel's loyal followers numbered over 100. Well, that's true, I can't defeat you with these guys who just finished. Surprisingly, Damien also readily acknowledged that fact. But there's one thing I didn't mention, Damien added, making a gesture. That undead can be strengthened as much as you want with the support of a dark mage. Damien used dark magic to form another spell. Even though the enemy was preparing dark magic, Gathel was relaxed. I don't think any dark magic can close this gap, but let's see, what kind of dark magic will you use? However, the moment he saw the spell Damien was creating, Gathel's smile disappeared without a trace. What the hell is that, Grand Dark Mage? The knowledge that Gathel had accumulated to reach this position was enough to fill a valley. Even Gathel had never seen the dark magic that Damien was preparing. The way the spell was constructed and even the composition were all things he had never seen before. It's on a different level. No, how can you use dark magic in such a way? It was different from the existing dark magic from the beginning. It seemed to completely deny the foundation that the existing dark magic had. Where did you get that dark magic? The moment Gathel shouted, the dark magic Damien was preparing was completed. At that moment, the ground shook as if an earthquake had struck. As Damien completed the dark magic, the ground shook. At the same time, an altar began to rise behind Damien. It was exactly the same shape as a square pillar. It was wide at the bottom and narrowed towards the top. There was a single chair placed on the top of the altar. The chair was made entirely of bones and had a very high back. Perhaps because of that, there was a strange sense of oppression emanating from the chair. It was as if one felt a sense of pressure just looking up at it. It was as if one should bow their head. It was like looking at a throne. What the hell is that dark magic? Gathel asked with a trembling voice. Even he, a grand dark mage, had never seen such dark magic in any records. That was only natural. This was an ancient dark magic that Archlich Dorugo had as his personal secret, dark binding. Dark magic was created for the purpose of supporting the undead under his command. Damien stepped onto the altar. At that, everything became quiet. Not only the skeletons that Damien had summoned, but even Gathel held their breath and watched Damien ascend the altar. Why was this? Every time Damien stepped up to the altar, fear grew in everyone's hearts. The emotion of fear piled up. The emotion of awe slowly raised its head. It was the same for both friend and foe. Even Gathel was no exception. And when Damien finally reached the top, the emotions that everyone held were maximized. Damien sat on the throne. He leaned back against the backrest and looked down at everyone. No one took offense at his arrogant attitude. Rather, only one word came to mind. Monarch. Damien's appearance reminded one of a monarch reigning over the dead. I declare, Damien's voice rang low, from now on I will not move a single step from this spot. Chains sprang out of nowhere and wrapped around Damien's body and the throne. From now on I will not react to any threats. A second chain bound Damien's 2 legs to the throne. From now on I will not use any dark magic. A third chain bound Damien's arms to the throne. Everyone who saw the sight wondered, why would he seal his own abilities? And that too when he was about to fight a transcendent, a grand dark mage. In exchange for these 3 restrictions, I will share my knowledge and experience with my followers for a short time. Damien took a break and finished speaking. It will be like diving into a sea of knowledge. At that moment, a flood of information poured into the minds of the skeletons. No, it wasn't like a flood. It was as if they had thrown themselves into a sea of knowledge. The amount of information was so overwhelming that they felt like they were going to suffocate. The skeletons' talents were too low to absorb all of this. All the skeletons could get was a single grain of knowledge. However, the moment they accepted it, a tremendous change took place in the skeletons. An explosive energy erupted from dozens of skeletons. What the? Gathel was greatly surprised by the sudden change. What? What's going on? The skeletons raised their weapons in unison. Dark aura rose from their weapons. Low class, Gathel muttered with a dazed expression at the sight, but he soon denied his own thoughts. No, this is. This is, Gathel exclaimed in shock. Middle class, all dozens of skeletons had been promoted to middle class. This is ridiculous. Most of them were ordinary soldiers during their lifetime. There were also knights, but they were only low class. There were only one or two middle class. Those who were insignificant and useless had suddenly been promoted to middle class. What the hell did you do? Undead become stronger with the support of their owner. However, there is a limit to that. No dark mage could promote an ordinary skeleton to middle class. What did you do? At Gathel's scream, Damien folded his arms with an indifferent expression. You're noisy. The skeleton's gazes turned to Gathel. Dozens of middle-class killing intents poured out at once. Make him shut up right now. As soon as Damien's order fell, dozens of middle class rushed towards Gathel. Chapter 145, Legion Part 2. The pressure emanating from dozens of middle-class skeletons was enough to give goosebumps and even chills. It's great, but Gathel was a grand dark mage. His pride did not allow him to be overwhelmed by this situation. You can't beat me. It was certainly a formidable force, but it was not disadvantageous for him. In a battle between undead, the dark mage's ability played a big role. However, Damien had put restrictions on himself and sealed his dark magic. This meant that the skeletons had to fight with their own strength. On the other hand, Gathel was free to use any dark magic. I'll make you realize who I am. Gathel gathered all his dark magic power, and he manifested several kinds of dark magic at the same time. Synthetic bone consumes spare souls to increase the strength of the skeleton. Evil Surge injects dark mana to increase all abilities of the skeleton. Running Lantern makes the skeleton run wild and multiplies all abilities several times. In addition to these, many other dark magics were manifested. The eyes of the red skeletons darkened slightly each time the reinforcement dark magic cast on. Go and crush them. At Gathel's command, the red skeletons also charged. White and red clashed with each other. And the red side was cut down. What? The red skeletons were smashed to pieces every time the white skeletons swung their weapons. There was no chance to fight back, let alone resist. The red skeletons were literally being cut down. This is ridiculous. Gathel hurriedly activated his dark magic. He restored the broken skeletons and cast more reinforcement spells, but it was useless. The red skeletons were simply beaten helplessly. The difference in power is this much, Gathel muttered in confusion, but he quickly regained his senses. That's nonsense, I haven't shown all my cards yet. As Gathel hit the ground with his staff again, other skeletons were summoned from the shadows. This time the summoned skeletons were wearing armor. Not only that, but they gave off a much more eerie aura than the ones that were summoned first. If you're going to use middle class, I'll counter with the same force. Gathel stretched out his hand. The second red skeletons moved. Keek. The middle-class red skeletons rushed towards the enemies. They roared and swung their weapons, and they were smashed to pieces. Even the middle class were no exception. The white skeletons crushed the red skeletons after receiving their attacks. It was no different from the low-class red skeletons. The moment he saw it, Gathel realized his mistake. Not all middle class were the same level. There was a gap within that. The red skeletons that Gathel had brought out were only at the beginning of middle class. On the other hand, the white skeletons had all reached the peak of middle class. That's why Gathel's loyal followers couldn't beat them no matter what they did. This is ridiculous, I raised those things. Gathel gritted his teeth, his eyes turned venomous. I never thought I would have to use my last resort here. Gathel slammed his staff on the ground. Black smoke billowed from the shadows. Knights wearing armor emerged from the smoke. Death Knights. Undead is made only with souls, unlike Death Knights. Death Knights was created by Gathel using the souls of high-class knights he had collected with difficulty. It could truly be called a last resort. This time I'll crush you all. As Gathel gave the order, the Death Knights charged towards the skeletons. This time, even the white skeletons had no choice. The skeletons began to be crushed by the weapons wielded by the Death Knights. Ha, see that? As Gathel shouted, he was filled with joy, but right after that, the Death Knights' advance was stopped. The white skeletons had blocked the Death Knights' weapons. Skeletons blocking Death Knights. At that moment, a thought flashed through Gathel's mind. The skeletons that Damien had created were a mix of soldiers and knights. Ordinary soldiers and the low-class knights had all been promoted to the middle class. Then what about those who were originally middle class? What level had they reached? Surely not. Before Gathel could finish his question, the white skeletons began to push back the Death Knights. Even though they were both high class, the difference in skill was clear. The Death Knights were quickly cut all over their bodies by the white skeleton's swords. What are you doing? Why are the Death Knights being pushed back by skeletons? Gathtal hurriedly used dark magic to strengthen the Death Knights. He used every means at his disposal to help the Death Knights, but the situation did not change. In the end, the Death Knights were destroyed and disappeared at the hands of the skeletons. Unlike skeletons, Death Knights could not be restored quickly once destroyed. It took time to restore them. With the disappearance of the Death Knights, there was no one left to stop the skeletons. The white skeletons began to drive back the red skeletons. Gathtal lost his mind as he watched the white skeletons slowly approaching. To think that his loyal followers, whom he had put his heart and soul into creating, would be destroyed so quickly. "I'm glad I prepared it in advance." Gathtal snapped his fingers. The glass container behind him shattered and green liquid spilled onto the floor. A glass container containing Adrian's body floated in the air. His limbs had been replaced with those of other people, and his face was covered with a metal plate to hide the half-decayed parts. He had been a master class in his lifetime, but now he was nothing more than Gathtal's puppet. "But I never thought I would have to use this." Gathtal opened a subspace. He took out something from it. It looked like a piece of broken sword, a fragment of Erebos. Gathtal embedded it in Adrian's chest. The power that flowed out of the sword fragment spread through his body through his blood vessels. "Wake up, Adrian." As soon as Gathtal's order fell, Adrian opened his eyes. They were not the eyes of an ordinary person. They were completely black with the irises in the middle dyed bright red. "Mom, I'll earn a lot of money and come back." Those were Adrian's first words. "Don't put too much water when you boil soup." "Bucks, I told you not to hold the sword like that. Oh, old golem, I'll run away." Adrian spouted nonsense. Gathtal clicked his tongue in displeasure. "I guess I activated him too quickly and his memories haven't settled in properly." It wasn't a big problem. Adrian was already complete enough to be mobilized for battle. Gathtal pointed to the front. His long, gnarled fingers pointed to the white skeletons and Damien beyond them. "Can you see them? They are all your enemies. Get rid of them right now." Gathtal snapped his fingers. A large sword appeared in front of Adrian. It was not an ordinary greatsword. It was a greatsword that Gathtal had reforged for Adrian using the evil spirit's fang. Adrian drew the greatsword. At that moment, Adrian's aura exploded. The white skeletons that were charging forward were swept away by Adrian's aura. The white skeletons at the forefront were shattered, and the white skeletons behind them were blown away like they were caught in a storm. An aura rose from the greatsword that Adrian was holding. The aura soon solidified. A dark blade enveloped the greatsword. On the battlefield, Aura Blade appeared, a weapon considered the pinnacle of knights. Only those of the master class could create such an absolute weapon. On the battlefield, a true transcendent had been revealed, so he activated him after all. Damien looked at Adrian from his throne. Even though a master class Death Knight had been born, Damien didn't seem particularly anxious. What a joke, bringing out a guy who hasn't even established his own self and calling him a master class. From Damien's point of view, that wasn't a master class. It was just a piece of junk that was imitating the shell. However, even that shell was threatening now. The skeletons were being crushed just by the aura he was emitting. "Domenico, are you ready?" At Damien's question, Domenico stood up from the side. Domenico didn't look like a skeleton. He looked exactly the same as he did in his lifetime. However, his skin was gray and he was emitting death energy from all over his body. Domenico had become a Death Knight. What just happened to me? A deep question floated on Domenico's face. While the skeletons were fighting Gathtal's summons, Domenico had been going through something else. He had experienced something in his mind space. Something so vast and terrifying that even Domenico's talents couldn't contain it all. Now is not the time to worry about that. Damien pointed to the Death Knight that Gathtal had created. "If we can't destroy that undead, we'll all die. You'll have to take on that guy." Domenico's face hardened at the sight of the Death Knight. "So you weren't going to revive my master but use him like this? You're not going to give me the nonsense that you can't fight because it's your master's body, are you?" "Of course not. I just want to give him a quick rest." Domenico reached out into the air. Dark mana began to gather around his palm. "Is this how I use it?" The gathered dark mana was converted into an aura. The aura solidified into a single shape. The aura blade appeared.